Luo Chen unexpectedly traversed into a parallel world, discovering a mysterious game akin to legend that was being fervently promoted everywhere. Determined, he plunged into the game world, gradually unveiling its enigmatic veil. A striking beauty with silver hair and purple eyes also entered Luo Chen's life. Chapter 1. Half-brothers by different fathers. Luo Chen sat on the ground, feeling dizzy, with a ringing in his ears. Every inch of his body ached, particularly on the right side of his chest, where each breath felt like a needle piercing through, indicating a high probability of a fractured rib. After several years of delivering food, he was well acquainted with such injuries. Regret filled Luo Chen's heart. He should not have taken a shortcut to save time, nor should he have been so reckless. But now that the incident had occurred, he had no choice but to endure the pain and survey his surroundings, hoping he would not be wholly responsible for the accident. However, Luo Chen was soon taken aback. Something was amiss. Hadn't he just collided with a taxi? Why was he now staring at a luxurious pink sports car? Panic set in as cold sweat trickled down his back. If he were entirely at fault, it would be a catastrophe. Should he pretend to be unconscious? Just as he struggled with these thoughts, the door of the pink car swung open. A stunning woman, clad in a silk camisole dress and high heels, stepped out while talking on her phone, her face displaying a mix of disdain and concern. Yes, the other party is a delivery driver. It was raining, and I couldn't see where he came from. Well, it should be his fault, right? Hearing the beautiful woman claim he was at fault, Luo Chen panicked. This is suddenly a glimmer of hope illuminated his mind. Your car is parked right in the double yellow lines in the middle of the road. It's your fault. Ha! Ouch! He winced as the movement aggravated his injury, drawing a sharp breath. Only then did his taut nerves begin to relax, however. A fierce pain surged through his head, as if a claw were desperately stirring within his skull. Overcome with a mix of joy and sorrow, Luo Chen collapsed to the ground, curling up and clutching his helmet like a worm, writhing in agony. This non-physical pain proved to be even more unbearable. Yet at that moment, he strangely maintained a thread of consciousness and thought. This shouldn't be happening. He had donned a helmet for safety. Surely, he could only suffer a fracture, not a head injury. At that moment, Luo Chen was astonished to discover that his head seemed to hurt less. After what felt like an eternity, he was struck with shock. What? Had he truly traversed into another world? And he had assumed the identity of a delivery driver named Luo Chen? No. Had he merely traversed into solitude? Simultaneously, a powerful obsession surged within him. He desperately needed this aloof beauty to give him a favorable review. Luo Chen felt paralyzed. If the other party was at fault, he should be contemplating which model of car to purchase. Yet the intensity of the obsession was overwhelming, as though his head would split open if he didn't comply. Damn it, you've won. With trembling hands, Luo Chen managed to sit up once more. His earlier struggles had at least ruled out life-threatening injuries. As he raised his head, he noticed the beautiful woman staring at him in shock, her face finally revealing a hint of fear. Nearby, several fellow delivery riders had gathered, seemingly capturing the scene on their phones. Gaining a semblance of confidence, Luo Chen forced a smile. Beautiful lady, it appears you are at fault, doesn't it? The stunning woman remained silent, but did not deny his claim. Cautiously inhaling, Luo Chen pulled out his phone and naturally glanced at the screen before addressing the beautiful woman. Your user ID ends with 9527, correct? Could you please amend the review for the delivery you received earlier? Over half an hour later, Luo Chen limped out of pharmacy, clutching a bag of supplies. Iodine, cotton swabs, gauze, medical tape, ibuprofen. His account balance still held 3 digits. Searching his memory, he began to walk in a certain direction. It should lead him to the residence of the original owner. The bus stop signs, vehicle advertisements, and even the building's light screens continuously displayed promotional videos for a game. A life-changing opportunity, a bridge to leap forward, the cradle of dreams. Welcome to Apocalypse, new century. As Luo Chen surveyed the streets filled with advertisements, he grimaced and continued on his way. Those who have suffered similar injuries know that even if every part of their body aches, being able to move after 10 minutes indicates that all is well. It's merely superficial. Damage, most likely just a few cracked ribs. After spending about 20 minutes, he finally arrived at a somewhat dilapidated complex. Gasping for breath, he reached the door of room 404 in Building 4, trembling as he unlocked it. Everywhere he ached, except for his head. Luo Chen felt grateful that his half-brother had purchased a quality helmet out of pocket. Upon entering, he discovered the place was nearly barren, devoid of possessions. Unable to help himself, Luo Chen scoffed at his half-brother's choice to rent such a wretched dwelling to save money. His situation was even worse than Luo Chen's own. After closing the door, he gingerly sat on the worn-out sofa in the living room, poured himself a glass of water, and took the ibuprofen. Then, stretching his body, he managed to peel off the thick winter delivery uniform, revealing numerous scrapes on his arms and legs. After inspecting his wounds, he sighed in relief. Thankfully, they were just superficial injuries. After using half a bottle of iodine, he finally tended to his wounds and felt reassured. However, aside from the occasional sharp pain in his chest, the rest of his body felt numb. A slight urge to relieve himself arose. Luo Chen checked his pants and was pleasantly surprised to realize that this new life had finally granted him something satisfying. "Little brother, you're impressive, now 18. After a brief visit to the restroom, he put on a set of cotton pajamas, feeling somewhat in the mood to retrieve a package from the shoe cabinet by the door. Upon opening the box, Luo Chen's emotions became incredibly complex. Inside was a gaming helmet made from high-tech materials. This very helmet had nearly depleted his half-brother's savings in this parallel world. The price was just shy of 100,000 credits. This parallel world was known as Water Sphere. The area he inhabited was a coastal city within the Eastern Federation, where the common currency was the Federation credit, possessing a purchasing power similar to that of his previous life. His half-brother, too, came from a single-parent household, half an orphan. Aside from being slightly more handsome, taller, having better skin, being more muscular, and having a larger endowment, he was not much different from Luo Chen. As for why the original owner would risk being struck to halt that aloof bow-tie sports car, it was merely to request a review revision. If that was all the memory contained, Luo Chen would have cursed himself for being foolish. But now, he simply wished to tell the original owner, "Brother, you are truly a genius." Luo Chen took out his phone, excitement coursing through him as he opened the back end of the delivery app. The data clearly displayed. Rider Luo Chen completed 1,000 orders this month, with 1,000 positive reviews, a perfect score of 100. The reason for such relentless effort stemmed entirely from the gaming helmet in his possession. This was also the source of the original owner's powerful obsession, though it seemed he had been involved in an accident, only to be soul transplanted into another body. Hopefully, he could also traverse into his former self, as the previous Luo Chen had saved up 200,000 credits and inherited a house. Returning to the present, this dear brother, tirelessly striving to accumulate an impeccable rating, achieved a remarkable reward upon the game's commencement, a magnificent Easter egg. The character was bestowed with 10 free attribute points. In his previous life, the original owner allocated those 10 points to the sacred attribute, resulting in an extraordinary early game development. He became the first summoner of divine beasts in the entire server, the first to wield the dragon pattern sword, and the first to reach level 40 as a Taoist. He also amassed a fortune of millions in gold and won the heart of a beauty. However, due to an overflow of naive benevolence, blind arrogance, and obstinate self-righteousness, he fell victim to treachery. Not only was he duped out of all his wealth, but his in-game character was reduced to a mere shell. Players above level 7 lose 20 of their experience upon each death. Even more bizarrely, 3 months later, the entire Federation began to experience incidents of game invasions. It was only then that the original owner realized that the Apocalypse New Century was not merely a game. But it was too late. His advantages had vanished without a trace, and he found himself defenseless against the impending crisis, ultimately leading to a dismal conclusion. The good news is, he has been reborn. The bad news is, he has been intercepted once again. Luo Chen could not help but feel a pang of guilt. His brother's fate is indeed lamentable. Chapter 2. The Running Deer. In this aquatic sphere, known as the Eastern Federation, the gaming industry appears to be in utter disarray. From the memories of the original host, there is scarcely any commendable large-scale role-playing online games. However, there is an abundance of strategy and puzzle-based single-player games. This phenomenon could very well be linked to the Federation's technological development philosophies and societal perceptions. In simpler terms, it seems the technological progression has taken a rather skewed path. Consequently, the virtual reality holographic online game, Apocalypse New Century, garnered significant attention upon its release, attracting substantial investment and fervent promotion. Within a mere fortnight, it is said that over 1 million virtual gaming headsets were sold. Even the Wellness Gaming Pod, priced at an astonishing 999 yuan, alongside even pricier versions, found itself in high demand. Apocalypse New Century is set to officially launch tonight at precisely 9 p.m. This urgency is also the reason the original host desperately sought favorable reviews. Luo Chen glanced at the time. Several hours remained. After consuming 2 ibuprofen tablets, fatigue began to creep in. Thus, he resolved to recline on the sofa for a brief slumber, seeking to rejuvenate his energy. To ensure he did not oversleep, he plugged in his phone and set 4 consecutive alarms. Hours later, instead of being roused by the alarms, Luo Chen awakened naturally. In that instant, he felt as though 100 ants were gnawing at him, his body aching terribly. With great effort, he grasped his phone and checked the time. It was just past 8. He silenced the alarms and, despite the discomfort, boiled a kettle of water. For dinner, he opted for a simple bowl of instant noodles. After satisfying his hunger and thirst and tidying up, he took another 2 ibuprofen tablets before donning the gaming headset with practiced ease. As the clock struck 8:50, Luo Chen recalled from memory that at 8:55, the game would randomly initiate a pre-entry mode for some players, allowing them to create accounts, choose names, and select professions. This was precisely the moment when the original host encountered that extraordinary Easter egg. Thus, Luo Chen felt a twinge of anxiety. Time passed slowly. Just as his unease began to mount, a melodious female voice resonated. "Dear player, welcome to Apocalypse. New century. Here, you shall embark on a brand new life. Would you like to view the game introduction?" Before Luo Chen's virtual vision, a curtain slowly unfurled, reminiscent of a holographic film. His spirits surged. The adventure was finally commencing. In order to faithfully replicate the original host's experience of acquiring the Easter egg, he chose not to skip the introduction, instead watching the full 90 seconds. Following the original host's recollections, Luo Chen promptly linked his identity card number and established a secondary independent password. As his heart raced towards the brink of 120 beats per minute, the pleasing system voice announced, "Detection of a player with a consistent real-world professional approval rating of 100% over a certain period has triggered a hidden game mechanism, awarding you 10 free attribute points." Luo Chen's heart nearly skipped a beat. Success. Subsequently, the system displayed the foundational attribute panel of his game character, with the top value gleaming, 10. In his previous life, the original protagonist chose the sacred class and the Taoist profession. Upon entering the game, all Taoist skills experienced a remarkable increase in damage, which led to his illustrious success. Luo Chen quickly glanced at the attribute panel, preparing to allocate points to the sacred attribute, when suddenly, an unexpected tremor coursed through him. In the lower corner of the attribute panel, he noticed a small arrow. His gaze fell upon the arrow, and upon clicking it, the attribute panel astonishingly turned a page. As he discerned the contents of the second page, Luo Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, and he inhaled sharply. What on earth? The panel revealed several foundational attributes of the game character. Basic attack points, 0, coefficient 15. 1 point of free attributes grants 5 points of attack. Basic magic points, 0, coefficient 15. Basic Taoist points, 0, coefficient 15. Basic luck points, 1, coefficient 11, maximum value 10. Basic attack multiplier, 10, maximum value 20. Success rate 50, success 0-1, failure 0-1. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen fervently clicked on basic luck. With this, who needs the sacred attribute? After a flurry of actions, the basic luck points transformed into 10. However, he still had 1 point of free attributes remaining. Subconsciously, Luo Chen allocated it to the basic attack multiplier. The attack multiplier fortuitously increased to 11. Luo Chen was momentarily filled with uncertainty. If all free attribute points were devoted to the attack multiplier, it seemed rather formidable. However, with a success rate of 50, failure could lead to a setback. Never mind that. Next, he needed to confirm the character's profession and name. The original protagonist, in his past life, had chosen the Taoist profession. Named, he Luo Dao Shun. But now that he had reached a luck of 10, why stick with the Taoist class? This time, he opted for the warrior. As for the name, well, keeping it low-key, he settled on God of Novices. Fortunately, it seemed that not many players had entered the game at this time, and there were no conflicts with the name. Once everything was set, the scene shifted to the final stage, character customization. Luo Chen felt that this character resembled the original protagonist, yet still lacked perfection, so he set about adjusting the features. After tweaking, however, the character bore a striking resemblance to a ruffian. Luo Chen chose not to dwell on the character's appearance and swiftly proceeded into the game. Upon entry, he immediately noticed a colossal ginkgo tree overshadowing him, and he instinctively recognized his birthplace, the Ginkgo Valley. According to the original protagonist's memories, Luo Chen learned that this Apocalypse New Century bore similarities to the legendary game on Earth, yet possessed numerous profound differences in essence. Nevertheless, the foundational settings in the early stages were not identical, but certainly quite comparable. Therefore, without hesitation, Luo Chen equipped the rather unremarkable cloth garments and wooden sword from his inventory and swiftly made his way toward the entrance of the novice village. The white light of other players' berths flickered around him like raindrops. Moving slowly would result in being trapped inside. Luo Chen was only a few seconds faster than some other players online. Yet, those few seconds allowed him to be the first to approach the assistant Xiaomin. And without a glance, he rapidly accepted his first beginner quest. After completing the task, Luo Chen dashed into the vast herd of deer outside the gate. Frolicking in every direction, trailing behind him, his fellow players swiftly brandished their weapons, seizing the nearest deer to engage in combat. After a brief sprint, Luo Chen spotted a deer that, upon noticing him, promptly turned to flee. A spark ignited within him as he advanced and struck its rear with a swift sword thrust. The deer let out a mournful cry, yet refrained from retaliating, continuing its desperate escape. With a sly grin, Luo Chen pursued and delivered another strike. The thrill of the holographic game was exhilarating. In his previous life while playing Legend, novices would typically miss their target after 2 attacks when hunting deer. However, in this immersive experience, precision ensured near-perfect hits. Moreover, Luo Chen confirmed the attributes of his luck at level 10. Every strike indeed dealt maximum damage. With newfound confidence, he felt invigorated. This time, he had made the right choice in selecting the warrior class. As a level 1 warrior, his base attack stood at 36 points, and wielding a wooden sword added 25, resulting in an impressive attack power of 511. With a base attack multiplier of 11, his actual maximum attack reached an astonishing 12. Within just 2 strikes, the fleeing deer emitted a final cry and collapsed to the ground. Luo Chen hastily approached to harvest the meat. In this holographic game, players simply needed to focus on the prey lying on the ground. A few moments later, the notification appeared, "Deer meat discovered." This message repeated twice. Luo Chen's eyes brightened as he immediately opened his backpack. Indeed, aside from the solitary candle he had left, he had acquired 2 pieces of meat. His gaze shifted upward, revealing the quality of the meat, 2110. Satisfied, he nodded. His luck was commendable. In Blood of Legends, deer that actively fled typically yielded meat of quality exceeding 10, with a rare chance of harvesting 2 pieces. After securing these 2 pieces of meat, Luo Chen ceased his search for the extraordinary and instead turned to the nearby deer, swiftly commencing his slaughter. Level 14 warriors required experience points of 100, 200, 300, and 400 for advancement, while each deer offered a modest 15 experience points. Due to the vast player base in Apocalypse, New Century, not only was the novice area semi-enclosed based on the geographical divisions of the Eastern Federation, but the quantity and respawn rate of monsters had also multiplied exponentially. The outdoor map of Bitch Province had expanded by approximately 30 times. Although all players in Apocalypse shared the same server, each Bitch Province essentially functioned as a massive novice zone. From the original memories, there were around 10 such Bitch Provinces, operating independently for the first 7 days prior to the server merge, which would bring about significant changes. Of course, beyond the Bitch Province maps lay the interconnected regions of the entire server, where the difficulty of monster encounters escalated dramatically. Thus, these initial 7 days represented a golden opportunity for Luo Chen. Before a surge of players flooded the area, he had uniquely claimed over 70 deer, successfully reaching level 5. Now, an increasing number of novice players had gathered nearby, beginning to compete for the monsters. Rather than continue hunting, Luo Chen chose to swim against the tide. Repositioning himself in front of his assistant, Xiaomin, he opted to submit his first quest. Chapter 3, The Home of Advanced Warriors. Upon activating Assistant Xiaomin, she instructed Luo Chen to engage in conversation with the butcher. However, Luo Chen accepted the initial task solely for this moment. He chose to decline. As anticipated, Assistant Xiaomin did not terminate the dialogue. Instead, she presented a new dialogue box. Esteemed player, Rookie God, it appears that the blacksmith is facing some troubling issues. Could you lend him your assistance? Without lingering, Luo Chen navigated through the throngs of players and found the butcher. He initiated the conversation and completed his task, procuring a piece of venison with a quality rating above 15, earning a reward of 1,000 gold coins. Subsequently, he sold a second piece of venison with a quality rating of 2,110 to the butcher, receiving an astonishing 1050 gold coins. Indeed, high-quality venison was far more valuable when sold directly than when submitted for a quest. Yet, this was merely the first step in a chain quest. After departing from the butcher, Luo Chen struggled to weave through the surrounding, clamorous players and finally reached the blacksmith to engage in dialogue. The blacksmith requested the elimination of a specific number of monsters, with a level requirement of 5 or higher. Having reached level 5, Luo Chen successfully completed the task and was rewarded with a weapon. Bronze sword, weight 9, durability 66, attack 37, required level 5. Feeling quite satisfied, Luo Chen utilized his freshly acquired gold coins to purchase 2 random teleportation scrolls for 220 coins and 6 healing potions for 528 coins. The vicinity of a novice village had become overcrowded with players hunting for monsters, making it an unsuitable area for leveling up. Thus, Luo Chen shattered a random teleportation scroll and found himself in a dense forest. Upon opening the large map, he was astounded to discover that he was situated in the very center of the beachy map. Moreover, while he was aware that the map had expanded, he had not anticipated its size to be 30 times greater. Just then, the sounds of half-orc roars echoed around him. It was then that Luo Chen noticed the forest teeming with monsters devoid of any human presence. The player horde had yet to encroach upon this area. His spirits lifted. This was precisely the atmosphere he desired. Armed with a bronze sword, he approached a solitary half-orc and struck with a single blow. The half-orc possessed 30 health points, an attack power of 49, a hit rate of 6, and 1 point of defense. Thus, Luo Chen knew he must act preemptively. The first strike landed accurately, reducing the half-orc's health by 13 points, immediately drawing its ire as it swung its bone club toward him. Luo Chen did not evade, but instead launched a second strike, landing another hit. The half-orc was left with 4 health points remaining. The creature's attack struck him, deducting 5 health points. As a level 5 warrior with a total of 44 health points, Luo Chen felt undeterred and unleashed a third strike. To his dismay, he missed. Frustrated, he thought to himself, "I aimed perfectly. This system is truly unforgiving." However, this was merely a game, and Luo Chen had to dodge, yet inexplicably, he still lost 4 health points. Enraged, he swung at the half-orc once more, cursing the system. The sound of the bronze sword making contact with flesh echoed as the half-orc let out a wail and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. With an experience value of 25, the ground was littered with dozens of gold coins, a small vial of healing potion, and a piece of cloth armor. Luo Chen exhaled deeply, pondering whether the system had a penchant for mockery or a tendency to provoke. As he picked up the coins and potion, he contemplated engaging the next monster. But a thought struck him. This was his first piece of equipment dropped, so he might as well collect it. It seemed to be a good omen. Casually glancing at the cloth armor, he suddenly sensed something amiss. A rare item? No, it was merely a piece of cloth armor. What could make it extraordinary? Moreover, it was a female garment. Cloth armor, female, weight 5, durability 45, defense 23, rare 1, magic resistance 0-1, magic power 0-1, rare 1, required level 1. Shaking his head at its attributes, he decided to stow it away for now. After discerning the strength of the half-orcs, Luo Chen resumed his monster-clearing endeavors. The potions dropped by the half-orcs were satisfactory. Half an hour later, not only had he not exhausted his healing potions, but his inventory had also accumulated several small magic potions. As for equipment, nearly 20 pieces had fallen, with the exception of the initial cloth armor. All the rest were commonplace. The items he could utilize included 2 ancient bronze rings with an attack of 0-1, 2 iron bracelets with an accuracy of 1, and a gold necklace with agility 1 and attack 0-1. He also acquired a dagger with an attack of 45, which for Luo Chen was of little use in raising his attack minimum. Having slain nearly 100 half-orcs, he had already leveled up to level 7, with his experience bar nearly full. At level 7, it was time to learn new skills. However, glancing at the contents of his inventory, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Although they might not hold much value, their acquisition left him feeling uneasy. Never mind, let's take a gamble. Luo Chen shattered another teleportation scroll. With a flash of white light, a structure suddenly materialized before him. Yet, he quickly sensed something was amiss. Why was it just a large thatched hut? And where were the people? Despite the presence of millions of players, even if the population were divided into 10 segments, there should still be talent scattered about. Walking from the back of the hut to the front, he suddenly realized that, inadvertently, he had arrived at the High Warrior's residence. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Luo Chen recalled that, to his knowledge, only warrior players could accept quests here before reaching level 7. Yet he was nearing level 8. But since he was already here, he clicked on the High Warrior. To his surprise, he was still able to accept a quest. Luo Chen quickly deduced that in such an expansive map as Apocalypse, New Century, certain quest requirements might have undergone slight adjustments. With a glint in his eye, he smiled. Fortuitously, he could save money on skill books. Continuing the dialogue, he was then transported into a garden map, where he was tasked with eliminating the monsters within 5 minutes. For Luo Chen, this was an effortless endeavor. With a base attack power of 36, a bronze sword of 37, 2 ancient bronze rings of 0-2, and a necklace of 0-1, his total attack reached 616. Under the influence of a 10-fold luck and an 11-fold base attack multiplier, each strike dealt 17 points of damage. Faced with these lambs ready for slaughter, it was child's play. A minute later, Luo Chen reappeared at the High Warrior's residence, conversed with the NPC, and received the reward of basic swordsmanship, which he promptly learned. Upon mastering the skill, he felt a profound sense of ease. As the journey to Beach City commenced, Luo Chen resolved to simultaneously engage in battles to level up. To his astonishment, a group of players stumbled upon his location. Is there a strategy guide for this world? Apocalypse? New century? He pondered. However, this gathering of players promptly imparted a lesson to him. Hey, brother Sun, how can there be a house here? One exclaimed. Sister Wan, it's quite normal for a game to have a house. Another chimed in. Xiao Jia, why don't you all go inside and check for monsters? Urged one player. Boss, there's a high-level warrior here. It's perfect for us warriors to accept his quest. The boss immediately bristled with anger. Why can only warriors accept it? Do you look down on me, a Taoist, or on Sister Wan, the mage? He declared, you tell him we must also be allowed to take the quest. Or I'll have my legal team report him for occupational discrimination. The bodyguard Xiao Jia awkwardly interjected, Boss, the high-level warrior is... The boss's breath caught, and he coldly retorted, Xiao Jia, your bonus for this month is gone. Xiao Jia panicked, Boss, please don't. It's all my fault for not being clear. Sister, please help me out. Sister Wan rolled her eyes and scoffed. What are you shouting about? The boss's expression shifted from stormy to sunny, a light chuckle escaping him as he spared Xiao Jia from his wrath. Meanwhile, Luo Chen was filled with nostalgia. Perhaps this was the essence of all online games in their infancy. Unfamiliarity, a lack of guides, adventures at every turn, and everything imbued with novelty. Every experience was a first. Shaking his head to cast off these sentiments, he approached the Taoist player with a smile, flanked by the vigilant bodyguard warriors. Greetings, good sir. And to you, madam. Would you be interested in a trade? Chapter 4. Reverse bargaining. The Taoist player, known as Boss Sun, halted the advancing bodyguards and regarded Luo Chen with a hint of intrigue. Impressive, young brother, to venture here alone to level up. I shall grant you an opportunity. Speak. Luo Chen glanced at the female mage beside him and quietly nodded. She was indeed attractive. If her appearance were enhanced by 20%, she would be a beauty. Thus, he spoke with confidence. I possess an exquisite garment that would perfectly suit the madam. The mention of madam caused Boss Sun's eyes to narrow with a smile. Let us see it. Luo Chen proceeded to display the item, a game feature allowing players to publicly share equipment attributes. Boss Sun examined the garment, but frowned slightly. Is this it? Nothing more visually appealing? Luo Chen was taken aback. What, do you desire a bikini? Nevertheless, he maintained his composure. This premium piece offers an additional point of defense and 1 point of magic. I assure you, the madam will absolutely adore it. Sister Wan's eyes sparkled with delight, and Boss Sun, noticing her reaction, quickly understood. He boldly declared, all right, what's your price? Luo Chen initially thought of casually asking for around 100,000 gold coins, but considering that the wealthy player before him might not have such funds in the game, he proposed cash transaction. As for the price, let us consider it as you purchasing an outfit for your sister in reality. Indeed, selling for a mere $200 to $300 would yield a significant profit. Sun, visibly astonished, raised an eyebrow and remarked, Brother, you have quite the knack. He then glanced at Wan, and with a sense of decisiveness, declared, 5,000. Anything less is simply unacceptable. Lachlan was taken aback. What the heck? A counteroffer? His initial expectation was to sell for 200 or 300, but he never anticipated that Boss Sun would elevate the price to 5,000. However, upon reflection, it made sense. In the realm of the affluent, even a single piece of clothing would undoubtedly cost far more than that. Without hesitation, Lachlan proceeded to finalize the transaction. Moments later, he received a notification on his linked bank card indicating a deposit of 5,000 federal credit coins. Lachlan's heart brimmed with delight. Boss Sun, I assure you, I'm not trying to swindle you. You set the price. Ah, such a generous patron. One must seize the opportunity. Yet, directly requesting to befriend him felt a tad presumptuous. Observing one joyfully donning the exquisite garment, inspiration struck him. By the way, Boss Sun, I also have a hexagonal ring of Magic 01 and a silver bracelet. Consider them a complimentary gift for the clothing. With that, he promptly traded the two items. Boss Sun appeared momentarily taken aback, hesitating before accepting. Did you acquire these yourself? My subordinates have barely managed to secure a few pieces of equipment. Lachlan nodded inwardly, feeling assured. He then proceeded to lay out all the gear in his inventory, including potions and a dagger, distributing them among Boss Sun's bodyguards. The guards were instantly elated. Locken then smiled nonchalantly. Just a stroke of luck. Perhaps we could be friends? It would facilitate communication should I come across more exceptional gear. This time, Boss Sun did not hesitate and readily agreed. After the transaction was complete, Locken was about to take his leave when the proprietor, known as Sun, called out to him once more. Locken's heart raced as he swiftly responded. Such items have an exceedingly low drop rate. The most common sources are the scarecrows, which occasionally yield them, followed closely by the half-orcs. In the protagonist's previous life, numerous studios and gold farming players, having reached over level 20, scoured the lands, hunting novice scarecrows and half-orcs for this very purpose. Locken was somewhat astonished. Boss, your luck is extraordinary. The drop rate for such items is virtually 1 in a million. To his surprise, Sun burst into hearty laughter. You can simply purchase it directly from the shop. It's quite affordable, only $300 each. Locken was taken aback, feeling that poverty had indeed constrained his imagination. He realized he had made a wealthy friend. The price was akin to that of a taxi ride in reality. In the early stages of the game, time equated to money. Upon arriving in the bustling city of Bitch, he was unsurprised to find it teeming with players. Many chose not to engage in combat, preferring instead to chat and, just within the safety zone, seeking novelty. Yet, in 7 days, they would surely regret it. Navigating through the throngs, Locken reached the Bitch bookstore, clutching a glimmer of hope as he quickly perused the directory of skill books for sale, yet found no surprises. In this new era of enlightenment, the bookstore did not offer any advanced skill books for sale. Luo Chen felt little disappointment, for the original owner's memories contained no such information. Without further delay, he procured a half-filled backpack of healing potions and a bundle of random teleportation scrolls. Promptly locating the veteran in Bitch and teleporting to the map known as the Natural Cave, commonly referred to as the Skeleton Cave. This time, he chose the warrior class. The optimal path was to slay monsters in the Skeleton Cave until reaching level 16, and upon achieving level 3 in basic swordsmanship, shift to the Zombie Cave. According to the original owner's memories, the Zombie Cave on the second day after the server launch was of great significance. In a peculiar corner of the map, he had vanquished a Corpse King, which had dropped a summoning beast item. Thus, upon arriving at the entrance of the Skeleton Cave, Luo Chen paid no heed to the numerous players seeking parties, opting instead for a random teleportation that took him deep into the cave. Immediately, he donned a candle. To his dismay, in this apocalyptic new era, there was no free wax. The original owner's memories failed to mention this. Thankfully, the candle had not been discarded. As Luo Chen surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the absence of other players, likely due to the server's recent launch, with most still exploring the entrance. Nevertheless, he hastened his pace, slaying monsters while advancing towards the entrance of the second level. It would not be long before certain studios and elite players discovered this location. The creatures in the Skeleton Cave were relatively easy to defeat, primarily requiring caution against the axe-throwing skeletons. Moreover, the monsters here offered substantial experience. Skeletons provided 75 experience points. Axe-throwing skeletons 80, skeleton warriors 90, and the cave worms, which could petrify players, yielded 60 experience points along with worm eggs, a crafting material for red poison. Scorpions dropped scorpion tails, another crafting material for red poison, and granted 45 experience points. Most delightfully, the skeleton monsters dropped potions generously. Typically, each slain creature rewarded him with 12 medium healing or magic potions. Luo Chen collected only the medium healing potions, as he currently had no need for magic ones. With an ample supply of potions, Luo Chen reveled in the thrill of monster slaying. An hour later, he reached the position of the lower second level. The map of the Skeleton Cave had been proportionally enlarged. After clearing out the densely packed monsters, Luo Chen was preparing to proceed to the next level when suddenly, the gaming helmet emitted a series of beeps, indicating an incoming call on his linked mobile phone. Luo Chen furrowed his brow. Who could be calling him at such a late hour? Nonetheless, he found a safe corner to log off and remove the helmet. At that moment, there was a series of urgent knocks on the door, accompanied by the voice of a rather anxious yet boisterous lady. "Young man, are you still alive?" Luo Chen struggled to rise from the sofa, only then realizing the extent of his aches. Just moments ago in the game, he had felt no pain at all. Hobbling towards the door, he pulled it open. The lady standing at the threshold sighed with relief, but then her brow furrowed, her tone turning reproachful. "You didn't even answer your phone, and I had to come upstairs to knock? You made me lose my focus on my mahjong game. Goodness. Excuse me, madam. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? It's the middle of the night, and you come here to disturb me." Chapter 5. A Female Ghost? No worries, I'm single. Once, the previous tenant of this abode was a somewhat reclusive beauty, It is said that she seldom ventured outside, spending her days engrossed in enigmatic pursuits. After a span of 6 months of her tenancy, the landlady, the very elderly woman encountered earlier, was horrified to discover the young lady seated in the living room armchair, a mysterious smile gracing her lips, devoid of any breath. Surrounding her were symbols and artifacts that the landlady could not comprehend. Terrified, the landlady immediately reported the incident to the authorities. However, after several days of investigation, the police concluded that this enchanting young woman had succumbed to her obsession with various arcane aspects of the anime world, having ingested a considerable amount of psychotropic substances leading to her demise. Following this tragic event, the landlady's property remained unrented until the original tenant, Luo Chen, took over. The primary reason for his decision to rent this place was its affordability. In fact, the landlady generously waived the first 3 months' rent to dispel any lingering negativity, promising a reduction of 50% on the subsequent payments. Initially, Luo Chen planned to find a roommate, but after 3 months, only 2 fellow delivery riders showed interest, both of whom hastily moved out upon learning the unsettling truth. This left Luo Chen perplexed. It was not a murder house, so how could it be haunted? As for the current Luo Chen, he couldn't help but admire the original tenant. "Brother, you're impressive." No wonder the house appeared so bare. It seemed the landlady had discarded everything. Presently, the landlady approached him to collect the rent for the upcoming quarter. "Young man, look at how the landlady kindly waived 3 months of fees. You've lived here without incident. Isn't it time to pay the 6,000 yuan for the next quarter? This is a half-price deal, truly hard to come by." Luo Chen was instantly taken aback. "Madam, you call this uneventful?" He then rolled up his sleeves and pant legs to reveal alarming, extensive abrasions. The landlady was startled, retreating several steps as if she might tumble down the stairs. "What happened to you?" Luo Chen shrugged, wincing from the pain. "Well, I was inexplicably hit by a car." The landlady began to feel uneasy, stammering, "That has nothing to do with me." Then she lamented, "I've had my share of misfortune. Why on earth would I covet that young lady's rent? I should have evicted her long ago." Suddenly, a chilling gust swept through the corridor, causing the landlady to shiver. She clasped her hands together in a gesture of supplication, exclaiming, "I spoke thoughtlessly. I didn't mean it. Oh, beautiful lady, please don't take offense." With that, she hastily descended the stairs, calling back, "Young man, feel free to remain. We can discuss the rent later." Another gust of cold wind blew past, making Luo Chen shudder as he quickly shut the door. Recently traversed, he was now covered in injuries. Besides, even if there were a female ghost, it didn't matter as he was single. Upon logging back in, he found himself once again in that safe corner. However, the surroundings had refreshed with a number of skeletal foes, and in the distance, 3 axe-throwing skeletons could be seen. Luo Chen glanced at his nearly full backpack and casually consumed a bottle of healing ointment. It's not a big deal. Moments later, a considerable amount of ashes lay scattered across the ground. Fortuitously, luck has taken a turn for the better, revealing a level 10 short sword and a level 13 bronze axe. After vanquishing numerous skeletal foes, he has now attained level 11 and promptly equipped the short sword. Short sword, weight 9, durability 8, attack 311, requires level 10. His base attack at level 11 has risen to 37, bringing Luo Chen's total attack power to an impressive 621. Each strike now inflicts 23 points of damage, a factor of 11, rendering the skeletal adversaries as easily dispatched as chopping through vegetables. At that moment, several waves of players appeared in the distance. Luo Chen swiftly descended to the second level, only to be startled as several axes flew towards him, causing him to panic momentarily. Damn, why are there so many axe-throwing skeletons at the entrance? Just moments ago, a concentrated assault had reduced his 100 health points to a mere 41. He began to sympathize with the next wave of players. Amen. Luo Chen found himself in a spacious area, with monsters scattered about, allowing him to methodically eliminate them one by one. Even the most formidable foe here, the skeletal warlord brandishing a massive scythe with 110 health points, could be felled in just 5 strikes. The pace of slaying was rapid, 1 monster every 3 seconds. The skeletal warlord, wielding its grotesque scythe, could only manage 2 attacks against Luo Chen, making the process quite manageable. Each defeated skeletal warlord granted him 100 experience points. Thus, Luo Chen pressed forward toward the entrance to the 3rd level while battling monsters along the way. In the distance, he heard the distinctive cries of players meeting their demise, evidently at the hands of the axe-throwing skeletons. Soon, he ascended to level 12. The experience required to reach level 13 was 10,000 points, but the challenge was minimal. Defeating 100 skeletal warlords would suffice. Due to his head start and the dense population of monsters on the second level, with no one else contesting for kills. After approximately 20 minutes, Luo Chen reached level 13. He promptly equipped his new weapon. Bronze Axe, weight 10, durability 10, attack 015, requires level 13. His attack power soared to 27. As for the items dropped by monsters, aside from occasionally collecting a few healing potions, he discarded any ordinary equipment that was not exceptional upon a mere glance. Regarding weapons, he only paid heed to the bronze axe, disregarding others. It was not that Luo Chen was overly generous. Rather, weapons that did not enhance his attack potential were of no use to him. As for the possibility of exceptional weapons, such as a bronze sword, iron sword, or short sword, even if they were unique, they would hardly hold any value. After dispatching another skeletal warlord, a significant drop finally appeared. Luo Chen suddenly noticed a special item on the ground, a random teleportation stone. He quickly picked it up and discovered it could be used 50 times. In the affluent marketplace, it was worth 300 credit coins. As for the other items, aside from a few potions and a pile of 2,000 gold coins, there was also a large bracelet. This item seemed promising. Yet Luo Chen hesitated to replace his precise iron bracelet, as he currently had no shortage of potions. Accuracy was more beneficial to him than defense. However, upon closer inspection, he immediately changed his mind. An exceptional attack bonus of 0.2. A sense of surprise finally welled up within him. It was no small feat. Having fought this long to finally acquire a remarkable item that directly enhances attack by 2 points. Great Bracelet, weight 2, durability 11, defense 11, attack 0.2, exceptional 2, requires level 9. With this new equipment, his attack now reached 29. After donning the upgraded gear, Luo Chen noticed the presence of other player teams surrounding him. However, he was not taken aback. Given the vast number of players, such a scenario was to be expected. Although Luo Chen was a warrior of exceptional luck, he primarily fought alone and would not gain a significant advantage in the initial stages. This stood in stark contrast to the Daoist players. Once a Daoist learned the poison spell, they theoretically possessed the means to wear down any opponent. After vanquishing over 500 monsters, Luo Chen finally descended to the 3rd level. At this moment, his level had also surpassed 15. Beyond level 15, a warrior's base attack power rose to 48. With an attack power of 428 and an additional coefficient of 11, his attack now surpassed 30. Standing at the entrance of the skeleton cave's 3rd level, he surveyed the area, which was densely populated with monsters. It appeared that no players had yet ventured here. Chapter 6. The skeleton sprite makes its presence known. Instead of beginning his hunt for monsters here, Luo Chen randomly retreated to a corner. He could leave the monsters at the entrance for incoming players. In this corner, the monster density was even greater. With a satisfied smile, he tightened his grip on the second bronze axe and struck at the nearest skeleton warrior. After 4 strikes, the skeleton warrior was reduced to a pile of ash. To his astonishment, the first monster on the 3rd level dropped an item for Luo Chen, a horn ring. Upon inspecting it, he exclaimed with delight, "Ah, a minor treasure." Of course, even though this novice equipment added 2 points to his attack, it remained a mere minor treasure. Horn ring, weight 1, durability 6, defense 0.1, attack 0.3, exceptional 2, requires level 9. After equipping the horn ring, Luo Chen's attack panel read 430, and his attack surged to 33. His monster-slaying speed increased significantly, taking 3 strikes to defeat a skeleton and 4 strikes for a skeleton captain. Level 15 to 16 required 40,000 experience points. Half an hour later, a golden light shimmered around Luo Chen. Observing the skeleton monsters before him, he resolved to cease his development here. The skeleton cave was unlikely to yield anything of great value, so relocating would be prudent. Luo Chen paused. Was that the voice of the skeleton sprite? Although he had not actively sought it out, having encountered it, he felt compelled to eliminate it. This was a matter of respect. Those who engage in games often find it difficult to resist the allure of combat. After dispatching dozens of monsters, he arrived at an opening leading downward, where he spotted the skeleton sprite of the cave. It was a colossal skeleton with a fiery red exterior, wielding 2 elongated tridents. From its smooth skull, 2 eye sockets emitted a crimson glow. Within, Luo Chen felt no trepidation. Despite its fearsome appearance, this creature had only 500 hit points and 80 magical defense. With a defense rating of 0, this meant that, with his current attack strength, it would take 16 strikes to vanquish it without exhausting his energy. Thus, Luo Chen strode directly towards the skeletal sprite. After effortlessly dispatching several surrounding minor creatures, he braved its assault and engaged in a fierce battle. With his current health at 163 points and a dozen potions of medium red in his inventory, he felt no fear. Merely seconds later, the skeletal sprite disintegrated into a cloud of ashes, rendering the monster-slaying experience rather bland. However, as a first kill, it rewarded Luo Chen with a significant bounty. He quickly assessed the dropped items, feeling somewhat disappointed. 2 large piles of gold coins, a small pile of gold coins, 2 bottles of potent sun water, 9 bottles of medium healing and magic potions, the skills Poisoning and Temptation Light, the attack kill sword technique, a yellow crystal necklace, a blue crystal ring, a Taoist bracelet, a magic helmet, medium armor, mail, and a broken soul weapon. Much of it was rather lackluster. Even the level 19 attack kill sword technique was of little interest to him. He planned to venture into the zombie cave later, where such skill books would be plentiful. The level 16 ordinary medium armor, with a defense of 35 and magic resistance of 12, was suitable for his current needs. It was passable. The level 16 blue crystal ring, with 0-2 magic resistance and 10 attack, was certainly not something Luo Chen would wear. The broken soul weapon, at level 20, boasted an attack of 810 and accuracy of 2, rendering it rather useless. The level 13 yellow crystal necklace, with a meager 10 Taoist power, was also unimpressive. Finally, the 20-level Taoist bracelet, with 0-2 Taoist power, a rare find, was the only item of some value. The magic helmet, however, was yet another lackluster piece of equipment, especially despised by mage players. Wait, magic helmet, weight 4, durability 911, defense 0-1, magic resistance 11, attack 0-4, rare, requires level 14. Luo Chen took a sharp breath. Goodness, since the opening of the game, apart from the moment of the Easter egg, he was once again filled with tremendous excitement. This was a superlative treasure. It seemed that the skeletal cave could indeed yield extraordinary items. Skeletal sprite, I confess I misjudged you. You are a magnificent find, and when you do produce, it is nothing short of explosive. Moreover, with his base attribute of luck at 10, could it be that he not only maximizes his attack power, but also possesses hidden effects? Just as he donned the magic helmet, darkness suddenly enveloped his surroundings. Luo Chen's first instinct was to think, has the power gone out? It soon dawned on him. The candle's duration had expired. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 1 in the morning. It appeared that the candle item had a usage time of approximately 3 hours. Although it was the dead of night, the safety zone of Bitch City was still bustling with activity. The public screen was inundated with messages, cascading like a waterfall, with various merchants and trading guilds flourishing, alongside numerous teams recruiting members for monster hunting and trading endeavors. After observing the merchants' advertisements for a while, Luo Chen, without much hesitation, opted for the one he recalled as being quite formidable. Haina Baichuan Jinpong's. He opened a private chat. Level 20 Taoist bracelet, level 20 broken soul. Low-level skill books Poisoning and Temptation Light, available for bundled sale. What is your offer? It seemed the current exchange rate for game currency was 1,500. With the game freshly launched, the demand for gold coins was high. Luo Chen silently nodded in satisfaction. This hefty merchant's asking price was quite reasonable. The bracelet was indeed valuable. Naturally, he understood the underlying intent. So he decisively added the merchant as a friend and proposed a trade. Transactions could occur as long as both parties were within a safe zone. He then placed all the items he had just mentioned into the trade window, along with a yellow crystal necklace and a blue crystal ring as a bonus. Upon clicking confirm, Luo Chen received 150,000 gold coins. Just a few hours prior, 5,000 credit coins had been deposited into his bank account. This time, opting for game currency was a prudent choice. After organizing his inventory, Luo Chen purchased 3 bundles of medium healing potions. Checking the time, he noted that although the game world was basking in bright sunlight, in contrast to reality, he still struggled to navigate through the throngs of players in the safe zone to find a vendor at the city gates. There, he bought a brand new torch and 2 bundles of random teleportation scrolls. His latest plan was to surpass level 19 in the game before 9 a.m. in the real world. As he entered the cave, Luo Chen was taken aback by the bustling atmosphere within. Hundreds of players were mining here. However, he quickly deduced that the pickaxes available in the weapon shop must have attracted players to this location, naturally linking it to the beachy mining area. Were there truly so many level 11 players? These thoughts flashed through his mind rapidly. Yet they did not hinder him from using a random teleportation scroll to delve deeper into the zombie cave, although players were still at relatively low levels. The first layer of the zombie cave was teeming with them. Among these players, the primary force was undoubtedly the mages who had learned the fireball spell. The zombies here shared the same name, but were divided into 4 types. The most common zombies, the resurrecting zombies, the crawling zombies, and the monk zombies that could burrow up from the ground. Luo Chen did not linger on the first layer. Instead, he fought monsters while advancing toward the upper left corner of the large map. After several dozen minutes, he passed through an opening and arrived at the first layer of the mining area. The number of players here was sparse, with only a few teams cautiously clearing monsters. In Luo Chen's memory, this map was not particularly large, but in Apocalypse's new century, it had been magnified at least tenfold. This time, he chose not to use a random teleport, but cautiously advanced along the cave walls in a specific direction. After all, the attributes of zombies were superior to those of the skeleton cave monsters. The zombies possessed 155 health points and granted 160 experience points, although they lacked defensive capabilities. Their attack power was 216, making them formidable when surrounded. The reason Luo Chen ventured to the first layer of the mining area was that most of the zombie types here were monk zombies. Luo Chen had always harbored a sense that monk zombies had a better drop rate compared to the other types. More critically, they did not resurrect. Chapter 7, Beachy Mining Area. The map of the first layer of the mining area could actually be divided into 2 parts, resembling a plateau and a basin. Luo Chen was currently clearing monk zombies at a rapid pace. Now at level 16, after equipping a magic helmet with an attack power of 4, his attack panel reached 434, with each strike dealing 37 damage. The bronze axe struck the zombies with such efficacy that misses were rare, providing a gratifying monster-slaying experience. Essentially, it took about 5 strikes to fell a single zombie. Upon the demise of the monk zombie, its body collapses backward and its head rolls aside, leaving behind a considerable pile of gold coins upon the ground, often accompanied by a couple of items. However, potions are rather scarce. At levels 17 to 19, the experience required for advancement is 50, 000, 70, 000, and 100, 000 respectively. Each zombie yields 160 experience points, which implies that Luo Chen need only vanquish a little over 1,000 zombies to achieve his objective. In the present map, while it may appear devoid of monsters at first glance, the moment one approaches, monk zombies clad in yellow robes and adorned with prayer beads emerge incessantly from the earth. After approximately 20 minutes, Luo Chen has reached the precipice of a highland, having dispatched over 300 zombies, and has fortuitously ascended to level 17. Regarding item drops, most consist of gold coins, trinkets, low-tier weapons, and skill books. The monk zombies are quite generous with gold, each typically yielding several hundred coins. The trinkets are predominantly necklaces of various hues: yellow and black crystal, ebony, amber, platinum, devil's necklaces, phoenix pearls, large bracelets, sturdy gloves, magical bracelets, blue crystal rings, and wrought iron rings, with occasional appearances of level 20 pearl rings, black crystal rings, and snake eye rings. The weapons collected are mostly iron swords, short swords, and bronze axes, with rare finds including level 15 class weapons such as the Half Moon, Sea Soul, and 8 Desolations. The skill books are plentiful, but Luo Chen only picks up a select few: Poisoning Technique, Lightning Technique, Soul Fire Talisman, and Summon Skeleton. At this juncture, his backpack is nearing its capacity, yet he has yet to uncover any exceptional items. However, this is to be expected. Such splendid gear is not abundant. Subsequently, Luo Chen descends a narrow path into a basin, where monk zombies abound beneath the surface. Now, at level 17, with a health of 177, he finds himself in little peril, provided he is not beset by more than 6 monsters simultaneously. The only drawback is the high consumption of potions. He has already used up a significant portion of his healing salves. The monk zombies do have this flaw, despite the multitude of skill books and minor equipment they drop. The potion yield pales in comparison to that of the skeleton cave creatures. After a while, Luo Chen's backpack is completely filled. He had previously discarded random teleportation scrolls and magical potions, leaving him with no choice but to toss aside equipment as he collects more items. The discarded items mainly consist of heavy and less valuable possessions. Iron swords, short swords, bronze axes, and even the 8 Desolations are cast aside, along with the Sea Soul and Half Moon if their durability falls below half. Approximately an hour later, Luo Chen has exhausted all his potions, and his backpack is nearly filled with skill books. Yet, he has only barely reached level 18, still far from level 19. Frustrated, he finds himself in a veritable sea of players, utterly obstructed from the safety zone. Luo Chen decides to seek out the veteran in Beachy, teleporting to the bookstore. He then contacts the merchant, known as the Golden Fatty, to summon him to the bookstore. Remarkably diligent, the merchant arrives within 3 minutes. By this time, Luo Chen has reviewed the previous chat logs and confirmed that the bookstore only stocks foundational skill books for levels 10 and below. Upon encountering the corpulent figure known as Jin Pongzi, he immediately declared 18 tomes of Poison Technique, 8 tomes of Thunderbolt, 6 Soul Fire Talismans, and 5 Summon Skeletons. All for sale in a bundled offer. You have but one opportunity to make an offer. Do not blame Luo Chen for his forthrightness. The server had just opened, and both buyers and sellers were merely testing the waters, engaging in a mutual selection process. Jin Pongzi, however, appeared to take this matter seriously. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly replied, "Currently, the market price stands at 2,000 for each Poison Technique tome, 20,000 for Thunderbolt, 10,000 for the Soul Fire Talismans, and 50,000 for Summon Skeletons. I anticipate that prices will continue to rise in the coming days. Thus I propose a bundle price of 500,000, or alternatively 1,000 credit coins. This price is not exorbitant, yet it is reasonable. Moreover, Jin Pongzi has indicated that prices are likely to appreciate further. In truth, the price of the Soul Fire Talismans remains relatively low. However, the average level of players specializing in the priest class is merely around level 13, making the demand less urgent. As for the Poison Technique, its affordability stems from the high drop rate. Luo Chen had discarded a considerable number just moments ago. After a brief deliberation, Luo Chen acquiesced to the bundle price, specifying a preference for cash. After a while, upon completion of the transaction, Luo Chen's bank card balance swelled to 686,288. Jin Pongzi did not rush to depart. Instead, he appeared to assess Luo Chen's equipment before decisively stating, "Should you wish to part with your helmet, bracelets, or rings, do reach out to me. I can waive the transaction fee entirely." This strategy not only enhances their studio's reputation through the sale of exceptional items, but also fosters client relationships. It is indeed a win-win scenario, and Luo Chen readily agreed. He also requested Jin Pongzi to keep an eye out for equipment that enhances attack power. Subsequently, Luo Chen deposited a blue emerald necklace, a level 23 warrior accessory, in the warehouse, repaired his gear, and sought out a merchant player specializing in potions to acquire 10 bundles of super healing ointment, exceeding his carrying capacity. At level 18, a warrior's backpack could bear 158 units, with each bundle of super healing ointment containing 6 bottles of the potent remedy, weighing 20 units in total. Each potent healing potion restores 90 health points. Finally, he sought out the veteran in Bashik, teleporting once more to the Bashik mine. It was now 4 in the morning, and Luo Chen shifted his objective, aiming to reach level 21 before 9 o'clock that morning. Upon arriving at the mine entrance, he could not suppress a frown. There, he found a throng of over 100 players, divided into 2 factions, engaged in a heated exchange of insults. It turned out that a group of warriors clad in light armor, all above level 13, had set up a toll at the entrance, demanding 2,000 gold coins for entry. While only a dozen or so blocked the way, they faced over 100 players. However, the blocked players varied greatly in level and equipment, being primarily casual players, thus lacking any cohesive force. Players continued to teleport into the area, and indeed, many chose to pay the toll to enter. After observing for a moment, Luo Chen stepped forward, positioning himself among the casual players, and coldly addressed the opposing faction. "Good dogs do not obstruct the path." The other side seemed accustomed to such remarks, showing no reaction. Sighing, Luo Chen then charged at a player marked in gray, armed with a bronze axe, who had just repelled a minor priest and was currently flaunting his prowess. However, after being struck twice by Luo Chen, he was left in a daze. How could the damage be so high? Before he could retaliate, in a flustered state, he hastily drank 2 potions, only to let out a wretched scream as he collapsed, his backpack spilling numerous potions onto the ground. In a state of overburden, Luo Chen was unable to collect anything. The onlookers, unable to contain themselves, rushed in, igniting a chaotic melee. Those blocking the entrance were forced to fight back. Yet one misstep leading to a gray name would draw Luo Chen's attention, resulting in a swift demise. In less than 2 minutes, all those at the entrance lay defeated. Among them, a player wielding an 8 wasteland weapon, level 15, lay on the ground, threatening Luo Chen with malice. "You rookie god, you little brat. We of the Dinosaur Day Wolf Association will remember you. Every time we see you, we will kill you. You're finished." Luo Chen made a slicing gesture toward his corpse, calmly replying, "Then stand up and fight me." With that, He dismissed the incident from his mind and entered the zombie cave. There were even more players mining at the entrance. Over a dozen blocked the way, and upon seeing Luo Chen enter, they immediately brandished their weapons to strike at him. Luo Chen, already on guard, almost instantaneously used a random teleport to retreat deeper into the cave. The first level of the mine was now swarming with players, many of whom were likely from that Dinosaur Day Wolf Association, as small fireballs occasionally flew towards Luo Chen. He couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the faction capable of blocking the entrance. Yet, he was undeterred. As long as his true identity remained concealed, he feared nothing within the game. Chapter 8. Can you endure being robbed? No. Are you all moving so quickly? Luo Chen had no desire to compete with these teams for monsters as they respawned, so he delved deeper into the mine. While battling monsters, he continued to advance. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at a map finally devoid of players, the second level of the mine. Here, the zombie monsters were quite diverse. Ordinary, crawling, resurrected, burrowing, and there was even a type that could unleash lightning. Whenever Luo Chen encountered one of these electric zombies, he always prioritized eliminating it. After all, his magical defense was currently low, and the electric zombies inflicted considerable pain. After dispatching a zombie, a golden glow enveloped Luo Chen, signaling his level had risen to 19. He immediately learned killing swordsmanship. As a level 19 warrior, his backpack could carry up to 170, and he still had 8 bundles of super healing potions left. Finally, Luo Chen could collect equipment. Previously, he had reluctantly abandoned several valuable skill books, incurring a loss of over 100 coins. Fortunately, he had not discarded Summon Skeleton otherwise. He might have had to part with several bundles of super healing potions. A book for summoning skeletons was worth 50,000 gold coins, while a bundle of super healing potions was 3,500. It's a simple calculation. The area of the second level of the mine was vast, and besides the zombie monsters, there were also numerous cave maggots. Although cave maggots could yield maggot eggs, which were quite valuable, Luo Chen had no interest in such trifles. His core objective now was to level up. To reach level 20, he required 120,000 experience points, necessitating the defeat of at least 750 zombies. Fortunately, this map was teeming with monsters, alleviating any concerns. The zombies here possess a moderate drop rate, primarily yielding equipment of around level 10. However, occasionally, items exceeding level 20 may also be obtained. For instance, after vanquishing an electric zombie, Luo Chen procured a level 20 black crystal ring. Over an hour later, just past 6 in the morning, a golden radiance enveloped Luo Chen, fully restoring his health and propelling him to level 20. With the addition of an ordinary ring, his attack power has ascended to new heights. He wields a level 13 ordinary bronze axe with an attack power of 0.15, a level 16 standard medium armor, a magical helmet, weight 4, durability 11, defense 0.1, magic defense 1, attack 0.4, premium 4, requiring level 14, a lantern necklace, weight 1, durability 8, magic evasion 1, attack 1, premium 1, requiring level 18, a large bracelet, weight 2, durability 11, defense 1, attack 0.2, premium 2, requiring level 9, sturdy gloves, weight 3, durability 8, defense 0.2, attack 0.1, requiring level 18, a horn ring, weight 1, durability 6, defense 0.1, attack 0.3, premium 2, requiring level 9, and the black crystal ring, weight 1, durability 55, attack 0.2, requiring level 20. At level 20, the warrior boasts 224 health points and a base attack of 59. Currently, Luo Chen's panel attack stands at 637, with each strike reaching a maximum of 40, an 11-fold increase. The reason he adorns the lantern necklace is due to his serendipitous discovery of its hidden attribute, an enhancement to the illumination range of torches, truly befitting its name. Now, Luo Chen can dispatch a zombie with merely 4 strikes, an exhilarating experience. Coupled with a defense rating of 414, he can withstand multiple zombies without issue. Slaying monsters has transformed into a delightful pastime. A few moments later, he arrived at a corner where numerous zombies loomed ahead. Suddenly, Luo Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. A corpse king, this formidable figure, robust and clad in a dark hue, wielded 2 massive iron chains and prowled in the depths of the corner. Luo Chen felt invigorated. This was precisely the type of wandering corpse king he had encountered on the second night of the server's opening, which had dropped a tome titled Summon Divine Beast. Now, encountering one ahead of time, he pondered whether it would yield a high-level skill book. In no time, Luo Chen had eliminated the lesser monsters. In the corner remained only the Corpse King and 2 zombies flanking it. The Corpse King possessed 500 health, a defense of 3, and an attack power of 1836. With 5 bundles of super healing potions at his disposal, he felt confident in engaging it. He first braved the Corpse King's assaults to swiftly dispatch the 2 smaller zombies before delivering a strike upon the Corpse King. A damage report of 37 appeared. The Corpse King's chains swung at Luo Chen, inflicting a loss of 25 health points. With a smirk, Luo Chen found the encounter quite manageable. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed a green hue enveloping him. Almost immediately, it shifted to red. Concurrently, 2 slender bolts of lightning crashed down from above. His health plummeted to 152 out of 224. Was this a case of monster theft or vengeance? Indeed, not far away, there were 2 Taoist priests, 2 mages, and 3 warriors. Each of the 3 warriors wielded a weapon known as the 8 Desolations, while the 2 Taoists carried crescent-shaped weapons, and the 2 mages held the sea soul in their hands. Both Taoists had already turned gray, while the mages bore the crimson titles of murderers. The 3 warriors swiftly charged towards him. Luo Chen abandoned the Corpse King and charged directly at the 2 mages. For him, the mage capable of wielding lightning posed the greatest threat. The opposing Taoists were around levels 15 to 17, lacking the Soul Fire Talisman, so they were of no concern for the time being. The 2 crimson-named mages, upon noticing Luo Chen's approach, did not flee but opted to unleash lightning once more. The 2 Taoists beside them had already locked onto a mage named Wang Jiasen Xiao, preparing to heal him. Luo Chen endured 2 bolts of lightning, his health plummeting below 150 points. The 3 warriors brushed past him, now pursuing him from behind with their attacks. Luo Chen consumed 2 potent healing potions in quick succession and then closed in on the mage known as Wang Jiasen Xiao, striking decisively. The level 17 mage had only 64 health points. With 2 swift strikes, Luo Chen sent him crashing to the ground, causing a plethora of items to scatter from his bag. The nearby Taoists were nearly paralyzed with fear. They hadn't even had time to cast a healing spell before their leader was gone. Moreover, their leader possessed sun water and magic bloodstones. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen struck at the other mage with 2 more blows. This mage fared even worse. Everything in his bag, along with his weapon and attire, was also dropped. It was only then that Wang Jiasen Xiao realized what had transpired. Lying on the ground and yelling, "Kill this wretched creature!" The 2 Taoists, initially preparing to collect the scattered items, panicked at the command and began to rush towards Luo Chen with their attacks. Meanwhile, the 3 warriors had arrived at the scene, and their weapons struck Luo Chen simultaneously. He consumed 2 more potent healing potions and turned to attack one of the warriors. The 2 Taoists behind him were not a concern for now. Among the 3 warriors, 2 were level 15 and 1 was level 16, with health points of 149 and 163 respectively. To Luo Chen, they were merely slightly stronger than zombies. After about 10 seconds of enduring the onslaught of 5 attackers, he managed to counterattack and slay the first warrior. The remaining foes were left in shock. What kind of attack is this? As hired subordinates, they could only grit their teeth and continue to fight Luo Chen. Had they possessed the level 18 skill Soul Fire Talisman or the level 19 skill Summon Skeleton, the situation would have been vastly different. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Thus, after a minute, 4 players succumbed to the ground one after another. At this juncture, Wang Jiasen Xiao still lay there cursing furiously. But upon witnessing the demise of all his subordinates, he paused in shock before exclaiming in panic, "My treasures!" Luo Chen was left with only 34 health points. Had he not consumed 2 bottles of sun water in between, the outcome might have been uncertain. At that moment, hearing Wang Jiasen Xiao's exclamations, he curiously approached. Searching for the treasures he mentioned, a dozen bottles of sun water, which he already possessed, were of no interest, but a magic bloodstone? This is indeed a remarkable find. According to the memories of Luo Chen's original self, had this been purchased from a lavish marketplace, it would have cost no less than 1,000. He collected it, a bundle of magical potions of no use, a city return stone, a random teleportation stone. He picked those up as well. As for the other assorted minor equipment, Luo Chen frowned. Where are the exceptional items? Meanwhile, the vitriolic curses from the 3rd young master of the Wang family grew increasingly unbearable as he began to vent his ire upon his subordinates. The 6 subordinates lay lifeless on the ground, silent as the grave. Chapter 9. Has a grudge formed already? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chen resolved to gather all the items strewn about. A standard level 15 mage weapon, the Sea Soul, a standard level 11 light armor, a common wrought iron ring, a platinum necklace. Luo Chen moved swiftly, while the venomous threats from the Wang family's third young master intensified. You wretch. Return what belongs to me if you wish to live. It was only when he picked up a sturdy glove that he was suddenly struck with realization. This is it. Sturdy glove, weight 3, durability 813, defense 02, magic 04, exceptional 4, requires level 18. In disbelief, Luo Chen could scarcely suppress the upward curve of his lips. His heart soaring with joy. A superlative treasure. No wonder this ostentatious third young master of the Wang family was cursing so vehemently. Luo Chen, devoid of malicious intent, donned the glove and immediately approached the corpse king he had previously encountered. There was still a fight to be had. Behind him, the third young master of the Wang family uttered a chilling remark. You are doomed. After a moment's thought, Luo Chen equipped the bloodstone from his backpack. No selling it. It was for personal use, unless he were to forsake wealth, much like his current situation. Luo Chen approached the corpse king, raising his bronze axe to commence the assault. 37. In under a minute, the corpse king was vanquished, yielding a substantial loot. Luo Chen was not surprised. While corpse kings had a lower probability of dropping high-quality items, he swiftly surveyed the area and discovered a level 24 spellbook from mages, Firewall. Additionally, he also found a warrior's level 22 weapon, Azura, which was quite decent. Quickly gathering these items, Luo Chen ventured deeper. This area was becoming increasingly perilous. It was highly likely that the third young master of the Wang family would send someone to pursue him. If the mage opted for a kite strategy, he would indeed struggle to contend with them. As Luo Chen battled monsters and advanced, he sought out the densest concentrations of foes. Exiting the first level of the mining area, he traversed the underground quarry, the mineral storage room, the second transfer station, the connecting passage, and the bridge. Arriving at the eastern segment of the mining zone, the number of submaps had multiplied several times. Now, it was 7 in the morning, and Luo Chen had ascended to level 21. His objective had been achieved ahead of schedule. However, he was uncertain whether he could reach level 22 before 9 in the morning. The experience required for level 21 was 140,000, but to ascend to level 22, the requirement surged to 250,000. This meant he would need to slay approximately 1,600 zombies. A few hours prior, it would have been feasible to achieve this within 2 hours. However, now zombie caves were teeming with players. It appeared that soon, these caves would be monopolized, as players scrambled to seize maps and hunt monsters. Luo Chen ceased his wandering and focused intently on slaying monsters within this map. He was able to defeat foes faster alone than many could in a group. During this time, several teams brazenly harbored malice towards him, likely coveting his equipment. As the clock struck 8, Luo Chen proactively ventured to a coordinate in the eastern part of the map, meandering about for a while and dispatching dozens of monk zombies. Yet he failed to locate the entrance to the tomb of the Corpse King. This left him perplexed. Had the entry point to the tomb of the Corpse King in the new era of Apocalypse been altered? The memories of the original owner offered no pertinent information. Reluctantly, he abandoned the notion of heading to the tomb and resumed his monster hunting to level up. This time, he collected not a single book of poison spells, starting instead with Lightning Spell and Soulfire Talisman. His experience points reached 130,000, indicating a potential ascent to level 22. By 8:30, an unexpected wave of super spawns surged through the zombie cave map. Luo Chen was startled by the sudden emergence of densely packed zombies around him. Was the system malfunctioning? Among them were numerous electric zombies. This wave of spawns promptly dissuaded the majority of players. However, a select few like Luo Chen, bolstered by potions, persevered. He swiftly dispatched the electric zombies, and after a few minutes, having exhausted all his healing potions, he finally cleared a safe area. With a sigh of relief, Luo Chen began to hunt monsters while collecting potions. Of course, he only gathered sun water. Although its drop rate was low, he was defeating many monsters, particularly electric zombies, which had a noticeably higher chance of dropping sun water. Finally, after over 40 minutes, Luo Chen successfully broke through to level 22. Without his lucky 10, this would have been an impossible feat as golden light enveloped him. The entire game system erupted with a colorful announcement. Congratulations to player God of Novices for reaching level 22. The player leaderboard is now officially open. After 7 days of the Server S launch, players who make the list will receive generous rewards. The announcement repeated 3 times, catching Luo Chen off guard. Wait, system. This is rather impolite. You didn't even conceal my name. This is an invasion of privacy. He was somewhat concerned about attracting unwanted attention. But it was not a significant issue. As long as his identity remained undisclosed, it was a far-fetched notion to think anyone could uncover it through the game. Furthermore, his chat settings were restricted to friends only, ensuring he would not be disturbed. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Your friend, all-encompassing Golden Fatty, has sent you a message. Luo Chen was speechless. Was this deliberate? Of course, it was nothing but congratulatory remarks. He casually opened the private message, only to hear Golden Fatty's voice. Hello, boss. Our studio just encountered a player selling an item, an iron bracelet with accuracy 2 and attack 0. For interested? Luo Chen was taken back. A common iron bracelet possesses only an accuracy of 1. This bracelet, boasting accuracy 2 and attack 0, was indeed enticing. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he inquired about the price, 150,000 credit coins. Alas, his pride was certainly wounded. Had it not been for the fact that the iron bracelet was a novice piece of equipment, it would undoubtedly have been snatched up in a frenzy. Thus, Luo Chen promptly relayed the attributes of the sturdy gloves to Jean Pongzi. Assist me in disposing of these. If possible, please acquire that iron bracelet first. There is profit to be made. Luo Chen equipped the ordinary Shura, boasting an attack of 0.20, and began to slay monsters while pondering with utmost goodwill. Is this fellow's helmet malfunctioning, or has he fainted from staying up late? A few minutes later, Jean Pongzi's private message chimed again, tinged with a hint of apology. Boss, a notice has circulated within our studio regarding your sturdy gloves, stating that they are of the same quality persistently. We are instructed to refuse acceptance and report. After a brief pause, Jean Pongzi added, Of course, I can discreetly assist you in selling, should you wish. Luo Chen was taken aback. How much does it cost to issue a notice? By the way, what is the reward for reporting? Jean Pongzi replied nonchalantly. Our circle is of moderate size. The notice fee totals 200,000. In larger circles, it can reach approximately 500,000. Regarding reporting, it targets the player's real-world identity, so you must exercise caution. A surge of indignation welled up in Luo Chen's heart. That so-called Wang family's third young master is rather formidable, isn't he? A top-tier rich second generation? Holding grudges and sparing no expense? The cost of the notice could buy several premium items. Yet, the audacity lies in the fact that he initiated the confrontation. After venting his frustrations, clarity dawned upon him. However, he was uninterested in Jean Pongzi's offer to assist privately. Thanks, but please, first help me acquire that attack for iron bracelet. I lack funds, yet I desire it. Luo Chen asserted confidently. As long as my real identity remains concealed, what is there to fear? You think you can uncover my true identity through the player's bound bank card? Clearly, you misunderstand the Apocalypse New Century. Jean Pongzi, without hesitation, readily agreed. To be honest, the magic 4 sturdy gloves are priced higher than this attack for iron bracelet. Luo Chen nodded in agreement. This Jean Pongzi possesses a discerning eye. Chapter 10. Memories of the Corpse King Hall. After concluding this matter, Luo Chen suddenly realized that the monk zombie he had just slain seemed somewhat peculiar. The pit from which it emerged appeared ominously dark. Thus, Luo Chen stepped upward, only to find himself plummeting into a rather expansive square map. With a mix of astonishment and excitement, he exclaimed, The Corpse King Hall? How could it be so vast? Truly, I have stumbled upon a treasure. Immediately, the sounds of numerous iron chains dragging along the ground and the furious roars of the Corpse King echoed around him. Luo Chen had inadvertently fallen into a horde of corpses. After several random attempts, he finally soared to a corner, facing a solitary Corpse King. The Corpse King's attack power was 1836. Armed with the Shura, Luo Chen felt no fear in confronting the isolated Corpse King. Each strike dealt a staggering 343 points of damage. On average, it took 12 strikes to fell a single Corpse King, and if he unleashed his full might, he could slay 5 in a minute. Currently lacking attack speed equipment, he struck once per second. As for potions, he had 7 or 8 bottles of small sun water in his inventory. The Corpse King, after all, was a prime source of potent sun water and small sun water. After about 10 minutes, only 2 solitary Corpse Kings remained in the expansive Corpse King Hall, which, despite its vastness, showed no significant increase in numbers, with merely a few dozen creatures present. Regarding the item drops, Luo Chen felt quite satisfied. Aside from his skills Assassination Swordsmanship, Magic Shield, Demon Binding Spell, and Hell Thunder, the most delightful surprise was the emergence of a level 28 warrior skill, Half Moon Scimitar. Just then, The clock struck 9 in the morning, and the in-game time transitioned into the night. From the memories of the original host, Luo Chen learned that during the night in the new apocalypse era, it was impossible to engage monsters due to the influence of night. For instance, the two Corpse Kings, with the onset of night within the game, saw their attributes double. Previously, they had 500 health points, 3 defense, and an attack power of 1836. Now, they boasted 1,000 health points, 6 defense, and an attack power of 3,672. Moreover, both their movement speed and attack speed had also doubled. With a level 22 warrior possessing only 258 health points, it was clear that he could withstand only a few hits. A sense of excitement stirred within him. Should he give it a try? Luo Chen, being a man of action, immediately began to cast lightning spells and other skill books, while swiftly collecting the potent sun water previously dropped by the Corpse Kings. Preparation was the key to success. After gathering a dozen bottles of potent sun water, the wandering Corpse Kings approached nearby. The potent sun water could instantly restore 50 health points and 80 mana points. Luo Chen took the initiative to rush towards the Corpse King, which also noticed him and began to close the distance. In truth, the doubled attributes of the Corpse King meant that its movement speed and attack speed were comparable to those of players. Luo Chen envisioned it as a warrior wielding a judgment blade. He struck first, landing a blow that dealt 40 damage. Then he swiftly turned to evade, causing the warrior, Corpse King, to miss its attack. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. He had actually evaded the strike. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his axe again, striking the Corpse King's back for another 40 damage. This time, the iron chain in the Corpse King's hand swung violently, and Luo Chen failed to dodge, receiving a blow that dealt 51 damage. He promptly consumed a bottle of potent sun water and raised his axe once more. Thus, he managed to strike the Corpse King twice for every one time it struck him. Luo Chen realized that he could dodge the Corpse King's regular attacks with skillful maneuvering. However, the iron chain sweeping attack was unavoidable. After a minute, he had struck the Corpse King 27 times before finally vanquishing it. Meanwhile, he had been hit by the Corpse King's iron chain 13 times, reducing his health from 258 to a mere 80 points. He refrained from using any more potent sun water and instead discarded half a bag of skill books without hesitation, then picked up several medium healing potions from the ground, consuming several of them in quick succession. Simultaneously, he gathered all the medium healing potions and sun water littered about in the new apocalypse. Items on the ground last for 15 minutes. The fallen Corpse King had dropped several potions, a summon skeleton spell, and a unique item, Fate Crystal, from the original host memories. Although the purpose of such an item was unknown, it had later skyrocketed to an exorbitant price, starting at 500,000 credit coins. It was said to drop only during the night, and with an astonishingly low drop rate. Therefore, Luo Chen was overwhelmed with excitement and exhilaration. This is worth 500,000, isn't it? A luxury car, perhaps. He prepared to eliminate the second Corpse King before him. Once ready, he swiftly charged in, meticulously repeating the previous strategy. However, this time, with a sufficient supply of potions, he faced no peril and emerged victorious once more. Yet, to his dismay, there was no drop of the fateful crystal this time. It was indeed a stroke of bad luck earlier. After consuming all the potions and retrieving the discarded skill books, Luo Chen gazed at the fateful crystal in his backpack, overwhelmed with joy. If I acquire another one, wouldn't that enable me to purchase a gaming pod worth 99 million? Yet, he was perplexed about the purpose of this item. Instinctively, he tapped on this precious gem, and a dialog box suddenly appeared, detected that the player meets the conditions for using the fateful crystal. Would you like to use it immediately? What on earth? Luo Chen was taken aback, bewildered. What is this? In the original owner's memories, such a situation had never occurred. He quickly pondered the differences between this experience and the original owner's, and after a brief moment, he found a possible explanation. Since the server opened, his character had never died. Could this be the key? Faced with the choice of 500,000 credit coins and the chance to try it out, Luo Chen hesitated for a long time, ultimately gritting his teeth and choosing to use it. Player successfully used the fateful crystal, Constitution 1. Luo Chen was momentarily stunned by the notification. That's it? He then opened the attributes panel, only to find that his health points had not changed at all. This left him utterly perplexed. Where did the Constitution go? Upon reaching the safe zone, he decisively messaged the corpulent gene. 10 books of lightning spell, 10 books of soul fire rune, 10 books of summon skeleton, 2 books of firewall, 1 each of phantom shield, holy armor technique, magic shield, demon binding spell, and hell lightning. Please provide a bundle price. Gene still online. was taken aback. This god of novices is somewhat abnormal. After hearing the offer, Luo Chen felt somewhat speechless. The prices of the low-level lightning spell, Soul Fire Rune, and Summon Skeleton had risen, yet the prices of Magic Shield and Hell Lightning were far too low. Thus, he decisively stated, remove the Magic Shield and Hell Lightning. The bundle price for the others is 3,200 credit coins. Jean was momentarily stunned. His voice tinged with doubt. Does the boss mean that the prices of these two skill books are underestimated? Luo Chen did not conceal anything. The minimum is 600,000 per book, and over 1 million is not an issue. In reality, Jean was somewhat shocked and promptly instructed his employees to conduct research before firmly stating to Luo Chen, then it shall be 6,000 credit coins. Luo Chen was astonished. This Jean had quite the audacity. To directly purchase at 700,000 per book? That is acceptable. Luo Chen needed to maximize his strength over these 7 days. Or rather, 6 days, so he no longer deliberated. Deal. On the other side, Jean Duo also sighed in relief. Although this amount is not substantial for the studio, the information is invaluable. He had already instructed his employees to acquire these 2 skill books at low prices from competitors. After transferring the money to this mysterious boss, Jean Duo smiled and said, Boss, I have arranged for the iron bracelet you mentioned to be purchased for 1,480,000 credit coins. This truly came as a delightful surprise for Luo Chen, the golden fatty. From now on, do not refer to me as your boss. We are brothers. Keep that iron bracelet for me. I can procure it at the price of 1.68 million. In that moment, both parties were elated. Subsequently, standing in the bookstore, Luo Chen pondered ways to earn money swiftly. Suddenly, he noticed that Sun Dada had come online on his friend's list. Luo Chen's eyes brightened. An excellent business opportunity had just presented itself. However, the condition was that he and that one sister were not merely a one-time affair. Chapter 11. Transformation. Luo Chen initiated a private chat. Greeting, hello boss son, and greetings to your wife as well. A surge of excitement coursed through him. It worked. He immediately sent the attributes of the sturdy gloves through private chat, adding, this piece of equipment is worthy of your wife, isn't it? With a sense of relief, Luo Chen found himself puzzled. Does your direct admission of affection not fear my ruthless negotiation? Nevertheless, he refrained from such actions. One must possess integrity. Thus, Luo Chen boldly stated, the studio is asking for 300,000. However, there's a prickly issue that prevents the transaction. He chuckled to himself but feigned hesitation as he continued. This equipment dropped from the demise of Wang family's 3rd young master. The studio has issued a notice, and no one dares to accept it. Moreover, let me clarify. I acted in self-defense. On the other side, Sun Dada muttered to himself, the Wang family's 3rd young master? The 3rd son of the Wang family group. He then dialed a phone number. Shao Jia, please inquire with the studio if there is any truth to this. Sun Dada erupted in hearty laughter and readily declared in the private chat, excellent. I shall take those sturdy gloves for 350,000. The additional 50,000 shall serve as a service fee. Luo Chen, who had felt a twinge of anxiety moments ago, was suddenly overjoyed. Was boss son at odds with the 3rd young master of the Wang family? However, one cannot simply fleece a single boss. Thus, Luo Chen attempted to negotiate from the opposite direction. Boss son, just give me 200,000. If you don't purchase it, I want to be able to sell it elsewhere. Sun Dada's tone turned slightly displeased. No need. Last time, during Wan's sister's birthday, that fellow drank a bottle of Condi 2 right in front of me, nearly putting me in an awkward position. This time, even if what you have is merely a pair of undergarments, I am willing to spend 350,000 to acquire it. What the heck? Luo Chen stared in disbelief. Was his counteroffer not only unsuccessful, but also met with failure? 10 minutes later, 350,000 credit coins were credited to Luo Chen's bank account. Half an hour later, within the circles of all studios in Binhai City, a game screenshot began circulating, simply showcasing an ultra-rare, sturdy gloves resting in a backpack, prominently displaying the name, Sun Dada. The screenshot simply bore 4 words, ha. It was said that in a luxurious office within the Wang family group's building, a man was frantically smashing objects, incurring losses amounting to several million. Subsequently, the notice circulating within the gaming studio circles quietly vanished. Luo Chen remained oblivious to all of this. After securing the 350,000, he immediately contacted the Golden Fatty to spend 1.68 million to purchase that attack for iron bracelet. To his great surprise, this bracelet was not simply an ordinary 4 points in durability. Iron bracelet Weight 1, durability 67. Accuracy 2, excellent 1. Attack 0, 4, excellent 4. Requires level 3. Priced at 1.68 million, an exceptional value. Luo Chen meticulously repaired all his equipment before reluctantly logging off. At that moment, numerous casual and affluent players continued to enter the game. According to the original owner's memory, it seemed that on the second day after the server opened, hundreds of thousands of game helmets had already been sold. Upon removing the helmet, Luo Chen was suddenly overwhelmed by an urgent need to relieve himself, and he noticed a dampness in his pants. Goodness, Luo Chen was taken aback. Did I wet the bed? After a brief inspection, he sighed in relief. Fortunately, it was merely a case of running too long without a break. But how long had the original owner been holding it in, although he was still a virgin? Couldn't he use his hands? After using the restroom to attend to personal hygiene and tossing his clothes into the few household appliances he owned, a dilapidated washing machine, he suddenly realized something was amiss. How was he able to move freely now? He twisted his body a bit and found that apart from some soreness and tingling, there was no tearing sensation. Even his ribs only ached slightly. He hurriedly checked his wounds and was pleasantly surprised to discover they had already scabbed over. This left him quite puzzled, but he soon recalled the item he had used in the game, the fate crystal. A moment of clarity washed over Luo Chen. That bit of vitality had transferred to his physical body in reality. He gasped in astonishment. So, the peculiar nature of the Apocalypse New Century was not limited to 3 months, but had always been present. The original owner had failed to notice it because his game character had died twice since the server opened. Luo Chen also understood why the fate crystal had skyrocketed in value. If this secret were to be revealed, the price would undoubtedly exceed 500,000. He suddenly felt an intense urgency to make money. In this lifetime, Luo Chen would seize the opportunity to acquire the fate crystal resource. Just as he contemplated how to earn money quickly, there was a knock at the door. Luo Chen glanced at the time. Not yet 10 o'clock. He was puzzled. According to the original owner's memories, his social circle was rather simple, and the landlady should be asleep at this hour. Who could be looking for him? Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find a delivery boy. Lu Xiang was quite renowned in the delivery business. He had been the top delivery person in the area for 6 consecutive months, earning him the nickname Flying Legs. He was also one of the original owner's closest friends. Once Lu Xiang entered, he peeked around and then cheerfully exclaimed, "I heard you took a tumble, so I rushed over to check on you." He then raised a food package. "Here, I figured you hadn't eaten yet, so I brought you breakfast." Luo Chen smirked, ushering him to the sofa. "What's this? Even the top delivery guy can be late?" Sometimes, when orders are delayed and customers refuse the food, the delivery boys have to bear the brunt of it. Lu Xiang plopped down on the sofa, feigning anger. "This is what I bought for you, all right? Luckily, I kept the receipt. Just take a look at the order." Luo Chen grinned as he accepted the takeaway bag, which contained 2 meat buns, an egg, and a cup of soy milk. Lu Xiang observed as he began to eat his steamed bun, hesitatingly inquiring, "I heard they said you took quite a fall, and all they want is a good review. No compensation?" Luo Chen nodded in response. Lu Xiang sighed. "Our manager was furious this morning. He mentioned that the incident from yesterday was posted online, and many are mocking our platform for exploiting delivery workers, which has cast a very negative light on us. Old Luo, you are in a precarious position." Luo Chen casually sipped his soy milk before responding. "Given that I've sustained such injuries and the manager only granted me a day off, isn't that exploitation in itself?" This left Lu Xiang momentarily speechless. Once Luo Chen finished his breakfast, Lu Xiang promptly helped him tidy up and even emptied the trash bin in the room. As he was about to leave, he furrowed his brow and suggested, "How about I tell my girlfriend to let you stay at my place for a while?" With that, he glanced around the living room. Seemingly a bit apprehensive, Luo Chen accepted his kindness but had no intention of moving. Moreover, it was said that Lu Xiang's girlfriend was a white-collar worker with a rather difficult temperament. As Lu Xiang stepped out the door, he paused, hesitantly saying, "Old Luo, I might be getting engaged next year. Previously I mentioned, it's nothing." Luo Chen felt somewhat speechless. What was the situation with the original owner of this body? Couldn't his memories be a bit more complete? Furthermore, he recalled that the original owner hadn't spent any money. He had been delivering takeout with Lu Xiang in Wanghai City for quite some time. Where had all his earnings gone? Wanghai City was also one of the significant economic cities in the Eastern Federation with a decent income. Watching Lu Xiang, who had already descended the stairs, Luo Chen sighed deeply. This money must be repaid. Lu Xiang's ability to lend him money was a testament to their profound friendship. Luo Chen closed the door, took out his phone, and directly transferred over 60,000 to Lu Xiang. He still had 130 000 left on his card. Moments later, he received a call from Lu Xiang inquiring about the transaction, to which he replied nonchalantly, "Old Lu, I completed a big order last night. Don't worry. I have the funds." Lu Xiang on the other end was astonished. "You really sold it? And for such a high price? No way." Chapter 12. What a mess. After hanging up with Lu Xiang, Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh. Although he was handsome, even if he were to sell himself, wouldn't that be an exaggerated price? Unless it involved entering an old-fashioned tank? Shaking his head, he cast aside those scattered thoughts. At that moment, the washing machine emitted a signal, prompting Luo Chen to rush to hang up the laundry. While hanging the clothes on a balcony rack, he suddenly noticed a piece of women's lingerie nearby. Silk, no less, and undoubtedly expensive. Just then, his phone rang. Pulling out, he saw it was the manager. He switched to speaker mode and answered. The manager, seemingly restraining his anger, asked if he was still capable of working. Luo Chen was taken aback, then chuckled. Not at all, goodbye. Just as he hung up, the phone rang again. He answered once more. No need to say anything. I'm resigning on the spot. I want to take the deposit back. Farewell. Oh, what a liberating feeling. Having proactively dismissed the manager, Luo Chen felt his spirits lift. Luo Chen answered the phone without a glance, saying, I told you, station master, don't push me to curse. My word can be quite harsh. To his surprise, Lu Xiang's voice rang out. Old Luo, have you truly resigned without notice? The station master is going berserk in our work group. Luo Chen chuckled lightly. No need to pay him any mind. That fellow is selfish, domineering, and vain, preying on the weak while flattering the powerful. I've never liked him. Lu Xiang laughed in return, but after a moment, he asked earnestly, Old Luo, tell me the truth. You haven't turned to selling, have you? Luo Chen fell silent, pondering for a while before replying, Old Lu, if you trust my word, then you should also buy a gaming headset. The current exchange rate for in-game gold is at least 500 gold for 1 yuan. Even if you're just hunting deer meat in the game, you could easily earn 300 to 500 yuan in a single night. Luo Chen felt helpless. His fellow townsman was exceptionally adept in his field, yet he was overly cautious and reluctant to take risks. Luo Chen could not directly reveal that he had already earned enough for 4 gaming headsets in one night. Furthermore, he recalled that Lu Xiang's girlfriend had a strong aversion to his gaming habits. Thus, Luo Chen could only suggest, Old Lu, if you take my advice, but I want to try out, even as a side job. If you lose money, the headset will be on me. Just as he was about to take a short rest, there was another knock at the door. Luo Chen felt a surge of annoyance. What is going on? When did so many things start happening? Upon opening the door again, he was taken aback to find the landlady, accompanied by 2 somewhat reserved middle-aged men. As soon as the landlady entered, she exchanged a knowing glance with Luo Chen and enthusiastically introduced the 2 men. Come to see this apartment. 2 bedrooms and a living room. Only 500 a month. You want to find a price like this even with a lantern in Binhai City? Her words were not exaggerated. Binhai City was economically thriving, and even in the outskirts, a 2-bedroom apartment for 4,000 a month was highly sought after. Moreover, a subway station providing direct access to the city center was conveniently nearby. If it weren't for the incident with the beauty in apartment 404, even 500 a month would not be a concern for renting. However, there was no need to sympathize with the landlady, considering she had rented to that beauty for 6,000 a month. This time, she said nothing and led the men to view the apartment, which left Luo Chen feeling quite displeased. While the 2 middle-aged men inspected the bedrooms, the landlady, with a slight smile, whispered quickly to Luo Chen, if they agree to share the rent with you, your rent will be completely waived. Luo Chen felt a surge of irritation. Does he really care about that little rent? What he despises is the landlady's lack of respect for him. Why couldn't you have informed me in advance? Thus, Luo Chen began to seriously contemplate whether he should move. After a while, the 2 middle-aged men returned to the living room, evidently satisfied, and said, Landlady, we would like the larger bedroom on the south side. It can accommodate 2 beds. This time, Luo Chen was genuinely angered. The larger bedroom on the south side was where he currently resided, while the north side's second bedroom remained locked, as it had originally been the former beauty's room. Indeed, the newly appointed charming tenant left the spacious master bedroom vacant, while the secondary bedroom was occupied, which was rather peculiar. The landlady, with a beaming smile, reassured them. No problem at all. You 2 should share. Unable to contain himself, Luo Chen promptly donned his helmet and headed towards the master bedroom, leaving the 2 middle-aged men in confusion. The landlady gestured for them to disregard him. Once the 2 men departed, the landlady approached the master bedroom with a stern expression, confronting Luo Chen. After much effort, someone is willing to share with you. And this is the attitude you present. I've even offered you the secondary room for free. Luo Chen replied with a smirk. No thanks. If I'm already like this before moving into the secondary room, I fear that your house will be utterly doomed once I settle in. You. The landlady was about to unleash a torrent of curses, but hesitated, glancing at the firmly shut door of the secondary room, before begrudgingly retorting, You're truly ungrateful. Luo Chen swiftly packed a suitcase, placing his gaming helmet inside. He even discarded the bedding and takeaway clothing, exiting the bedroom. The landlady, hands on her hips, glared at him with a mix of indignation and disdain. Luo Chen then gathered the still damp clothes from the balcony, stuffing them into his suitcase. By some strange twist of fate, he also included a piece of silk lingerie, which conveniently covered the gaming helmet. The faint, pleasant fragrance wafting from the silk lingered on his fingertips, evoking a sense of delight within him. Suddenly, Luo Chen felt inexplicably uplifted, as if he had encountered something extraordinarily joyous. He flashed a grin at the landlady. Well, since I'm already frightened, I might as well move. This time, the landlady was thoroughly incensed, exclaiming furiously, I've let you stay for more than 3 months for free. And aside from being hit by a car and coming out unscathed, you're still not satisfied? What the hell? Luo Chen was genuinely taken aback. All right, am I not allowed to leave? The landlady momentarily faltered in her response before warning. Don't speak carelessly once you're outside. My house is perfectly fine. Luo Chen shrugged. I don't know those two people, and everyone else is well aware of your house's condition. What do you want me to say? After relinquishing the keys, Luo Chen, clutching his suitcase, descended the stairs with a slight limp. Although he had regained some physical strength, the injury from yesterday still impeded his complete recovery. Slowly, he exited the community with his suitcase in tow. Though his spirits were somewhat dampened, he remained untroubled. He still had over 100,000 in his account. Worst case scenario, he could find a hotel to stay in for 3 months. 3 months later, would money still be an issue? Just then, his phone rang again. Pulling it from his pocket, he glanced at the unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Unexpectedly, a sweet, melodious voice greeted him from the other end. Luo Chen, thank you for the bag you gave me last time. My classmates are quite envious. However, my winter coat is still last year's style. Could you accompany me to buy a new one? What? Who is this? Just as Luo Chen pondered this, a sudden realization shattered through his mind like glass, leaving him in agony. Damn it, that hurts. The call had not ended. The girl on the other end seemed quite astonished and a bit irate. Luo Chen, if you're unwilling to go shopping with me, just say so. Why pretend to be ill? The male student from the neighboring class has asked me out several times. After a brief silence lasting several seconds, Luo Chen finally emerged from the throbbing pain in his head, gasping for breath. No wonder the original owner had no money in his pockets. It turns out he was merely a love-struck fool, and the object of his affection was a classmate from middle school, now a student at a prestigious university in Binhai City. Tragically, after all this time, his savings have been exhausted, and he hasn't even held her hand. Damn it. Serve him right. At that moment, the girl on the other end of the line was thoroughly enraged. Are you trying to break up with me? Luo Chen was astonished. We haven't even held hands. How can we break up? So he simply declared, sayonara, and hung up the phone. Moments later, the phone rang again. There are things a younger brother can endure, but an uncle cannot. Chapter 13. Do not move. Luo Chen picked up the phone again, preparing to hang up, when he suddenly noticed that the caller was his landlord. Huh, what the hell is this? Luo Chen decisively ended the call, but a few seconds later, he received a notification. Ding. A message had arrived. Luo Chen impatiently opened it, only to discover it was an unknown text. Moreover, it contained only 4 words. Do not move. Luo Chen was taken aback, his mind buzzing. Who sent this message? A chilling sensation coursed through him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. At that moment, the landlord's phone rang again. Without hesitation, Luo Chen picked it up, his voice rising in frustration. What was that message you sent me? The voice on the other end paused, and then awkwardly chuckled. Well, Xiao Luo, I didn't send you any message. It's just that those 2 rascals said they no longer want to rent this place, so you don't need to move. Are you happy? Happy? What's there to be happy about? That was just the landlord venting. You've lived here for over 3 months, of course. You've developed feelings for it. Trust me, you can stay. Pay the rent whenever you have the money. Oh dear, what are you saying in anger? Here's what I'll do. I'll waive half a year's rent for you. Luo Chen sneered. Is this about money? This place has nothing to offer. The only appliance is a washing machine that sounds like a tractor. I have no idea how I've managed to live here until now. Huh, if you need appliances, just say so. I happen to have an air conditioner, refrigerator, television, and washing machine lying around downstairs. I'll move them all up for you. By the way, I also have a sofa set. I'll replace that for you too. The landlord became anxious. Why wouldn't you listen? If it comes to worst, I can give you some living expenses every month. Just as Luo Chen was about to continue the argument, he suddenly received another message from an unknown number. Upon opening it, he found this time it contained 8 words. Do not move, and whatever you do, do not die. Luo Chen felt a wave of coldness surge from his feet to the crown of his head. Is there truly something supernatural at play? What does this message even mean? Do not move, or else you'll die. I swear. Suddenly, Luo Chen made a firm decision, responding calmly. Unless you plead with me. Furthermore, I'm not your little aunt. The landlord's voice instantly brightened. All right then, I beg you, dear aunt, dear sir. Luo Chen felt a flicker of interest. So, how many daughters do you have? Huh? 10 minutes later. Done. At last, he felt a sense of relief and turned to the landlady, saying, There's no need for much. Just replace the sofa and give me a desk. The robust landlady struck her ample bosom with a resounding thump, assuring him, Rest assured, I will take care of it. Half an hour later, Luo Chen reclined on the nearly new sofa, letting out a contented sigh. Ah, bliss. After lounging for a while, he finally opened his suitcase to air out his damp clothes. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss. Where was that silk lingerie? Luo Chen was taken aback, rummaging through his suitcase until it was in disarray. Gone. What on earth is happening? Moreover, based on his recent experience of being a sycophant, he was now utterly convinced that the original owner had no recollection of this silk lingerie whatsoever. His mind became a whirlwind of confusion. Just then his phone rang. Grasping like a lifeline, he quickly answered. Hello. Who is this? Luo Chen. I can't believe you are such a person. I thought you were my only boyfriend. Yet you are so irresponsible. Who bought you a cake on your last birthday? Who called to check on you when you were ill? I have never held your orphan status against you. And yet you hung up on me. Woe is me. Hearing the girl's sobs, Luo Chen felt his spirits lift, the previous sense of dread dissipating. He switched to speaker mode, savoring the artistry of her weeping. After a prolonged bout of tears, the girl continued, sniffling, Luo Chen, don't you have anything to say? Luo Chen paused, then replied earnestly, I do like to ask, did you shed tears? The other end fell silent, and after a few seconds, a piercing soprano erupted. Luo Chen, you scoundrel, go die. Luo Chen was taken aback. Could it be that her monthly visitor has arrived? This time, she hung up the phone. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. This goddess is not bad. She knows how to get mad at the sycophant. At that moment, he received another text from an unknown number. Simply reading, Luo Chen was momentarily stunned, realizing he was not as frightened as before, and beneath the message, he typed, Who are you? Ni xiaojie. Ni xiaojie. Ni xiaoqian. Luo Chen nearly shivered. Moments later, another message pinged. Don't you dare die. Luo Chen wholeheartedly agreed. I certainly do not wish to perish. After a while, he patted his stomach and muttered to himself, I haven't eaten lunch yet. Should I order takeout or go downstairs for a bite? After much contemplation, he resolved, well, I feel a bit better. I shall go down and have a meal, perhaps stretch my legs. After a brief wait, the living room was silent. Thus, Luo Chen rose from the sofa, opened the door, and stepped outside. Descending to the first floor, he found a small restaurant situated by the road, also owned by the landlady. Next to the restaurant, in a game room, the landlady was engrossed in a game of mahjong. Upon entering the restaurant, as he sat down, a rather handsome female owner greeted him with a smile. Little Luo, same as usual? Ah, Luo Chen instinctively nodded. Was the original owner quite familiar with this individual? However, after reflecting on his current handsome appearance, he soon felt at ease. Men enjoy gazing at beautiful women, and women, too, appreciate handsome men. If the original owner refrained from being a sycophant, there could be promising prospects ahead. As usual, Luo Chen discovered a plate of fried rice noodles, 2 braised duck heads, and a can of pork rib soup awaiting him. After satiating his hunger and quenching his thirst, and upon settling the bill, the charming proprietress with her almond-shaped eyes smiled and remarked, It's been several days since I've seen you. What have you been up to lately? You haven't come by to collect your meals. After casually responding, Luo Chen made his way towards the adjacent game room. At that moment, the landlady, with a cigarette dangling from her lips, was dominating the game. A pure hand, I win. The other 3 players groaned in despair, surrendering their chips. Luo Chen quietly approached the landlady from behind and whispered, Annie, I wish to inquire about something of great importance. After a brief moment, the landlady's mouth fell open in surprise. The cigarette perched on her lips. You wish to know the name of the previous female tenant? Luo Chen nodded earnestly. The landlady hesitated, and after a prolonged silence, she finally stammered, Regardless of your reasons for asking, you must promise not to move out. Luo Chen nodded once more. Only then did the landlady divulge. Her name seems to be Nya. Nya Xiaojie. Yes, that's it. Chapter 14, Player Rankings. Was there truly a ghost named Nya Xiaodai in this world? Yet, upon contemplation, as the game could infiltrate reality within 3 months, the existence of ghosts appeared quite normal. Luo Chen settled onto the sofa, beginning to entertain optimistic musings. This female ghost seemingly harbored no malicious intent towards him. If she had wished to harm him, she had an entire night to do so the previous evening. Moreover, she was capable of communication. With this thought, Luo Chen picked up his phone and scrolled through his messages, only to find no new texts. He accessed his chat history with the landlady. At Luo Chen's request, the landlady had not only transferred this month's living allowance of 800 yuan, but had also sent him a photograph of Nya Xiaodai. 800 yuan should not be dismissed as meager anymore, and the landlady would surely lose her temper. Luo Chen examined the photograph closely. Indeed, this beautiful girl possessed an astonishingly alluring figure. It was hard to fathom how her slender frame could support such ample curves. Was it not said that one could not possess both beauty and bust? What was her situation? Furthermore, regarding her appearance, why did Nya Xiaodai sport long silver hair and purple irises? Were those colored contact lenses? After gazing at the photograph for a while, Luo Chen noticed his initial trepidation gradually dissipating. Well, as long as the female ghost was sufficiently beautiful, it wasn't entirely unacceptable. After indulging in a flurry of whimsical thoughts for several more minutes, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he finally exhaled in relief. He plugged in the gaming helmet to charge and reclined on the sofa. He drifted into a deep slumber until nightfall. Upon awakening, he grabbed his phone, only to find no new messages, just an array of missed calls, over 20 in total. A quick glance revealed all were from the original owneress goddess. Though the girl did not strike one as a breathtaking beauty, her appearance was certainly above average, at least an 8 out of 10. Coupled with her status as a student from a prestigious university, finding a backup partner should be a trivial pursuit. Luo Chen shook his head, recognizing that this was merely the entanglement of the original owner. Why should he concern himself with her? He stood up, stretched his limbs, and then ordered takeout. It was past 8 o'clock. A quick meal was in order before diving into the game. After satisfying his hunger and tidying up, Luo Chen reclined on the sofa, tucked himself under a blanket, and donned his headset. Once he had the funds, he would purchase a gaming pod. At that moment, Luo Chen's body suddenly trembled. Anyone in the living room would surely think he had been electrocuted. Yet at this moment, he was staring aghast at his character selection screen. In addition to his level 22 warrior, the rookie god of warriors, an eerie level 0 female Taoist character had mysteriously appeared beside him. In the game Apocalypse New Century, the presence of transgender players was strictly prohibited. Even a trip to Tyrant would not exempt one from the gender determination based on spiritual attributes. However, that was not what truly alarmed Luo Chen. What sent shivers down his spine was the name of this female Taoist character, Nya Xiaodai. He felt a palpable tremor coursing through him. Wait, how did this ghostly beauty find her way into my game? After a moment of dazed contemplation, he gritted his teeth and chose the female Taoist character. But the system promptly responded, gender mismatch, cannot log in. What if I delete this character? The thought barely flickered in his mind before he forcefully suppressed it. One of the core principles of ghost stories is that if things are not worsening, one should refrain from provoking fate. Taking a deep breath, he chose the rookie god of warriors and logged in decisively. In the holographic view, a vast array of players appeared before him, and a cacophony of sounds flooded his ears. Luo Chen's spirits lifted. Humans are social beings, and the throng provided him with a sense of security. Today marked the second day of the server's launch. His objective was to reach level 25. A level 25 warrior would have the opportunity to learn the assassination sword technique. Only by mastering this skill could warrior players theoretically take on formidable foes, excluding those like the Skeleton Spirit and the Corpse King. The experience required for levels 23 to 25 was 300, 000, 350, 000, and 400, 000 respectively. To slay zombies, he would need to defeat approximately 600 of them. With a flood of players pouring into the zombie caves, this task was quite daunting. Luo Chen opened the player leaderboard to take a look, finding it quite similar to the original owner's recollections. In the level leaderboard, the rookie god of warriors still held the top position. In second place was a level 21 mage named Lin Jiang Xianxiao, who left a lasting impression on the original owner, having stolen kills from him more than once. And in third place was a Taoist named Killing You Gently, who also bore a grudge against the original owner. As for the killing leaderboard, Luo Chen had no involvement. However, the first place was occupied by a level 21 warrior named Nightly Serenade, boasting an impressive score of 400 points. Luo Chen was taken aback. This was indeed an impressive individual. In the new century of the apocalypse, a player's name would shift from white to gray upon committing a transgression, and killing another player would grant a boost of 100 points, turning their name yellow. When a player's value surpassed 200 points, their name would glow red. This individual, with a staggering 400 points, indicated he had at least vanquished 44 players, considering that a loss of 1 point requires a minute of online time to recuperate. Even if he were to lay down his arms from this moment, it would take no less than 3 days for him to return to normalcy. Was this intentional? In the equipment rankings, the standings were currently refreshing at a rapid pace. At the top, there was a white tiger tooth necklace boasting a magical evasion of 60, exceptional 4, a spell power of 13, exceptional 2, and a luck of 1, exceptional 1. Meanwhile, Luo Chen's iron bracelet occupied the 9th position. The rankings were primarily determined by the cumulative bonuses of exceptional attributes and the intrinsic level of the equipment. The second place was claimed by a lightweight armor with a spell power of 06, exceptional 6, while the third was a robe with an attack of 05, exceptional 5, and a spell power of 01, exceptional 1. The fourth position was held by a bronze ring with an attack of 02, exceptional 1, and a magical power of 05, exceptional 5, followed by a glass ring with a spell power of 01, an attack of 03, exceptional 3, and a magical power of 03, exceptional 3. The sixth was a traditional necklace with an accuracy of 1, an attack of 02, exceptional 2, a spell power of 02, exceptional 2, and a magical power of 02, exceptional 2. The seventh place was a short sword with an attack of 316, exceptional 5. The eighth was a wrought iron ring with a defense of 02 and a magical power of 06, exceptional 5. The ninth was Luo Chen's iron bracelet with an accuracy of 2, exceptional 1, and an attack of 04, exceptional 4. And the 10th was sturdy gloves with a defense of 02 and a magical power of 04, exceptional 4. Luo Chen understood well that this equipment ranking was merely a reference. The true worth of the 10th ranked sturdy gloves undoubtedly surpassed that of his iron bracelet. Furthermore, his helmet, which was ranked 13th with an attack of 4 and magical power, had a genuine value that certainly exceeded that of the second-ranked item. As for the weapon in 7th place, its actual value was laughable. A level 20 broadsword with an attack of 515 was far more appealing. Despite the server being newly launched for only a day, the emergence of such exceptional items amidst a player base of over 1 million was not overly remarkable. After closing the player rankings, Luo Chen promptly purchased 10 bundles of super healing ointment, preparing to venture once more into the zombie cave for leveling up. Just then, a private message chimed in, "Boss, rookie brother, I have a one-time mobile warehouse scroll. Would you like it?" It turned out that the plump merchant, Jean, had noticed Luo Chen's online presence and was proactively offering him an item. How much? Luo Chen inquired, genuinely interested in acquiring it, as it would allow him to sell at least 1 additional backpack's worth of items. He couldn't help but commend Jean for his adeptness in business. Next time, he would feel guilty for not selling to him. After the transaction for the mobile warehouse scroll was completed, Luo Chen immediately stored the 10 bundles of super healing ointment in the warehouse of Beeching before purchasing another 10 bundles. This was indeed the proper use of the mobile warehouse scroll. With his supplies replenished and all equipment repaired from his last logout, Luo Chen opened a dialogue with the veteran of Beeching, preparing for teleportation. "Little brother, are you there?" came the private message from Sun De surprised. Luo Chen pondered what instructions the boss might have for him. The cheerful voice of Sun De echoed, "It seems you have yet to venture in a battle. Be cautious. The third heir of the Wang family has placed a bounty of 1 million cash for your true identity." Chapter 15, Evading Pursuit. Luo Chen felt a surge of irritation. This third young master of the Wang family must be out of his mind. Is it truly worth offering 1 million credits just because I defeated him once and looted equipment worth several tens of thousands? What a relentless nuisance. In the memories of the original owner, there was no such enemy. Perhaps, if it came down to it, he could allow himself to be killed once? No, that wouldn't he do. If his character perished even once, the fate crystal would likely become unusable. Wait a moment. A sudden flash of insight illuminated Luo Chen's mind. The fate crystal? Intentional murder. The infamous red name of the third young master of the Wang family? The top ranker in the slaughter leaderboard, with a staggering score of 4,400 points? The ominous message I received, warning me not to die. Could it be that behind all this, Luo Chen arrived at a terrifying conclusion? In reality, someone is already aware of this secret. They are not killing for mere sport, but rather to obtain something. This third young master of the Wang family is likely among those who know the secret. But does Sun Dada know? Luo Chen hesitated, contemplating whether to inquire through private chat, but ultimately decided against it. Nevertheless, he opened a private message to the corpulent Jean Pongzi. Brother, from this moment forth, spare no effort in acquiring the item Fate Crystal. As long as the price does not exceed the value of a gaming pod, do not hesitate. We can arrange a long-term contract. Jean Pongzi was taken aback. Brother, you cannot be serious. A gaming pod costs 1 million in the original owner's memories, while the acquisition price of the Fate Crystal later exceeded 500,000 credits. He had never witnessed a merchant selling it externally. Thus, he was confident that even at 1 million, it would not be difficult to sell. The issue lay in its low drop rate, compounded by the necessity of battling in the dark. Luo Chen felt a renewed motivation to level up to 25. Only by mastering assassination could he contend with foes in the night. As for defeating the Corpse King for drops, he doubted he would enjoy the same stroke of luck as before. Lost in thought, Luo Chen was teleported to the beachy mine by the old soldier. The moment he landed, he sensed something was amiss. So many people. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately activated a random teleportation stone. Just as he vanished, a dozen bolts of lightning struck the spot he had just occupied. Luo Chen's heart sank to the depths. He had underestimated the animosity of the third young master of the Wang family. If he was willing to offer a bounty of 1 million for his true identity, it stood to reason that he could easily hunt him down in the game. Who could have revealed his whereabouts? Jean Pongzi? Luo Chen quickly dismissed that thought. It was unlikely. Sun Dada was even less probable. With this in mind, Luo Chen randomly typed a jumbled name into the private chat. The system notified him. This player does not exist. He then entered a more common name. The system replied, this player is not online. Finally, he searched for nightly revelry. System prompt. This player does not accept messages from strangers. Luo Chen realized someone has been monitoring his status through private messages. As for his whereabouts, it is easy to deduce. A level 22 warrior is most likely heading to the zombie cave. He opened the large map and discovered that his luck was not entirely lacking. He had randomly spawned near the entrance of the Orc Tomb. Now, he had several options. Firstly, he could battle monsters in the wilds of Bitch Province. With the availability of random teleport stones, no one could kill him. However, the resources were insufficient for his development. Secondly, he could embark on a journey through the connecting passage, although it would take more time. The enemy would undoubtedly be unable to react in time. After a brief contemplation, Luo Chen ultimately decided to run towards the Orc Tomb. Along the way, he noticed many low-level novice players grinding monsters in the wilds of Bitch Province. The frequency and quantity of the wild monsters were notably high, respawning almost every minute, primarily consisting of deer, scarecrows, clawed cats, multi-hook cats, half-orcs, and forest yetis. Near the mountains, poisonous spiders would also spawn. On a grassy field the size of soccer pitch, hundreds of players gathered, waiting for the monsters to respawn. Luo Chen curiously paused. Moments latte. A swarm of man-eating flowers erupted from the grass. The hundreds of players immediately launched their attacks, and before the monsters were entirely vanquished, they began to gather their spoils. Luo Chen understood. This was a group of players harvesting the fruits and leaves of the man-eating flowers. The fruits and leaves were essential materials for crafting poisons. Do not underestimate them. Guarding this spot for a night could yield more than delivering takeout. Next, Luo Chen began to evade the crowd and circled to the side of the mountain, gazing at the entrance of the Orc Tomb. At this moment, the tomb entrance was bustling with activity. Some mages donned in light armor, wielding sea spirits, wandered about. After assessing the situation, Luo Chen removed his conspicuous weapon, the Azura, and joined a group of players, hastening towards the cave entrance. As he approached the entrance, a mage noticed him and shouted through the chat channel. Target here. 7 or 8 mages quickly converged towards him. However, Luo Chen was now less than 50 meters from the entrance, and with players queued tightly to enter. Even if the mages spotted him, they would find it difficult to act. Since he had been discovered, Luo Chen equipped the Azura and pressed forward. Several bolts of lightning struck down. 2 of them hit Luo Chen, causing him to lose 57 hit points. Nearby, 2 unfortunate players were inadvertently struck by the unbound lightning. Then, 3 more bolts simultaneously struck Luo Chen, prompting him to decisively consume a potent healing potion. 3 seconds later, Luo Chen finally squeezed into the cave entrance and was immediately teleported at random. This Wang Jia San Shao seemed to be a figure who would stop at nothing. Why did the original owner have no recollection of this person? Someone with such a vengeful nature would surely be somewhat notorious in the game. Suddenly, Luo Chen was taken aback. Later, the police conducted a lengthy investigation but were unable to find the true culprit. Could it be that this was the work of the infamous Wang family's 3 young masters? Luo Chen shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. As long as he refrained from revealing his identity within the game, there would be no issue. He surveyed his surroundings. Although the first level of the Orc Tomb was significantly larger, it was teeming with players. Without hesitation, he made several random moves. Finally, approaching the entrance to the second level of the Orc Tomb, he dashed forward decisively. Moments later, Luo Chen reached the second level and continued his random exploration. Without pause, he ran for over 10 minutes, ultimately entering the natural cave map of Maifa. Here, players were still plentiful. However, Luo Chen's objective lay elsewhere. He traversed through an unmarked cave on the map and finally arrived at a hidden area, the connecting passage. The players here were scarce, mostly accidental intruders. Although there were numerous skeletal monsters, Luo Chen did not linger. Instead, he pressed onward. After navigating through 3 connecting maps, he finally discovered a passage where skeletal and zombie monsters were intertwined. The player presence here was nearly non-existent. As he cleared the monsters, he advanced. His current attack power was 642, with a maximum damage output of 46, 11 times. He dispatched skeletal monsters in 2 or 3 strikes, while zombies took 4. The cleaning process was remarkably swift. He disregarded all dropped potions, glanced at jewelry before discarding it, and paid no attention to weapons. Aside from the level 15 Sea Soul and Half Moon, he would even bother picking up anything else. About halfway through, Luo Chen suddenly noticed something peculiar regarding his experience points. Why had he only received 128 experience points for defeating a zombie? That was merely 80 of the normal 160 points. At just level 22, there was no way he should be experiencing any decay in his experience. Confused, he scanned his surroundings, and then his gaze froze. To his utter shock, there was now another player behind him. Moreover, it was a female player clad in simple clothing, wielding a wooden sword. Chapter 16. Nie Xiaodai. As Luo Chen focused on her, he could not retrieve any information regarding this female player. However, her hair was not the default reddish-brown, but rather a flowing mane of silver. Upon closer inspection, her eyes were also a striking violet. This unnerved him, and a name floated ominously to the forefront of his mind. Avoidance was not an option. With a heart full of trepidation, Luo Chen approached her, attempting to inspect her equipment. Upon opening her equipment panel, the name still did not appear. She wielded merely a wooden sword, simple clothing, and a candle. Standing before her, Luo Chen hesitated before speaking. Nie Xiaodai? A jolt of electricity coursed through him, sending shivers down his spine. Miss, how did you get in here? The female Taoist no longer stood still. Instead, she began to dart around him, occasionally striking the air with her sword. Luo Chen pondered. Are you suggesting I continue battling monsters? The female Taoist immediately halted, swinging her wooden sword. A wave of relief washed over Luo Chen. Thank goodness. As long as there's a need. He made sure to clarify. Just so we're clear, you won't harm me while we slay monsters together. Thus, he cautiously turned, directing his attack toward the nearby zombie. With 4 swift strikes, the zombie collapsed, dropping a medium healing potion, a magic potion, a pile of gold coins, and a level 9 skill book for the priest titled Spirit Warfare. The female priest moved forward directly and picked up the skill book. Only then did Luo Chen catch his breath and smile, saying, you can collect the gold coins and the healing potion, but perhaps refrain from the magic potion. The female priest seemed to comprehend, promptly gathering the coins, yet leaving the healing potion behind. She stood there, seemingly indicating that her inventory was full. Well then, the battle continued. Gradually, Luo Chen's mood lightened. He noticed that this silver-haired priestess, aside from her peculiar appearance, behaved much like an ordinary player. Well, with a touch of exuberance, she dashed about almost incessantly, occasionally brandishing her wooden sword, seemingly quite thrilled. This uplifted Luo Chen's spirits. Although his experience had diminished to 80%, the multitude of monsters in this connecting passage was sufficient to compensate for the shortfall. Soon, the female priest, or rather Nie Xiaodai, rapidly ascended in levels. 11, 12, 13. This was due to Nie Xiaodai wielding a bronze axe that could only be used at level 13. Luo Chen mentally calculated the number of monsters and her level progression. While he couldn't be entirely certain, it was clear that her accrued experience was far more than just 20. If they were a duo, disregarding level differences, they would each receive a maximum of 65 experience points. Yet this was evidently not the case. Nie Xiaodi's experience was roughly around 80. Luo Chen sighed in relief, thinking, thankfully this female spirit, no, this beautiful female spirit, should not hinder my progress. Perhaps she would even be a substantial asset. At that moment, Nie Xiaodi picked up a piece of clothing. She donned a stylish light armor with slits up to her thighs, which, combined with her silver hair, looked surprisingly stunning. Ahem. Luo Chen couldn't help but scold himself. How could I harbor such feelings for a female spirit? Though she was undeniably beautiful. Good heavens, why am I even thinking this? To divert his thoughts, he redoubled his efforts in slaying monsters. After dispatching a few more zombies, an enchanting chime rang in his ears, followed by a healing spell descending upon him. What the? This disrupts my focus. Women only slow my sword strikes. Forcing himself to remain concentrated on killing monsters, Luo Chen realized he was no longer frightened by the female spirit, but rather concerned about controlling his burgeoning infatuation. Suddenly, a realization struck him. This was merely a female character in a game. This was not normal. A phrase surfaced in his mind. Female spirit's allure. Moments later, Luo Chen shivered, finally breaking free from the enchantment. Perhaps a touch of horror is preferable. After more than 20 minutes, Luo Chen finally cleared all the monsters in this connecting passage. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaodai had reached level 15 and was now wielding a level 15 priest weapon, the Crescent Moon. Luo Chen was not surprised. Given his high monster-slaying efficiency, her gaining 80 experience points made her leveling speed entirely reasonable. Luo Chen had a clear objective: to venture into the zombie cave of Bichu Mine and then traverse the connection to the zombie cave in the Viper Valley. He noticed a female priest clad in light armor, holding a crescent moon, standing motionless, seemingly disconnected. A wave of panic washed over Luo Chen. What should he do? Should he also log off to check? After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to find a corner and log off. However, before he could act, a bubble floated above the priest's head, revealing 4 disjointed characters. Upgrade here. Luo Chen let out a sigh of relief. Can't you speak, beautiful? Only able to type? He thought to himself, if I guess correctly, you will wave your weapon. If I'm wrong, you'll wave it twice. The priest moved, striking the air with her crescent moon. Luo Chen understood, yet couldn't he help but internally criticize. Is this ghost typing at a snail's pace? Even a toe could type faster. Nevertheless, since she had expressed her thoughts, he decided to comply. Thus, Luo Chen turned around and began to eliminate monsters in the opposite direction. The female priest resumed her lively antics, darting about behind him. Occasionally, she would encounter a solitary skeleton, swiftly dispatching it with her crescent moon, likely to increase her proficiency in the level 9 skill, Mental Combat. Luo Chen let her be. The newly spawned monsters, while not as dense as before, were still sufficient for the two of them to combat. This time, their pace of extermination noticeably quickened. After more than 40 minutes, they had cleared the entire map once again. With his focus unwavering, he toiled diligently, earning over 70,000 experience points. However, the efficiency was not commendable. Yet, Nie Xiaodai should have leveled up to 16 or perhaps 17. A sense of frustration lingered within him. The monster spawn rate here was rather low. This female ghost was unaware of her status as a high-level player blessed with luck. Should he reveal the truth to her? Invite her to the wormhole in Mengzhong province for leveling? Once again, they cleared the entire map in less than 30 minutes. But Luo Chen acquired barely 50,000 experience points. He called out to Nie Xiaodai, stating, "The monster spawn rate here is too slow. Let us move to the next level." With that, he gestured toward the cave entrance before them. Passing through this entrance would lead them to the zombie cave of Bichu Mine. Just then, Luo Chen noticed shadows flickering ahead, revealing 6 players. He immediately became vigilant. Had the inhabitants of the zombie cave mistakenly entered the connecting passage? Upon closer inspection, he saw that the 6 players comprised 3 warriors, 2 mages, and 1 priest, all with names beginning with meaning mass or public. Mass tank, mass transformer, and mass excavator were the 3 warriors. Mass bomber and mass fire rain were the 2 mages. Lastly, mass cow was the priest. The mass tank, upon seeing Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai, immediately shouted, "Who allowed you to hunt monsters here? This is our territory. Get lost." Luo Chen had initially intended to leave, but the tone of the speaker was far too offensive. Just as he was about to take action, Mass Cow lewdly added, "Staying is fine, but let this silver-haired sister accompany us for a little fun." Damn it. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen sprang into action. He charged directly at the 2 mages, and before they could react, he felled the mass fire rain with 2 swift strikes. then turned and eliminated the mass bomber. Although the mass cow was known for its sharp tongue, it reacted with remarkable speed, and a soul fire talisman was instantly affixed to Luo Chen's forehead. However, that was where the encounter ended. Once Luo Chen approached, he disregarded the other 3 warriors and, with 4 precise strikes, dispatched the Taoist priest. Luo Chen consumed 2 bottles of potent healing medicine and turned to face the 3 warriors. To his surprise, the remaining warriors bore 2 layers of red and green poison. A healing spell landed upon Luo Chen. The mass tank, infuriated, cursed vehemently. "Take out that female Taoist first." Yet, Luo Chen did not grant him the opportunity. The level 20 warrior, with 224 hit points, was swiftly taken down by 6 of Luo Chen's strikes. The remaining 2 warriors, seeing their grim fate, fled in haste. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, his health now below half. Nie Xiaodai stood frozen for a moment before a bubble appeared above her head. "Do not die." Luo Chen's health had fully recovered, and upon seeing this, he nodded repeatedly. "Are you saying that the game character must not die?" The female Taoist struck once more. Luo Chen continued to nod. "No problem. I will strive to survive." This time, the female Taoist swung her wooden sword twice. "What the heck?" Luo Chen was momentarily stunned. "Is that not what you meant?" Chapter 17. The Zombie Cave Connection Passage. Luo Chen's mind was a bit muddled. Was Nie Xiaodia's warning about not dying directed at him? The female Taoist before him had gone still again, likely typing. Luo Chen shook his head vigorously, then surveyed his surroundings. He had slain 4 players, and the ground was strewn with potions and 3 pieces of equipment. A single leather glove, ordinary, discarded. A magical bracelet, also ordinary, rejected. A half-moon blade with a paltry 11 in Taoist skills. No, wait a moment. Just as Luo Chen was about to discard the weapon, he suddenly noticed it possessed an additional 4 points of curse. Quite fierce. But the Taoist name Mascow was merely a yellow name, value between 100 to 200. How did the curse get added? Luo Chen had actively killed 4 players. Yet the Shura only bore a single curse. The name of the god of novices was bright red, at 400 value. At this moment, a bubble finally floated above the female Taoist's head. "I. And you." Luo Chen was taken aback, then elated. "Are you saying that neither of us can die, especially you?" This time, the female Taoist decisively swung her weapon. Luo Chen felt an immense relief. "It's good that we both can survive. I am safe now." Only then did he find the leisure to voice a lingering question. "Earlier, you used the poison spell, but I recall you had no poison, right?" The silver-haired female Taoist fell silent once more. Luo Chen felt a surge of frustration. "Come on, forget it. You don't need to type. I won't ask anymore." But those words were only thought in his mind. After all, the figure before him was a genuine female ghost. After a full minute, another bubble floated up. "Curse has poison, no talisman." Luo Chen furrowed his brow. "What does that mean? She has poison, but no talisman? Then what about the curse?" Suddenly, Luo Chen's eyes brightened as he hurriedly picked up the crescent-shaped weapon he had discarded earlier and traded it to Nie Xiaodai, inquiring whether the curse level forementioned referred to this type of curse. As Nie Xiaodai received the cursed crescent, she tossed it to the ground after a brief moment. Luo Chen approached to retrieve it, only to discover that it bore no curse. He then opened Nie Xiaodia's equipment panel, and to his astonishment, he found that the crescent in her possession was also devoid of any curse. Luo Chen was taken aback, his mouth agape as if he could swallow an egg. "Can you absorb curses?" Nie Xiaodai nodded affirmatively with a swift strike of her weapon. "Incredible." Luo Chen immediately offered his Shura for trade. "What about this one? Is it something you cannot equip?" Upon verification, he confirmed without a doubt. She truly could absorb curses. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, "Did you just say you can use curses as a form of poison? Now it's toxic." But without a protective talisman, Nie Xiaodai promptly swung her weapon and began to circle around Luo Chen at a rapid pace. In that instant, Luo Chen fully comprehended her prowess. "Ghostly maiden, you are astonishing." After pondering for a moment, Luo Chen voiced his plan. "Let us venture to the wormhole map in the Alliance province, where weapons and equipment above level 22 drop. And since it's a public map, we shall be safer." Nie Xiaodai came to a halt, standing still. This time, Luo Chen exhibited remarkable patience as he awaited her response. After more than a minute, a bubble floated up. "All right, let us bind first." Immediately, Nie Xiaodai sprang into action, striking Luo Chen with the crescent, causing him to lose 1 point of health. Luo Chen froze, not moving. Subsequently, Nie Xiaodai raised her hand and unleashed a layer of green poison upon him. One. Luo Chen's health diminished at a rate of 3 points per second, leaving him perplexed. "Beautiful lady, are you applying poison to bind me?" Nie Xiaodai struck him once more, confirming his suspicion. Then, she cast a healing spell upon him. 30 seconds later, the green poison dissipated. After casting another healing spell, Nie Xiaodai was the first to stride toward the entrance leading to the Bichi mine. Luo Chen hastily followed. Upon entering the zombie cave, it became evident that the number of players had significantly increased. Luo Chen did not linger to fight monsters, but instead teleported randomly. He soon validated his suspicions. As Nie Xiaodai had claimed, wherever he flew, the female priestess followed closely. With newfound assurance, Luo Chen continued his random teleportation. Along the way, numerous player teams, upon spotting his red name, attempted to engage him, but he deftly evaded them. His 2 random teleportation stones, one which had dropped from the Wang family's third young master, were quickly consumed. And soon he arrived at his destination, a winding and serpentine map named Bridge. In the Bichi mine, the map title Bridge actually comprises 3 distinct areas. One is small in size but boasts a rapid zombie respawn rate. Another is vast and symmetrically shaped, featuring a chasm that traverses the entire map. And the last, where Luo Chen found himself, is quite concealed, unmarked on the map, with its entrance nestled in a corner of the mine's transfer station. Upon arriving at this winding and intricate map, Luo Chen chose not to continue aimlessly, but instead, accompanied by Nie Xiaodai, ventured towards the most distant corner, battling monsters while advancing. With the support of the female Taoist, Luo Chen's efficiency in defeating monsters significantly increased, and his consumption of potions was greatly reduced. Initially, Nie Xiaodai frequently employed her poison spells, yet often, just as she applied poison to an enemy, Luo Chen would swiftly eliminate it. Consequently, she opted to focus solely on providing healing. Thus, Luo Chen found himself facing 7 or 8 zombies, wielding his weapon with abandon. The drop rate in this area was noticeably higher. Before long, he obtained a usable piece of ordinary warrior equipment. Skeleton ring, weight 1, durability 6, attack 0-3, required attack power 30. After more than an hour, Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai had traversed the entire map and arrived before a cave entrance. The clock read half past midnight. During this excursion, he had accumulated over 120,000 experience points, totaling more than 270,000 experience points since logging in today, leaving him just a step away from reaching level 23. Remarkably, Nie Xiaodai's level had also surpassed 20. Luo Chen had just equipped a Demon Slayer, a level 20 Taoist weapon, attack 611, Taoism 12, accuracy 1, which he had obtained from defeating an electric zombie. Unfortunately, neither Luo Chen nor Nie Xiaodai possessed any protective charms. Although Nie Xiaodai had learned the Soul Fire Talisman, level 18, Summon Skeleton, level 19, and Invisibility, level 20, she was not yet able to utilize them. Currently, Luo Chen's inventory contains 6 bundles of super healing ointment, 6 bottles of potent sun water, 9 books of Summon Skeleton, 5 books of Fireball, 3 books of Phantom Shield, 1 book of Swift Light Shadow, 1 book of Sacred Armor Technique, along with jewelry such as a magnifying glass, bamboo flute, and blue emerald necklace, all above level 20. After a brief moment of rest, he boldly entered the cave and found himself in a connecting passage within the Poison Snake Valley mining area. Upon entering, he was immediately confronted by a corpse king entangled in iron chains, along with 5 electric zombies. Startled, Luo Chen hurriedly dashed forward, intending to lure the monsters away to prevent Nie Xiaodai from being harmed by the electric zombies, especially considering the Taoist health was a mere 131 points at level 20. Nie Xiaodai's healing spell soon followed. After half a minute, he managed to defeat the 5 electric zombies, seemingly resulting in the drop of a special item. Meanwhile, the Corpse King, having been afflicted by red-green poison, pursued Nie Xiaodai. With no time to collect the loot, Luo Chen decisively moved in, landing a fatal sword strike on the Corpse King. In under 10 seconds, the Corpse King collapsed, resulting in a significant drop. Nie Xiaodai's poison proved to be exceedingly potent. Luo Chen quickly scanned the area and then narrowed his eyes. A phantom necklace. At last, a valuable item had surfaced. Upon examining it, his joy was doubled. It was indeed a premium piece. Phantom necklace, weight 1, durability 89, attack 061, required level 24. Alas, it was still beyond his current capability to equip. In addition to the phantom necklace, the Corpse King also dropped 6 bottles of minor sun water, 2 bottles of major sun water, a substantial amount of gold coins, and a book of fire resistance ring. He collected only the 2 bottles of major sun water, while Nie Xiaodai took took possession of the gold coins. As he recalled that the electric zombie had dropped something, he turned to inspect it, only to discover a random teleportation stone. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. The drop rate was remarkably low. After vanquishing 2,000 monsters, he had finally obtained one. Quite a feat. Just as he picked it up, a cacophony of battle sounds erupted from around the corner of the connecting passage, indicating a considerable number of players. Alarmed, he realized there were others present. After some contemplation, he decided to teleport randomly. With his notorious red name, it was best to avoid encounters with other players. It was prudent not to test humanity, especially within a game. However, at that moment, a voice exclaimed in excitement, "Wow, come quick! There's a notorious red name here." And a silver-haired female priest too. Chapter 18. The Fierce Green Poison. As the words fell, 11 players clad in light armor appeared. Among them were 6 mages, 5 wielding level 15 weapons, the Sea Soul, and 1 brandishing a level 20 weapon, the Crescent Moon. 3 priests were present, 2 holding crescent blades, and 1 wielding the demon-slaying staff. 2 warriors completed the group, one with a level 19 weapon, the Gale, and the other with a level 20 weapon, the Horse-slaying blade. Luo Chen's expression turned grim. He stood no chance against them. He immediately attempted to use the random teleportation stone, only to be astonished to find that the connecting passage prohibited its use. This was troublesome. At that moment, the opposing players hastily closed in, shouting, "Don't let that red name escape. I just glimpsed his gear. So many exquisite items. Just 1 drop would suffice for our needs." 6 bolts of lightning descended upon Luo Chen in succession. Fortunately, as he was in motion, only 3 truly targeted him, yet they still reduced his health by 89 points. Luo Chen promptly consumed a potent healing potion and a large sun potion. Although the potent healing potion could restore 90 health points, further attacks were certain. So he quickly drank another potent sun potion to regain 50 health points instantly. Indeed, 2 seconds later, 2 more lightning strikes struck him. Just then, Luo Chen noticed that Nie Xiaodai was not fleeing. Instead, she was casting green poison on the 2 warriors in the lead. Panicking, he urged, "Miss, hurry and run. We can't win this fight." Yet Nie Xiaodai paid him no heed. She swiftly employed her poisoning technique, coating all 11 pursuing players with a layer of green poison. Notably, she did not cast red poison. To protect her, Luo Chen had no choice but to halt before Nie Xiaodai, decisively downing 3 potent healing potions and 2 large sun potions to withstand the 6 mages' lightning assaults. With a sigh of relief, Luo Chen quickly followed her lead while continuing to consume potions. Just as he passed through the cave entrance, he saw Nie Xiaodai facing him, attacking the empty ground ahead. He instantly understood her intention. She aimed to block the entrance. Originally planning to teleport randomly, Luo Chen immediately pivoted and brandished his weapon, the Azura. At that moment, 2 warriors appeared before him. The level 19 warrior had 208 health points, while the level 20 warrior boasted 224 health points. Luo Chen's weapon instantly fell upon the level 20 warrior. 2 warriors immediately retaliated, and behind them appeared the figures of 3 Taoist priests. Luo Chen, wielding 3 spirit fire talismans, relentlessly reduced a level 20 warrior to a state of critical health. The warrior, taken aback, did not anticipate such an exaggerated assault from Luo Chen and hastily retreated towards Nie Xiaodai. Luo Chen felt a pang of urgency, yet Nie Xiaodai remained undaunted, boldly advancing to strike the critically wounded warrior with her demon-slaying weapon. The warrior let out a harrowing cry and fell to the ground, lifeless. This bewildered everyone, including Luo Chen. Reacting swiftly, Luo Chen recovered from his astonishment and immediately targeted another warrior. The level 19 warrior fared even worse, succumbing to just 3 strikes, losing over 50 health points in an instant. The 3 Taoist priests, witnessing this, promptly shifted their focus. They must eliminate this female Taoist, for her poison was exceedingly potent. One of the priests exclaimed in dismay, "I can't regain health." Unfazed, the level 20 Nie Xiaodai pressed forward, proactively attacking one of the adversaries. In that fleeting moment, Luo Chen suddenly realized that Nie Xiaodai's name remained white. How could this be? After all, Nie Xiaodai had actively inflicted poison upon the opponents. Even though the mages bore gray names, Luo Chen was certain that the 2 warriors had definitely been white names. Yet, after Nie Xiaodai had slain one of the warriors, her name still remained white. Despite his confusion, he did not hesitate, launching a furious assault on the Taoist priest attacking Nie Xiaodai. To validate his suspicions, Luo Chen intentionally brought the priest down to critical health before turning his attention to the other 2 priests. Sure enough, after Nie Xiaodai dispatched that priest, Her name continued to be White. Realization dawned upon Luo Chen, leading him to abandon the injured foe and strike at the final Taoist priest. He was now nearly certain that Nie Xiaodia's inventory must be filled with potions, emboldening her to engage the enemy in such a fierce confrontation. The last Taoist priest, having taken 2 high-damage blows, was left with only 11 health points and fled in terror. In less than 20 seconds, 5 enemies had fallen, 3 dead and 2 fled. Yet, Luo Chen was perplexed by the absence of the 6 mages. He had been anxious that if they swarmed in, he might not withstand their onslaught. Nearby, Nie Xiaodai expertly collected the items dropped by the fallen foes. Alongside potions, she gathered 2 stacks of protective talismans. After collecting the loot, Nie Xiaodai wasted no time and directly traversed the passageway leading to the connecting corridor. Luo Chen, startled, quickly followed. However, upon reaching the connecting corridor, Luo Chen was struck with astonishment. No wonder the 6 mages had not appeared. They had all perished here. One of the fallen mages lay cursing in disbelief. Why can't this damned priest poison even allow me to use health potions? I can't regain health at all. Luo Chen suddenly comprehended. Had they all succumbed to Nie Xiaodia's poison? He inhaled sharply, realizing the gravity of the situation. This poison was undoubtedly problematic. It was far too lethal. How could the poison of an ordinary Taoist player render health potions ineffective? Yet, if one were poisoned by Nie Xiaodai and subsequently unable to regain health, the demise of the 6 mages seemed entirely plausible. Luo Chen had also experienced her poison, losing 3 health points every second. If calculated over 30 seconds without any healing, he would suffer a loss of 90 health points. Even a level 22 mage would possess a pitiful total of just 86 health points. The thought sent a shiver down Luo Chen's spine. Fortunately, although Nie Xiaodai was a female ghost, she was currently on his side. He silently mourned for the 2 players who had flown away, most likely meeting their demise. This meant that in this confrontation, Nie Xiaodai had eliminated 11 individuals, effectively annihilating an entire soccer team. Remarkably, even at this moment, her name remained White. Was it true that a ghost could kill without consequence? A few minutes later, a large bubble appeared above Nie Xiaodia's head, proclaiming, "Poison, more 1001, talisman. 2 stacks go." Luo Chen pondered for a moment and suddenly understood. Nie Xiaodia's poison technique was based on her accumulated value. Each point of value allowed her to use the poison technique once. Thus, having killed 11 people, she had amassed 1,100 points. As for the talismans, she had just picked up 2 stacks. With clarity, he signaled for them to proceed. In the subsequent 2 maps, Luo Chen encountered several groups of players. However, they exhibited restraint and did not attack him merely because he bore a red name. They maintained a respectful distance. Nie Xiaodai refrained from initiating any killings, behaving like an ordinary player. As they traversed and eliminated monsters, Luo Chen finally reached level 23. He promptly equipped the blue emerald necklace with an attack value of 22, slightly increasing his attack capacity. About an hour later, accompanied by Nie Xiaodai, Luo Chen arrived at a brand new connecting passage. This map was even more concealed, devoid of any players. Summoning the mutated skeletons thrilled Nie Xiaodai, who eagerly charged at a zombie. She seemed reluctant to use her talismans, opting instead to wield her demon-slaying weapon. However, with her poison technique and the skeletons working in tandem, their monster-slaying speed far surpassed that of ordinary players, though it was not to be compared with Luo Chen's prowess. The density of zombies here was staggering, leading to a monster respawn rate that was more than doubled. Just as they advanced halfway, Luo Chen accrued 200,000 experience points. From level 23 to 24, he required 350,000 experience points. He was confident he could achieve this within half an hour. The black evil maggots offered 180 experience points, the jumping bees 210, the giant worms 230, the centipedes 230, and the clawed worms 250. Among these, the black evil maggot, also known as the tire, was noted for its rapid movement and attack speed. In Luo Chen's recollection of the early days of Blood Legend, players' characters would recoil when attacked by monsters, and the black evil maggot could keep a player's character in a constant state of recoil, making fragile mages both resentful and fearful of it. The jumping bees and giant worms were average, with low health yet high experience points, much favored by mages. The centipedes had 230 health, an attack of 1217, magic defense of 5, but 0 defense, making them a warrior's favorite. The pincers, with a health of 270, a defense of 5, and a magical defense of 7, boast a staggering attack of 1528, posing a significant challenge to all classes. However, They have a high probability of dropping equipment above level 22 and are also likely to yield exceptional items. In Chapter 19, titled The Mutated Slime, amidst the vast sea of insects, Luo Chen finds himself compelled to battle them one by one. Lacking the level 28 skill Half-Moon Scimitar, the warrior experiences considerable difficulty in defeating monsters in the early stages. Nie Xiaodai, no longer engaging in combat, focuses intently on utilizing her poisoning technique to assist Luo Chen. He expresses his satisfaction, but reminds her to conserve her spells for the pincers alone. At this moment, Luo Chen has already employed a warehouse scroll, storing all his skill books and a few pieces of equipment, while retrieving 10 bundles of super healing ointment. Slaying insects does not provide the same thrill as vanquishing zombies, and occasionally, Nie Xiaodai has to restore his health. Nevertheless, after dispatching a centipede, Luo Chen's spirits lift considerably. It drops a piece of heavy armor. After donning the new attire, his equipment now includes a level 22 Ordinary Shura, Attack 020, a level 22 Ordinary Heavy Armor, Defense 47, Magical Defense 23, a level 14 Magical Helmet, Defense 01, Magical Defense 11, Attack 04, Exceptional 4, a level 23 Blue Emerald Necklace, Attack 22, a level 9 Large Bracelet, Defense 11, Attack 02, Exceptional 2, a level 3 Iron Bracelet, Accuracy 2, Exceptional 1, Attack 04, Exceptional 4, a level 9 Horn Ring, Defense 01, Attack 03, Exceptional 2, a Skeleton Ring requiring an attack power of 30, Attack 03, a level 23 Warrior's Health at 276, Base Attack 59, Defense 05, Magical Defense 01. Luo Chen's current attack power stands at 747, with a maximum damage per strike of 51, 11 times. Almost all insect monsters fall after 5 strikes, including the poison pincers. His defense is now 515, allowing him to withstand a few black evil maggots, jumping bees, and centipedes without much issue. However, facing an additional 2 pincers would prove challenging. Thus, it takes him over 40 minutes to reach level 24. He promptly equips an exceptional ghost necklace with an attack of 06, instantly increasing his maximum attack power by 4 points. In terms of equipment drops, he acquires a level 1 Shura, which, despite its slow durability loss, serves no other purpose. Additionally, he finds an extraordinary soul garment, allowing the newly leveled Nie Xiaodai to equip it. Soul garment female, weight 15, durability 23, defense 38, exceptional 2, magical defense 34, exceptional 1. Taoism 02, requires level 22. Luo Chen also collects a substantial amount of jewelry above level 22, while discarding ordinary level 22 equipment and weapons. Nie Xiaodai follows suit, only picking up gold and potions, prioritizing gear that enhances magical defense. For instance, she refuses to wear the exceptional Phoenix Pearl with Taoism 13, opting instead for the ordinary white tiger tooth necklace, Taoism 10. Magical Evasion 20. She also declines to equip the level 20 Taoist bracelet with a Taoism of 01, favoring the ordinary magical bracelet, Defense 01, Magical Defense 12. With a sigh, Luo Chen reflected, "Alright, I understand you cannot perish, but this fear of death is rather excessive." Upon reaching level 24, he quickly calculated, to advance to level 25, a staggering 400,000 experience points were required. Given that a single insect yielded 180 experience points, with Nie Xiaodai present, the experience gained was only 80 of the normal. He would need to vanquish over 200 monsters. At least 3 hours would be necessary. However, it was currently 3:30 a.m., and time was on his side. He glanced back at the distant horizon, where the map was fully refreshed, and felt a sense of calm. There was ample time and plenty of monsters. He resumed his hunt. A harmonious partnership of male and female made the toil less burdensome. Although he was acutely aware that Nie Xiaodai was a ghostly being, her beauty was undeniable through the course of the day. He had come to perceive her merely as a lovely lady who struggled with typing. Thus, he found himself in a rather jovial mood. Nie Xiaodai appeared to value the game even more, occasionally diverting the attacks of the pincered insects away from Luo Chen and frequently healing him, displaying more consideration than a true player. This connection passage map, located deep within the Poison Snake Valley mine, was largely devoid of intruders, as most who reached this point had exhausted their resources. Do not entertain the notion of a wealthy player sustaining their presence here. The magical bloodstone only restored a meager point of health per second, far less effective than a small healing potion, unless one was like Luo Chen, acting as a supplementary health pack. Therefore, this item worth 1,000 coins, struck Luo Chen as little more than a means to siphon a few coins from the affluent. After nearly another hour, Luo Chen finally discerned the faint outline of the passage's end. The monsters were now tightly packed. How delightful! If only he were a mage capable of conjuring fire walls, it would be even better. This thought led Luo Chen to a moment of regret. Perhaps choosing the mage class would have been a wise decision, but quickly he dismissed it, recognizing that mages were frail and easily overwhelmed, with numerous disadvantages. It was of no consequence. 20 minutes later, Luo Chen reached the map's terminus, poised to enter the first level of the dungeon, the Centipede Cave, or Wormhole, officially known as the dungeon. Yet his spirits plummeted, alas. Why were there 4 archers guarding the entrance? In his memory, there should have been only 2. This revelation filled him with trepidation. He wondered if he could withstand the onslaught under the blazing sun. As he pondered while battling monsters, he suddenly noticed his health plummeting. Startled, Luo Chen swiftly consumed 2 potions, only to realize, among the throng of creatures before him was a green, fuzzy caterpillar resembling a giant worm, ominously named Mutated Slime. Moreover, it boasted a formidable 500 health points. What on earth was this? Luo Chen struck again, only to find that with his current attack power of 56, he had barely diminished the mutated slime's health by 11 points. Stunned, Luo Chen realized this creature had a staggering defense of 45. Just then, Ye Xiaodai, having just collected potions and coins, spotted the beast and became exceedingly excited, promptly unleashing 2 debilitating poisons upon it. Luo Chen exhaled in relief. Given Ye Xiaodai's formidable green poison damage, he estimated that this mutated slime would not last more than 10 minutes. Consequently, he swiftly eliminated the surrounding minor creatures, granting Ye Xiaodai ample space to maneuver. However, perplexed by Luo Chen's inactivity, she made a slashing motion. With a wry smile, Luo Chen advanced to attack. To his astonishment, his strike caused the creature to lose 21 health points. This indicated that Ye Xiaodai's red poison was as formidable as her green poison. The creature's defense was reduced by 10 points. After Luo Chen struck the mutated slime twice, its aggro immediately shifted, and it reared up like a cobra to retaliate. In just 2 strikes, Luo Chen's health plummeted by nearly 100 points. After 2 more slashes, he swiftly retreated. At this moment, Ye Xiaodai understood why Luo Chen had refrained from attacking. 2 healing spells enveloped him, seemingly conveying her apologies. Once Luo Chen's health was fully restored, he resumed his assault. After the poison dissipated from the creature, Ye Xiaodai generously reapplied it. Thus, after 7 or 8 minutes, the mutated slime emitted a mournful cry and collapsed. True to its unique nature, it dropped a magnificent treasure of 99. This was the most loot Luo Chen had encountered in the past 2 days. Ye Xiaodai, still bouncing with energy, hurried to collect the gold. There were 4 large piles and 3 smaller ones. 8 bottles of potent solar water, 6 assorted potions, 1 each of a charm ring, a skeleton ring, a gold bracelet, and a magnifying glass, and 1 piece each of the god of war armor and the demon robe. And then there was a scythe named Purgatory. Luo Chen was genuinely exhilarated. A high-level weapon. He rushed forward to pick it up, discovering that although its attributes were ordinary, its high-level status was undeniable. Purgatory, weight 60, durability 28, attack 0.25, required level 26. This weapon marked a watershed moment for a warrior's image. Wielding Purgatory meant he would be the epitome of the affluent and handsome. After a moment of joy, he glanced at the other items on the ground. The God of War armor was also suitable for him. However, upon attempting to equip it, he realized his backpack was overloaded. Reluctantly, he discarded a bundle of super healing potions, finally managing to pick it up. When he beheld the oil-green God of War armor, his eyes nearly popped out, and his heart raced. He never anticipated it would be far more valuable than Purgatory. God of War armor, male, weight 40, durability 38-39. Defense 5-10, exceptional 1. Magic resistance 35, attack 0-4, exceptional 4. Required attack power 46. Luo Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. With this, who needed the demon god armor? Level 40 warrior gear, attack 12. He promptly donned it, only to receive a system notification. His carrying capacity was insufficient. He smacked his forehead. He was currently a level 24 warrior, with a carrying capacity of only 44. This armor required at least level 26 to wear comfortably. How could he have forgotten? Chapter 20, Surprise followed by shock. After securing Purgatory and the God of War armor, Luo Chen was filled with pride. Once he surpassed level 26, he would soar to new heights. Every strike would be lethal, and nothing would stand in his way. After a brief moment, Luo Chen suddenly realized that Nie Xiaodai, having collected all the items from the ground, had dashed to his side and tossed down a skull ring. She then proceeded to slash the air a few times, as if to collect something invisible. Confused, Luo Chen thought to himself, "Do you not realize that the horn ring I possess, with a defense of 0-1 and attack of 0-3, is a premium item, far superior to the one you discarded?" However, upon picking it up, he immediately recognized that he had misjudged Nie Xiaodai. To his astonishment, it was an extraordinary item with an attack power of 0-5, premium 2. Without hesitation, Luo Chen exchanged his ordinary skull ring for this new treasure and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the beautiful girl. With this upgrade, his maximum attack had surged to 58. He could now dispatch ordinary creatures with just 4 strikes, significantly enhancing his efficiency in battling monsters. His goal was now clear. He must reach level 26 today. With this thought in mind, he abandoned the idea of venturing into the centipede cave and turned back to slay monsters in the zombie cave. As he returned to a mixed area of insects and zombies, he finally broke through the 25-level barrier, almost unable to contain his excitement. Luo Chen learned the skill, Assassination Swordsmanship. The base attack for a level 25 warrior now stood at 610, with a maximum attack of 59. In the connecting passage near the zombie cave, the monsters that respawned were predominantly zombies. Luo Chen was undeterred, promptly luring a horde and swiftly dispatching them. The experience of slaying monsters was nothing short of exhilarating, as he could take them down in just 3 strikes. Moreover, even the outermost zombies could be struck by the assassination skill, attacking from a distance, slightly increasing his efficiency. Seeing this, Nie Xiaodai eagerly took on the role of luring monsters. Whenever Luo Chen stood ready to attack, she would venture out to draw in a crowd, returning to his side before vanishing from sight. Moments later, the ground was littered with gold coins, potions, skill books, and equipment under level 20. At this point, Luo Chen had ceased collecting equipment, only interested in skill books that summoned skeletons. Yet Nie Xiaodai continued to gather everything with unrelenting enthusiasm. They continued to clear the area. In the game Apocalypse New Century, the monster respawn rate was astonishingly rapid. In this connecting passage, it was typically no challenge to sustain dozens of players. Yet now, just the 2 of them could clear it with ease, thanks to their formidable strength. As they cleared the vicinity of 4 archer guards, Luo Chen's inventory was nearly full. Apart from a Hellfire weapon and a God of War armor, the rest consisted solely of skill books. During this time, after defeating numerous monsters, they finally obtained a premium piece of equipment that Luo Chen could use, a delightful surprise from Nie Xiaodai. Coral Ring, weight 1, durability 57, attack 0-5, premium 1, requires level 25. Had it not been for Nie Xiaodai's diligent collection of items, Luo Chen might have overlooked it. That was impossible. It was precisely because she was gathering items that he felt at ease, laughing to himself. Now, his impression of this beautiful ghost had risen to the status of a cherished companion. Just then, in the vicinity of the previous battle with the mutated slime, monsters began to respawn once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Nie Xiaodai swiftly initiated the attack. This time, Luo Chen need not feel disheartened. He calculated his position precisely and commenced showcasing his freshly acquired level 1 Assassination Swordsmanship. This technique, as a warrior's trump card, inflicts additional damage while bypassing defenses. The level 1 Assassination deals 60 damage to distant enemies. Level 2 delivers 80, and level 3 inflicts a staggering 100 damage. Simultaneously, level 1 Assassination ignores 60 points of defense from distant foes. Level 2 disregards 80, and level 3 nullifies 100 points of defense. Currently, Luo Chen's level 1 Assassination can inflict a consistent 23 points of damage upon the mutated slime. Naturally, should he engage directly in melee, his attack power of 62 against the foe's 35 defense would yield 27 points of damage. However, with Assassination Swordsmanship, if he maneuvers with sufficient finesse, the monster cannot land a blow, and thus he remains unscathed. As a warrior, should one prioritize instantaneous explosive damage or sustained endurance? Thus, the mutated slime, boasting 1,500 health points, succumbed in less than a minute under the combined efforts of Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai. Regrettably, there was no noteworthy loot. Yet moments later, Nie Xiaodai presented him with an unexpected delight. Death's Gloves, weight 2, durability 78, defense 02, exceptional 2, attack 13, exceptional 1, required level 22. This piece of equipment was quite commendable, prompting Luo Chen to promptly replace his exceptional bracelet. In his memory, the golden bracelet, Death's Gloves, ebony bracelet, and sturdy gloves were among the easiest items to find exceptional variants. Upon donning the death's gloves, Luo Chen mused, if only they had also excelled in attack power. It would be utterly perfect. After equipping himself, he resumed his monster hunting endeavors. Thus, he continued until 8:40 in the morning, at which point Luo Chen finally reached level 26. It was no small feat. Feeling a surge of self-satisfaction, he reflected, within just 2 days of the server's launch, he had attained level 26 as a warrior. Who else could claim such a feat? Opening the player level leaderboard, he glanced at the rankings and discovered that the top player remained God of Novices at level 26. To his astonishment, the second place was occupied by a red-named warrior called Night Serenade at level 24. The third position was held by a level 24 mage named Lin Jian Xianxiao Shuai. The fourth spot belonged to a female mage known as Burning the Red Cliff to seize Zhou Lang, also at level 24. Fifth place was claimed by the priest, Killing You Gently, who too was at level 24. He was significantly ahead. As he idly scrolled further down, a name caught his eye, causing his gaze to fixate abruptly. God of Novices Ghost Nia Shaodai, priest, current level 23, ranking 23. A wave of panic surged within Luo Chen. What in the world is this? How should this name be parsed? He distinctly remembered seeing her name as simply Nia Shaodai on the login screen. Now, however, it bore a surname. And what of the ghost in the middle? It felt rather eerie. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen closed the leaderboard and stealthily opened the equipment panel of the nearby priestess, scanning rapidly, only to feel a sinking sensation in his heart. Good grief. She was adorned with 2 level 23 golden bracelets, and both were exceptional. Golden bracelet, weight 1, durability 88, defense 02, exceptional 2, magic resistance 23, attack 01, requires level 23. Golden bracelet, weight 1, durability 79, magic resistance 25, exceptional 2, attack 01, requires level 23. It seems that this novice god of ghosts, Nia Shaodai, is indeed the silver-haired female Taoist before me. Luo Chen took a deep breath, unable to suppress the unease within him. Is this the consequence of being bound to me? Haunted by ghosts? Pressure from apparitions? Well, if it's just pressure from apparitions, I suppose it's not entirely unacceptable. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chen finally calmed down from his fright and began to change his attire. Equip the Purgatory. The war god armor is simply too heavy. I can't wear it. Currently, the equipment he donned includes Purgatory, weight 60, durability 1928, attack 025, requires level 26. Ordinary heavy armor. Magical helmet, weight 4, durability 711, defense 01, magic resistance 11, attack 04, exceptional 4, requires level 14. Phantom necklace, weight 1, durability 69, attack 06, 1, requires level 24. Death god gloves, weight 2, durability 68, defense 02, exceptional 2, attack 13, exceptional 1, requires level 22. Iron bracelet, weight 1, durability 47, accuracy 2, exceptional 1, attack 04, exceptional 4, requires level 3. Coral ring, weight 1, durability 37, attack 05, exceptional 1, requires level 25. Skeleton ring, weight 1, durability 6, attack 05, exceptional 2, requires attack power 30. Excluding weapons and clothing, Luo Chen's current total weight of equipment is 10. His level is 26, with a wearing weight of 49. The war god armor weighs 40, exceeding the wearing limit by exactly 1 point. Now I understand why the magical helmet is so loved yet hated. After much deliberation, Luo Chen removed the death god gloves and finally donned the war god armor. Instantly, Luo Chen felt an overwhelming surge of power, an elite warrior. Who could rival him? Chapter 21, Market Fluctuations. After some exertion, the time reached 9 in the morning. The entire connecting passage where Luo Chen resided was suddenly teeming with monsters, all cloaked in darkness. Luo Chen had fought through the night and was now mentally exhausted. Nia Shaodai had not followed. She seemed to have logged off directly. Now, the entire bitch city was a sea of people, densely packed. Luo Chen felt somewhat disheartened, but there was nothing he could do. This situation would only resolve in 5 days when the novice area merged entirely, revealing a super city that was entirely a safe zone, where players could ignore collision areas and move freely. For now, he had to endure. He continued to teleport to the bookstore through the bitch veteran, only to be startled by the hundreds of people inside the bookstore. Do so many people really enjoy reading? Although the bookstore was as spacious as a large library, with so many people, it felt cramped. Huh, ISN TDU Lai and located in Mengzhou province? Has it opened a branch in Bitch? Upon arriving at the warehouse, Luo Chen immediately understood why the Golden Fatty had chosen this place. The entire first floor of the ULI Inn is devoid of collision zones. This means that no matter how many people are squeezed in here, it poses no issue. It was here that he received an invitation. The player, Haina Baichuan Jin Pongzi, invited you to room 0222 of the warehouse. Do you agree? Such a feature exists? Luo Chen chose to accept, and moments later found himself in a private room. Although the rental fee for this room remained unknown, it did not hinder Luo Chen from marveling at the wealth. How splendid it is to be affluent. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Luo Chen located the warehouse custodian, number 0222, within the room and began to retrieve items. Meanwhile, Jin Pongzi seized the opportunity to introduce the market trends of popular commodities. Firstly, skill books such as Poisoning Technique, Lightning Technique, Soul Fire Talisman, and Assassination Sword Technique are no longer being acquired by various merchant guilds, as the drop rates for these skill books in the zombie cave are exceedingly high, with players now selling them in bookstores. However, Light of Temptation and Fire Ring of Resistance, due to their low drop rates, have seen their prices soar to a staggering 30,000 per volume. Luo Chen understood this, having noticed just yesterday that the drop rates for Poisoning Technique and Lightning Technique were nearly on par with that of basic level 7 skills. This, of course, is a deliberate tactic by the new Century of Apocalypse to rapidly enhance player abilities. When Jin Pongzi witnessed Luo Chen extracting 40 copies of Summon Skeleton for trade, he could not help but be astonished. Brother, this is quite impressive. Among skill books below level 20, this is the only one that still holds value. Currently priced at 50,000 each. He then hesitantly inquired, do you possess any skill books above level 24? Ordinary zombies hardly drop them, and the market prices are exceedingly outrageous. I've slain thousands of zombies without encountering many skill books above level 24. The last time he obtained Magic Shield, Demon Binding Spell, Hell Thunder, and Half Moon Blade, they were all dropped by the Corpse King. In the first couple of days after the opening of the area, one could still encounter wild Corpse Kings, and it was also the period of greatest price fluctuations. Once the drop rates for monster loot were more or less understood, the prices would stabilize. From this day forward, those competing for the Corpse King would likely be met with utter foolishness. He mused to himself whether he should devise a plan to raid the Corpse King's lair once more. By the way, have you sold Magic Shield and Hell Thunder? How much profit did you make? Luo Chen casually asked. Jin Pongzi hesitated slightly, but generously replied, thanks to you, I procured a batch at a high price from my peers, and today they have all sold out. The transaction price for Magic Shield was 8,000 credit coins each, Hell Thunder at 5,000 credit coins each, and even Firewall sold for 1,000,000 gold coins each. He then sighed helplessly. I never anticipated selling too early. Now the prices have risen again. Value law, supply and demand dictate price direction. Luo Chen was left speechless. I was indeed too conservative with my sales yesterday. Yet, there was little to be done. The original owner's memories only clearly recalled the price of Summon Divine Beast, while the prices of other skill books remained obscure. Contemplating the summoning of divine beasts, Luo Chen felt a tinge of melancholy. Had he not been pursued, he likely would have secured a tome, worth a staggering 35 million gold coins. 35 million gold coins, which is merely equivalent to 70,000 yuan. He had spent a whopping 68 million credit coins on a mere iron bracelet. However, he had profited 35,000 from selling a sturdy glove. Moreover, the exquisite war god armor he had acquired today transcended the measure of gold coins. Even in the Inferno, its value would equate to at least a luxury car. With this thought, Luo Chen found solace. After trading for 40 tomes of Summon Skeleton and deducting the 20,000 for a previous mobile warehouse scroll, he netted 1,800,000 gold coins. He then retrieved the remaining skill books, 5 tomes of Fireball, level 19, 3 of Phantom Shield, level 22, 1 of Assassination Swordsmanship, level 25, 1 of Rapid Light Shadow, level 26, and 1 of Sacred Armor Technique, level 26. The expression on Jin Fatzi's face was quite animated as he hesitantly inquired, Brother, do you have any more skill books? Could you present them all at once? Jin Fatzi was instantly exhilarated. Brother, does the rookie master wish to sell the Half Moon Curve Blade? 30 million. You can name your price. Luo Chen retorted with annoyance. What use do I have for that? Just give me an evaluation. Reluctantly, but adhering to his professional ethics, Jin Fatzi resumed his assessment. Fireball is currently available in the shop Phantom Shield is 100,000 per tome. Assassination Swordsmanship is 500,000. Rapid Light Shadow is 1 million, and Sacred Armor Technique is 1,500,000. Luo Chen thus acquired 3,300,000 gold coins. Upon completing the transaction of skill books, Luo Chen laid out all his equipment: a common magnifying glass, bamboo flute, blue emerald necklace, skull ring, and so forth. A level 22 Strength 1 Shura, a demon robe, one for each gender, a level 9 large bracelet with 11 defense and 2 attack, exquisite 2. A level 9 horn ring with 1 defense and 3 attack, exquisite 2. And a level 18 sturdy glove with 2 defense and 1 attack, exquisite 1. This time, Jean Fatsy did not offer a direct price, but rather hesitated, politely stating, "Bird brother, what bird brother? Call me bird uncle." Luo Chen interjected without hesitation. Jean Fatsy promptly complied. "Very well, bird uncle. Evaluating these pieces will take some time. If you seek any equipment, do peruse our inventory." Luo Chen accepted Jean Fatsy's invitation and quickly browsed through an auction-like interface. To his surprise, considering it was only the second day since the server opened, they had not only set this up but also annotated reference prices, quite professional indeed. After flipping through for a while, Luo Chen suddenly halted. "These deerskin boots and deerskin belt for a total of 500,000. I'll take them. 500,000 gold coins. Equivalent to 1,000 yuan in cash. Damn, that was far more expensive than purchasing a pair of leather shoes in reality. Yet, there was no alternative. These 2 pieces of gear alleviated his burden, fulfilling the adage of addressing deficiencies with appropriate solutions. At this moment, Jean Duo had assessed the value of the equipment he intended to sell: a level 2 attack bracelet for 500,000, a level 3 horn ring for 300,000, a level 1 sturdy glove for 200,000, and a demon robe for 300,000, totaling a bundled price of 2.6 million. Additionally, he generously offered a mobile warehouse scroll to Bird Uncle for free. Luo Chen was not troubled by this. The price for the level 2 attack bracelet was indeed reasonable. If it were level 3, he wouldn't hesitate to pay 10 times that amount. As for level 4, he would consider paying 20 times the base price on top of that. This venture had yielded him a total of 2 million gold coins. Just as he was about to log off, Jean Duo spoke again. "Bird Uncle, the fake crystal you asked me to keep an eye on, a player has expressed interest in selling it." Luo Chen paused, then inquired, "What is the price?" Chapter 22. A Web of Intrigue. Jean Fatty maintained a facade of calm. "The other party is asking for 900,000 credit coins." Luo Chen felt a lump in his throat. He knew this price was reasonable, yet he was devoid of funds. It seemed that finding a bargain was exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, he offered a suggestion. "Jean Fatty, if you trust Bird Uncle, just go ahead and buy it. Any loss will be on me." Jean Fatty appeared somewhat distressed. "I've discreetly inquired, and there is no information about the fake crystal among our peers. Our studio is only moderately sized, comprised of a few partners. We've already invested a significant amount of capital these past few days, and a poor decision could lead to dire consequences." Luo Chen chose not to dwell on this matter any longer and stood up to take his leave. Jean Duo, taken aback, realized that the player before him, resembling a rugged bandit, harbored some discontent towards him. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Bird Uncle, I believe in you." Luo Chen was rather surprised. "You truly believe in me?" Jean Duo chuckled. "Just 2 days into the new server, you're ranked first in player levels and adorned with exceptional gear. That alone is worth my investment." Then, with a mischievous wink, he added, "With your prowess, acquiring another half-moon blade should be a piece of cake, right? Not planning to sell it?" Without hesitation, Luo Chen logged off. "I'll sell it to you as soon as I acquire the next one." After removing his helmet, Luo Chen stretched widely. "Ah, my entire body feels remarkably pain-free." This single point in vitality was truly impressive. He began contemplating whether to pursue wealth at any cost. Suddenly, he felt a slight congestion in his nose and a discomfort in his throat. He wiped his nose, only to discover dried blood. "How did I get nosebleed?" After a moment's hesitation, he donned the helmet once more and returned to the login screen. Beside his level 26 warrior character, a level 23 female Taoist character appeared before him. Novice God of Ghosts, Nye Xiaodai. It was confirmed. It was indeed her. Luo Chen removed the helmet and sat on the sofa, deep in thought. How could the previous tenant, who had clearly died by suicide, appear within his helmet? That silk lingerie? Alas, how careless of me. Charging the helmet, he pulled out his phone. Goodness, 99 missed calls. Were aliens invading Earth? Or was it a world war? He checked the call log and found that, apart from 2 missed calls from the landlord and 1 from his childhood friend Lucian, All the others were from unfamiliar numbers. Moreover, they were from unknown callers hailing from distant locations. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Luo Chen glanced at the unfamiliar caller ID, hesitating for a moment before answering. Who is this? To his astonishment, the person on the other end was quite irate. Damn you, scoundrel. Why don't you just die? Before Luo Chen could respond, the caller abruptly hung up. He was left utterly bewildered. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved Lu Xiang's number and dialed. Old Lu, did you call me this morning? On the other end, there was a cacophony, as if he were in a restaurant. After several seconds, he finally heard Lu Xiang's urgent voice, lowered in intensity. Old Luo, you need to give me an explanation. Did you cause Lu Ru's death? Luo Chen felt as though his mind had been struck by lightning, nearly exploding. Lu Ru? Dead. Yes. The short videos are circulating everywhere in Binhai City. A female student from Binhai University jumped off a building late at night, leaving behind a suicide note that implicates you, stating that her boyfriend, Luo Chen, is the reason for her demise. The phone number is yours. Instantly, Luo Chen felt a chill wash over him. What the hell? It was just 2 phone calls yesterday. Just because a devoted admirer no longer adores her, she decides to end her life? Indeed, Lu Ru was the girl who had called him the previous day. After a brief panic, Luo Chen finally regained his composure. Actually, there shouldn't be a major issue. According to Lu Xiang, she jumped last night. If the police truly suspected him, he would be having tea with Uncle Hat by now. With this thought, he dialed his landlady's number. Andy, I just saw that you called me. I was gaming and just logged off. The sound of clattering mahjong tiles came through the line, providing him with some comfort. Little Luo, it's all fine. In the dead of night yesterday, our neighborhood's officer, Old Li, came with 2 others, insisting on finding you. When you didn't answer my calls, I used the spare key to open your door, only to find you sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in that trending game. Luo Chen was puzzled. Did you not try to wake me? We did. We shouted for ages, but there was no response. If it weren't for your heart rate being normal, I would have thought that the 2 Old Li brought were from some logistics support department. They mentioned that certain players couldn't be awakened directly through the gaming headset, as it might cause brain damage, and they needed to contact some company for clarification. Anyway, in the end, Old Li took the 2 away, and everything was fine. I must go now. I'm in the middle of a game, winning all. After hanging up, Luo Chen pondered for a while before finally managing a wry smile. Well, I suppose that serves as an alibi, doesn't it? He then touched his nose, realizing, did Officer Li and the relevant department cause my nosebleed? Good grief. Wait, about Lu Ru. There's no way she would take her own life because of me. According to the original owner's memories, she would never consider suicide. Yet now she is not only dead, but the news is spreading like wildfire. And she left my name and number. Just then, his phone rang again. Luo Chen felt speechless. It seemed he needed to change his phone number. Hello? Who is this again? Prepared for a scolding, Luo Chen was taken aback when a deep male voice from across the way interrupted him. Seemingly engaged in some vigorous activity. Luo Chen, I know your secret. Noon, 12 o'clock, at the west gate of Sakura Park. What the hell? Luo Chen's mind went blank, bewildered by the situation. What secret are you talking about? Which one do you know? Calm down. In such situations, one must consider how to respond. Typically, in films, the protagonist confronts the situation head-on, leading to a series of inexplicable events. Alternatively, they may feel anxious and be ensnared in a plot, or they might simply act as if nothing has occurred, only to face consequences later. This is straightforward. Luo Chen promptly dialed a number. I'm calling the police. An hour later, Officer Li, accompanied by Luo Chen, emerged from the precinct. He patted Luo Chen's shoulder, expressing a note of sympathy. Young man, anyone in your position would feel utterly helpless. However, the Coastal Criminal Investigation Team has conducted a thorough investigation, and you have been completely cleared of suspicion. As for your mention of Sakura Park, it appears someone was merely playing a prank. You need not worry about it. Also, in the future, be a bit more, discerning with whom you trust. Given that you're living in a 404, while Luo Chen was at a loss for words, yet felt a twinge of gratitude. But, Officer Li, are you unaware that that gaming helmet is worth 100,000? Brother Li, let us have lunch together. It's on me. Officer Li was taken aback, then realized, all right, what would you like to eat? That Zhangji big plate chicken downstairs is quite good. 58 for a large serving, and it comes with 2 portions of noodles. After indulging in a satisfying meal, Officer Li attempted to pay secretly, only to be informed by the owner of Zhangji Big Plate Chicken that the young man had already settled the bill. Officer Li was astonished. Did this kid really treat me to a meal? Then he chuckled heartily. It seems he doesn't have any mental issues after all. After bidding farewell to Officer Li, Luo Chen entered a nearby telecommunications store. Such physical stores were becoming increasingly rare these days. Half an hour later, having linked his bank card and other essentials to his new phone number, he crushed the old card in frustration. Damn it! He notified his landlord and Luo Chen via WeChat and then disregarded it. The original circle of acquaintances was quite limited, and there were no relatives back home. After 3 months of disappearance, hardly anyone would inquire. Upon returning to 404, his phone rang. Luo Chen wondered, is old Lu busy at this hour? Did the landlord contact me? However, upon seeing the unfamiliar number on the screen, a chill ran down his spine. Who could it be? Just as he hesitated to answer, an unknown text message illuminated the screen. He quickly opened it, revealing 3 words. Do not answer. Chapter 23. Luck is not so simple. Luo Chen stared blankly at the screen as the call from the unfamiliar number timed out. After a few minutes of daze, another unknown message appeared. Luo Chen's heart raced as he hurriedly checked. This time, it was a lengthy sentence. Stay in 404, now online. Bring the sigil to the tomb of the serpent. Though still somewhat fragmented, Luo Chen understood immediately. It was Nie Xiaodai inviting him into the game. He glanced at the time, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Ordinarily, it would be the perfect moment to indulge in a brief slumber to rejuvenate one's energies. But Luo Chen found himself far from drowsy. It would be quite the anomaly if he could actually fall asleep. After a quick visit to the restroom and a brief preparation, he donned his gaming headset. He considered locking the door, but upon reflection, deemed it unnecessary. As long as he remained within the confines of his room, safety was assured. Upon entering the game, the Bichi safe zone was as crowded as ever, bustling with activity akin to a train station during the Spring Festival. After swiftly repairing his equipment, even the torches could be mended. Luo Chen purchased 6 bundles of super healing potions, 4 bundles of protective talismans, 10 bundles of random teleportation scrolls, and 2 torches. Then, through the Bichi veteran, he teleported directly to the Poison Snake Valley. In the in-game night, outdoor players were a rarity, allowing Luo Chen to traverse the pass with ease and teleport without hindrance. After more than half an hour, he journeyed through the first layer of the Bichi abandoned mine, the zombie cave of Poison Snake Valley. The eastern region of the abandoned mine, the first and second layers of the mine, the derelict stone quarry, the mine transfer station, and the central first layer of the mine. Remarkably fortunate, he arrived at the second layer of the central Poison Snake mine just as he had 2 bundles of teleportation scrolls remaining. With no players obstructing his path and no monsters to engage, his progress was relatively smooth. The map space of the second layer of the Poison Snake Mine was expansive. It contained 5 coordinates leading to the Hall of the Corpse King in Poison Snake Valley. Relying on his memory, he randomly flew several times until he found a secluded corner. Before him stood a throng of zombies, their health points amplified to 310 under the cover of night. With their attack speed, movement speed, attack power, and defense all doubled, Luo Chen could scarcely withstand their onslaught. Thus, like a survivor in a zombie film, he sprinted in a quick circle, pursued by a horde of zombies. Numerous monk zombies emerged from the ground. Luo Chen soon located his target, the hole from which one of the monk zombies had emerged. Calculating his angle and trajectory, he successfully fell into the pit, officially entering the Hall of the Corpse King in Poison Snake Valley. Initially prepared to fly randomly, he was taken aback to find that his landing spot was devoid of monsters. In a corner of the hall, dozens of Corpse Kings were congregated. Swiftly surveying his surroundings, he heard the distinct sound of a healing spell emanating from shadowy corner. He hurried over and, upon closer inspection, discovered it was the silver-haired priestess, Nie Xiaodai. Are you not logged off? Luo Chen inquired as he dropped 4 bundles of protective talismans, 1 bundle of random teleportation scrolls, and 2 torches. Nie Xiaodai eagerly picked up the items from the ground, visibly excited, and circled around him a few times before coming to a halt. Luo Chen exhibited great patience, aware that Nie Xiaodai was typing with her toes. After a brief moment, a large speech bubble appeared. I exist simultaneously in both the room and the game. You are in room 404 safe. The message was exceptionally clear, and Luo Chen instantly comprehended. No wonder Nie Xiaodai had prevented him from relocating. What was so special about room 404? Was it a safe zone in reality? Time stretched on, and several minutes later, another speech bubble emerged. Luo Chen gradually accustomed himself to Nie Xiaodai's manner of speaking and quickly deduced from her words. Are you suggesting that behind all of this lurk some dark apostles? Yet, we need not concern ourselves with them at present. Enhancing our strength is of utmost importance. Nie Xiaodai confirmed with a swift motion. Luo Chen felt an immense sense of relief, inhaling deeply before tentatively asking, I indeed possess a lucky attribute of 10. Does this imply that in the game, the drop rate during the night is augmented tenfold. Given their cooperation throughout the previous night, it was evident that his fortunate talent was not surprising. Nie Xiaodai responded affirmatively once more and began a circle around Luo Chen. He was overjoyed. The attribute of 10 in luck, as he had anticipated, held additional significance. With excitement bubbling within him, Luo Chen eagerly inquired, "What other special traits does a lucky 10 possess?" Once again, Nie Xiaodai fell silent. Luo Chen gazed at the silver-haired, purple-eyed priestess, internally lamenting, "Would it not suffice for you to simply nod or shake your head?" Yet, he had already observed that Nie Xiaodai's in-game character exhibited almost no micro-expressions. To a newcomer, she would appear as cold and unyielding as an iceberg. Bubbles floated up once more, not obviously enhancing weapon attributes in numerous dungeons. After speaking, Nie Xiaodai seemed somewhat exasperated and dashed away, shortly returning with a corpse king in tow. Only then did Luo Chen realize that in the corner where Nie Xiaodai had lingered, there lay numerous corpses of monsters that had succumbed to the green poison. So, she had been grinding monsters here all along? Upon reflection, it made sense. Nie Xiaodai possessed the ability to become invisible, and her poison remained deadly even against the corpse king, whose health was doubled. 1,000 hit points would be depleted in less than 6 minutes. It appeared she had already vanquished a considerable number of corpse kings. Luo Chen stepped forward and began to stab the corpse king mercilessly. The ample space provided an exhilarating combat experience. After donning the deer-hide boots and belt, Luo Chen re-equipped the gloves of the Reaper, significantly enhancing his attack power. Notably, the 2 pieces of equipment he had purchased for 500,000 gold coins were not drops for monsters, but rewards for completing quests. Deer-hide boots, weight 1, durability 66, defense 02, carrying capacity 4, required level 22. The quest was issued by the clothing store owner in Bichishing. Players could exchange a complete set of deer hide and deer antlers. Deer hide belt, weight 1, durability 66, carrying capacity 2, required level 22. Removing its base attributes adds an additional point to carrying capacity. This quest was also issued by the clothing store owner, but only required a torn piece of deer hide, which has a low probability of being dug up from a deer carcass in the apocalypse. New century. Currently, Luo Chen's equipment was as follows. Level 26 Inferno, attack 025. Level 46 War God armor, defense 510, exceptional 1. Magic defense 35, attack 04, exceptional 4. Level 14 Magic helmet, defense 01, magic defense 11, attack 04, exceptional 4. Level 24 Phantom necklace, attack 06, 1. Level 22 Gloves of the Reaper, defense 02, exceptional 2, attack 13, exceptional 1. The level 3 Iron bracelet, boasting an impressive accuracy of 2, with a premium of 1, and an attack power of 4, with a premium of 4. The level 20 Coral ring, with an attack power of 5, with a premium of 1, and the skeletal ring, which requires a 30 attack power, featuring an attack of 5, with a premium of 2. The level 22 deer leather boots provide a defense of 2 and a weight capacity of 4, while the level 22 deer leather belt offers a weight capacity of 2. Currently, Luo Chen stands at level 26, possessing a health value of 334, a base attack of 610, a defense of 5, and a magic defense of 1. His panel attack now registers at 666, with a maximum damage output of 72 per strike 11 times. Thus, even the Skeletal King, with all attributes doubled, swiftly meets its demise under his relentless strikes. The ability to execute mobile assassinations is an essential skill for advanced warriors. Given sufficient space to maneuver, a warrior can engage any opponent in close combat with lethal efficiency. After 23 strikes, the Skeletal King falls, yielding several potions, a trove of gold coins, and a level 28 spellbook for the Taoist skill, Demon Binding Spell. Quite commendable. Nie Xiaodai continues to lure monsters. The second Skeletal King drops 2 ordinary accessories, several potions, and a bounty of gold coins. The third yields a soul fire talisman, while the fourth reveals the attack killing sword technique and the summon skeleton skill. It is not until the fifth Skeletal King that a valuable special item is dropped, the Divine Restoration Water 1010. Luo Chen promptly picks it up, recognizing its worth. This item retails for 1,000 credit coins in the opulent marketplace, akin to the magic bloodstone, but remains highly coveted among players, easily fetching 500 coins in trade. Just then, Nie Xiaodai rushes over, brandishing her Demon Slayer blade against him. Luo Chen suddenly realizes, hastily discarding the Divine Restoration Water, he had forgotten her pressing need. Nie Xiaodai collects the item and casts 2 healing spells on Luo Chen, expressing her delight. Well, very well. Presently, approximately 20 monsters remain within the Skeletal King's lair. Chapter 24. There are many varieties of Destiny Crystals. After Luo Chen defeats the 10th Skeletal King, he finally spots a long-awaited treasure, Destiny Crystal. Overcome with excitement, he nearly cries out. This is a gem valued at 900,000 credit coins. He quickly retrieves it. At that moment, Nie Xiaodai, initially poised to lure more monsters, rushes over, circling around him before throwing something to the ground. Luo Chen focus, stunned, Destiny Cristal Physique. He snatches it up at lightning speed, his heart racing. He then turns to Nie Xiaodai, trembling as he speaks. Fair lady, this is not something to carelessly discard. What if it disappears, gets stolen, or is lost due to a server restart? What then? Nie Xiaodai strikes him lightly with her blade, then remains still. Luo Chen waits patiently. After more than a minute, bubbles begin to rise. Crystals, many types, ghost, give me. What? Luo Chen is puzzled. Are there many types of Destiny Crystals? Reflecting on his past experience, he suddenly realizes the one he used previously was a physique one. Thus, he clicks on the recently acquired item in his backpack, and indeed, a new system prompt appears. Destiny Crystal Spirit discovered. This time, Luo Chen comprehended fully. No wonder it is called the Crystal of Destiny. It is akin to unboxing attribute points. The mental crystal. That must be what Nie Xiaodai requires, right? He approached Nie Xiaodai for a trade. To his surprise, after a brief glance, she declined the transaction and struck Luo Chen twice. Furrowing his brow, Luo Chen speculated, "You don't need this, so you want me to use it?" Nie Xiaodai struck once more, indicating he was correct. "Well then, I shall not hold back." Luo Chen decisively utilized the 2 crystals of destiny. Constitution 1, Mentality 1. Luo Chen was exhilarated, feeling a rush even more intense than the familiar thrill. This would surely reflect in reality. With renewed vigor, he urged Nie Xiaodai to continue. There were still 10 Corpse Kings left. Let us obtain another. At this moment, he was immensely satisfied with his luck. After slaying another 5 Corpse Kings, however, he did not acquire the anticipated Crystals of Destiny, but rather an advanced skill book titled Half Moon Scimitar. Luo Chen felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, but then reconsidered. Surely, he had been overly ambitious. This was still an extraordinary item worth several million gold coins. With only 5 Corpse Kings remaining, Luo Chen had little hope. After all, Crystals of Destiny were notoriously elusive. Just then, in the center of the Corpse King Hall, a sudden flicker of torchlight appeared. Soon after, several individuals entered. Luo Chen's heart raced. Other players had discovered this hall of Corpse Kings. Was it mere coincidence? Moments later, he discerned their names. Knight Song, Bodyguard Minion 5, Bodyguard Minion 6, Bodyguard Minion 7, Bodyguard Minion 8. Luo Chen instantly felt a surge of anxiety. The player ranked first on the kill leaderboard, the notorious warrior, Knight Song. At this moment, he was unmistakably at level 25. The 4 minions were all level 22 Taoists, accompanied by 4 level 5 skeletons. Luo Chen dared not act rashly, ready to flee at any moment. It was not cowardice, merely prudence. Nie Xiaodai had seemingly vanished, having brought no torch. However, Knight Song appeared equally unprepared for the presence of another, especially one ranked first in levels. After a brief silence, Knight Song was the first to speak. "Bro, let's not resort to violence, just yet." Luo Chen was taken aback. "What? Are you 5 afraid of just me?" Yet, Knight Song clearly did not share this sentiment. Perhaps he was privy to deeper insights, thus holding a certain reverence for the strong. "Brother, we both understand the grave consequences. I cannot guarantee I will survive this encounter, but I trust you do not wish for me to act recklessly." At that moment, Luo Chen understood. Knight Song was indeed aware of the secrets surrounding the invincibility and the crystals of destiny. Thus, Luo Chen calmly replied, "Shall we exchange information? Besides constitution and mentality, do you possess any surplus crystals of destiny? What other locations might yield a higher drop rate for the crystal of destiny?" Luo Chen was internally elated. It seemed he had been regarded as an ally. Yet, he merely nodded in affirmation. Various major areas possessed drop rates. Knight Song frowned and countered, "Brother, everyone knows that. Even the monsters of the night possess a chance to drop items. Yet, the probability is exceedingly low." Luo Chen interrupted his words. "For excess verbiage leads to folly. What shall we do now?" Yi Sheng Gu surveyed the surroundings, noting the few remaining Corpse Kings. Hesitating, "Brother, are you truly alone?" Luo Chen remained silent, his expression impassive. The other party quickly realized the folly of their question and hastily remedied. The Corpse King's lair in the Bichu mining area has already been claimed by the Zhang family of Lingyin. If you can help me establish a foothold here, I shall bestow upon you a fake crystal phantom. After uttering these words, Yi Shanggu felt a pang of anxiety. The crystal he mentioned could only be utilized by select factions and had a rather narrow application. Moreover, his implication was clear. The lair was claimed, although the opposing party appeared to lack substantial backing. Who could discern if they were, in fact, a hidden expert or a family of inheritance? Luo Chen understood her desire. In turn, Yi Shanggu instantaneously grasped. This novice deity was certainly not to be underestimated. Fortunately, no conflict ensued. In the ensuing moments, Nie Xiao Dai decisively engaged 5 corpse kings simultaneously, showcasing her ferocious green poison. The 4 bodyguards cooperated splendidly, each restraining one. Luo Chen refrained from intervening, standing quietly to the side. In reality, he was discreetly examining Yi Shangji's equipment. After scrutinizing her gear, Luo Chen realized, no wonder this character bore a notorious red name. Her weapon was, astonishingly, a level 15 Rakshasa with a curse of 10. With an attack power of 150, this cursed weapon, combined with a nearly perfect 2 attack 20 devil necklace, 2 defensive items with 0-2, and attack 12 death god gloves, along with 2 magic resistance items of 0-2 and an attack 10 blue crystal ring, indicated that Yi Shanggu was operating at the lower limits of offensive capability. Concurrently, Yi Shanggu was also assessing Luo Chen's equipment, left speechless by the revelation. This novice deity was undoubtedly a hidden powerhouse. Without hesitation, she traded the fake crystal phantom to Luo Chen and proactively added him as a friend. Let us share resources henceforth. Luo Chen acquiesced. 6 minutes later, all 5 corpse kings lay defeated, leaving the 4 bodyguards profoundly astonished. After collecting the spoils, Luo Chen intended to inquire how Nie Xiao Dai planned to withdraw, only to find her figure had vanished without a trace. After a brief interval, numerous players from Yi Shangji's faction began to flood the Corpse King's lair, swiftly claiming dominion over the map. Meanwhile, back in Bachu City, Luo Chen confirmed that the gold fatty was online before teleporting directly to the 0222 warehouse suite. As he greeted Gold Fatty, a silver-haired female Taoist suddenly appeared beside him. Gold Fatty nearly dropped his jaw. Bird Uncle, who is this enchanting lady? Why can't I see her name? And how did you get in? Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback, but promptly interrupted Gold Fatty. There's much you are unaware of. He then furrowed his brow and inquired. Has the fake crystal, priced at 900,000 credit coins, been acquired? A heaviness settled within Luo Chen. Indeed, there were still numerous hidden forces at play. He asked nonchalantly, what attributes does your fake crystal possess? Luo Chen found himself in a rather awkward situation. Charm? Aside from a seductive vixen, who would have any use for such a thing? It was indeed possible that it could lead to a slight loss for the chubby gold buyer. Yet, unexpectedly, Nie Xiaodai suddenly struck Luo Chen with a sharp remark. What the? Luo Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. You a beautiful ghost. Already possess such allure, why would you need charm crystals? The crux of the matter was that he simply could not afford it. At that moment, Nie Xiaodai initiated a trade with Luo Chen, presenting an array of items. A magical 3 gold bracelet, a Dao 2 gold bracelet, a magical 2 defensive black sandalwood bracelet, a sturdy glove with an attack power of 2, and a Dao 3 gold ring. Observing Nie Xiaodai laying bare her possessions felt both touching and helpless to Luo Chen, even tinged with a hint of sorrow. Beauty, these are far from sufficient. Until the very end, Nie Xiaodai hesitated and unexpectedly placed a gold bar worth 1,000,000 gold coins and a level 35 skill book for Taoists, Summon Divine Beast, on the table. Luo Chen was utterly taken aback. What the? Nie Xiaodai, are you really going all out? Are you willing to part with such a rare skill book that you could use in the future? Since the beautiful lady's emotions had reached this point, Luo Chen clenched his teeth, accepted the trade, and rummaged through his own storage with reluctance, finally retrieving the half-moon curve blade. Chubby, Uncle Bird said not to let you suffer losses, so I'll strike a deal. This fake crystal of charm. Uncle Bird will back you up. Having said that, Luo Chen showcased all the items in his backpack, including the Summon Divine Beast and 2 half-moon curve blades. I've laid out all my assets for you. Now, give me an estimate. The chubby buyer was taken aback. Uncle Bird, are you serious? Moreover, you're about to reach level 28, and right now, the price of half-moon curve blade has skyrocketed to 50 million gold coins, 100,000 credit coins each. All right, I shall keep 1 half-moon curve blade for now. Luo Chen was open to suggestions and willing to adapt. The chubby buyer was momentarily flabbergasted, his eyes wide in disbelief. Uncle Bird, Is that truly your intention? He then sighed deeply, his expression turning solemn. Uncle Bird, if this fake crystal incurs a loss, it is absolutely not your fault. My curiosity got the better of me. Otherwise, the price would surely exceed 1 million. Luo Chen concurred. Indeed, a fake crystal without attributes must be valuable. The chubby buyer pondered for a moment before decisively stating, let us do it this way. I will pay you 900,000 for now. You can gradually deduct the payment later. What does that sound? Payments in installments? And on credit? Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. Aren't you afraid I might run off? The chubby buyer declared with righteous fervor. I trust your character, Uncle Bird. Yet in truth, he had thoroughly assessed the money-making potential of a novice god. Just 2 days since the game launched, he had already acquired so many valuable items. Moreover, if Uncle Bird were to sell his equipment, it could easily fetch 2 million credit coins. Currently, many top-tier wealthy players, seemingly under some sort of spell, were frantically seeking exquisite equipment, leading to a continuous surge in the sales of gaming helmets, with numerous players flocking into the Apocalypse new century to mine for gold. The current market is truly chaotic and thriving. Moments later, Jean Ponzi announced the price. Bird Uncle, for these items, I shall offer you a bundled price of 450,000. He then decisively exchanged for the alluring crystal and added, there remains a difference of 450,000, which shall be deducted from your forthcoming transactions. Is that agreeable? Luo Chen took the crystal and promptly traded it to Nie Xiaodai, chuckling nonchalantly. Trust is reciprocal. After all, after a brief silence, Nie Xiaodai suddenly had a thought bubble appear above her head. Come to the BG weapon shop, awaiting your arrival. With that, her figure vanished. Luo Chen felt a surge of excitement. After using that ghost crystal, Nie Xiaodai's speech had become remarkably fluent. Beside him, Jean Ponzi looked puzzled and remarked, Bird Uncle, why doesn't your, bird sister use voice chat? Not many players type in the game anymore. Luo Chen rolled his eyes and casually replied, her gaming pod got waterlogged. Jean Ponzi frowned, muttering, isn't the gaming pod covered by free maintenance? If it got waterlogged, just fix it. Can a gaming pod even get waterlogged? Upon teleporting to the weapon shop, Luo Chen was astonished to find that the number of players here rivaled that of the warehouse. Moreover, this location disregarded collision boundaries. At that moment, a silver-haired female Taoist appeared before him, with a thought bubble stating, 0404, rent for 4 hours. Understanding the situation, Luo Chen opened the nearby blacksmith apprentice interface, selected the 0404 room, and opted for an hourly rental for 4 hours. The cost amounted to 100,000 gold coins. $200. Damn. Luo Chen inwardly scoffed. What would a room cost in reality? Moments later, he and the silver-haired, purple-eyed Taoist found themselves in the hourly room. The 0404 suite. Suddenly, Luo Chen felt that the $200 were somewhat worth it. Ahem. What was he thinking? It must be due to the allure of Nie Xiaodai's crystal. The silver-haired beauty, oblivious to Luo Chen's thoughts, remained silent for a moment before a thought bubble appeared. By black iron, or with a purity of 60, and 3 blue emeralds. Luo Chen furrowed his brow, deducing, purchase black iron or with an overall purity exceeding 60? To upgrade my weapon to Inferno? The silver-haired beauty lightly struck him with a blade. Understood. Luo Chen surveyed his surroundings and opened the interface of the blacksmith apprentice within the room, discovering a plethora of black iron or common jewelry and other items for sale, akin to an auction house. Ah, no wonder there were so many players here. As Luo Chen pondered, he purchased 6 pieces of iron or with a purity of 10, and 3 blue emerald necklaces with an attack power of 22, totaling 150,000 gold coins. Remarkably, mining seemed quite promising. A single piece of black iron ore could fetch 20 coins, and if he mined 2 pieces in an hour, it would surpass the earnings from driving for a ride-hailing service. After acquiring the materials, under Nie Xiaodai's guidance, Luo Chen placed his Inferno weapon upon the anvil, anxiously clicking the upgrade button. If we fail, we will both suffer a significant loss. Luo Chen chuckled nervously. Nie Xiaodai reassured him with 2 words, rest assured. Half an hour later, assuming Shabak lasts an hour, Luo Chen retrieved a starred Inferno weapon, holding it with trepidation. He didn't even bother to prepare a blade. Uncertain of its reliability, Nie Xiaodai, filled with excitement, twirled around and exclaimed, hit me. Luo Chen chuckled reassuringly. How could I ever bring myself to strike you? Yet, his weapon decisively swung down. Within the private room, a veritable sanctuary, Luo Chen felt emboldened to act. With a swift swipe, his weapon was successfully upgraded. The Inferno's attack transformed into 026, much to Luo Chen's delight. A slight increase in attack power could at least double the value. Continue. Nie Xiaodai was not yet satisfied. Luo Chen paused. My dear, there's a chance of failure. What if it shatters and delays our upgrade? With luck, there's nothing to fear, she replied, her determination unwavering. A realization dawned upon Luo Chen. My luck could indeed aid in upgrading weapons. Yes, 7 times a day, just call me Xiaodai. She typed with increasing fluency, evidently benefiting greatly from the ghostly crystal. Luo Chen now understood that his fortune allowed for 7 weapon upgrades each day. All right, Xiaodai, no problem. He spent another 150,000 procuring the necessary materials. Half an hour later, wielding the 027 Inferno, he was thoroughly convinced of Nie Xiaodai's claims. Henceforth, he will buy a fake crystal only to discard it. As the time in the room drew to a close, Luo Chen held the 031 Inferno, trembling with excitement. Nie Xiaodai danced around him, and he hesitated to strike. Hit me. Her fervor was palpable. After several moments of indecision, he shut his eyes and swung down fiercely. With a whoosh, the 032 Inferno was born. Luo Chen erupted in jubilant exclamations, while Nie Xiaodai joyfully circled him. Once the excitement subsided, he confirmed with her, we can only upgrade 7 times a day? Steadying herself, she took 2 minutes before responding with a significant bubble. Luck 10 is not omnipotent. It enhances low-probability events, and for the same weapon, 7 times a day, safely. Understood. Upon returning to the safe zone, the clock indicated it was past 7 in the evening. Contemplating, Luo Chen decided to teleport to the 0222 warehouse suite. Fatty, help me advertise this weapon in your circles and name it. Exchange for several fake crystals or 1 billion gold coins. Seeing the attributes Luo Chen displayed, Jean Fatty's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. Goodness! Just moments ago, everyone was discussing a super impressive new top-tier weapon on the player equipment leaderboard, and it turns out to belong to Bird Uncle. He then incredulously inquired, did all 7 upgrades succeed? My heavens! How is that even possible? Luo Chen replied. Basic principles. Nothing extraordinary. He then frowned. Have you posted it? Jean Fatty promptly complied. This is the best advertisement to gain notoriety. Chapter 26. Undercurrents. Luo Chen removed his helmet, glancing at the time. It was 7:30 in the evening. He tossed aside the blanket on the sofa, stood up, and stretched, immediately experiencing a newfound vitality. He had gained an additional point in stamina and a point in spirit. His current state was brimming with energy. Luo Chen glanced at the previous abrasions, observing that the scabs had fallen away, revealing smooth, fair skin beneath. The Crystal of Fate truly possesses remarkable powers. His stomach rumbled audibly, prompting Luo Chen to hastily dash to the restroom. After a quick shower, he felt a gnawing hunger. Indeed, one should not bathe on an empty stomach. He cast a glance at the box of instant noodles by the wall and promptly resolved to indulge in a hearty meal. A few minutes later, Luo Chen arrived at the Xiang rice noodle shop downstairs. He took matters into his own hands, swiftly retrieving 2 braised duck legs, 2 marinated eggs, 2 pieces of tofu, and 2 grilled sausages from the warming pot, along with a bottle of soda, before settling down to feast. The proprietress, taken aback, remarked, Xiao Luo, have you not eaten all day? Luo Chen chewed an egg a couple of times before swallowing a whole, nodding vigorously after shoving a piece of tofu into his mouth. The proprietress quickly opened the soda on the table, inserted a straw, and placed it by his lips, advising him to take his time, as there was no one vying for his food. After a satisfying meal that included a bowl of chicken dai soup noodles, Luo Chen finally exhaled in contentment. The 10 tables inside the shop were now completely occupied. Rising to settle his bill, he scanned 50 yuan through the payment app and generously told the proprietress not to bother with change. She hesitated for a moment before responding, Xiao Luo, the total is 64. Nanny. Luo Chen turned to his table and noted the 3 empty noodle bowls and 3 soda bottles, suddenly realizing the extent of his appetite. How had he consumed more than a pig? He recognized that he was somewhat different from the average person. Checking the time, it was 8:30. What was he waiting for? He logged back into the game without delay. After a quick adjustment, and purchasing a backpack full of random teleportation scrolls, Luo Chen directly teleported to the Poison Snake Valley. He could no longer operate in the Bichu mine, as it was rumored that yesterday Wang Jia Sanshao was frantically searching for him, spreading throughout the merchant circles. Those providing the coordinates for the God of Novices would be rewarded with 500,000 gold coins. The conditions in the Poison Snake Mine today were equally dire. Thus, his target was the Centipede Cave in the Mengchong province. However, he did not intend to pass directly through the Poison Snake Valley Pass to enter Mengchong province. Before the merger, the pass was guarded not only by archers, but also by a unique monster known as the Soul Reaper. In the original owner's recollection, this creature resembled a mass of viscous, black tar, lacking a health bar and seemingly indestructible. Yet, if a player were to come into contact with it, they would meet instant death. Therefore, Luo Chen planned to traverse the connecting passageway of the poison snake mine, heading toward the first level of the dungeon. Along the way, he noticed a number of players seizing the opportunity to advance to the mine while the path was clear. Clever individuals shared similar strategies. Having purchased a full backpack of random teleportation scrolls in advance, Luo Chen encountered no monsters along the way, finally arriving at the connecting passage by 9 o'clock. To his astonishment, he discovered that many others had already gathered there. There are others here, please make way. The Pirate King family has reserved the second bend. We ask everyone to cooperate. This dead-end alley was their discreet domain. Thank you for your cooperation. Attention, comrades in the connecting corridor. The area flanking the central line is designated as our Utopia's monster hunting zone. Please refrain from approaching. Kindly announce your passage in advance. I cannot believe it. Luo Chen was astonished that just yesterday he could enjoy this space in solitude, and today it resembles a bustling marketplace. Fortunately, he had shifted his focus. Passing through. Allow. Luo Chen succinctly greeted everyone with politeness. Despite the throng of people around him, none dared to cause a ruckus. The God of Novices has a bounty of 500,000 gold coins for his coordinates. The Inferno. Countless players present were likely engaging in discreet information brokering. Some team leaders appeared disheartened. Their plans for a private venue had been thwarted. It was evident that, in the near future, this place would be inundated with players. Nevertheless, Luo Chen paid little heed to the commotion. As long as he was not besieged, he had no fear. For now, he could only proceed at a brisk pace. Thankfully, he was familiar with the terrain, and with the monsters having been lured away by the players who had claimed the area, he reached the territory of the last group of players in just over 10 minutes. This group consisted of more than 20 individuals, all bearing the prefix Utopia in their names. Passing through. Allow. Luo Chen continued to greet them courteously. Splendid. With the presence of so many players, Luo Chen's demeanor softened. Beyond the central line, the territory ahead was infested with insects. Here, there were no players around level 20 claiming the area. At most, a handful were cautiously leveling up. To wreak havoc here, the swarms of black evil maggots would not permit it. The ubiquitous pincers would similarly object, unless one possessed the capability to gain their consent. Luo Chen had such prowess, but time was of the essence. Yesterday, he had merely been a target of the Wang family's 3 young masters. With the release of today's equipment rankings, he wielded a weapon far superior to the Staff of Judgment, a level 30 warrior weapon, attack 030, which had become the overnight aspiration of countless players. These individuals were not averse to taking him down. Rather, they were exercising caution. Those who had painstakingly journeyed here were laden with potions, preparing for an all-night grind, now deeming it not worthwhile. Moreover, it was highly probable that they would not prevail, as the top-ranked player was indeed not merely a name of renown. Luo Chen sprinted madly, seizing every opportunity. The monsters ahead grew increasingly dense, leaving little space to maneuver. He deftly slipped into a crevice along the cavern wall, where he could trap the monsters. Only 3 giant worms could reach him. Rather than engaging them, Luo Chen chose to bide his time. Moments later, a figure appeared beside him. The silver-haired female Taoist. Nie Xiaodai had arrived. Nie Xiaodai promptly cast a talisman at the somewhat thuggish face of the God of Novices, and instantly, the agitated swarm of insects fell silent. Except for the 3 giant worms in front of Luo Chen, which continued to writhe. The level 21 Taoist skill group, Invisibility. With Nie Xiaodai's assistance, Luo Chen finally felt secure enough to begin clearing the monsters. After upgrading the Inferno to an attack of 032, Luo Chen's attack stats soared to 673, with each strike reaching a maximum of 80. 11 times. 3 strikes for a monster, exhilarating indeed. This time, Luo Chen did not clear the entire area, but instead advanced swiftly along the mountainside. His aim was singular and resolute, to reach the Centipede Cave. Moreover, he gathered all the sun water and enhanced sun water scattered on the ground. There were 4 archers guarding the checkpoint, and he intended to be well prepared. In the coastal city, atop the Wang Group building, in the chairman's office, an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, spirited and rosy-cheeked, was visibly enraged as he chastised a rather handsome, yet somewhat sinister and unruly young magnate. Third young master, how many times must I remind you? Do not treat this apocalypse as a mere game. Look at you. Not only have you lost your privileges, but you also squandered significant company resources to hunt that so-called novice god. Let me reiterate. From this moment forth, you are forbidden from utilizing any public resources within the game. If you seek revenge, go find your fourth uncle in reality. The young magnate's expression darkened, his frustration palpable as he muttered. But you didn't inform me right away that a game character cannot die even once. The eldest and second both know this. With a resounding slap, the elder struck the young magnate across the face. I notified you 3 days ago at the family meeting. What were you doing, you rascal? Instantly subdued, the young magnate, despite his outwardly rebellious and domineering demeanor, felt a profound fear towards the elder before him. This old man was ruthless, even towards his own kin. Upon exiting the chairman's office, the young magnate's fierce countenance startled the secretary in a short skirt waiting at the door, causing her to tremble. Have a Biao find my fourth uncle and devise a way to uncover the true identity of that novice god. I want him to regret ever coming to this world. The beautiful secretary, her legs trembling, replied, but I only require results. Chapter 27. Treating them like monsters to farm? How ruthless. After spending over half an hour, Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai had progressed along the mountainside of the map to the area where the mutated slime respawned. Meanwhile, a creature was mingling among a cluster of giant worms, masquerading as a garlic bulb. However, it was situated near the mountainside on the opposite side of the connecting passage. Luo Chen glanced at the map behind him. Currently, there was no one in sight. They had only cleared 1/3 of the monsters on the cross-section of the connecting passage, leaving 2/3 now dispersed and evenly blocking the path. Even if there were pursuers, Luo Chen would be able to sense them in advance. Thus, he resolved to eliminate this mutated slime. After all, it dropped high-tier equipment and could yield exceptional loot. The two of them cleared the monsters with remarkable speed. Though Nie Xiaodai was noticeably reluctant to waste her poison spells, even allowing the pincers to remain unutilized. Soon, they had nearly cleared the small monsters, and the 1,500 health mutated slime was laid bare before them. Just then, from around a nearby corner, chaotic shouts and curses erupted, interspersed with some urgent messages floating in the chat box. You damn bounty hunters, why are you stealing our pincers? We told you, the novice god is right ahead. Let's unite and take them down. Brothers of Utopia, what on earth have you brought upon us? A heavy feeling settled in Luo Chen's heart as he dashed forward. Nie Xiaodai swiftly coordinated, immediately applying the red-green poison. After several swift stabs of the assassination sword technique, the mutated slime predictably perished once more, bursting into fragments. Meanwhile, dozens of players from various professions appeared within his line of sight. To his astonishment, half of them were mages clad in magical robes, level 22 mage attire, wielding crescent blades. This time, without uttering a word, Nie Xiaodai swiftly applied the green poison to the mages from extreme distance. Though Luo Chen could not discern her exact name, her designation remained white. It was evident that the female ghost was not bound by the laws against murder. Warriors, with their limited reach, prompted Luo Chen to abstain from engaging and instead hastily gathered the equipment potions that had dropped. Nie Xiaodai continued to apply poison while retreating, quickly surpassing Luo Chen and reaching the 4 archers stationed at the bottom of the connecting passage. Her poisoning skill had now ascended to level 3, lasting approximately 1 minute. The health points of the level 22 mages stood at 86, the level 23 at 91, and the level 24 at 96. As the 17 or 18 mages witnessed the female Taoist poison and flee, they unleashed their wrath upon Luo Chen, the warrior. Naturally, their intended target had always been this novice demigod. Word had spread within the professional circles. Whoever could secure the first blood from him would be rewarded with a staggering 1 million. This was not in gold, but in cash. Moreover, it was said that this sum had already been deposited into the account of the esteemed guild Dragons Soaring Across the Sky, backed by the joint guarantee of 2 other major gaming guilds, through Thick and Thin and Evil Eye. These 3 gaming guilds were renowned giants in the esports realm, possessing actual companies and office buildings within the Eastern Federation. Thus, the professional players were driven to madness. Surely, the income of real-life assassins could not compare to such a bounty. In this tumult, Luo Chen, struck by over 7 bolts of lightning, saw his health plummet by more than 200 points, plummeting to the brink of collapse. As a level 26 warrior with 334 health points, he could not withstand the concentrated fire. Alarmed, Luo Chen neglected to collect the 2 piles of gold and hastily consumed 5 bottles of sun elixir, sprinting towards Nie Xiaodai. Anticipating a potential red name situation, he had gathered a considerable amount of sun elixirs, originally prepared for a forced confrontation with the archers. Now, however, his name remained unchanged. Yet he was being hurled about by the lightning strikes. The professional mages, witnessing this, became exhilarated, shouting as they chased after him. I thought this fellow was formidable. Yet he cannot even withstand the lightning. However, they soon realized that the green poison was rather insidious. Moments later, they abruptly halted. Panic-stricken, why aren't our potions replenishing our health? Taoist. The 7 or 8 Taoists behind promptly raised their hands to cast healing spells on their familiar players. Group healing required level 33, which they did not possess. Yet, mere seconds later, the first mage fell in despair. Subsequently, the remaining dozen or so mages met the same fate, all succumbing to the poison. In an instant, the atmosphere grew eerily silent. Had half of the 30-plus professional players collapsed in an instant? It turns out that the true prowess does not belong to the so-called god of newbies, but rather to his companion, the enigmatic female Taoist. Wait, isn't it forbidden to use spaces in names in the new century of apocalypse? Report her. Surely, the female Taoist is cheating. And as for the god of newbies, let's report him as well. Meanwhile, the remaining Taoists and warriors, with righteous indignation, surged towards the items and equipment dropped by the mage. Luo Chen retreated to stand beside Nie Xiaodai, glancing back at the chaotic pursuit behind them. And he couldn't help but admire the silver-haired female Taoist with profound respect. Impressive. A sudden realization struck Luo Chen, and he attempted to intervene. Wait, that's not right. The Taoists have high health. Your poison, Nie Xiaodai's poison, seems to have a longer duration now. Well, that is fine then. A level 24 Taoist possesses only 170 health points, which makes it highly probable that they would succumb to the poison. Infuriated by the persistent green poison, the Taoists exclaimed, "Silver-haired female Taoist, you are too much." Consequently, they did not hesitate. They first unleashed their poison, followed by a barrage of fire talismans. However, what left them dumbfounded was that the silver-haired female Taoist not only evaded half of the soul fire talismans, but the remaining half that exploded above her head caused minimal damage. Even Luo Chen was astonished, hastily checking Nie Xiaodai's equipment, only to be petrified upon seeing it. White tiger tooth necklace, weight 1, durability 8, magic evasion 70, exquisite 5, Taoist 11, requires spirit 11. My goodness, when did she acquire such a remarkable item? No wonder Nie Xiaodai dared to take the initiative against the mage and Taoists. Upon inspecting her other equipment, it was indeed the case. An exquisite Taoist helmet, 2 gold bracelets with 25 magic resistance, and 2 exquisite blue crystal rings with magic resistance 03. After a swift examination of Nie Xiaodai's gear, Luo Chen noticed that the 10 or so warriors had already advanced rapidly, intent on overpowering the silver-haired female Taoist. How could this be allowed? Nie Xiaodai was fully equipped with magic resistance. She would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the physical assaults of the warriors. Therefore, Luo Chen decisively intervened, positioning himself before the female Taoist. Of course, he did not simply endure the blows. He skillfully maneuvered to lure and inflict damage. Upon seeing the target, the god of newbies, the warriors immediately redirected their animosity. Defeating the female Taoist would only serve as an outlet for their frustration. But defeating a male warrior could yield fortune. All the adversaries pondered, what if I were to slay him? 1,000,000 awaits. Thus, these warriors, heedless of the green poison accumulating on them, relentlessly pursued Luo Chen. Meanwhile, the Taoists from earlier began to perish one after another, their curses echoing in the air. However, the 10 or so warriors remained oblivious, their sole focus on the half-health god of newbies. They had all activated recording mode, eagerly anticipating the chance to eliminate their bounty target. As they observed the fluctuating health of the god of newbies, they felt that the million was tantalizingly within reach. Almost tangible. I struck him with a fierce blow. He retaliated with a critical hit. Block him at the front. I'm down. Watch out for his assassination. His attack is extraordinarily high. It's insane. I'm dead. Whoever takes him down, remember to send me a red envelope. However, during the second wave of the green poison, the warriors finally comprehended the frantic insistence of their companions on the ground, urging them to eliminate the silver-haired female Taoist first. This green poison was utterly grotesque. Even the warriors could not withstand it. Yet, they discovered it was too late. As the last warrior fell, all 30 bounty hunter players met their demise. What impressed Luo Chen was that not a single one fled. They all perished beneath Nie Xiaodai's green poison. Though, of course, this was also Luo Chen's intention. The corpses on the ground continued to murmur, cursing, lamenting, accusing, regretting, a cacophony of despair. At that moment, a colorful bubble, a special item akin to a speaking trumpet, floated up from the corpse of a female warrior. Sister, how did you style your hair? Suddenly, the scene fell into silence. Moments later, a bubble indeed floated above Nie Xiaodai's head. Curse. Chapter 28. The Satisfied Duo. After tidying the battlefield, Luo Chen signaled to Nie Xiaodai and led the way through the checkpoint, arriving at the eastern part of the first level of the dungeon. However, upon emerging, Luo Chen immediately sensed that something was amiss. His vision was obscured by a dense mass of players. Beneath his feet lay a multitude of level 24 mages casting firewall. Luo Chen's body reacted faster than his thoughts, as he swiftly drank a bottle of Great Sun and flew away randomly. Fortunately, he had already mentally prepared for this. The Centipede Cave had been a public map before the merge. It was entirely normal for someone to be blocking the entrance. After flying randomly, Luo Chen discovered that players were still abundant everywhere, predominantly warriors, followed by Taoists. Without hesitation, he continued to fly a few more times until he arrived at a relatively secluded area where only two teams were grinding monsters in a corner. Luo Chen opened the large map, noting that he was at the far upper right corner of the entire map. Realizing he would not engage in combat, he proceeded downward. Minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of a cave. He waited there for a while. 2 minutes later, Nie Xiaodai's figure appeared beside him. During this time, several groups of players had hurried past Luo Chen, yet no conflict ensued, even though he wielded the Inferno and donned the God of War armor. In the absence of hatred, unless one had absolute certainty, few would dare to act recklessly. Those who could reach this place 3 days after the opening were all skilled players. Once Nie Xiaodai arrived, Luo Chen began descending into the map, entering the gloomy stone house. Expecting a blockade, he was surprised to find no one in sight. Recognizing that this was not a suitable place to linger, he immediately dashed toward the next cave entrance. The next map led him to the northern level of the dungeon. Here, there were relatively fewer players. However, Luo Chen's objective lay elsewhere. Continuing to teleport randomly, he exhausted his supplies of random teleportation scrolls and used half of his random teleportation stones before arriving at the stone tomb stream. Much like the gloomy stone house, the stone tomb stream was a small map devoid of monsters, featuring only 2 exits. Crossing the stone tomb stream, Luo Chen reached his destination, the Dark Zone. The map before him was not only intricate, but also riddled with numerous entrances. Compounded by the magnification of the Apocalypse News Century, it resembled an immense labyrinth. This was the most extensive and complex map of the Centipede Cave. Moreover, the spawn rate of monsters had escalated to a terrifying level. If one's strength was insufficient, the speed of slaying monsters would not keep pace with their respawning. The creatures would only multiply. Thus, Luo Chen casually took flight, seeking a secluded area devoid of other players, and commenced his monster hunting. Today's objective was to reach level 28 and master the Crescent Moon skill. Levels 26 and 28 required 700, 000, and 1,000,000 experience points respectively. A formidable challenge indeed. Fortunately, Luo Chen's attack power had now reached 80, enabling him to dispatch black, evil maggots, jumping bees, giant worms, and centipedes in approximately 3 strikes each, and 4 strikes for the clawworms, supplemented by the positional damage from his assassination sword technique, making the goal attainable. With Nie Xiaodai's arrival, the duo began their quest for experience points. Although Nie Xiaodai had recently accrued nearly 4,000 points, she had become somewhat stingy this time, opting to use her poison technique sparingly, only assisting Luo Chen. Nevertheless, with her help in aggroing monsters, Luo Chen's efficiency in combat reached its zenith. Thus, the process of grinding for experience was often straightforward yet tedious. Luo Chen occasionally stole glances at the silver-haired, purple-eyed priestess, relishing the essence of harmonious collaboration. Before long, the clock struck 2 in the morning, and Luo Chen's experience bar was nearly full. After luring a horde of monsters, Nie Xiaodai darted toward a recess in the mountainside and suddenly vanished, seemingly cloaked in invisibility. Luo Chen blinked several times, confirming that this was not a case of her invisibility spell malfunctioning, but rather that she had logged off. What the hell? Luo Chen pondered. Bewildered, what could she possibly be doing logging off at this hour? However, he was no longer intimidated by the ghostly presence. If you have matters to attend to, feel free to go. I have a warehouse full of super healing potions that I intend to utilize. In building number 4, room 404. The door's lock clicked softly before being quietly pushed open. Moments later, 2 figures swiftly entered the room. They were 2 thin men, one tall and one short, both wearing tattered black stockings with several holes. After entering, they discreetly closed the door and quickly scanned the room, discovering Luo Chen reclined on the sofa, adorned with a gaming helmet. Observing the blinking green status indicator on the helmet, The shorter man, clutching a hammer, gestured with interest and whispered, "Brother-in-law. Should we give this fellow a little knock?" The taller man, exasperated, replied, "Are you foolish?" He asked, wearing a helmet. "How are we supposed to knock him out? Besides, we are thieves now, not robbers. If you choose a profession, you must love it. Do you understand?" He then reassured, "Rest assured, this fool is engrossed in a game. The one inundated with advertisements. I've heard from others that even if you strip him bare and toss him onto the street, he won't awaken." Just as the tall man picked up Luo Chen's mobile phone and prepared to unlock it with his fingerprint, he muttered a curse. "What is that hammer for? Smash it open." The shorter man retorted, "Brother-in-law, we are thieves now. Lovercraft. Opening a door requires a certain finesse, a skill I have yet to master." The tall man was instantly incensed. "You fool." Nevertheless, he placed his phone on the table and strode purposefully towards the bedroom door. "It's a simple wooden lock. How many times have I taught you? There is no lock that cannot be opened." Moments later, with a satisfying click, the door swung open effortlessly. The short man gazed enviously. "You truly are impressive, brother-in-law. You can do anything. No wonder my sister is so fond of you." The tall man, feeling a sense of pride, quickly glanced inside the room, saw it was empty, and then said earnestly, "Younger brother, this place seems devoid of any substantial gain. Let us hurry and search the next one. In these times, nothing is easy. We must adhere to the principle of thin profits and quick turnover." The short man sensed something amiss in his brother-in-law's reasoning, though he could not articulate it. A surge of frustration welled up within him. This idiot doesn't he even realize his phone is dead? All he does is play games. Once we leave, he'll surely strip you bare. The tall man frowned. "You fool, this is just a few old bills. Where did this cash come from?" "Wait, it truly is cash. So much." The two thieves, adorned with black stockings, were suddenly filled with delight. The short man quickly removed his empty backpack and began stuffing it with money. Once they had finished, they cautiously entered the bedroom, quietly closed the door, and finally exhaled in relief in the living room. At that moment, the short man felt a pang of regret. "Brother-in-law, why did we leave so much cash back there? I forgot to search more thoroughly. There could be even more." The tall man felt a twinge of temptation too, but his self-control was evidently stronger. A thief doesn't leave empty-handed. But we don't steal twice from the same place. Even if there are more, let them remain for others. We must practice sustainable methods. The short man grasped this concept and eagerly displayed his newfound wisdom. It's like that saying, "You can't drain the pond to catch fish," right? That's called overfishing. The short man quickly disagreed. "Brother-in-law, why should we give it all away? You promised to take me for a, family bucket." The tall man smacked the steering wheel. "That's called McDonald's. You absolute dolt. What era are we in, and you still can't remember the English terms? We must keep up with the times." The short man clutched his backpack tightly, fell silent for a moment, then burst out, "What do you think the exorbitant bounty from the big boss means? Why are we looking for a woman with silver hair and purple eyes? Did his wife run off with someone? Is she a foreigner?" The tall man, growing impatient, replied, "We are thieves, not detectives. We do not engage in cross-industry ventures." After a brief commotion in the living room of 404, they finally stood up and truly walked out the door. Chapter 29, The Eerie Death Coffin. Alone, Luo Chen was engrossed in battling monsters when, suddenly, the silver-haired female Taoist appeared at the previously mentioned cliff's recess. As Nie Xiaodai logged in, she immediately began to lure monsters. Luo Chen had just reached level 27, and Nie Xiaodai summoned a horde of creatures, providing an excellent opportunity for him to practice his assassination skills. After casting a few healing spells on Luo Chen, Nie Xiaodai stood by, motionless. Of course, battling the monsters no longer required her assistance. They were all minor foes, needing neither poison nor talismans. Unexpectedly, a large bubble appeared above Nie Xiaodai's head. In a dimly lit realm, time was of the essence as the villains sought me out, and daylight would soon beckon a confrontation with formidable foes. To my astonishment, Luo Chen instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, exclaiming in disbelief, "You a female ghost, nay a goddess. Who could possibly be seeking you? The king of hell, perhaps? And what manner of extraordinary beast are we to confront?" After a brief interlude, Nie Xiaodai sent another line of text. "Cursed bounty, battle the nightmare, the wraith." Luo Chen was taken aback. While the mention of curses was understandable, he pondered where, in this apocalyptic new era, such creatures as nightmares and wraiths could possibly exist. His memories, alongside those of the original inhabitant of this world, provided no clues. Deciding against further inquiry to avoid delaying their monster-slaying venture, he resolved to address it by daylight. Thus, the duo pressed onward, exerting every ounce of energy in the dark expanse to amass experience points. Of course, after defeating thousands of lesser creatures, Nie Xiaodai tirelessly collected and examined the spoils, uncovering several unexpected treasures. A magic bracelet of attack 4, exceptional rank 3, dropped by a colossal worm. An iron ring of defense 2 and magic 5, exceptional rank 4, dropped by a bouncing bee, and a soul armor of attack 2, exceptional rank 2, from a centipede. As for the coveted equipment belonging to the priest class, Nie Xiaodai had retained those for herself. Though Luo Chen had little interest in the lesser items, he found the subpar, exceptional equipment, such as the blue jade necklace with Taoism 2, the skull ring with magic 2, and the heavy armor with magic 3, unworthy of his attention, discarding them without a second thought. The drop rate of exceptional items from the Centipede Cave was indeed impressive, yet despite their efforts, no special items had surfaced thus far. However, one had to make choices, aside from a few dedicated gold farmers, who would venture forth to hunt scarecrows after reaching level 20. As the hours passed, dawn broke at 7 o'clock, bringing with it an influx of players into the darkened domain, with their levels rising and their equipment becoming more refined. This area could no longer remain exclusive. Observing the emergence of several groups of players around him, Luo Chen felt a twinge of irritation. There simply weren't enough monsters to go around. Before he could react, one group, comprising 11 players, approached him directly. "Brother, make way. We are numerous." The location Luo Chen occupied was primed for monster hunting, boasting the highest density of spawnable creatures, which inevitably drew envious eyes. Luo Chen glowered at the newcomers, all of whom surpassed level 22, and felt his temper flare. What if I refused to yield? There were two choices. He could reason with them, asserting his prior claim, a likely futile endeavor that would lead to a confrontation based on strength. Or he could ignore them, which would likely result in further hostility. The sheer number of adversaries emboldened them. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Luo Chen declared, "What are your numbers? You are but 2 mages, hardly a threat." At that moment, Nie Xiaodai chimed in beside him. "Let us descend to the lower levels." The leading warrior of the opposing group chuckled. "What a considerate beauty. Here's an idea. You can be our backup. If anyone logs out, we'll let you join our team. How does that sound?" Luo Chen couldn't help but laugh internally at their folly. As anticipated, Nie Xiaodai launched an offensive, casting a layer of toxic green upon the warrior, followed by the other 10 members of the group. Without uttering a word, Luo Chen swiftly delivered 2 lethal strikes to the warrior before him. The adversaries were not to be underestimated, disregarding the Taoist poison spells. 2 mages and 3 Taoists immediately concentrated their fire upon Luo Chen, while the remaining warriors closed in rapidly. In their eyes, eliminating the warrior wielding the Inferno was of utmost importance. As Luo Chen consumed potions and maneuvered, Nie Xiaodai diligently applied poison to the enemy ranks. The moment Luo Chen was free, he took flight, his fortune favoring him once more as he found himself at the very center entrance of the Dark Zone. Surrounding him were 2 distinctly divided groups of players. Luo Chen promptly exclaimed, "Passing through." The 2 groups maintained their vigilance as he hurried towards the entrance of the next level. At that moment, one of the Taoist players from a group appeared to have accessed Luo Chen's equipment panel, letting out an astonished cry. "Holy smokes. An Inferno with 32 attack. Goodness. A War God's armor with 4 attack. What the hell? A 4-attack helmet. Why isn't this from our server? Boss, let us take him down." However, it was too late. Luo Chen successfully reached the next level, between life and death. This map was bustling with players, yet due to the rapid respawn rate, it remained largely undisturbed. Without pausing, Luo Chen advanced forward, utilizing random teleportation several times until he arrived at the map, Skyline. The number of players in Skyline was fewer, yet their prowess was markedly superior. He had already encountered several warriors wielding infernos, Taoists brandishing silver serpents, and mages with magic wands. This was to be expected. In the final maps of the Centipede Cave, the spawn rate of the small, evil claw worms with 1,000 health was significant, and the likelihood of them dropping level 26 professional-grade weapons was quite high. Particularly in the Skyline map, the evil claw worms tended to drop substantial loot with each spawn. Thus, players in this map possessed a stronger territorial awareness and were reluctant to engage in conflict. Having established their foothold here, none wished to be the victims of a third-party's opportunism. Consequently, after traversing through the lower right entrance of Skyline, Luo Chen safely arrived at the final layer of the Centipede Cave, the Coffin of Death. Upon entering, Luo Chen immediately executed a random teleportation. Strangely, no one was blocking the entrance. Moreover, the monsters were rampant, and in the area to which Luo Chen randomly appeared, there was scarcely room to place a foot. Quite peculiar. As he consumed potions, Enduring the relentless assaults of numerous monsters, he barely managed to clear a space against the abyss. Rest assured, it was safe from falling, thus securing his position. Moments later, Xiaodai also appeared by his side. With a healer present, Luo Chen felt considerably more at ease. There was no need to draw monsters. His efficiency in farming had reached its peak. As for the assassination technique, it had already leveled up to 2. Perfection would only be achievable at level 29. While joyfully farming monsters, Luo Chen pondered, why did others not come here to level up? Minutes later, he discovered the answer. Special monster, caution. Luo Chen's alertness heightened upon noticing the warning bubble above Xiaodai's head. True to form, shortly thereafter, his health began to plummet at a staggering rate of 50 points per second. Having long been mentally prepared, he immediately took flight, while Xiaodai vanished even before. Just as he reached another location, Xiaodai reappeared, casting several healing spells on Luo Chen in quick succession. While fending off the monsters before him, Luo Chen, still shaken, inquired, what on earth was that peculiar creature? I didn't even catch a glimpse of it. Yiming, invisibility. Xiaodai's typing speed noticeably quickened. Luo Chen, feeling a headache and toothache, grumbled, what is this? Such creatures actually exist? How are we supposed to play? 4 days later, vanished. Xiaodai elaborated once more. At that moment, Luo Chen had an epiphany. No wonder the original owner's memories lacked these special monsters. They became invisible after the merge. But what should they do now? Resort to guerrilla tactics. Luo Chen glanced at the time. It was still not yet 8 o'clock. After a brief pause, Xiaodai indeed provided a suggestion. Let us go to the touching dragon god. There are no special monsters there. Luo Chen's face lit up with delight. Why didn't you say so earlier? Let us go. The map of the death coffin revealed that the spawning point for the touching dragon god lay on a protruding platform at the far left bottom, beyond which lay an abyss. After teleporting randomly dozens of times, just as he was running low on teleportation stones, he finally arrived at the vicinity of a colossal stone pillar. However, he soon noticed a team of battered, low-health players engaged in combat with the touching dragon god nearby. In Luo Chen's memory, the initial health of the touching dragon god was 1,000 points. Yet, the one before him boasted a staggering 5,000 points. If memory served correctly, the touching dragon god had an outrageous magic resistance of 200, but 0 defense. Ordinary attacks dealt 15-30 damage, while the green poison inflicted 10 damage per second. At that moment, Xiaodai arrived. The team battling the dragon also spotted the two of them. Luo Chen chuckled, you all carry on. We're just here to observe. However, even he felt a tinge of doubt about this statement, let alone the 5 players across from them. Xiaodai also readied herself for action. One player, positioned right before the touching dragon god, was petrified while 4 priests continuously healed him. The level 26 warrior wielding the sword of purgatory gazed at the remaining health of the touching dragon god, which still exceeded 3,000 points, feeling a profound sense of unwillingness. Despite the arrival of just 2 individuals, if they caused a ruckus, it would be unbearable. As for taking them out first, the priest's soul fire talisman could not penetrate walls. If the opponents circled around the massive pillar, relying solely on their 4 priests and 1 warrior would scarcely suffice to defeat them. Upon opening Luo Chen's character panel and glimpsing his exceedingly powerful equipment, the opposing warrior instantly lost all remaining confidence. Damn it. Let us retreat. With that, he decisively fled. The remaining 4 priests, unwilling to linger, promptly followed suit. On this side, Luo Chen felt somewhat speechless. Really? Are they that cowardly? There are only 2 of us. We should at least test the waters. But the 5 had already departed, leaving him unable to probe their thoughts. The scene fell once again into tranquility. Strangely, no minor monsters were spawning around, which felt rather unusual. Luo Chen felt somewhat bewildered. Xiaodai, there are no special monsters here, yet there are also no minor creatures. What do we do? Camp and sleep? A bubble floated above Xiaodai's head. Slay the dragon. Luo Chen was taken aback. Just the 2 of us? This dragon seems rather formidable. Its attacks may not be high, but its poison is quite severe. Can you heal me? I hardly have any bottles of sun water left apart from a few potent healing potions. Xiaodai remained silent, raising her hand to cast a green poison spell upon Luo Chen, then began to cast her healing spells. Luo Chen was momentarily stunned, but soon grasped the situation. Xiaodai's poison inflicted 3 points of damage per second, while the touching dragon's poison dealt 10 points per second. It seemed advantageous. Furthermore, although Xiaodai's poison could not replenish health potions, her healing spells could. Thus, Luo Chen dashed to the front of the touching dragon's coordinates, maintaining a safe distance. He beheld the creature's massive, grotesque body resembling an evil centipede, emerging from the ground. Luo Chen raised his weapon and initiated a ranged stab. Nie Xiao Dai promptly cast her red and green poison on the touching dragon. Without pause, she diligently healed Luo Chen. As a level 27 warrior with 354 health points, facing the touching dragon's 1530 attack, normal attack, doubled in rage. Nie Xiao Dai's healing spells barely kept Luo Chen's health afloat. Currently, Luo Chen's maximum attack was 80 points, having not swapped to the Death God gloves, which provided a defense of 2, with his secondary stabbing skill dealing 80 damage, while the touching dragon had 0 defense. Thus, each stab could inflict 64 points of damage. Moreover, perhaps due to the hidden effect of Luck 10, the touching dragon's chance to paralyze him was noticeably lower than that of the previous warrior. Theoretically, the dragon could be defeated in as little as 1 minute or take up to 5 minutes at most. However, as expected, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as the touching dragon's health dropped to 3,000 points, it suddenly went berserk, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Luo Chen's health plummeted below 200, dangerously close to the critical threshold of 100, and he was consecutively paralyzed. Alarmed, he shouted, "Xiao Dai, I'm about to fall." Unexpectedly, a level 5 skeleton wandered into the fray, positioning itself between Luo Chen and the touching dragon. At that moment, Luo Chen's paralysis was lifted, and he hurriedly sprinted to Nie Xiao Dai's side. The level 5 skeleton had 480 health points, sufficient to endure for a while. After about 10 seconds, the skeleton's health ran low, but Luo Chen's health was restored. Thus, 3 minutes later, the touching dragon let out a mournful wail and collapsed. The entire platform was strewn with the items it dropped. In a prominent position at the upper left, a gleaming weapon caught Luo Chen's eye. Yet before he could act, Nie Xiao Dai pounced on it like a mother tiger, swiftly picking it up. After some fussing, likely needing to swap equipment to enhance her magical abilities, she finally equipped it. Wuji Staff, weight 15, durability 25-25, attack 816, magic 35, requires 25 spirit. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet he felt a twinge of disappointment. Why wasn't it the judgment staff? He wondered if the touching dragon even dropped such an item. Regarding the potions and gold scattered on the ground, Nie Xiao Dai did not overlook any of them, collecting them all. In the end, she even picked up ordinary equipment one by one, only to discard them repeatedly. Within, Luo Chen could not help but lament that his efforts had been in vain, as no warrior gear had dropped. Nevertheless, shortly after vanquishing the touching dragon god, the platform was soon teeming with common monsters. Furthermore, as Nie Xiao Dai had mentioned, there were no invisible, horrifying special creatures lurking in the shadows. Thus, the two swiftly engaged in monster hunting, particularly in the western area of their location, which was a veritable hotspot for spawns. Just as the clock approached 9, Luo Chen finally reached level 28. Meanwhile, Nie Xiao Dai's level must have surpassed 26, for she had acquired the 26th level skill, Holy Armor Technique. What? The Night Touching Dragon God lacks poison attacks? Even with 10,000 health points, it poses little threat. However, where did she obtain such information? Luo Chen's curiosity about Nie Xiao Dai surged. How did she possess such knowledge? Why had she attempted suicide? Moreover, her claim of being cursed, with some vengeful entity still pursuing her. Could it be that this girl was merely a decorative figure from the Apocalypse New Era? Silence for knowing too much? Well, she could not be entirely dismissed as a mere figurehead, for she did possess abilities. When the opportunity arose, he would certainly ensure she ingested more fate crystal spirits to bolster her mind for better communication. As Luo Chen's thoughts meandered, the clock struck 9. The entire platform was instantly filled with monsters infused with darkness. Yet, given their combined strength, it took them less than half an hour to clear the area. At this point, Nie Xiao Dai no longer inflicted poison upon Luo Chen. Instead, after casting the Holy Armor Technique, she gestured for him to advance. It seemed that her skills reached full proficiency immediately upon learning. Had she not been an ally, well, a ghost, Luo Chen might have considered reporting her. The Holy Armor Technique granted Luo Chen an additional 5 points of defense. He had also heeded Nie Xiao Dai's advice and collected a substantial amount of potions, cautiously moving forward. The touching dragon god indeed emerged from the ground. Luo Chen executed a swift assassination strike. 10,000 health points. The touching dragon god commenced its assault, and indeed, it lacked both poison and petrification abilities. After a while, Luo Chen confirmed that its defense had doubled, yet remained at 0. Its normal attack had transformed into a ferocious 30-60. As for its attack speed, it was rather intimidating after the doubling. Fortunately, he was employing a distant assassination technique. Backed by a wealth of potions and healing spells, along with the defensive support of the holy armor technique, allowing him to barely hold his ground. Whenever he struggled, the mutated skeleton could step in as a substitute. Damn it! Upon seeing the blue-purple level 7 mutated skeleton, even Luo Chen found himself wanting to curse. This is cheating. Is there no oversight for this female ghost? Of course, he only dared to grumble inwardly. Furthermore, they were merely teammates for now. Should their relationship deepen, well, being dependent on her could be quite appealing. Thus, they continued their battle, stumbling through the fray, with the touching dragon god once retracting into the ground. After spending over 20 minutes, the darkness was finally vanquished by the two of them. The spoils were a mere 5 items, devoid of gold or potions. However, the quality of these items soared to extraordinary heights: fake crystal, purgatory, prayer helmet, super teleport stone, and short sword. Yet, what on earth was the last short sword? It seemed utterly out of place. Chapter 31. Special Weapons. All 5 items were collected by Nie Xiaodai. It wasn't that Luo Chen didn't desire them. It was simply that the woman was too swift. He couldn't possibly compete with her speed. Moments later, however, Nie Xiaodai discarded 4 of the items: fake crystal power, purgatory, super teleport stone, and short sword. Luo Chen was instantly elated and hastily picked them up, thinking, this woman is quite agreeable. He immediately used the crystal, which granted him a power increase of 1. Purgatory, with a standard attack of 25, offered no surprises. The super teleport stone, capable of random teleportation up to 200 times, was undoubtedly a treasure not found in the extravagant marketplace. As for the final short sword, Luo Chen scrutinized it for a considerable time, feeling a twinge of confusion. Why did it seem so peculiar? Short sword, weight 9, 4 gene, attack 311, crafted from special fine iron. He attempted to equip it, but found it impossible. What was the purpose of this? An item? He inquired of Nie Xiaodai. Special. Treasure. After merging, it provides an additional equipment slot, enhancing capabilities. What? He still owed her 450,000 credit coins. She surely would hold him to his word. Luo Chen proceeded to the 0222 storage room, and indeed, Nie Xiaodai followed closely behind. The chubby man greeted him with a smile. Another bountiful day, I presume? Luo Chen looked at him, puzzled. Don't you ever sleep, fatty? Every time I seek you, you are here. The chubby man appeared taken aback, and after a moment, he replied with a hint of indignation. Of course, I ensure to accommodate your time. Providing precise service to our clients is the mission of our vast enterprise. Well, it seemed that success indeed had no shortcuts. Luo Chen ceased his idle chatter and began to sift through the equipment. Noticing this, Nie Xiaodai also started to present him with some items she no longer required. Among the exceptionally valuable possessions were a magic bracelet with an attack of 4, premium 3. Luo Chen contemplated and chose instead to wear the death scythe with a defense of 2 and attack of 3. A cast iron ring with a defense of 2 and magic of 5, premium 4. Sturdy gloves with a defense of 2 and agility of 2, premium 2. A black sandalwood bracelet with a magic of 3, premium 2. An ordinary purgatory weapon with an attack of 25. A Taoist helmet with a defense of 12 and magic resistance of 25, premium 2, along with several minor treasures. Upon seeing the Taoist helmet, Luo Chen was momentarily stunned. Why didn't Nie Xiaodai give him her own equipment? What would she use? But he quickly opened her character panel and instantly understood. Prayer helmet. Weight 2, durability 68, defense 34, magic resistance 16, premium 4, requires level 18. It turned out that the encounter with the night dragon god had yielded a magnificent treasure. Upon witnessing such an extraordinary treasure, Jin Pongzi could no longer contain his astonishment and gazed at Luo Chen in disbelief. Bird uncle, with so many exquisite items. Even a studio of several dozen wouldn't dare to claim such a bounty. Luo Chen shrugged nonchalantly. This game doesn't inherently offer many extraordinary items. I simply put in the effort, and thus, I reap the rewards. Indeed, it was a matter of confidence. Externally calm. Jin Pongzi's heart brimmed with joy. I have struck gold this time, in a vast sea of players in the new century of apocalypse. How did I become Bird Uncle's exclusive partner? It must be luck. While Jin Pongzi calculated the worth of the items, Luo Chen busied himself perusing the sales information within their circle. Moments later, Jin Pongzi made an offer. Bird Uncle, the wealthy elite are currently using credit coins to acquire equipment. Let us appraise our most valuable items in cash. The attack from Magic Bracelet at 100,000. The Magic 5 Iron Ring at 100,000. The Purgatory at 50,000. The Magic 3 Ebony Bracelet at 30,000. The Dao 2 Solid at 10,000. The Defense 2 Magic Defense 5 Daoist helmet at 10,000, and the remaining equipment bundled at 40,000, totaling 340,000. Luo Chen found this valuation reasonable. One should not underestimate the worth of equipment merely because it costs several tens of thousands. After all, what is the price of a gaming helmet? The investment is substantial. Moreover, within the elite circles, they are undoubtedly aware of the unique nature of the new Century of Apocalypse game, particularly regarding the existence of that enigmatic emissary. Of course, this price reflects the market within the first 7 days of the server's launch. Once the regions merge, the value of items and equipment is bound to experience significant fluctuations. However, the price of the Destiny crystals will undoubtedly remain robust. After trading all the equipment, Luo Chen exclaimed in frustration, "Why are you still short by 110,000? Are you trying to swindle me?" Jean Pongzi protested, "By the heavens, these items have their purchase prices. I am merely taking a 10 commission. It's the industry norm, you understand? Damn it, 10, you scoundrel." However, Luo Chen chose not to dwell on this matter. "Do you have any Destiny crystals?" Jean Pongzi hesitated, then spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "I was just about to inform you, Bird Uncle. A client is interested in your Attack 32 Purgatory and wishes to exchange it for Destiny crystals. But what? Don't dawdle. I refuse to be your comic relief." Jean Pongzi appeared slightly embarrassed. "The other party wants to trade with 2 phantom crystals, which I feel isn't quite appropriate, considering the low value of such crystals." Before Luo Chen could respond, Nie Xiaodai beside them began jabbing him vigorously with her Wuji staff, eventually bubbling out, "Trade." Jean Pongzi was taken aback, pondering, "Has Bird Ant's gaming chamber not been repaired yet?" Luo Chen, incensed, retorted, "The Attack 32 Purgatory is mine. What would I use in exchange? I'll give you a judgment in return." Luo Chen, perplexed, questioned, "Are you serious? What if you deceive me?" "Deceive you? My soul would be scattered." Luo Chen was left speechless. What a fierce claim. After contemplating for a moment, he instructed Jean Pongzi, "Have them add 200,000. Return that ordinary purgatory to me and transfer 50,000, and we shall be even." Jean Pongzi, too astonished to ponder why Bird Uncle and Bird Ant's conversation was so peculiar, felt an overwhelming thrill within. It's settled. "However, you owe me 110,000, and for the Abyss, 50,000. Even if I allow the other party to add 200,000, shouldn't it suffice to transfer you 40,000? Yet he, possessing adequate emotional intelligence, did not dwell on this, but simply stated, "Wait for me 5 minutes." In reality, within 3 minutes, the plump gentleman spoke up. "The other side has agreed. They will send someone to our company shortly. At that time, they can first hand you the soul crystal, and then you can give me the Abyss 32. Everyone will feel at ease." Very well, Luo Chen understood. Although for a true wealthy individual, a transaction of several million is trivial. Yet, despite their affluence, they are certainly not foolish. What if they were deceived? Money is inconsequential. The crucial matter is the preservation of one's dignity. In fact, Luo Chen did not wait long. Within a mere 10 minutes, he received 2 fake crystal souls, which he promptly traded to Nie Xiaodai. Subsequently, he reluctantly exchanged the Abyss in his possession to the portly gentleman, and 50,000 promptly arrived in his account. After switching back to the Abyss 25, Luo Chen felt a sense of emptiness, akin to a feeling of loss. As for the reason, well, the plump gentleman had just relayed from the client on the other end. The owner of the Abyss 32 insisted on an additional 500,000. After using the 2 soul crystals, Nie Xiaodia's condition markedly improved, and her speech became notably fluent. "Darling, I'm logging off to sleep." Luo Chen was instantly taken aback. "What? Who is your darling?" "I'm certainly not Ning Kai-chun. I would much rather be Su Xian." Moreover, he wished to upgrade his weapon again, but such thoughts remained unvoiced. Instead, he smiled gently on the surface. "All right." Nearby, the plump gentleman watched as both of them logged off simultaneously, his heart filled with genuine envy. Look at that Bird Uncle. Both career and love are thriving. In room 404 of Building 4, Luo Chen removed his gaming helmet, quickly visited the restroom, freshened up, and picked up his phone, preparing to head downstairs for a meal. However, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Luo Chen was alarmed. "Something's off. I just consumed a crystal, and now I'm brimming with energy. Why am I feeling lightheaded?" At that moment, his previously powered-off phone screen lit up, revealing a message from an unknown sender. "Insufficient mental strength. A good sleep will suffice." Only then did Luo Chen feel relieved. and he soon noticed that the ghostly figure's typing speed had become increasingly fluid. His head grew heavier. Exhausted, Luo Chen could no longer stomach any food and collapsed onto the sofa, falling into a deep slumber. Youth is indeed a blessing. He awoke at 3 in the afternoon, feeling significantly more refreshed. His stomach growled in hunger as he rose, preparing to descend for a meal, when he suddenly sensed something amiss, akin to the urge to sneeze. Moments later, Luo Chen stood dazed beside the sofa, his mind nearly crashing. In his hand appeared an inexplicably dark blade, gleaming ominously. Short sword. Chapter 32. The Fierce Ghost. After a significant pause, Luo Chen finally rebooted his mind, astonished to the point of nearly forgetting to breathe. What the actual? Is this not the weapon that the dragon-touching god dropped? How has it manifested in reality, within the depths of the original host's memory? Such an occurrence was conspicuously absent. Yet, a mere man could wield a simple wooden stick for an entire afternoon. Moments later, Luo Chen, brimming with excitement, began to play with the short sword, weighing precisely 9 jin and 4 liang, crafted from unique cold iron. He exclaimed, "Haha, who would have thought that I, Luo Chen, could finally wield this sword of frost to conquer the 40 continents? Today, I have acquired this unparalleled divine blade, achieving a union of man and sword. Here at the top Manhua, all present are mere trifles. Shimin Qi Shui, the peak of Zijing is not a place for you. Retreat and cool off. Ling Huchong, your encounter with me today spells your doom. Quickly surrender Ying to me. Yanghua, hasten to introduce me to your aunt. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthless blade. Gua Daxia, is your sister-in-law at home? I wish to witness her dog-beating staff technique. Zhang Wuji, it is said that your 9 yang divine skill is unrivaled in the world. Today we shall settle this once and for all. Should you falter, Zhao Min and Jirua shall both be mine. Master Miju, I'll forget that." Just as Luo Chen envisioned wielding this divine weapon, traversing the seas and roaming the vastness of the world, commanding the realm and dominating the martial world, his mobile phone suddenly rang, interrupting his grand aspirations. Irritated, he glanced at the screen and saw an unknown message. "Fool, aren't you hungry?" Luo Chen felt a flush of embarrassment. Had he been exposed to the ghostly presence of Nie Xiaodai? He quickly composed himself, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, and coldly inquired, "Xiaodai, how did this short sword from a game end up in reality? Furthermore, why is it not from the purgatory realm?" "Fool, the weight of purgatory is 60 jin. Can you even lift that?" Luo Chen was taken aback, realizing the short sword's weight of 9 jin and 4 liang was indeed just right. "All right, how do I put away? And could you refrain from calling me fool?" Ding! The phone chimed again. "All right, fool, focus your mind, and you can store it away. Also, aren't you hungry?" 10 minutes later, at Xiang Rice Noodle Shop. As for why he frequented this establishment, it was certainly not due to the proprietor's beauty. The charming proprietress, while wiping down the tables, gazed in astonishment at the ravenous Luo Chen. "Our hometown pigs do not consume as much as you." She privately rejoiced that there were no other patrons in the shop at the moment, lest they be frightened by his voracious appetite. Though it must be said, some food vloggers were even more exaggerated than the handsome Xiao Luo. Luo Chen set down his 4th large bowl of soup noodles and let out a burp. Finally feeling a semblance of satiety, he generously paid 100 yuan, declaring, "No need for change." The proprietress hesitated, but could not resist saying, "Xiao Luo, you've devoured 2 roast chickens and a pork knuckle. The total comes to 128. Let us round it down." Luo Chen was taken aback. Is this a black shop? Can a meal at a roadside eatery really cost over 100? Who would believe that? He begrudgingly added 28 yuan, thinking to himself, "Next time, I shall seek out an all-you-can-eat buffet." I have heard that a self-service barbecue restaurant named Water Kettle Barbecue has recently opened nearby, charging 78 per person. However, I find myself perplexed by a peculiar notion. A disciple of the grudge is pursuing me, and before the merger, we must acquire a set of apocalypse gear to confront the malevolent dungeon. Wait, did you not already meet your demise? Why pursue solitude? Furthermore, what is this dungeon you speak of? This is the second time I, Luo Chen, have encountered this term, igniting my curiosity. What exactly constitutes a malevolent dungeon? A special fragment space that has arrived prematurely. The Cherry Blossom Park, which a stranger informed you about over the phone, is one such place. There are other malicious spaces that, even by mere mention, can ensnare you. Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback. How intriguing, nay, how perilous. Merely listening poses a risk. However, the first rule of survival in a horror film is do not court death. Thus, he chose to dismiss these thoughts and summoned his mental energy to materialize the short sword once more. excitedly inquiring, "Is this weapon residing in my mind or within my dantian? Can it pass through security? Can it slice through steel? Surely it can be used for chopping vegetables? It resides within the Apocalypse backpack, an extraordinary space. It can indeed pass through security and is more than capable of slicing through vegetables. However, are you not weary? With your current mental capacity, you can only retrieve or place it 3 times a day." Strangely enough, after Nie Xiao Dai consumed 2 more ghostly crystals, their communication became remarkably smooth, albeit lacking in respect. Perhaps it is futile to argue with a female ghost. "Xiao Dai, why did you choose to take your own life? And by the way, was your photograph enhanced? Is your figure truly as splendid as it appears? Also, is your silver shoulder-length hair and violet eyes natural or artificial?" Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and shifted the conversation. "Can you not speak? Why do you always resort to texting?" A message chimed. "Have you heard ghostly tales?" This question momentarily bewildered Luo Chen. Do ghosts not possess the ability to speak? That seems plausible. In the grudge, the long-haired figure hardly uttered a word. "Log in. Upgrade weapon." All right then. With the female ghost taking the lead, Luo Chen prepared himself and donned his helmet, navigating the weapon shop with ease. He spent 200 yuan to secure a room for a brief stay, 0404, a seemingly unchosen option. This time, he purchased 35 pieces of black iron, or with a purity of 12, and was about to acquire a blue jade necklace when Nie Xiao Dai interrupted. "Upgrade this." Luo Chen took the trading staff from her and felt a sense of confusion. "Sister, I'm the primary damage dealer in monster hunting and leveling up. As a support, what do you require?" However, her next statement silenced him. "Today, we shall hunt a special monster. You're a female ghost. Your word is law," he muttered to himself. "One day, when I master authentic Taoist techniques, I shall see how to deal with you." As he grumbled, Luo Chen purchased 3 bamboo flutes, a blue jade for a level 23 warrior, a bamboo flute for a level 24 Taoist, and a magnifying glass for a level 24 mage. These 3 accessories represented the most cost-effective means to upgrade weapons. Of course, for the wealthy, options like the Power Ring, Titan Ring, and Purple Spiral Shell offer superior effects. Next, Luo Chen commenced the upgrade of the trading staff. Following Nie Xiaodai's guidance, he refrained from performing the customary weapon test and instead upgraded it 7 consecutive times. 3.5 hours later, Luo Chen retrieved the Wuji staff of Dao Technique 312, maintaining a composed demeanor as he returned the weapon to Nie Xiaodai. "Let's be clear, if it breaks, don't blame me." Nie Xiaodai promptly accepted the exchange and playfully jabbed Luo Chen with the staff. The sound of the weapon striking against him echoed. Luo Chen stared in astonishment at the weapon in Nie Xiaodai's hands, filled with delight. It actually worked? Wuji staff, weight, 15, durability, 25-25, attack, 816. Dao Technique, 312, rare 7, requires mental power, 25. Nie Xiaodai, equally exhilarated, circled around Luo Chen a few times before bubbling with excitement. According to the Apocalypse law, your luck score of 10 should allow you to actively trigger a minor probability event once a day, which is now confirmed. Furthermore, do not attempt to trigger it frequently, or calamity will surely follow. Luo Chen nodded in understanding. All right, once a day. More than that could be harmful. He then turned to the silver-haired, purple-eyed beauty. The Taoist. There are 15 minutes left in the hourly room. What shall we do now? The female ghost, Nie Xiaodai, seemed to grasp, or perhaps misinterpret, Luo Chen's words. "I should be able to drain all your yang essence within a minute. Shall we give it a try?" Luo Chen gasped in shock. "Oh no. Misunderstanding. I still have use." This female ghost is quite fierce. Chapter 33. A Crisis in Reality. In the Binjiang district, at the headquarters of the Dongda Federal Bank's coastal branch, President Li expressed concern. This operation carries too much risk. The head of the bank's technical department whispered anxiously, perspiration beading on his forehead despite the winter chill, likely due to the excessive heating within the bank. "If it weren't risky, would I have called you here? This is an order from Boss Wang at headquarters. Should anyone inquire, we will present a unified statement. The bank account of the Sun family's long heir appears to have been compromised in a scam. To ensure the absolute safety of our super clients, the federal bank has discreetly conducted a thorough technical inspection, which revealed it was a false alarm." The technical department head nodded vigorously. Yes. Leader, I will take care of it personally. Please arrange for the relevant personnel to be reassigned." President Li, ever composed, instructed. "Notify all staff remaining for overtime to gather in the conference room for a brief meeting at 9 o'clock tonight." 18 minutes later, at the Wang Group building, 33rd floor. The heating throughout the building was fully operational. A burly man in a suit barged into the general manager's office, disregarding the disheveled female secretary lounging on the sofa, and calmly reported, "Third young master, we have discovered. Within the bank transactions of Sun Dad, during the morning of that day, there were 5 transfers exceeding 100,000 each. Specifically to the Royal Hotel of Binhai City, Binjiang District, Laizhou Customization, Lingbo City Ocean Sports Association, Deputy Director Sun Xiaojia of the Sun Group Security Department, and a delivery worker named Luo Chen, located in the outskirts of Old Binhai City." The middle-aged man, Wang Biao, nodded and added, "The bank records indicate that this Luo Chen had previously purchased a helmet for the Apocalypse game." Wang Sanshao took a deep breath, suppressing the fury that threatened to erupt, and gritted his teeth as he commanded, "Uncle Biao, ensure cleanliness, but must not be less than 2 hours. Make him regret ever coming into this world. Furthermore, do not employ our own people." The burly Wang Biao nodded once more, and then turned to leave. A menacing expression crossed Wang Sanshao's face. "Dare to revoke my qualification for the Apocalypse? Then I shall sever your life." After a moment of hesitation, feeling an insatiable rage within him, he wickedly strode toward the secretary's office. At 9:30 in the evening, Luo Chen arrived near the left pass leading to the province of Mengzhong after utilizing half a backpack of random teleportation scrolls. He swiftly dispatched the encroaching serpents and inquired of the silver-haired female Taoist beside him, "Is the special monster you mentioned the Soul Reaper?" Nie Xiaodai nodded affirmatively. Luo Chen grimaced slightly. "This dark, tar-like creature is something that the original host could not defeat. How do we kill it? I poison, darling, while you execute the assassination. Absolute precision is required, or death will follow." Nie Xiaodia's words were both gentle and merciless. "Beautiful lady, though I am handsome and have seen countless films, I am still a virgin. Could you refrain from calling me darling? It's rather unsettling." "Ah, but I too have seen countless films and remain a maiden. I require yang energy, and spiritual essence will suffice, though physical yang energy is more effective." Nie Xiaodia's words were as simple as eating or drinking, yet they sent a shiver down Luo Chen's spine. "Feel free to call me what you wish, but save the physical yang energy for me. I have yet to experience romance." "Ah, what a pity to perish as a virgin." "You lie, Goddess Lu Ru," she retorted. It appeared that women possessed a remarkable memory in such matters. Even spirits were no exception. Luo Chen could not help but facepalm. "Sister, the original host, well, I am merely Lu Ru's devoted admirer. I have not even so much as touched her. Damn it, the original host, you rascal, making me bear your burden. By the way, how did Lu Ru meet her end? She surely wouldn't have committed suicide, right?" Luo Chen casually inquired. "A ghostly trap. She accidentally wandered into your instance. Leaving aside reason, she indeed perished because of you. What? Is there no law left?" At that moment, for dark, viscous creatures resembling grotesque masses of tar appeared before them, exuding a noxious aura. Not a single player was around. Those who dared to challenge fate had perished countless times just days prior. It was said that the unofficial game forum was rife with condemnation regarding this matter. Luo Chen felt a surge of anxiety as he gripped the weapon in his hand, confirming once more, "Xiaodai, I just need to ensure a flawless assassination. Even if it's inefficient, safety must come first. Indeed, could you perhaps call me wife? The spiritual yang energy would be more substantial, and recovery would be swifter. By heavens, you are becoming quite demanding. If I were to call you wife, I would essentially be the grandson of Ning Kaichen." Moments later, Nie Xiaodai took the initiative, applying a red-green poison to the nearest Soul Reaper. Luo Chen's spirit heightened with tension as he adjusted his position, grumbling, "Xiaodai, cast me a ghost shield and a sacred armor spell." Nie Xiaodai had become increasingly adept at typing. Luo Chen contemplated the situation. Encountering the enemy meant certain defeat, rendering safety measures unnecessary. Observing a unique creature moving at a speed comparable to that of players, Luo Chen summoned his courage and positioned himself with an axe in its path. Fortunately, this creature relied on melee attacks. 3 seconds later, Luo Chen unleashed a stabbing sword technique before swiftly retreating 2 spaces. The blade's glow struck the viscous black figure, yet appeared to inflict no damage. However, the creature clearly redirected its ire towards Luo Chen, pivoting to pursue him. Seizing the moment, Luo Chen executed another stabbing sword technique and retreated again. As the creature closed in, he attacked once more and withdrew. Remarkably, Luo Chen quickly grasped the essence of the tactic. Nie Xiaodai, poised to provide support, breathed a sigh of relief and typed a message. Luo Chen understood. Nevertheless, the monster could only perceive names, devoid of a health bar, leaving Luo Chen oblivious to when it might become frenzied. Thus, after a tug-of-war lasting around 10 minutes, Luo Chen suddenly noticed the black name of the Soul Reaper shift to red. Its dark, viscous form began to pale. Luo Chen instantly realized it had entered a state of rage. He promptly evaded, narrowly escaping the creature's newfound speed, which had doubled. Without hesitation, he fled, but astonishingly, the monster's speed slightly surpassed his own. This left Luo Chen in a state of panic as he sprinted towards Nie Xiaodai, shouting, "Help me, dear wife." In a life-or-death moment, Ning Kaichun was his savior. With the presence of a vengeful spirit, Luo Chen found solace in his ghostly bride. Nie Xiaodai expertly cast a poison spell, redirecting the enraged creature's wrath. Then, her level 7 skeleton, fearless of death, charged forward. To Luo Chen's horror, the skeleton, boasting a health of 640 points, apocalypse data, was effortlessly reduced to a pile of bone fragments by the special monster's swipe. Luo Chen couldn't help but shudder, nearly losing control of himself. This was utterly brutal. For the remainder of the encounter, Nie Xiaodai utilized her summoned skeletons to entangle the unique monster. Only then did Luo Chen realize. No wonder she prioritized upgrading her weapon. Her intention was to poison the creature. He had misjudged his ghostly bride. While monitoring the battle, Luo Chen discreetly opened Nie Xiaodai's equipment panel for a quick glance. The sight nearly took his breath away. What on earth have you been doing behind my back? Chapter 34. The temptation of picking up equipment. Nie Xiaodai, when did you amass such an extraordinary set of gear without my knowledge? A mystical staff of Taoism 312, extraordinary grade 7. A soul battle garment of Taoism 05, extraordinary grade 3. A Taoist helmet of Taoism 02, extraordinary grade 2. A bamboo flute of Taoism 15, extraordinary grade 2. A small bracelet of Taoism 04, extraordinary grade 4. A Taoist bracelet of Taoism 04, extraordinary grade 3. A pair of pearl rings of Taoism 05, extraordinary grade 3. Luo Chen's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Sister, you've been hoarding excellent equipment while I was unaware. No wonder you have a green hat. Ah, something feels amiss. The green hat she wears signifies my impending infidelity, does it not? Who could be? The proprietress downstairs. Perhaps? Oh, how absurd. I am quite devoted in matters of the heart, you know. I am only captivated by enchanting beauties. Well, the proprietress does possess a rather commendable physique. In his mind, Luo Chen quickly calculated. At level 26, a Taoist priest with a basic Taoist skill of 23. And with Nie Xiaodai's equipment, her overall Taoist power reached a staggering 645. No wonder she dared to bring me to confront such a formidable entity, the Soul Reaper. If only she weren't a female ghost. Luo Chen would not mind being a kept man. Those who have experienced it know how delightful it is. The special creature, with its remaining 5 health points, was gradually depleted under the relentless assault of the green poison. With a resounding bang, the sticky creature exploded like a firework. Thankfully, this was merely a game, sparing the environment from a messy asphalt catastrophe. However, the drop rate for special monsters seemed rather dismal, did it not? Luo Chen noticed that only 2 items had dropped. As for what they were, a fleeting glimpse of a female ghost obscured his view. Moments later, Nie Xiaodai's head bubbled with discontent. Why is it all yours? She then tossed the 2 items onto the ground. Luo Chen hurriedly picked them up, feeling as elated as one warming by a fire on a frigid winter's day. Fate Crystal, Spirit. Ancient Bronze Ring. Without hesitation, he utilized the crystal, boosting his spirit by 1. A sense of fulfillment suffused his entire being. As for the peculiar Ancient Bronze Ring, it likely resembled a short sword in terms of its apocalyptic attributes. Ancient Bronze Ring, forged from ancient secret bronze. It harbors a mystical attacking power capable of injuring the soul. Luo Chen gazed at the remaining 3 special creatures, sensing that the asphalt monster also possessed a striking allure. Should we continue this endeavor? Fool, you need to recover your spirit. The consumption is significant, and there is 0 margin for error. Luo Chen grumbled. Could you refrain from calling me a fool? Then you may call me your wife. Luo Chen promptly conceded. All right, if I am to be called a fool, so be it. After all, no one else can hear. Fool, 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 let us rally. After a brief respite, Luo Chen patted his chest, brimming with determination. My lady, I am ready. Nie Xiaodai, feeling a sense of urgency, immediately initiated the next encounter. The second Soul Reaper was drawn forth. With his spirit restored to 1, Luo Chen found himself facing the asphalt creature with newfound ease, each stab delivering exhilarating pleasure. How utterly delightful. Nie Xiaodai served as a support, noticing Luo Chen's slight overconfidence. She quickly typed a warning. Fool, if you lose your apocalyptic qualification, you will be of no use to me. I can only drain you dry. Goodness. Luo Chen was instantly sobered by her words. By all means, he resolved to watch a few more of Uncle Gio's films, hoping to discover a method to counteract female ghosts. As the special creature turned a vivid crimson, Luo Chen decisively ran towards Nie Xiaodai, successfully vanquishing it with relative ease. Once again, 2 items have dropped, yet once again, clarity eludes me. This time, Nie Xiaodai refrained from sharing, opting to keep everything for herself. Luo Chen felt a simmering discontent within, but outwardly plastered a sycophantic smile. Elder sister, I am not fatigued in the slightest. I possess boundless energy. Shall we continue? Nie Xiaodai nodded in agreement. The little bull's recent boost of spirit has taken effect. Luo Chen paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the meaning and exclaimed with delight. My lady, you can nod now? You can utilize subtle expressions? Just now, a fake crystal soul dropped, which is immensely beneficial for me. Oh, now it all makes sense. As for the other item that fell, Nie Xiaodai chose to remain silent, and Luo Chen dared not inquire further. The third special monster was about to be engaged. Once again, it was a red opening, green poison, and Luo Chen executed a stealthy strike. After a brief struggle of a few minutes, they successfully subdued the creature. Yet again, 2 items dropped. Once more, the spectral figure of a female ghost flitted past. Luo Chen lamented, We are a team, not just a group. Could you allow me to collect something just once for the thrill? This time, Nie Xiaodai tossed an item aside and typed, Consider yourself fortunate. Luo Chen's eyes gleamed, and he eagerly snatched it up. Fake crystal power. Fully content, he felt his admiration for the silver-haired female Taoist surge. Ghostly wife, I adore you. After a brief rest, Luo Chen impatiently urged Nie Xiaodai to confront the final monster. Nie Xiaodai, equally pleased with the little bull's vigor, proceeded without hesitation. Both were adept enough to avoid any elementary mistakes. Thus they successfully eliminated the last Soul Reaper. The silver-haired Taoist figure flashed by. Luo Chen remarked, This woman is remarkably swift. Naturally, he had come to terms with the reality of not acquiring any gear this time around. However, after nearly a minute of silence from Nie Xiaodai, his patience began to wane. Hey, isn't there anything for me? The crystal is mine. I can use the equipment too, but I simply don't wish to give it to you. How could he endure such an affront? Luo Chen's demeanor shifted dramatically. Nie Xiaojie, I must inform you, should our spoils be unevenly divided, should we fail to be forthright, I should Nie Xiaodai, with a smile that held back laughter, quietly awaited Luo Chen's threat. After a considerable pause, Luo Chen begrudgingly declared, I will log off and protest. I shall reject my internet addiction, starting with myself. Let be known, if you dare to exploit me at will, I shall transform into a malevolent spirit to settle the score. Nie Xiaodai, stifling her laughter, tossed an item to the ground. Luo Chen pounced like a famished tiger, seizing it eagerly, and then hastily scrutinized it. Iron bracelet. Do not be deceived by its name. It embodies a potent will. When you visit the restroom, you shall never find yourself splattering onto the toilet seat. Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback. What does that mean? Oh, quite precise indeed. Following this, Luo Chen hastily employed a random teleportation scroll, soaring towards the pass on the opposite side of the Venomous Snake Valley. Indeed, the map of Venomous Snake Valley boasts 2 entrances leading to Mengchong. A few minutes later, Luo Chen fortuitously arrived at his destination. Nie Xiaodai soon materialized beside him. Luo Chen gazed at the 3 Soul Reapers before him, nearly drooling in anticipation. However, moments later, a frown of confusion creased his brow. Why is one missing? With no other option, Luo Chen resigned himself to action. Given his current posture, or rather, his considerable experience, within half an hour, the 2 had vanquished 3 asphalt monsters. This time, Luo Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. He acquired 2 vitality crystals and an apocalyptic piece of equipment, a golden necklace. Do not be deceived by its appearance. This one is designed for males and allows warriors to showcase their prowess. With these foes defeated, it was still not yet 11 o'clock. Xiaodai, it's still early. What shall we do now? I'm genuinely asking. So please don't misinterpret my intentions. By the way, are there any special monsters left? Nixie IOD, seemingly quite pleased with her haul, bore an expression almost akin to that of a real person. After a moment of contemplation, she typed her response. The special monsters we can tackle are here. The ones in the Woma Forest are invisible, and those from the Daylight Gate are ranged attackers. Let us proceed to the Stone Tomb Array. Chapter 35, The Splits, My Brother. The Stone Tomb Array, situated at the very heart of the Alliance's Soil City, resembles a four-tiered pyramid. It appears as though the entire city has been constructed around it. The area of the entire Alliance province has expanded at least 100-fold. It is excessively vast. Clearly, random teleportation scrolls and stones will become essential supplies for every player's adventures henceforth. After clearing the special monsters, Luo Chen effortlessly arrived at the Alliance province and, by sheer fortune, flew to the back entrance of the Soil City. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, a tempest of chaos was about to erupt within the safety zone of the venomous Snake Valley. Juicy, it's your turn. I'm on the verge of collapse from running. Taylor, you're not holding up either. You've barely lasted 2 minutes. Stop dawdling. 3 of us are already dead. We've finally lured this creature here. The bounty is within reach. Boss, after this score, will we be hunted down across the entire server? Will we become public enemies? We all came from the same dorm. If we keep our mouths shut, who will know it was us? Your sister-in-law knows. She is also playing Apocalypse and is quite displeased with our methods. On the outskirts near the venomous Snake Valley village, 3 Taoists were running while bantering. The 6 of them had begun luring monsters since logging on that day, intending to bring the Soul Reaper into the safety zone. The previous day, they had drawn numerous minor creatures of the night. Although many were slain by the great sword guards at the village entrance, they successfully coaxed several into the safety zone, reaping considerable rewards. Tiangu, it's your turn. Poison it. Zhuzi, feeling the pressure, urged another Taoist beside him. 10 minutes later, the Soul Reaper completely disregarded the great sword guard's attacks and crashed into the safety zone. Within a minute, a thick layer of items and equipment blanketed the ground of the entire safety zone. The 6 players remained silent, solely focused on their newfound wealth. Meanwhile, Luo Chen had successfully flown to the 5th level of the stone tomb. Remarkably, his luck was indeed formidable. Of course, he encountered no less than 10 instances of malice along the way, yet he refrained from retaliating. His primary concern was to hasten his journey, not due to the overwhelming numbers of his adversaries. After traversing the stone tomb formation, Luo Chen found himself lost in a maze of confusion, completely unaware of his whereabouts. Nie Xiaodai appeared beside him, gazing at the identical stone tombs before them. After a moment of silence, she typed, "You fool, where have you run off to?" Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. "Sister, it's the stone tomb formation. Did you not say we should come here?" "Fool, which number is this?" This left Luo Chen perplexed. Who keeps track of such things? Nie Xiaodai, exasperated, could only resort to leading the monsters. Completely baffled, Luo Chen thought, "Am I at fault for listening to you? Women are truly troublesome." Thus, the 2 of them battled monsters until the early hours of morning. The items dropped continued to be collected by Nie Xiaodai. Luo Chen felt a growing frustration. In the past, I didn't want to pick up the equipment. Now, I can't even get my hands on it. Just wait. I will make you return it to me. At that moment, Nie Xiaodai suddenly typed, "Hurry up and log out." Luo Chen was taken aback, but I didn't even log in. It then dawned on him. Are we logging off now? Upon receiving a confirmation, Luo Chen promptly exited the game. As he logged off, he discovered a female assassin clad in a form-fitting black outfit, accentuating her alluring figure, straddling his waist, holding a potion poised to pour into his mouth. Upon seeing Luo Chen suddenly remove his helmet, the assassin froze, quickly discarding the potion and seizing a gleaming dagger, thrusting it towards his heart without hesitation. However, the dagger would not penetrate. Luo Chen effortlessly grasped the assassin's delicate wrist, slightly bewildered. "What exactly are you trying to do?" The assassin, outwardly cold and ruthless, was internally alarmed. "What is happening? I am a master in judo, karate, taekwondo, and yoga. Having roamed the coastal city for years without failure, I am a renowned gold medal assassin in the underground world, known as the Black Widow. How could I fall to a mere boy?" But what was this? His strength was formidable. She could not resist. The Black Widow struggled against his grip, but found herself utterly immobilized. Panic surged within her as she forced a seductive smile. "Big brother, would you like some service?" Luo Chen, taken aback by her alluring figure and exquisite features, felt a slight stir of interest. Is this profession so competitive now? They even offer home service? He then effortlessly tossed the alluring assassin to the floor, placing the seized dagger on the table, and coldly stated, "You wish to kill me?" Before she could react further, the overwhelming force that had knocked her down elicited a sultry smile from the Black Widow, who deliberately accentuated her curves. "How could I? Someone as handsome as you. Who would dare to harm you? I was merely playing." It was at this moment that Luo Chen realized, despite her being a woman, when had he become so powerful? The speed of that dagger just now had seemed as trivial as a child's play to him. Was it due to consuming several fake crystals? Are we still discussing the same enhancements of the Apocalypse equipment? astonished by the significant improvement in his capabilities. Luo Chen found his anger towards the Black Widow for attempting to assassinate him somewhat diminished. Let's keep it simple. What talents do you possess? The Black Widow, momentarily taken aback, pondered before hesitantly replying, handsome. I can perform the ice and fire duality? Candle with a whip? Luo Chen scrutinized her form-fitting black attire, furrowing his brow. You do not deserve to call me handsome. Also, can you dance? You know, the kind that sways? The Black Widow appeared somewhat perplexed. Noticing the displeasure on Luo Chen's face, she quickly responded, Big brother, I could do the splits. With that, she executed a perfect 180-degree split on the floor. Luo Chen was dissatisfied. The angle was incorrect. Having your long legs, extended front, and back looks unappealing. Can't you do it side to side? The Black Widow hesitated but promptly adjusted her position as per Luo Chen's request, smiling seductively. Is this better? Now satisfied? Luo Chen recalled the seasoned netizens claiming that such splits were quite impressive. Just as he was feeling a stir of excitement, a chill swept through his lower body. A sinister female voice echoed in his ears. This woman is filthy. If you dare, I will drain you dry. Luo Chen was nearly frightened into submission. What the hell? A female ghost. Wait, when did Nia Xiaodai stop typing? Are you speaking nonsense? The Black Widow, with her legs spread in a 180-degree split on the ground, felt close to tears. She was a top-notch assassin, renowned in the industry, known as the Black Widow. When had she ever endured such humiliation? I'm not speaking nonsense, big brother. This is authentic. You can try it yourself. Chapter 36. What is the fastest within 7 steps? What is this? Luo Chen had never used it before, so he approached the Black Widow. In the face of her terror, he firmly grasped her chin, rendering her futile resistance pointless, and poured the potion down her throat. After several gasps, the Black Widow rolled her eyes back and collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. Luo Chen then remarked, It truly works wonders. Observing her sprawled position, he spat disdainfully. Even in unconsciousness, you look so unattractive. How dare you claim to be in the service industry? 1 star. At that moment, a cold breeze brushed against Luo Chen's cheek, accompanied by a chilling, bell-like laughter. Are all men as lecherous as you? Luo Chen immediately straightened up, exuding an air of dignity. How could that be? They are not as lecherous as I am. No way. I am not lecherous. A fresh wave of chill swept through his lower body. The body does not lie. Cursing under his breath, Luo Chen quickly squeezed his legs together. Could you refrain from threatening my family heirloom? If there's an issue, direct it at me. Why does this female assassin want to kill me? The chill departed from Luo Chen's body, hovering beside the woman. Moments later, a cell phone floated into view, creating a rather eerie scene. Luo Chen understood, approached, and took the phone. Then, using the woman's finger, he attempted to unlock it, finally succeeding when he reached her right middle finger. Luo Chen swiftly navigated through his phone's photo gallery, searching in vain for any pertinent information. At that moment, Han Yi leaned against Luo Chen's shoulder, presumably as Nia Xiaodai joined him in perusing the phone. After further rummaging through communication apps and messages, Luo Chen finally stumbled upon a particularly alarming bounty. Eliminate delivery person Luo Chen. Address, photo as follows. Requirements. The process of demise must exceed 2 hours. Provide 4 sets of valid photographs and 2 sets of videos. Reward, 2 million credit coins. However, this message originated from an unknown source, and neither Luo Chen nor Nia Xiaodai could trace it. Just then, a soft, alluring voice whispered in Luo Chen's ear, Open her hidden album. Luo Chen paused, bewildered by the varying tones of Nia Xiaodai's voice. Yet, the current tone was undeniably melodious. He hastily reopened the photo gallery and, indeed, discovered the hidden folder. The method to access it remained unchanged, still requiring his right middle finger. Upon viewing the images within, Luo Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He could hardly tear his gaze away, nearly moved to tears. The hidden album of the female assassin was entirely pixelated. Many featured her candid encounters with various men, employing diverse techniques that left even the seasoned Luo Chen speechless. He felt as though he was gaining knowledge, while he was immersed in critical admiration. A tempting voice interrupted. After viewing these, scroll down. Luo Chen was struck with disbelief and promptly believed Nia Xiaodai's words. It seemed she indeed had an extensive viewing experience. However, after a moment, Luo Chen began to sense something amiss. This was becoming perverse. The male protagonist depicted was still the man engaged in a naked struggle with the female assassin, but the subsequent scenes were utterly grotesque. It resembled a slaughterhouse tableau. The sight of the massive, crispy sausages processed by the female assassin made Luo Chen's scalp tingle. This woman was akin to a female mantis, a black widow. Just as he contemplated shutting off the phone, the gentle voice stopped him. Take a look one more time. Such an opportunity is rare. Luo Chen, aghast, promptly discarded the phone, declaring with righteous indignation, such malevolent images must be utterly prohibited. What business do you, a female specter, have in viewing this? Circling around the female assassin, Luo Chen pondered. What to do with this woman? Can you drain her dry? Hani floated beside Luo Chen, exclaiming, it's too filthy. Luo Chen frowned, but then a light bulb went off in his mind. He picked up his phone, scrolled through his contacts, found a number, and dialed. Hey, is this Officer Lee? Why are you receiving a call at this hour? It's barely past dawn. The time is irrelevant. Get up and get moving. No dilly-dallying. Do you want a third class, first class wait, second class merit? If so, meet me at 404 and don't be late. After hanging up, Luo Chen beamed with joy, shout I suppose this counts as helping someone to the end, sending them off to the afterlife. Hani gently caressed his handsome face, giggling. This is called punishing evil and promoting good. A little over 10 minutes later, a knock echoed through the room. With a swift motion, Luo Chen opened the door. A formal police officer and a community defense personnel entered in succession. Luo Chen patted the shoulder of Officer Lee, chuckling heartily. Old Lee, your promotion and fortune are just around the corner. Officer Lee, unfazed by the levity, furrowed his brow as he entered the living room, bending down to check the woman's breath. What on earth is happening? Beside him, Officer Chen, visibly anxious, fixed his gaze on the woman on the floor, vigilant against any sudden aggression she might display. Luo Chen picked up the woman's phone, deftly using her middle finger to unlock the password and access the hidden album. Old Lee, if you manage to capture a psychopathic murderer, especially one as deranged as this, how many ranks can you ascend? Officer Lee stood up, his face transforming into a theatrical display of astonishment. By heavens! He quickly grabbed his small communication device. Excitement coursing through him as he reported to the command center in the XX precinct. Level 2 Inspector Lee Fan, ID XX, has identified a major suspect in a significant case, currently subdued. Location: Building 4, Room 404 of the XX community. Requesting SWAT support. With reddened eyes, Officer Lee bellowed. Xiao Luo, my Luo Yi. You don't understand. He then turned to Officer Chen with a serious demeanor. Today you've struck the jackpot. Fortuitously, you're with me. Don't you want to be confirmed as a full officer? Shine today. Just then, two figures abruptly burst through the door of room 404. Clad in black stockings and brandishing a single-shot shotgun and a silenced pistol, menacingly declaring, don't move. Hand over the widow. Luo Chen was taken aback. How can there be more thugs? Is there a living male subordinate of the Black Widow? Quite a rarity. How dare you seize my opportunity? I will eliminate you. With that, he brandished his baton and charged at the armed assailants. Officer Lee, alarmed, swiftly reached for his waist while shouting a warning. As for Luo Chen, he had no time for further actions and merely flicked the vial of liquid he had used earlier. A deafening explosion ensued. Flames erupting from the shotgun as a barrage of steel pellets struck the nearby thug wielding the silenced pistol. The assailant let out a harrowing cry, inadvertently discharging his weapon, which grazed Officer Chen's left arm and tore through Officer Lee's trousers. Had it not been for Luo Chen's timely kick to Officer Lee, the bullet would have most likely struck him in a rather compromising area, turning him into a rather unconventional Santa Claus. The shotgun-wielding thug trembled as he attempted to reload, but was swiftly overwhelmed by Officers Chen and Lee, who brought him down with a flurry of strikes that shattered his dreams of being a criminal. Almost simultaneously, the earth-shattering sound of police sirens blared from below. Luo Chen quickly settled onto the floor, concealing his achievements. Chapter 37. Still in the mood for gaming? Gunfire erupted, arrests were made, and injuries occurred. Officer Lee, with reddened eyes, furiously scolded Officer Chen. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Charging in the face of two guns. If you perish, how am I supposed to explain this to your parents? Officer Chen, clutching his wounded arm, remained silent. Yet the glimmer of joy in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. The SWAT team leader gazed at the wound on Old Lee's backside, exclaiming with a mixture of disbelief and humor. Old Lee, you nearly became a eunuch. If your wife finds out, she'll surely go after you. A nearby officer attempted to assist Old Lee in staunching the blood flow, but was swiftly rebuffed. The team leader cast a disapproving glance at his subordinate, lamenting his lack of perceptiveness. What are you doing? Let him bleed. The more he loses, the happier he becomes. Today, I'm merely here for a bowl of soup. Old Lee is the one who is truly benefiting. HM, and Young Chun isn't too shabby either. How about joining our SWAT team? Young Chun remained silent, his eyes fixed on Officer Lee, unable to conceal his astonishment. The team leader unabashedly expressed his envy towards Old Lee. Old Lee? Soon I might have to start calling you boss, damn. Blood continued to seep from Old Lee's wound, staining his lower half. Yet he accepted the cigarette offered by the team leader, savoring a deep drag. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the hallway, and shortly thereafter, the deputy district chief of the Cha-Cha district and the police chief arrived on the scene, accompanied by their superiors. Squatting beside the sofa, Luo Chen was taken aback by the scale of the situation. Did they really need to make such a fuss? If I had known, I would have carried the female assassin downstairs. Just look at this mess. The landlady will undoubtedly unleash her wrath tomorrow. As he observed Officer Lee recounting the entire incident in front of so many officials, he noted that Lee had altered the narrative from receiving a call to having discovered the clue independently, which relieved Luo Chen considerably. Yes, that was precisely what he had insisted on earlier. Luo Chen had no desire to be taken in for questioning. The cold weather made staying home to play video games much more appealing. Moreover, Nie Xiaodai seemed somewhat intimidated by the presence of the police and had already retreated to the secondary bedroom, hiding inside her gaming headset. After a flurry of activity, the prominent figures began to depart, at which point an elder leader pointed to Luo Chen and inquired, "Is this the tenant?" Old Lee immediately interjected, "This is Xiao Luo. He was a delivery man who got injured a few days ago and even received a threatening call. I've been in close contact with him." The elder leader nodded in acknowledgement. "We must ensure the safety of the public that." Old Lee interrupted, "Rest assured, leader, I will take care of it. Xiao Luo is in my hands." The elder leader frowned. "You'll take care of it? Hurry and get to the hospital. If I didn't know it was just a scrape, I'd think you were on the brink of sacrifice." Old Lee chuckled sheepishly. "Then I leave it to you. Congratulations." Old Lee. The elder leader smiled sincerely before turning to leave. The personnel from the mortuary efficiently cleaned up the scene, ensuring no trace of blood remained on the floor. With only a few SWAT members, Old Lee, and Luo Chen left in room 404, Old Lee turned to Luo Chen and scolded, "Are you really not going? This is a chance to make a name for yourself." Luo Chen shrugged. "No thanks, I'm too timid. What if someone holds a grudge?" Old Lee opened his mouth to respond but found no words, grumbling instead, "Just be careful, don't think that." Luo Chen immediately cleared his throat and then had a thought. "By the way, could you send a banner to the landlady? After all this commotion, I fear she might unleash a torrent of curses tomorrow." Old Lee waved his hand dismissively, saying, "She will be too pleased to bother with that, don't worry. And by the way, that kick you delivered was truly fierce. My gunshot wound pales in comparison to your strike." Luo Chen immediately sprang up and urged him towards the exit. "Quick, let us get you to the hospital for a checkup on that cervical erosion. We mustn't allow any lingering aftereffects." Old Lee struggled to catch his breath, finally managing to curse, "You still have the time to play games? Close the doors and windows. Get some sleep. I shall return at dawn." Once everyone departed from room 404, Luo Chen locked the door and exhaled in relief. "Damn it, who on earth has hired someone to kill me?" He pondered for quite some time, but other than the game, he could not think of any enemies. The third young master of the Wong family? He quickly dismissed that notion. It was unlikely he was aware of his true identity in reality, unless this individual had immense connections to persuade high-ranking officials within the Federation system to take risks on his behalf. Or perhaps, Luo Chen couldn't help but let his imagination wander. Could the original owner be an illegitimate child of a prominent family, a conglomerate, or a political tycoon? Perhaps they were now vying for inheritance, prompting family members to turn against him. But none of this truly mattered. Mindless escapism has its market. As he continued to clear his thoughts, a chilling sensation enveloped him as something leapt into his embrace. He gasped in surprise. "Xiao Dai? What on earth are you doing? Are you trying to siphon my life force?" A soft, slightly fatigued voice emerged from within his grasp. "Indeed. The righteousness of law enforcement is quite harmful to spirits, and I need to recuperate." Luo Chen grimaced, hesitating momentarily before murmuring, "Just so you know, don't overdo it. Let us take it slow." Moments later, he felt an icy wave radiate from his core, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Then, he heard a voice filled with gritted teeth. "I'll drain you dry, so we can become fated lovers in the afterlife." What a fool, logging into the game. Luo Chen sighed in relief. Thankfully, he was still of use in the game. Xiao Dai needed him. It is essential to possess value in life. Upon logging back in, the two found themselves still in the Stone Tomb Array. In the world of Apocalypse New Century, there were hundreds of such arrays. Nonetheless, until now, it was still just the two of them here. Moreover, the monsters kept respawning incessantly. Red wild boars, black evil maggots, and wedge moths seemed endless. Although Luo Chen had already learned the Half-Moon Blade, and, with the luck enhancement, could defeat them faster than a mage could incinerate pigs, he still struggled to keep up with their respawn rate. Thus, both of their experience points were rapidly increasing. Occasionally, within the Stone Tomb array, red wild boars and black wild boars with 500 health points would appear. Their drop rates were considerably higher than ordinary ones, and the chances of obtaining exceptional items or advanced skill books were also notable. Each time he encountered these two types of wild boars, Luo Chen felt a surge of excitement, hoping they would drop a skill book for the fiery sword technique. However, the wedge moths were exceedingly bothersome, as they were paralyzing and did not drop items willingly. When Luo Chen reached level 29, Nie Xiao Dai's inventory became full, and she began tossing equipment to him. This brought him great comfort. This woman finally realized the importance of returning the favor to her uncle. However, the equipment discarded by Nie Xiao Dai was of no use to Luo Chen. Though exquisite, it held no practical value. Subsequently, Luo Chen closed his half-month window and commenced skill training. After a span of several minutes, his assassination swordsmanship finally reached its pinnacle. At that moment, a Crimson Wild Boar with 500 health points dropped a skill book that he could utilize, the level 30 Savage Charge. This time, Nie Xiao Dai refrained from snatching it away. Elated, Luo Chen picked it up, opened a portable warehouse scroll, and stored away his entire backpack. Yet, he could not help but press her. When will you compensate me for the judgment staff? Surely, you do not intend to renege on your promise? Tomorrow morning, I will accompany you to slay the cult leader. Very well, but remember, you have made this commitment. Upon locating the Rotund Gene, just as Luo Chen finished organizing his items, Nie Xiao Dai urged him to log off. Rest, eat, regain your strength, and then head to Binhai University. Luo Chen was instantly dismayed. Sister, I assure you, there is nothing between Lu Ru and me. Besides, she is no longer around, so what purpose would it serve? By the way, are you still unable to communicate within the game? Speaking in the game wastes soul energy. In reality, with your mental aid, only you can hear it, resulting in negligible consumption. After Nie Xiao Dai elucidated, she continued typing. Tonight, in the game shard space, the Ghostly Maze dungeon will open. There may be competition for it, and it is crucial for me to acquire special soul crystals. What? A game dungeon. Chapter 38. All good people. After tidying up, Luo Chen was preparing for slumber when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Officer Li. What on earth? Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? At your age, staying up late is not advisable. Luo Chen complained, wholly disregarding that it was still morning. After some negotiation, they agreed to reconvene at 5 in the afternoon, and Luo Chen yawned as he drifted back to sleep. As for the recent incident at 404, how could one be so unperturbed? Well, the female ghost Nie Xiao Dai had significantly bolstered his mental threshold. This time, he slept soundly until 3 in the afternoon, awakened only by hunger. At the intersection near his community, there existed a self-service barbecue establishment named Water Kettle Barbecue. In essence, it was merely a barbecue shop. Typically, at around 3 in the afternoon, one would expect a meager crowd. However, the scene was decidedly unusual. A dozen individuals encircled a hefty man, weighing over 200 pounds, as he voraciously devoured skewers. This rotund fellow was a well-known food streamer in Binhai City, currently undertaking the Water Kettle Barbecue Culinary Roulette Challenge within a limited time frame. Finishing a designated meal would earn him 2,000. Failing to do so would require payment at the standard price. Although the large man endeavored to chew and swallow, it was evident he was struggling. Ultimately, he set down the skewer and, facing the camera with a wry smile, declared, "Dear viewers, I must admit, this barbecue shop's portions are indeed substantial. I can no longer continue." Amidst this scene, a figure clad in a delivery uniform appeared behind the large man in the live stream. Luo Chen hurriedly arrived at the barbecue shop, feeling as though his stomach was about to consume itself. Upon entering the establishment, he immediately noticed a considerable crowd gathered around a rather corpulent individual. The table before this rotund figure was laden with a veritable mountain of skewered delights: grilled lamb, beef, chicken, gizzards, wings, giant shrimp, fish balls, and shrimp balls. Utilizing the last vestiges of his rationality, Luo Chen confirmed the pricing with the barbecue shop owner. This is an all-you-can-eat barbecue joint, correct? 89 per person for unlimited consumption? To his astonishment, he realized the price had indeed risen. 89 for unlimited is acceptable. Without delay, Luo Chen pointed at the bountiful spread on the large man's table. "I'll have 2 portions just like his." The crowd gasped in unison. Even the hefty man widened his eyes in surprise, hesitating momentarily before advising, "Dear delivery guy, you won't be able to finish that. Don't sacrifice your stomach for a mere 2,000. Confused, Luo Chen wondered what the large man meant by not finishing. Could I not have just a taste of your barbecue? The large man attempted to offer further counsel. But Luo Chen's eyes blazed with determination as he lunged forward, grasping 2 hefty handfuls and devouring them ravenously. Luo Chen felt as if his body had reached a critical threshold, relentlessly demanding energy. With each skewer consumed, he finally began to feel a sense of relief. The large man promptly offered him a bottle of water. Luo Chen nodded in gratitude and seized another generous handful of skewers, overwhelmed by hunger to the point where even bitter melon seemed tempting. Meanwhile, the large man had discreetly adjusted his streaming equipment to capture both himself and Luo Chen in the frame. Typically, his live stream attracted a modest audience of a few thousand, but it was now surging into the tens of thousands, the barrage of comments flooding in. This delivery guy can really eat. How many has he had now? His profile is quite handsome. What a waste delivering food. Hey, big guy. Asked him for his contact info. I want him to deliver to me. Are you hoping he fix your plumbing instead? My pipes are clogged too. Half an hour later, the barbecue shop owner stood in stunned silence. The large man was ecstatic. The live stream was in a frenzy, with thousands of viewers collectively erupting with excitement. This unknown delivery guy appeared to have shattered the culinary broadcast record for Binhai City. In fact, he would even rank among the best in the Eastern Federation. Young man, drink some warm water. You absolutely must avoid sugary drinks now. It's bad for your stomach. Receiving the cup of warm water handed to him by the large man, Luo Chen expressed his gratitude once more. This fellow may be a bit hefty, but he is rather kind. Downing the cup in one go, Luo Chen stood up, content, and amidst the puzzled stares of the onlookers, he effortlessly scanned the code to make his payment. Ding! The account reflected a charge of 90 yuan. With a grand gesture, Luo Chen proclaimed, "Keep the change. I don't need it back." 5-star review. Everyone was left in a state of astonishment. The barbecue shop owner stammered, "Young man, I think." Luo Chen was taken aback. "Isn't this an all-you-can-eat? What are you thinking? Not a chance. I paid 90 for the promised buffet." To which he added defiantly, "The water I drank merely filled a void. It's of no use to argue." The large man, wanting to persuade him to accept the shop's reward of 2,000 yuan, noted Luo Chen's unwavering stance and decided against it. This guy is quite free-spirited. I find him utterly unpredictable. In the bustling live-streaming room of the hefty individual, excitement was palpable. The owner of the barbecue restaurant, noticing the delivery man's exuberance, seized the moment with a broad smile. "Brother, be generous. Here, take this pack of cigarettes." Luo Chen, puzzled, thought to himself, "What is going on? This unsolicited kindness must be suspect." He replied, "I don't smoke. How about you exchange it for a bottle of white wine?" "Really? Then bring me the most expensive one." At 4:50 in the afternoon, Luo Chen lounged on a chair in the district police office, nonchalantly crossing his legs as he addressed Old Li. "Look at this. I know you've been injured, so I specially brought you a bottle of fine white wine. Quite the expensive gesture. I assentee it." Old Li remained standing, hesitant, as the abrasion on his backside throbbed painfully. "I don't drink. With such intentions, you might as well have brought me a pack of cigarettes." "What the heck?" Luo Chen was taken aback. Did I misinterpret the situation? Should I have accepted that pack of cigarettes? I wonder if the barbecue restaurant owner would still allow an exchange. At that moment, the door of the police office swung open, and a group of formally dressed officers entered. Leading them was an old superior whom Luo Chen recognized. Upon seeing the bottle of white wine on the table, the leader paused momentarily before chuckling. "Old Li, are you planning to invite me for a drink tonight?" Old Li replied, "It's work hours, but I've been on leave these past few days, so let us have a little." Luo Chen interjected, "Wait, Old Li, didn't you say you can't drink?" At 7 in the evening, in apartment 404 of Building 4, a chill enveloped Luo Chen the moment he closed the door behind him. He hesitated briefly, but decided that having just eaten, he was brimming with vitality. "I shan't be stingy." Suddenly, a piece of silk lingerie inexplicably appeared in his hand. "Wear this, and I can accompany you outside." Luo Chen was taken aback, instinctively rubbing the fabric between his fingers. It felt exquisite, reminiscent of the piece he had previously lost on the balcony. The fragrance is identical. I, a robust man, would never wear such a thing. This garment is imbued with my spiritual essence and possesses bulletproof qualities. Why didn't you mention that earlier? "Moments latte." Luo Chen resignedly remarked, "It's too small. I can't wear it." To his astonishment, the silk lingerie gradually expanded, transforming into a size that fit him perfectly within seconds. Satisfied, he prepared to layer it over his thermal wear. It must be worn close to the body for the protective effect. This time, he did not refuse. Surprisingly, the silk felt comfortable against his skin. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaodai reveled in her success, secretly amused. This way, she could efficiently absorb his vitality and escape apartment 404. Luo Chen, with such abundant vitality, is simply too stingy. Luo Chen donned his thick delivery uniform once more, placing the helmet that had saved his life atop his head. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "When are we setting off? Shouldn't we find time to upgrade our weapons? I haven't utilized today as fortunate streak yet. The haunted university may become active post 9 o'clock, and the likelihood of encountering others is high. Engaging in joint missions requires your luck as well." Luo Chen nodded. All right then. He opened his phone to check the map, only to be met with dismay. What the heck? The subway at the entrance doesn't go directly. Transferring between buses and subways will take 2 hours. Taking a taxi would be too expensive. Should I ride an electric scooter instead? In my room, within the left drawer of the wardrobe, there lies a car key. Chapter 39, Coastal University. Luo Chen picked up the gaming helmet and headed to the guest room, intending to conceal the helmet, valued at a staggering 100,000. Among all his possessions, it was the only one of such worth. The door to the guest room opened automatically. Clad in bulletproof silk lingerie, Luo Chen felt no fear. As he entered the room, he couldn't help but inhale the delightful fragrance that permeated the air. A chill ran down his spine. He swiftly tucked the gaming helmet beneath the bed and promptly opened the wardrobe against the wall to attend to business. To his surprise, he discovered a plethora of exquisite lingerie and, albeit only a few, some outerwear. A peculiar yet pleasurable scent wafted into Luo Chen's nostrils, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Filling him with a sense of joy. Focusing intently, he quickly located the key. What kind of car is this? The key bore an unusual design. Time was of the essence. Moments later, Luo Chen found himself at the underground parking lot of a shopping mall across the community. He had entered through the vehicle entrance. Most delivery workers knew that riding the elevator in their uniforms could sometimes lead to awkward encounters. As he surveyed the surroundings, a small car descended from the entrance behind him, audaciously honking its horn, shattering the tranquility of the parking lot. Luo Chen raised his hand to shield his eyes from the bright headlights, noticing it was a Porsche sports car. The driver was obscured, yet he observed that the license plate was not affixed with screws, seemingly magnetic, indicating it was often driven without proper registration. Just as he intended to yield, a head poked out from the driver's window. "Delivery guy, move out of the way." Fuming, Luo Chen thought, "How rude. I'll twist your valve core later." After circling around, he finally spotted the car that Nie Xiaodai had mentioned in a corner. The mall was barely alive with business, and thus the underground parking lot was littered with abandoned vehicles. Fortunately, Nie Xiaodai's car was covered with a protective car cover. With haste, Luo Chen removed the cover and, feeling anxious, pressed the key. Astonishingly, as Nie Xiaodai had suggested, the car, despite being parked for months, still had power. It seemed the vehicle's quality was indeed commendable. However, Luo Chen furrowed his brow. "Xiaodai, why does your Ford only have 2 doors? Is it a Mustang? But why is there no Ferrari emblem?" Nie Xiaodai's voice echoed softly. "Don't all men adore cars? Can't you recognize this one? How disappointing." Luo Chen, exasperated, retorted, "I've seen countless cars. This is merely a high-end Ford, an Armani. I assenti it? Yes, I've heard of it. Endorsed by Hu Xiaoyao." Nie Xiaodai, unable to tolerate his ignorance any longer, exclaimed, "This is an Aston Martin, my favorite car." After much effort, Luo Chen finally ignited the engine, feeling it was unlike any car he had driven before. Awkward in every aspect. What is this? It's even inferior to Lu Xiang's wife's second-hand BMW. Nie Xiaodai fell silent. Luo Chen pressed the accelerator firmly. Thankfully, the vehicle responded well. Off we go. Luo Chen drove his car to the toll booth, only to find himself utterly stunned and incredulous. The automatic payment screen displayed a parking fee of 320 yuan. Goodness, how outrageous. Luo Chen cursed under his breath, pulled out his phone, and prepared to scan the payment code. Suddenly, an idea struck him like a bolt of lightning. He put down his phone, quickly reversed his car to the side of the passage, and dashed over to the sleek Porsche he had seen earlier. With ease, he detached the magnetic license plate from the other vehicle and affixed it precisely to Nie Xiaodai's car. He then hopped back in, exited the parking lot in one fluid motion. Luo Chen felt elated. He had saved several thousand yuan. Nie Xiaodai stared in bewilderment at Luo Chen's audacious maneuver, puzzled. "You must have hundreds of thousands in your account. Why bother with such a trivial expense?" Luo Chen retorted, "The money in my account is mine. Why should I pay the parking lot?" Nie Xiaodai was left speechless. Was he really this stingy? What would they do in the future? Luo Chen drove to the entrance of the overpass, pulled over, and removed the magnetic license plate, tossing it into the river from a distance. Consider yourself lucky. I want to deflate your tires this time. Luo Chen generously spared the Porsche owner. Feeling triumphant, he relieved himself in the greenery nearby. After finishing, he realized Nie Xiaodai was still with him and was suddenly alarmed. Wait, you didn't T-peek, did you? A teasing voice replied, as if I haven't seen it before. Luo Chen felt annoyed. How careless of him. He jumped back into the car and slammed the accelerator. After all, the car wasn't his, he chuckled. With the wind at his back, Luo Chen arrived at Binhai University by 8:45, parking beside a small river opposite the girls' dormitory. Just as he turned off the engine, two attractive girls approached hand in hand, their eyes sparkling upon seeing Luo Chen. Hey there, you can't park here. You'll get a ticket. And why are you wearing a helmet while driving? Is this an Aston Martin? Are you here to experience the delivery life? We can show you around. We know these roads well. Luo Chen stepped out of the car. I'm really a delivery guy. I've been slacking off these past couple of days. The two girls, noticing his delivery uniform and helmet, were starstruck. We often order takeout too. Can we add you on WeChat? And can we take a picture with your car? A chill swept over Luo Chen's chest. He replied, this car belongs to a ghost. That's why I'm dressed like this. You know the Maoshan Taoist priests, right? The yellow robes ward off evil. The two girls clearly didn't believe him, their expressions dripping with skepticism. We could be ghosts too. Want to try us? Luo Chen locked the car, exasperated. Seriously? No one believes the truth these days. I'm just living off others. Get it? Suddenly, one of the girls furrowed her brows, her tone turning icy. No wonder you can afford a car worth over 2 million. How shameless. The other girl, however, remained undeterred. Hey, I don't mind living off someone either. Luo Chen ceased his words, swiftly departing towards the side entrance of Binhai University. Only then did the chilling sensation that enveloped his chest dissipate. That delivery person was not permitted entry. The university's security had intercepted Luo Chen. Internally, he chuckled derisively and shouted at the security personnel, I am a university student working part-time. I am from XX College, majoring in XX, class XX. Is it shameful to deliver food? I cannot obtain scholarships, and there are no work-study opportunities for me. Tell me, is this fair? The security personnel, who were formally appointed, were momentarily taken aback by his words. Moreover, the crowd of students surrounding them grew larger, with some already recording the incident on their phones. The security guard felt a surge of anger. What you are saying is irrelevant. Show me your student ID. Undaunted, Luo Chen leaned closer and retorted. If your checks are so stringent, why have you not yet apprehended the murderer of our classmate Lu Ru? The security guard was genuinely flustered. The higher-ups had strictly prohibited discussion of this matter. Calm down, my fellow student. The relevant departments are conducting a thorough investigation. Let us refrain from discussing this issue, for we do not wish to alert the perpetrator, do we? With that, he boldly walked through the school gate. The security guard, drenched in cold sweat, later muttered, why would such a lovely girl, with so many admirers, choose to end her life? Upon reaching a garden path near the girls' dormitory, Nie Xiaodai unabashedly expressed her admiration. I almost believed you were a university student here. How did you manage that? Luo Chen shrugged and sighed wistfully. It's nothing. After delivering food numerous times, one comes to learn everything. Chapter 40, Wealth, Companionship, Law Land. Luo Chen sat on a bench in the pavilion, observing the vibrant young women bustling about. Although the weather was cold, many beautiful girls were braving the chill, revealing their long legs. This time, Nie Xiaodai did not emanate her usual chill, but instead eagerly engaged Luo Chen in a discussion about girls' attire. That girl has a great figure. She looks good in anything. Xiaodai, look at that beauty. She isn't even wearing pants in this frigid weather. She will regret it later with her old, aching legs, you know? Bruce, she's wearing sheer tights. How do you know? Oh, by the way, do you have any tights? I don't seem to see any in my wardrobe. Of course, I have black, white, and lace ones. Would you like to see? Absolutely. Dear lady, could you refrain from cooling the air? I feel as though I'm bare-skinned. Do you find it illegal to look? I apologize. Before long, the clock struck 10:30 in the evening, and the dormitory lights were extinguished. Luo Chen reluctantly watched a graceful figure vanish before asking curiously, Xiaodai, didn't you say the dungeon would open at 9? We are past the time. What I meant was, after 9, the ghostly dungeon can open at any moment. From 9 in the evening to 3 the following morning, it could happen. Luo Chen immediately felt restless. We cannot just wait here. If the patrolling counselors catch us, we will be in trouble. Alas, had I known, I would have brought my gaming helmet. I wasted an opportunity to level up my weapon today. No, today's fortune is of utmost importance. Luo Chen blinked. Is it possible to obtain equipment in the ghost realm? Luo Chen was taken aback and immediately stood up, preparing to leave. Is it not the teacher? Is it? Luo Chen felt a surge of inexplicable joy despite his stern demeanor. Does Nie Xiaodai also worry? Thus, he boldly approached. What are you three up to? The individuals opposite him were clearly taken aback, and the leader, a young man wearing casual attire with a slung backpack, hesitated. Who are you? I'm from student council. Luo Chen declared with conviction. Do not be misled by my delivery attire. It is merely a disguise. I am here specifically to investigate those who stay out all night. Behind the young man stood a masked woman and a middle-aged man with a somewhat shifty appearance. In response to Luo Chen's inquiry, the middle-aged man stepped forward and reprimanded. Which department of the student council are you from? And who is your advisor? Was this sanctioned by the school? What the hell? Luo Chen suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. This fellow seems a bit like someone from the school. Hello, teacher. I am an officer from the External Relations Department. Are you also on patrol? Luo Chen decided to take a cautious approach. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly added, Teacher, I am also part of the martial arts club. My skills are commendable. Perhaps you could grant me a few extra credits? The middle-aged man was about to say something when a young man interrupted him with a gesture. His expression was notably serious. Fellow cultivator, let us speak plainly. You must also have been invited to subdue this ghost realm. May I inquire about your lineage? What the heck? How did you recognize that? However, the question of lineage stumped Luo Chen. After pondering for a while, he hesitantly said, Can I fabricate one? The young man was taken aback, then laughed heartily, unwilling to disclose. That is fine, as long as it's not true. I observe that you possess a full celestial appearance and a reserved divine light. You must certainly be from the righteous path. But why does it seem you have a hint of a romantic calamity? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Romantic calamity? Isn't it's supposed to be romantic fortune? Is it because I am handsome? At that moment, the school teacher ceased to interject and stood aside, sensing that these were exceptional individuals invited by the school. It was better not to pry. Fellow cultivator, I have some talismans here that can dispel romantic calamities. Would you be interested? Luo Chen widened his eyes, his tone turning unfriendly. Fellow cultivator, that is not proper. It is better to dismantle 3 temples than to disrupt a romantic calamity. Haven T, the esteemed masters of Tian Sherdao, informed you? Upon hearing this, the young man visibly relaxed. The fact that you could state your lineage indicates that you are indeed one of us. But shouldn't the saying be, better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin 1 marriage? Luo Chen furrowed his brows and continued. As for my romantic calamity, I have my own methods to resolve it, so you need not worry. Do you, from Tian Sherdao, possess talismans or secret weapons for subduing ghosts, particularly female spirits? Just send me a few bundles. The young man's eyes lit up. We have plenty, more than sufficient. Not only do we have protective talismans, ghost-repelling talismans, and spiritual light talismans, but also exquisite replicas of Zhong Kuei statues and Bagua diagrams. How many would you like? The masked woman behind him seemed hesitant, as if she found it difficult to watch. So many. I want a complete set. Luo Chen exclaimed with delight. Excellent. You have a discerning eye, fellow cultivator. The value of the Tao is immeasurable. For these items, let us settle on the price of 8,800, a truly friendly rate. Having said this, he produced a payment code, accepting various forms of payment, WeChat, Alipay, credit card, and unified payment systems. Luo Chen was taken aback. What? You still want money? The young Taoist appeared somewhat incredulous. Isn't that wealth, partner, method, land? Without money, how can you subdue demons or capture ghosts? Luo Chen, suddenly incensed, retorted. Who said I lack funds? I have several million in my account. Mind you, he silently added in his mind. Well, several million in gold coins. The young Taoist, still skeptical, inquired. So will you buy it? Luo Chen, feeling the pressure, promptly retrieved his phone and scanned the code for 8,848 yuan, declaring grandly, consider the remainder as a tip. The young Taoist's face lit up with joy as he quickly retrieved a finely crafted yellow paper package from his backpack, which bore a handwritten label in brush strokes. Ghost-busting set. Luo Chen, puzzled, accepted the yellow package. Are all the items in your backpack like this? Were they pre-packed? The young Taoist replied, confidently. Absolutely reliable. Produced by the Heavenly Master Sect. It is assuredly effective. The woman behind him could no longer contain herself and stepped forward. Fellow Taoist, the items you hold were all drawn by my senior brother himself. Their efficacy is inconsistent. So please do not be misled. Before the young Taoist could react, Luo Chen, instead, expressed surprise. They're not forgeries? Do you have more? I would like 2 more sets. The woman was utterly speechless. I'm not being clear enough? The young Taoist, equally astonished, exclaimed, fellow Taoist. You truly have an eye for quality. By the way, I also possess a piece of heavenly master magical equipment, which I'm sure you have heard of, right? Since you have several million in your card, you can certainly afford it. It is a fateful encounter with this artifact. With that, he surprisingly produced a wooden sword from his backpack. Luo Chen was flabbergasted. How did he manage to fit that in there? The young Taoist displayed a hint of reluctance. This magical artifact was awarded by the Heavenly Master to the most outstanding disciples of the new generation. A genuine piece of apocalyptic equipment. Fellow Taoist, you may hold it and experience its marvel. However, upon receiving the wooden sword, Luo Chen immediately realized this is simply the special equipment from the new era of the apocalypse, a wooden sword. He himself possessed a short sword. If the wooden sword is deemed a precious artifact of the Heavenly Master sect, then his short sword must be a divine weapon. How much does it cost? Luo Chen inquired curiously. The young Taoist, with a pained expression, gritted his teeth and replied, "This is an offensive type of magical artifact, a priceless treasure. Since you are interested, let be 800. Luo Chen was taken aback. So cheap? He once again took out his phone, scanned the code for 888 yuan in credit currency, and stated, "As per usual, the excess is a tip." The young Taoist was left utterly bewildered. Are you jesting? Chapter 41. The Ghost Trick Dungeon opens. Luo Chen smirked. I've already paid. Do you intend to renege? The young Taoist, unable to contain his frustration, retorted, why don't you go rob a bank? An artifact worth 800,000, and you think you can acquire it for 800? Are you a Spartan warrior? Luo Chen's heart was struck with disbelief. Wait, 800 means 800,000? Did I mishear? Yet he could not allow the other party to perceive his ignorance. So he maintained a facade of indifference. A mere wooden sword, and you dare to sell it to me for 800,000? Who was the one joking first? The esteemed masters of the Heavenly Master sect. Is this truly how you impart your teachings? The young Taoist was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. After a brief pause, he awkwardly replied, well, gold and silver have their value, but magical artifacts are priceless. Just then, a new group approached from a distance, their presence even more formidable. A striking gentleman, evidently endowed with the qualities of a great emperor and clad in a tailored British suit, was flanked by 3 elegantly dressed women in silk robes of varying designs. Following closely behind were 2 fully armed aides carrying an enormous toolbox, along with 3 somewhat obsequious men in athletic attire who approached the crowd with an air of arrogance. 2 middle-aged men wearing glasses lingered at a distance, seemingly reluctant to draw too close. The observant teacher swiftly made his way to the 2 bespectacled gentlemen, filled with trepidation and barely daring to breathe as he greeted. Principal Zhang, Director Wang, what brings you both here? Principal Zhang frowned slightly, prompting Director Wang to whisper a reprimand. Director Li, what did we discuss in the meeting? You were instructed to escort the distinguished members of the Heavenly Master sect directly to Building 1. Why are you still lingering here? Cold sweat broke out on Director Li's brow as he replied. The Taoist Fuyun encountered a high-ranking deliverman and is currently engaged in a deep discussion. Meanwhile, the young Taoist, known as Taoist Fuyun, disregarded his wooden sword and confronted the suave gentleman in the suit, exclaiming, are the members of the Blazing Flame sect still so arrogant as to look down upon our Heavenly Master sect? The gentleman, nostrils flared, scoffed. You think Fuyun can represent the Heavenly Master sect? I must say, the standards for accepting disciples in your sect have become increasingly lax. Anyone seems to be welcomed. He then added mockingly, oh, is the beautiful Yunqi here, too? Why wear a mask? Are you embarrassed to be associated with a worthless senior brother? Fuyun was infuriated and on the verge of cursing. However, the woman standing behind him grasped his arm and removed her mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful face adorned with a frosty demeanor. Wang Lei, enough of this. Your vile demeanor makes me want to retch. The suave gentleman smirked wickedly. Hitting his affection, scolding his love. Yunqi, feel free to berate me. My dear disciple, can you really argue with a dog without biting it? Unable to tolerate the scene any longer, Luo Chen rubbed his nose and casually twirled the wooden sword in his hand, declaring, when dealing with a dog, it is best to use a stick. Here, allow me to offer you one. Yunqi was taken aback that the deliverman, whom she had been misled about, not only spoke up for her, but also intended to gift her a treasured artifact. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Moreover, why did he refer to her as his disciple? Finally, Wang Lei's expression shifted as he stared at Luo Chen, a glimmer of suspicion crossing his face. The Heavenly Master sect's yellow-grade artifact, the 1,000-year Peachwood sword. How is it in your possession? Wang Lei furrowed his brow, unable to decipher the background of this deliverman. May I inquire as to where you received your teachings and your Taoist title? Luo Chen, taken aback yet displeased, retorted. And you presume to inquire about my name with such an attitude? Wang Lei immediately straightened his expression, adopting a solemn demeanor as he clasped his fists and performed a respectful Taoist bow. Might I ask your esteemed lineage? All eyes in the vicinity turned expectantly toward Luo Chen, as if the moment had become excessively ostentatious, yet there was no turning back now. One cannot simply be struck down by the very boasts one has made. In a moment of inspiration, Luo Chen exclaimed, "Aha! I am Luo Jiao, a wanderer of the seas. By lineage, I'm the elder uncle of Fu Yun and Yun Shi. Of course, you may refer to me as Uncle Jiao." Luo Chen spoke with an air of calmness, his demeanor unperturbed. When one ventures forth, one's identity is self-bestowed. He felt a surge of satisfaction with his quick-wittedness. Perfect. This declaration left the audience astounded. Yun Shi pondered. No wonder the delivery Taoist just addressed me as his niece and returned my senior brother's artifact. Her voice, sweet and melodious, chimed, "Greetings, uncle." Fu Yun's eyes widened in realization. No wonder I could not discern his strength. He is indeed Luo Jiao, or rather, Uncle Jiao. He graciously accepted the wooden sword back from his junior sister, demonstrating his magnanimity. Fu Yun, with a hint of bashfulness, greeted, "Hello, uncle. Your teachings have been duly noted." Wang Lei furrowed his brow. Luo Jiao? Could he be the wandering sage from the Central Plains Luo Chen capital? Moreover, he evidently knows these two disciples of the heavenly master Dao. Wang Lei's voice carried a note of caution. "I am Wang Lei, the chief disciple of the Xiong Lion sect, under the esteemed guidance of Master Xing. Honored to meet you, Uncle Jiao." The three elegantly clad beauties, the Lu sisters from Binhai, endeavor to showcase their alluring figures. "We are the Lu sisters from Binhai, honored to meet Master Luo." The trio of muscular men, brimming with reverence, declared, "We are the ghost exorcists of the Binhai branch of the Chao gang, honored to meet Master Luo." Luo Chen felt a rush of exhilaration. What a delightful charade. From this moment onward, I shall embrace the title of Uncle Jiao. However, one must not let the Ade slip. Just as he was reveling in this newfound identity, he suddenly noticed the surrounding space dimming dramatically as wisps of white mist began to waft through the garden. Even the streetlights lost their glow. Yun Shi was the first to react, her voice tinged with panic, a sign of the ghostly realm's descent. Yet Wang Lei offered a different perspective. It is the Chao Gang's Binhai University ghostly realm trial that is about to commence. We must swiftly escort Principal Zhang and the others to safety. Luo Chen was taken aback. Isn't Wang Lei a villain? The three sturdy men from the Chao Gang promptly complied with Wang Lei's directive, escorting Principal Zhang, Director Wang, and Director Li away. The ghostly realm trial exists as an independent space. As long as one is not tainted before its full manifestation, they generally remain unaffected. The assembled individuals, prepared to suppress the ghostly realm, stood in silent anticipation as the white mist thickened around them. Luo Chen, intrigued, noted the uneven distribution of the mist. His gaze appeared capable of piercing through it. At that moment, Wang Lei gathered everyone to deliberate on the strategy for suppressing the ghostly realm trial. Both Wang Lei and Taoist Fu Yun sought to nominate Luo Chen as the temporary spokesperson. Of course, Luo Chen declined. "What, if Uncle Jiao is absent today? Can you not dispel the ghostly realm? One cannot remain a sheltered flower." The crowd felt a surge of embarrassment. Subsequently, Wang Lei, unyielding, stepped forward to volunteer as the captain for the forthcoming trial strategy. Taoist Fu Yun and Yun Shi raised no objections, and the Lu sisters and Chao Gang exorcists eagerly rallied behind him. Deep within Wang Lei's gaze, a glimmer of pride emerged as he began to organize their tasks. Once the ghostly realm fully descended, the mist would swiftly dissipate, revealing a world indistinguishable from the campus of Binhai University, with the sole difference being that no living soul would be encountered. According to intelligence, at the moment this ghostly realm was formed, a female student from the school was inexplicably drawn into it and later met her demise by jumping from a building. Thus, the likelihood of malevolent spirits existing within this realm was significant. Our objective is to swiftly locate and dismantle the core of the ghostly realm. And when it comes to the spirits, it is best to avoid them altogether. Luo Chen nodded inwardly, recognizing Wang Lei's capabilities. Just then, the surrounding mist rapidly cleared, revealing the true visage of the campus. However, everyone understood that this place had already transformed into a domain of spirits. Most of the structures within the ghostly realm were illusory, sealed off, and inaccessible. I will be responsible for searching all the lecture buildings. The Lu sisters will scour the library. Fu Yun and Yun Shi will investigate the 3 dining halls, and the Chao Gang will search the male dormitory. As for you, Jiu Shu, if you would not mind, would you be so kind as to oversee the female dormitory? There were no objections from a group. After a brief interval, Wang Lei, accompanied by two subordinates, arrived at the pinnacle of Binhai University, the rooftop of Building 1. One of the subordinates opened a large toolbox and swiftly assembled a specialized sniper rifle. At this moment, a sinister smile crept upon Wang Lei's lips. Chapter 42. Familiar monsters. Wang Lei's decision to assign Luo Chen to the female dormitory was not due to it being a favorable task. Rather, it was because the female dormitory was the most perilous location, having recently been the site of a tragic death. Both the Taoist exorcists and the practitioners of the Flame sect, as well as the Chao Gang's ghost hunters, understood well, before a ghostly realm manifests, those who perish in that location are often transformed into strange, malevolent spirits, a rather troublesome situation. Therefore, when the others witnessed Luo Chen's calm acceptance of the assignment to search the female dormitory, they could not help but admire him. Truly, he was worthy of being called Jiu Shu, remaining unfazed even when tasked with the most dangerous area. As the group dispersed, Luo Chen made his way toward the female dormitory while boasting to Nie Xiaodai. What do you think, sister? My reputation is established now. You better treat me with respect from here on. Nie Xiaodai's voice echoed softly indeed. Jiu Shu is formidable, daring to confront the female ghost and purchase talismans to subdue her. Luo Chen was suddenly startled, realizing he had forgotten that Nie Xiaodai could also see the spirits. Nie Xiaodai chose not to pursue the matter further, but continued, in truth. Wang Lei's assertion about this scenario is more accurate. The ghostly realm can indeed be regarded as fragments of a space of revelation, fundamentally resembling a game. Moreover, the entities within, aside from the ghosts and malevolent spirits of the realm itself, are likely to include monsters akin to those found in games. Luo Chen, somewhat taken aback, inquired, such as? Reluctantly, Nie Xiaodai provided an example. Might there not be stray cats on campus? The power of the revelation within the realm could transform them into creatures like multi-hooked cats or ray cats. Luo Chen laughed dismissively. Newbie monsters, what is there to fear? Nie Xiaodai retorted with a cold smile. But what if you were a level 1 novice without even basic clothing or a wooden sword? Luo Chen was left astonished. Oh no. However, he soon regained his confidence. I possess the apocalypse gear, including a short sword, a golden necklace, iron bracelets, and a bronze ring. Dealing with them will be as effortless as a breeze. Nie Xiaodai was momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she continued. Given the close relationship between this dungeon and the apocalypse game, your luck should yield remarkable results. Now, trust your instincts and select the place you most wish to explore. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen immediately made his way to the first-floor women's restroom of the dormitory. The women's restroom. Nie Xiaodai exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Chen, is this truly the place your heart yearns for? Are you psychologically disturbed? Luo Chen, now displeased, furrowed his brow and replied. My instincts tell me there is something peculiar within the women's restroom. It is certainly not out of mere curiosity. Nie Xiaodai's voice clearly brimmed with indignation. This is a ghostly dungeon, not a cesspit. How could the core of the ghostly realm possibly reside in the women's restroom? Luo Chen rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat helpless. All right then, by the way, what is a cesspit? Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Is it those people who drive you to suicide? He nodded, but inwardly scoffed. No, you are a female ghost. Yet you label others as evil spirits. After a moment of contemplation, Nie Xiaodai continued. Furthermore, I have referenced the game data from Apocalypse to provide you with an overview of the dangers present in this dungeon, ensuring your comprehension. So do not underestimate it. Luo Chen was keenly interested and perked up his ears. Nie Xiaodai organized her thoughts and spoke eloquently. In reality, a robust adult male, depending on his physique, possesses a life value ranging from 510. A dagger inflicts 25 points of damage, meaning that a critical hit usually requires 2 strikes to fell a human. Your short sword, however, has an attack power of 311. If it strikes a vital area, it can incapacitate a human with a single blow. Luo Chen nodded, finding this easy to grasp. Nie Xiaodai continued. Within the ghostly dungeon, the weakest malevolent spirit is the Gray Ghost, possessing a life force of 10-20 points and an attack power of approximately 25. It would take 2 to 4 strikes to eliminate an ordinary human. The White Ghost has a life force of 3,040 points and an attack power of around 710 points. Caution is advised when encountering such beings. Then there are the Red Ghosts, or vengeful spirits, whose exact statistics remain unclear, but they are highly likely to be the core of the ghostly realm, undoubtedly concealed in the most unexpected location. The special soul crystal we are seeking should be attached to it. As for other creatures, such as the multi-clawed cat and the rake cat. Their numbers depend on how many stray cats inhabit this university. Their life force and attack power mirror the data from the Apocalypse game. Multi-clawed cats have a life force of 20, while rake cats possess a life force of 22, both with an attack power of 24. Scarecrows primarily exist in farm dungeons and are unlikely to be found on campus. Furthermore, if there have been fatalities within the school, the difficulty of the dungeon will skyrocket. There may even be the presence of zombies and skeletons, which would be quite troublesome indeed. After hearing Nia Xiaodia's introduction, Luo Chen inquired with curiosity, "So, what is the level of my life force?" Nia Xiaodia hesitated slightly, expressing uncertainty. "I cannot discern your true strength at present. However, you have absorbed a considerable amount of fate crystals related to physique, spirit, and power, along with the benefits of the short sword, bronze ring, iron bracelet, and gold necklace. These apocalyptic armaments, if wielded effectively, no monster shall withstand your might." Luo Chen was immediately filled with excitement. "I knew it. The advantage lies with me. By the way, should we manifest the apocalyptic gear? The weapons must be drawn. The jewelry is of little consequence. It can simply reside within the apocalyptic space backpack to activate its effects. Moreover, once the game merges its realms, you shall unlock a second equipment slot within the new apocalypse era, allowing you to fully harness the extraordinary powers of these exclusive items." At this, Luo Chen could barely contain his excitement. "What? You mean that I can simultaneously equip the Inferno and the short sword within the game?" Nia Xiaodai affirmed his query with certainty. Meanwhile, 3 ghost hunters from the Chaobang were cautiously exploring the boys' dormitory. One wielded a long sword coated in black dog blood, another held a ghost-repelling artifact, and the last clutched a talisman paper, meticulously searching their surroundings. Most dorm rooms were in a closed state, allowing for a swift sweep. Furthermore, they encountered no spirits or similar filth, thus accelerating their search. However, amidst a pile of clutter on the 5th floor, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a creature standing on 2 legs, the size of a calf, muscular and wielding dual-hooked weapons. Multi-hook cat. The trio's expressions turned grave as the ghost hunter with the alloy sword stepped forward to engage. This individual evidently possessed martial prowess, delivering each strike with lethal precision aimed at the creature's vital points. Although the modern weaponry was exceptionally sharp, this apocalyptic beast had tough skin and dense flesh, and it required considerable effort from the 3 to bring it down. Before they could catch their breath, a rake cat suddenly appeared behind them, brandishing a massive rake, and swung it forcefully at the ghost hunter holding the talisman paper. This novice creature was far more terrifying than any found within the game. Fortunately, the ghost hunter with the long sword acted swiftly, pulling his companion away, just in time to avert a disastrous fate. The rake cat proved to be significantly more formidable than the multi-hook cat, and its rake struck with immense force, relentlessly battering the trio. In mere moments, the 2 ghost hunters without long-range weapons, primarily equipped to confront spirits, sustained injuries. One with the ghost-repelling artifact was struck on the shoulder by the rake, causing his entire right arm to droop. The other, clutching the talisman paper, was slashed across the waist by the sharp tines, blood flowing profusely from multiple wounds. Seeing the dire situation, the leader with the long sword, despite being injured in his left arm by the rake, thrust his blade into the rake cat's heart and quickly withdrew it twice, barely managing to slay the beast before them. After a moment of panting, the 3 remained in a state of shock, following some hastily applied bandaging. The one with the shoulder injury exclaimed in terror. Did Master Wang Lei not say this was merely a low-level dungeon? How could there be projections of apocalyptic monsters? The one with the waist injury expressed panic. I never anticipated such creatures could be so fearsome. It is infuriating that our Xiaobang's game strategy team has yet to procure a single piece of apocalyptic gear. The ghost hunter, wielding a long sword, hesitated for a moment before his expression hardened with determination. The 3 million for Binhai University was not easily acquired. However, having signed a contract, they could not tarnish their reputation. Besides, with Wang Lei and Uncle Jiu supporting them, there was no need for fear. His 2 companions exchanged uncertain glances before nervously nodding, continuing their search. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a blue specter silently materialized behind them. Chapter 43, The Moment of Hunt. In a library, the 3 sisters of the Luo family, with their delicate figures, were scanning the 2nd floor, displaying a hint of anxiety. Although their abilities were modest, they possessed certain skills. At the very least, they were not mere ornaments. The eldest sister tightly gripped a black chain, the second held a white silk ribbon, and the youngest carried an ancient scroll. The Luo family was known for their lineage of shamans in the Binhai region. In this generation, the 3 sisters endeavored to modernize and integrate into higher circles of cultivators. However, social mobility proved to be a daunting challenge. Thus, they reluctantly resorted to sacrificing their appearances to cling to the powerful flame sect. This ghost-hunting contract with Binhai University had also been obtained through Wang Lei's introduction, and the hardships they endured were well understood among the sisters. Nevertheless, they were adept in exorcism. They had seamlessly cooperated on the first floor of the library to eliminate 3 gray spirits, which significantly boosted their confidence. Just then, a blue specter stealthily emerged within their blind spot, poised to attack the second sister, who was trailing behind. As it was about to strike, a black chain suddenly lashed out like lightning, striking the blue ghost and causing its ethereal form to shudder violently. Before it could react, a white silk ribbon ensnared it, releasing wisps of blue smoke. Immediately following, the ancient scroll in the youngest sister's hands unfurled, revealing a statue of Zhong Kuei, the deity known for exorcising evil spirits. The blue specter was ensnared among the 3 sisters, emitting a piercing shriek. At this moment, the eldest sister relentlessly lashed the black chain at the blue specter, her face a mask of grave concern, tinged with disbelief. A blue specter? How could such a thing exist? It was rumored that they were malevolent spirits bred by the dark sects. The second sister, in a state of panic, urged, "Quick! It's about to break free from my ribbon." Hearing this, the youngest sister bit her right index finger, drawing a peculiar blood symbol on the scroll while chanting incantations. After a brief moment, a divine light shot forth from the scroll, striking the blue specter and drawing it closer into the scroll. The blue specter let out a chilling wail, seemingly attempting to convey a message. It had underestimated them. Little did it know, the Lu sisters possessed genuine prowess. Just as the blue specter drew nearer to the scroll, the eldest sister was suddenly overwhelmed with dread, shouting, "Be careful," as she pushed the youngest sister aside. A penetrating bullet shattered the outer glass wall of the library, effortlessly piercing through the eldest sister's slender waist, tearing her body in two. The youngest sister, witnessing the horrific scene of her sister, was left in a state of shock, frozen in place. The second sister, clutching a white ribbon, emitted a heart-wrenching cry of despair, neglecting the impending escape of the blue specter as she rushed forward to embrace the upper body of the eldest sister. Severed at the waist, the eldest sister was still clinging to life, blood mixed with bubbles pouring from her mouth as she gathered her strength to utter her final words. "Run. We have been deceived by Wang Lei. He intends to use us as fodder." The second sister, witnessing the life ebbing from her beloved elder sibling, was engulfed in grief. At that moment, her beautiful head burst open like an undercooked watermelon, leaving only a neck the size of a bowl, spraying blood profusely. The blue specter finally broke free from its constraints, swiftly lunging towards the 2 fresh corpses on the ground. The third sister, holding a scroll, revived and let out a heart-rending scream. Then, she unleashed an unimaginable burst of determination and agility, gripping her scroll tightly as she dashed downstairs. A bullet struck precisely where she had just been standing. Displaying astonishing reflexes, the third sister evaded another whistling bullet, her path erratic and unpredictable. Moments later, her figure vanished from the first floor of the library. At the Shiyuan restaurant, Floating Cloud and Cloud Dawn were searching the kitchen. Previously, the duo had successfully vanquished a white ghost and several gray specters. "Senior brother, something feels off," Cloud Dawn remarked, furrowing her brow. Floating Cloud nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor as he gripped his wooden sword. "This ghostly realm deviates significantly from the information we possess. It hardly resembles a beginner's dungeon." Suddenly, Cloud Dawn perked her ears to listen intently. Floating Cloud halted, positioning himself protectively beside his junior sister, aware of her exceptional talent to hear unusual sounds. Even in a ghostly realm where all communications fail, she could still detect peculiar noises. Floating Cloud's expression grew grave. "How many?" Cloud Dawn hesitated, and after a few moments, uncertainly replied, 5. Floating Cloud inhaled sharply. There were only 12 of them in this ghostly dungeon. Just as Cloud Dawn was about to speak further, Floating Cloud's countenance shifted dramatically as he swung his wooden sword forcefully to the side. Cloud Dawn followed her senior brother's attack with her gaze, her heart racing. A zombie. A crawling zombie. After the initial shock, Cloud Dawn observed her senior brother grappling with the zombie, her face hardening with resolve as she solemnly retrieved an aged blood talisman from her bosom. "Heavenly Master, please invoke the thunderous arts." On the rooftop of the teaching building, Wang Lei, clad in a suit, frowned as he glanced at a withered old woman not far from him. His tone displeased. "Is this the level of soul nurturing and ghost driving from you practitioners of the Undying Curse? 2 of the Lu sisters have already been shot by my men, and you still let the last one escape?" The withered old woman cackled. "Ghosts are not as clever as young Master Wang. They operate solely on instinct, consuming fresh soul energy. Only by transforming into red specters can they follow orders. Her tone shifted to a sinister one. Boy, those who lack respect for our undying curse never meet a good end. Wang Lei's brow furrowed even deeper. Yet he refrained from further mockery. The withered old woman nodded in satisfaction. A blue specter materialized out of thin air, swirling around her like a devoted companion. However, Wang Lei's expression suddenly shifted to one of profound anger. What have you done to my subordinate? The old woman casually caressed the now slightly reddened blue specter, nonchalantly replying, merely a small warning. Besides, what is just one subordinate worth? Wang Lei glanced at a fully armed subordinate who had withered away, collapsing to the ground like a straw doll. Another subordinate, kneeling in a sniping position, trembled uncontrollably, veins bulging as he gripped his sniper rifle tightly. Wang Lei's expression brightened. He patted the sniper's shoulder and chuckled. The curse of the undead truly lives up to its reputation. He then pointed at the sniper. This one still has great utility. So do not move. In the female dormitory building, Luo Chen curiously surveyed a room that she could finally enter normally, exclaiming, the girls' dorm doesn't seem to be the dreamy paradise I imagined. Look at this chaos. It's like a den of spiders. No sooner had she spoken than a gray specter appeared in her peripheral vision, lunging swiftly at her. Instinctively, Luo Chen drew her knife and struck, then exclaimed in astonishment, how dangerous. Nishaodye. Witnessing the gray specter being effortlessly dispatched by Luo Chen, paused momentarily before feeling a bit embarrassed. I told you so. Luo Chen slashed a few times at the dissipating specter in disbelief. Is this it? Nie Xiaodai replied calmly. It's merely the lowest level of gray specter. Even novice cultivators can handle it. The white ones are troublesome, and the red ones are particularly terrifying. Just then, Luo Chen suddenly struck with her sword, piercing through the space in front of her. A flash of cold, fierce sword light appeared and vanished in an instant, as a white specter materialized at the dormitory entrance. It was cleaved by the sword light, slowly splitting and dissipating. Instant kill. Luo Chen scratched her head in surprise once more. Is that all? The white ones aren't so impressive either? Nie Xiaodai was genuinely flabbergasted, stammering, wait, how are you able to use assassination techniques? Even if it is assassination swordplay, how could you possibly achieve a one-hit kill? Luo Chen, puzzled by her words, replied, didn't you say this is the apocalypse instance? ISNT being able to assassinate a basic skill for warriors? And his eyes lit up. Could it be because I am a martial arts prodigy? Chapter 44, A Gifted Talent. Nie Xiaodai nearly choked. There is no shortcut to martial arts cultivation. You must understand, a mere sword light attack at that level is at least on par with an earth-level practitioner. Even mystical level cannot achieve that. Even the master of the floating cloud Taoist can only barely attach sword energy to a weapon. Luo Chen twirled the short sword in her hand, delighting in her prowess. Do you know what it means to be a one-in-a-million martial arts prodigy? Clearly, that is who I am. Nie Xiaoye fell silent. Noticing her lack of response, Luo Chen continued to boast. Regardless, I'm quite impressive, right? After a moment of silence, Nie Xiaodai finally murmured, not only are you impressive, but your talent is rather monstrous in reality. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, are you frightened? Suddenly, he became animated, exclaiming, ha, from now on, you ought to treat me with more respect. Don't forget your place. Nie Xiaodai fell silent once more, but her patience waned. With an exasperated breath, she commanded, get to work immediately. I'm a master of Shu Dao Mountain. In an instant, Luo Chen felt a chill that made his teeth chatter. What the hell? You crazy woman. If you can't win, you resort to underhanded tactics. A wave of frigid air swept over him, and Luo Chen, finally subdued, pleaded I was wrong. A few minutes later, Luo Chen cautiously approached the door of another girl's dormitory, whispering, do you really believe Lu Ru will likely transform into a red ghost, and that she will pursue me relentlessly? Is it truly that exaggerated? Nie Xiaodie's tone grew serious. This ghostly dungeon is indeed a result of your actions. Originally, it was supposed to manifest in room 404. I was fully prepared for it, but Lu Ru somehow acquired a cursed object, likely intending to curse you. Instead, she inadvertently caused her own demise and altered the location of the ghost arrival. Luo Chen recalled her earlier words and retorted, is this what you meant when you said, setting reason aside, Lu Ru was indeed harmed by me? Anger surged within him. Is there no sense of reason left? She intended to curse me, and when it backfired, she holds a grudge and seeks vengeance. Nishao Yichakad. Exactly. If you had not continued to fawn over her, would she have ever considered using a cursed object against you? If she indeed cursed you, how could she possibly have died? Goodness. Luo Chen conceded, fine. If I encounter her, I shall apologize. Yes, The way of the sword is also a path, he added. Nie Xiaodai responded with confusion. Huh? Luo Chen ceased speaking, completing his search of that level before ascending the stairs to the final floor. Just then, he felt an unsettling chill along his spine. His heart raced as he swiftly sidestepped. With a resounding bang, a large hole erupted in the concrete steps. Startled, Luo Chen darted from the stairwell, taking refuge in the corridor, and anxiously inquired, "What in the world is happening?" Nie Xiaodia's voice was grave. "An anti-material sniper rifle." Luo Chen struggled to steady his heartbeat, perplexed. "But that thing can't kill a ghost, right? Who brought it in, that Wang Lei guy?" Luo Chen felt a surge of defiance. "I am wearing a bulletproof silk undershirt. What's the issue? Can't you handle it?" Nie Xiaodai, both exasperated and amused, replied, "You fool. That is an anti-material sniper rifle. Even if I could withstand the bullet, you would be killed by the shockwave." Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen coldly laughed. "Damn it. I thought he was a good guy. I'll deal with him later." Nie Xiaodai did not object, but after a moment, warned, "It's not just Wang Lei. The curse bearers have yet to appear. They must possess formidable ghostly minions, so we cannot afford to be careless." Luo Chen exclaimed in astonishment. "Ghostly minions? What on earth is that?" He stared blankly at the sudden appearance of a bluish-red specter and hesitantly asked, "Is it something like this?" Unexpectedly, Luo Chen brandished his weapon and, with an icy demeanor, declared, "Run? Not a chance. There's a damn sniper at the stairwell." Those who have played Elite Survival are well aware that without even a mere handgun, one must tread carefully. The Azure Spectre suddenly vanished before Luo Chen. A chill ran down his spine, and he instinctively leapt to the side, launching a lethal strike at the spot he had just occupied. The fierce sword light accurately struck the Azure Spectre, causing its ethereal form to momentarily falter. Luo Chen felt a surge of adrenaline and immediately unleashed a flurry of attacks. 3 more piercing strikes penetrated the Azure Spectre's form in quick succession. The Spectre emitted a high-pitched wail, and its figure began to blur. Almost guided by instinct, Luo Chen swung his sword towards the staircase, aiming for an empty space with another deadly strike. A crisp sound echoed, reminiscent of an egg cracking. The once dim Spectre regained clarity, only to begin fracturing and gradually dissipating shortly thereafter. In the distance, a mournful wail seemed to pierce the air. Luo Chen stood at the corner of the staircase, gripping his short sword tightly, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. All of this transpired in mere seconds. Only then did Nie Xiaodai's voice ring out in astonishment. "Luo Chen, you can actually predict the Spectre's position. How did you accomplish that?" It was only at that moment that Luo Chen realized, "Who am I? Where am I? What have I done?" However, in the presence of his beloved heir, his ghostly companion, he felt compelled to display his masculinity. Just a mere specter, a trivial matter, nothing to worry about. Nie Xiaodai harbored doubts that Luo Chen was alluding to her, yet lacked evidence. What you just vanquished was a curse-bound specter, nearly at the level of a terrestrial spirit. This is their lifeblood. Be cautious of retribution. Nie Xiaodai cautioned earnestly. Luo Chen scratched his head, pondering. Is it akin to Lu Ru's antics? Or are they attempting to curse Uncle Gio? What is there to fear? There isn't really a person named Luo Gio, is there? Nie Xiaodai was left speechless once more. Indeed, when dealing with Luo Chen, one cannot adhere to conventional logic. After a brief pause, Luo Chen took a deep breath and dashed out of the corridor, racing towards another staircase of the dormitory building. That stairway was obscured by the second teaching building, rendering him invisible to the snipers. He sought vengeance. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Luo Chen regarded himself as less than noble. A few minutes later, he stood at the rooftop entrance of Building 1, gazing at the injured individuals before him, utterly speechless. Among the Lu family's 3 sisters, only the youngest remained. Clutching a rolled-up scroll, a claw mark had shredded her silken robe from the side, leaving her entire back exposed to the winter air, prompting Luo Chen to instinctively wish to offer her a cupping treatment. The entirety of Floating Cloud's left leg was a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled, while he leaned on a wooden sword, appearing quite wretched. Yet his right hand tightly gripped a weapon resembling a crossbow, his expression grave. Yun, she held a revolver adorned with runes, her attire transformed into that of a beggar, particularly her trousers, which rivaled the exorbitantly priced shorts of a Parisian haute couture house. Had it not been for the layer of black tights beneath, she might have faced utter mortification. Standing precariously at the rooftop's edge, the 3 of them stood together. Across from him, Wang Lei's suit had transformed into a tattered garment of battle, half of his body almost drenched in crimson. It appeared he had been grazed by a bullet, though it remained uncertain if any vital organs had been harmed. His 2 subordinates lay in disarray. One, as emaciated as a scarecrow, had collapsed to the ground, while the other, resembling a deflated sack, was pressed against a peculiar corpse beneath which lay a sniper rifle. Upon the arrival of Luo Chen, accompanied by a high-grade mystical artifact, the onlookers' eyes sparkled with renewed hope, and they exclaimed in unison, "Uncle Gio, greetings." Luo Chen shrugged and sighed. Could someone elucidate the situation here? In Chapter 45, titled Unexpected Developments, it was under the explanation of Taoist floating cloud that Luo Chen began to grasp the circumstances before him. The Lu family's three sisters had fallen into an ambush by malevolent spirits and enemy snipers, with only the youngest sister managing to escape. By chance, she encountered Taoist floating cloud and his companion battling a crawling zombie, and thus joined the fray. After a fierce combat, the three vanquished the zombies and made their way toward the number 1 teaching building, suspecting Wang Lei had encountered troubles. As they ascended the stairs, Yunqi heard gunfire and explosions erupting from the rooftop. Cautiously, the trio reached the terrace, only to discover that one of Wang Lei's lackeys had been mysteriously drained of life, while the other had perished in a mutual destruction with a frail old woman using a grenade. Wang Lei himself had also been struck by a bullet. The situation, it seemed, was as dire as it appeared. Luo Chen frowned. Wang Lei's vulnerabilities are rather abundant, are they not? However, Taoist floating cloud and his companions appeared equally skeptical of Wang Lei, instinctively on guard, particularly the youngest sister of the Lu family, whose eyes betrayed a deep-seated animosity. Luo Chen cast a glance at Wang Lei before proceeding to inspect the two corpses beside the sniper rifle. Wang Lei, clutching his waist, bore a stoic expression, devoid of any further action. Observing the corpse resembling a deflated sack, it was evident that an offensive grenade had detonated beneath it. The other corpse, that of the frail old woman, bore the gruesome aftermath of the explosion, her eyes bulging in disbelief, as if unable to fathom her fate. Luo Chen meticulously examined the palms of both corpses, then extracted the sniper rifle, scrutinizing it repeatedly before forcefully striking it against a concrete post. Confirming that the barrel was rendered unusable, he discarded the weapon, only to be suddenly taken aback. Within his line of sight, a red specter materialized silently upon the terrace. This crimson apparition, with a twisted visage, fixated intently on the corpse of the frail old woman before lunging forward. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked towards the others. Yet neither Wang Lei nor Taoist floating cloud and his companions seemed to perceive this red ghost. After a brief contemplation, he addressed Taoist floating cloud. "You two, accompany me to locate the core of the ghostly essence. As for this enchanting lady in the backless attire, will you join us?" Both Floating Cloud and Yunqi were momentarily taken aback, then turned to the youngest Lu sister. She, unabashed in her animosity, glanced at Wang Lei and stated, "Uncle Gio, I wish to speak with you." Luo Chen abruptly interrupted her, striding towards the stairway leading to the rooftop. "If you wish to go, follow me. If not, remain here to tend to Wang Lei." Yunqi promptly supported her senior brother and hurried after Luo Chen, while the third sister of the Lu family turned pale, hesitating momentarily before following suit. Moments later, only Wang Lei remained on the rooftop. A cold smile crept upon his face as he contemplated a group of subservient cultivators. "Even if you uncover the truth, what then? My flame sect stands at the zenith of power, its influence permeating both political and commercial realms. Deeply entrenched within the entire Federation, none of you could possibly shake that foundation." He then cast his gaze upon his assistant, who lay battered like a torn sack, his feelings of hatred bubbling to the surface as he spoke icily. "How dare you disregard orders and recklessly seek mutual destruction with the cursed path? You wish to show loyalty? Very well, I shall indulge you. You have no family, no attachments? I will arrange a reunion for your brother's family." With that, Wang Lei pressed against his gunshot wound and made his way towards the rooftop exit, oblivious to the red specter that, having consumed the soul energy of the shriveled old woman and the subordinate, raised its contorted visage to observe him. Luo Chen led the trio to the central square of Binhai University. At that moment, the third sister of the Lu family collapsed to her knees, bowing repeatedly with tears streaming down her face. "Esteemed Uncle Gio, I beseech you for justice. My two elder sisters were slain by Wang Lei. Moreover, those 3 exorcists from the Sanggang were likely also his victims." The Floating Cloud disciples gazed at Luo Chen in bewilderment. Luo Chen rubbed his nose thoughtfully. "Did any of you notice anything peculiar on the rooftop?" The three exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. Luo Chen, understanding their silence, turned directly to Floating Cloud. "If you were to encounter the red specter, could you protect yourselves?" This question left Floating Cloud momentarily speechless, and after a pause, he hesitantly replied, "If it were purely for self-defense, I have an authentic exorcism kit in my backpack that could hold out for a while." Luo Chen decisively stated, "In that case, find a place to hide. I will eliminate the core of the specter. Furthermore, do not concern yourselves with Wang Lei. Evil men have their own retribution." Once the three had concealed themselves, Luo Chen spoke again. "Xiao Dai, did you catch sight of that red specter earlier?" "Nixi I o distornevascava. I did not see it, but I sensed its presence. It is powerful, and it seems to possess the ability of disguise. Your decision is sound." Luo Chen sighed deeply. Though its visage has twisted into that of a ghost, I am certain that the red specter is Lu Ru. Nie Xiao Dai was taken aback. "That cannot be. If it were truly her, why would she not attack you? Moreover, if the core of the specter resides within her, then—" Luo Chen shrugged. "The core does not lie with her. By the way, if we shatter the core, will that cause this instance to dissipate?" Nie Xiao Dai corrected him. "It is close, not dissipate. The instance cannot vanish. Also, how do you know where the core is located?" Luo Chen grinned. "Intuition. In fact, I suspected its location from the very beginning." Nie Xiao Dai looked astonished. After about 10 minutes, Luo Chen returned to the women's restroom on the first floor of the dormitory. Nie Xiao Dai could hardly believe her eyes. "You are back again?" Luo Chen maintained a calm demeanor. "Let us wager. If the core of the ghostly realm resides within this, you shall undertake all household chores henceforth. Should it not be found, I shall freely absorb yang energy." Nie Xiao Dai hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted her teeth and acquiesced. "Very well." Luo Chen tightened his grip on the short sword and forcefully kicked open the door. In the innermost corner of the bathroom, a chilling sound of gnawing echoed ominously. Suddenly, the noise ceased, and a grotesque creature emerged from the shadows. Its body was a dark yellow hue, skin akin to cement, with two extraordinarily robust forelimbs, each adorned with four sharp claws, and a twisted, stubby tail writhing behind. Most unsettling were its bulbous eyes and an ugly visage that seemed to sport a sinister grin. Luo Chen was struck with astonishment, for he recognized this creature, the dung beetle, a unique monster from the game within the Woma Temple. Upon spotting Luo Chen, the dung beetle became animated, crawling towards him with the speed of a slug. Calculating the distance, Luo Chen swiftly executed a thrust and decisively retreated to the corridor. The creature emitted a sound reminiscent of a jumping fish, rapidly pursuing him while spewing forth a torrent of yellow liquid. Nie Xiao Dai, feeling anxious, cautioned, "Be careful. That is a highly petrifying venom. Reality differs from the game. Do not let it touch you." With unwavering focus, Luo Chen dodged the venom while unleashing another arc of sword light. The dung beetle, upon being struck, became enraged and charged directly at Luo Chen, releasing another wave of toxic liquid. Luo Chen continued to retreat effortlessly, skillfully evading the assault and delivering precise strikes. After several minutes of maneuvering around the first-floor corridor, the dung beetle emitted a peculiar, mournful cry, rolling onto its back, lifeless. Gasping for breath, Luo Chen laughed triumphantly at Nie Xiao Dai. "Huh, a wager is a wager. You shall handle the chores from now on." Nie Xiao Dai remained silent, deep in thought. How could the core of the ghostly realm be a dung beetle? After a moment of contemplation, she hesitantly suggested, "Perhaps you should examine it for a crystal-like core?" Luo Chen furrowed his brow, but nonetheless gripped his short sword and began to slice open the dung beetle's abdomen. Moments later, he held his breath, extracting a walnut-sized crystal from its innards. Nie Xiao Dai was elated. A special soul crystal. She urged anxiously, "Quickly, put away. The instance is about to close." At that moment, Luo Chen noticed the thick white mist reappearing around them. The crystal he had lifted began to shimmer ethereally. Disregarding his disgust, Luo Chen seized the crystal. As the white mist gradually dissipated, a cacophony of startled shrieks erupted beside him. "Pervert!" Only then did Luo Chen realize that upon exiting the instance, he found himself once again in a women's restroom. Chapter 46. The Lost Army of the Zuma Pavilion. Winglei, blood trickling from his lips and his eyes swollen like peaches, staggered out of the confines of Binhai University, finding himself on the narrow path across the small river. He could scarcely fathom that he would meet his demise in such a manner. Two of his loyal subordinates lay dead. His partner in the curse of death had perished, and he himself had been possessed by a bizarre red specter. Had it not been for the flourishing Flame Gate, which procured a batch of high-level possession talismans from the cultivators of the Central Plains, he likely would not have lasted until now. Wang Lei trembled as he retrieved his phone, intending to make a call. Suddenly, a violent blow struck the back of his head, plunging him into darkness as he collapsed to the ground. Two figures, one tall and one short, appeared beside him. "Brother-in-law, are we thieves now?" The The shorter one complained while stowing away his hammer. We haven't even finished with this row of cars, and now I'm back to my old profession as a robber. The taller figure crouched down, swiftly rummaging through the unfortunate soul's pockets, and after a moment, extracted a wristwatch. You scoundrel, look at what this is. We could smash dozens of cars, and it wouldn't equate to the value of this watch. The shorter man took the watch, examining it under the dim glow of the streetlight, before exclaiming in delight, "Brother-in-law, this is a brand name. A big brand." The taller one, puzzled, asked, "Is it? Show me properly." Just then, a young man clad in a delivery uniform and wearing a helmet approached from a distance. The shorter man instantly perked up. "Brother-in-law, there's a delivery guy coming." The taller man, having just slipped on the shoes of the man on the ground, stood up abruptly, a wrench slipping from his sleeve as he nervously inquired, "We didn't manage to smash any cars over there, did we?" The shorter man quickly shook his head. "No." Relieved, the taller man exhaled. Meanwhile, Luo Chen was walking towards his car, grumbling, "Xiao Dai, do I look like a bad person? I'm quite handsome, you know." Yes, Xiao Dai giggled. What kind of good person runs to the ladies' restroom in the middle of the night? Luo Chen reached his vehicle, unlocked it, and then glanced curiously at the riverbank a few dozen meters away. Why are there two people by the river, fishing at this hour? With that, he pressed the accelerator and sped away. On the elevated highway late at night, that was Bayan Buluk. An hour later, Luo Chen parked in another lot. Upon returning to room 404, he eagerly shed his delivery attire, retrieved a walnut-sized crystal from his pocket, and rushed to the bathroom to wash it thoroughly. That dung beetle really stinks. After scrubbing with soap multiple times, he finally managed to cleanse it. Luo Chen pondered for a moment and decided to strip off all his clothes for a shower, which felt delightful. Nie Xiaodia's voice floated in softly. "Aren't you going to wear your bulletproof vest?" Luo Chen frowned. "If you wear it, how will you work? Go wash the clothes. Mop the floor. Prepare a midnight snack." Nie Xiaodia's pitch suddenly rose by an octave. "Are you serious?" Luo Chen was taken aback. "What is the matter? Do you want to back out?" "A bet is a bet." Nie Xiaodai, losing her temper, retorted after a moment. "From now on, I shall have no dealings with gambling or drugs." Luo Chen felt something was amiss, but couldn't quite place it. A few minutes later, the washing machine emitted its old creaking sounds. After a while, Nie Xiaodia's voice echoed from the bathroom. "You want me to mop the floor, but where is the mop?" Just as Luo Chen was about to put on his helmet, he paused. "Oh no, it seems I never got one. I'll buy one tomorrow. Call me when a midnight snack is ready." Nie Xiaodai acknowledged, and Luo Chen felt a wave of satisfaction as he entered the game. After a half-day's delay, Luo Chen discovered that many players on the level leaderboard had already reached level 28. Frowning, he pondered, how are they leveling up so swiftly? However, upon noticing the presence of Yi Shenggu among the level 28 players, he suddenly realized, with so many bodyguards and followers, I could do the same. Where to go now? Recalling Nie Xiaodai's promise to accompany him to battle for the judgment, Luo Chen's eyes brightened. Zuma Temple. There, even a minor elite monsters could drop the judgment staff. Without hesitation, he decided to go. Luo Chen promptly purchased a full backpack of random teleportation scrolls. He was once again teleported to the Poison Snake Valley, passed through the checkpoint, and arrived at the Alliance Heavy Province. Indeed, the luck factor significantly influenced every aspect. Before he knew it, he had reached the entrance of Zuma Temple with 3 bundles of random teleportation scrolls still unused. Initially thinking there would be few players here, he was taken aback to find the entrance bustling with activity, even more crowded than a marketplace. Ignoring the throng, he swiftly descended to the first level and then soared upwards. He ran all the way to the 5th level of Zuma, with 1 bundle of random teleportation scrolls remaining. He found a considerable number of players already present, thwarting his plans to single-handedly confront the Zuma Guardian with 1,400 health points. Just then, Nie Xiaodai appeared beside him. The clothes are cleaned, and the late-night snack is ready. Shall we eat? Luo Chen, feeling buoyant, quickly found a safe corner to log off. Removing his helmet, he inhaled deeply, suddenly puzzled. What is that smell? Turning to the laden table of dishes, he noticed that aside from a dark bowl that seemed to contain meat, all the other plates were filled with green vegetables. Cucumber shreds, green radish slices, lettuce, spinach, chives, broccoli, and oilseed lettuce. Luo Chen picked up his chopsticks and poked the central dish. Xiaodai, what is this? I found some meat in the kitchen of Xiang's rice noodle shop downstairs. I initially planned to make you braised pork. Nie Xiaodai's voice trailed off. Luo Chen pointed at the other green vegetables. Then what is the situation with these? Her voice grew even softer. The braised pork didn't turn out well, so I simply prepared the rest. Oh, come on. Luo Chen boldly sat down at the table and began to eat. The late-night snack was ordered by me, and Xiaodai made it with care. I must finish it no matter what. Yet, He couldn't shake the feeling that something seemed amiss. After indulging in the green feast, Luo Chen logged back in and ventured into the Zuma Pavilion. To his surprise, the Zuma Pavilion in the new century of Apocalypse was nearly the same size as the former 6th level of Zuma, with plenty of monsters around. Moreover, several groups of players were already harmoniously farming monsters, their heads adorned with chat messages. High price for the route through the Zuma Pavilion. Luo Chen passed by amicably. I know the way, but I want to tell you. Left, up, right? As he appeared in the next map, Luo Chen suddenly felt an air of familiarity, a firewall at his feet, and a row of mages before him. Behind him, someone had already blocked his path. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen took flight. Just as he stood in place, a flurry of lightning struck down. After a random flight, Luo Chen suddenly realized he was still in the Zuma Pavilion, having not reached the next level. What the heck? Luo Chen was momentarily dazed. Was his path incorrect? At that moment, a dozen players appeared behind him, their demeanor suggesting they were a formidable group. Luo Chen chose not to retaliate and casually sought out a door. Entering it, this particular Zuma Pavilion still had several groups of players engaged in monster hunting, with yellow messages floating above their heads. Could someone kindly guide me on how to reach the next level? After traversing dozens of maps repeatedly, he ultimately concluded that the number of Zuma pavilions in the Apocalypse New Century had surely increased by over 100-fold. Moreover, most of the players he encountered were earnestly inquiring for directions, utterly lost within the Zuma Pavilion. In Binhai City, at the Wang Group building, the third young master of the Wang family was summoned from the gaming chamber by his secretary, visibly irate. What is it now? The secretary, dressed in a short skirt, trembled in fear. The third young master noticed the imposing figure of a suited man beside the secretary and furrowed his brow. Uncle Biao, what was that nonsense about the assassin you sought last time? The Black Widow. I can barely hold my head high within the family. Uncle Biao made no rebuttal. Instead, he spoke gravely. Young master, something has happened to the eldest. The third young master was taken aback, then chuckled. Oh, the prodigy of the Wang family, the esteemed disciple of the Flame Gate, the chosen successor by the old man. What could possibly happen to him? Did he get killed in the game? Uncle Biao shook his head. Not in the game. The eldest was knocked unconscious and robbed in reality, left with nothing but his underwear, and is still in a coma. He has reportedly been taken to a hospital affiliated with the Flame Gate. Initially shocked, the third young master's eyes then glinted with fervor. Chapter 47. The Guardian's Hammer has fallen. Luo Chen finally arrived at a Zuma Pavilion devoid of players. Clearing a space, he waited for a while until Nie Xiaodai indeed appeared beside him, seemingly having completed her preparations. To his surprise, this female ghost was quite capable. How do we descend to the 6th level? Luo Chen inquired directly. Nie Xiaodai bubbled up. I don't know. I'm not familiar with this place. Luo Chen felt a wave of frustration. You promised to accompany me to obtain the judgment staff. How can we proceed if you're unfamiliar? After a moment of silence, Nie Xiaodai offered, just follow your instincts. You'll be fine. Go for it, brother. Luo Chen pondered for a moment. North up, south down, men to the left, women to the right. Consequently, he dashed towards the door on the right. A few minutes later, he found himself in a room teeming with giant rats. Startled, Luo Chen exclaimed, What the hell? Is this Jerry's home? Nie Xiaodai quickly concealed herself in a corner, activating her invisibility before casting the holy armor spell. This room is quite special. It must be the right path, she remarked. Luo Chen nodded, gripping his inferno and prepared for battle. The giant rats had 385 health points, 3 defense, 1223 attack, and offered 330 experience points, making them among the milder monsters in the Zuma Temple, even without Nie Xiaodai's assistance. Luo Chen could clear this Zuma Pavilion on his own. After 20 minutes, he eradicated all the giant rats, earning nearly 100,000 experience points. Nie Xiaodai had been joyfully following Luo Chen, constantly collecting items and gold, but now she began to toss them out. Luo Chen directly provided her with 2 mobile warehouse scrolls, urging her not to waste them. Nie Xiaodai fell silent, recasting her magic and defense before inquiring. Which door shall we proceed through next? With a spirited flourish, Luo Chen declared, men above, women below, and strode toward the door below. Nie Xiaodai hurriedly followed suit. Upon entering the next Zuma Pavilion, Luo Chen was taken aback. The entire map was dominated by Zuma archers. Fortunately, Nie Xiaodai, arriving just in time, cast a collective invisibility spell, enveloping them both. Yet, even amidst this, several Zuma archers relentlessly targeted Luo Chen. After casting a few healing spells, Nie Xiaodai bubbled up again. Brother, you're so impressive. You chose rightly once more. Luo Chen felt a bit unsettled, responding, "Xiaodai, please speak normally. You're giving me goosebumps." Shaking his head, he proactively closed the half-moon and began to strike at the monsters. The Zhuma archers, each possessing 385 health points, 10 defense, and an attack of 1218, offered 370 experience points. As long as they were not focused on, the danger was minimal. This round consumed more time than the previous map, yet yielded greater experience, exceeding 110,000. As for the items dropped, nothing particularly remarkable appeared. Luo Chen then proceeded with caution, sensing intuitively that the next map would be filled with Zhuma statues. Nie Xiaodai agreed, casting a defensive spell before tossing down a dozen large sun potions, instructing carry these. Luo Chen collected them and moved through the doorway. Upon entering a new Zhuma pavilion, he was relieved to find it filled with Zhuma statues, all in a petrified state. Yet his ease was short-lived. As a few nearby statues awakened from their stasis, all the statues sprang back to life. This time, Nie Xiaodai refrained from casting invisibility, instead summoning skeletons to assist Luo Chen in managing the monsters. The Zhuma statues boasted 495 health points, granting 450 experience points, with 12 defense and an attack of 2032. They were significantly more formidable. However, Nie Xiaodai seemed to have equipped herself with high-level magical gear, and her healing spells became remarkably potent, perfectly balancing their efforts. Thus, the extermination of the Zhuma statues took surprisingly little time, yielding an impressive 35 million experience points. At that moment, Nie Xiaodai stepped forward, tossing Luo Chen a coral ring. Upon inspection, Luo Chen's spirit's sword. It had an attack power of 0.6, an exceptional grade 2, prompting him to swiftly replace his attack 5 skeleton ring. After a brief respite, Luo Chen stood before the northern door, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He sensed a room full of Zhuma guardians awaited within. To his surprise, Nie Xiaodai boldly entered first. Moments later, Luo Chen followed suit. As he landed, a collective invisibility spell was cast. Peering ahead, he saw that indeed, they were surrounded by awakened Zhuma guardians, each robust and muscular, wielding hefty iron hammers. The Zhuma guardians shared the same health of 495 points, offering 480 experience points. With 15 defense and an attack of 2,234, they were notably more formidable than the statues. Finally, Nie Xiaodai began to employ poison spells. With the support of the female Taoist, Luo Chen found the task of clearing them considerably easier. The drop rate of ordinary Zhuma guardians seems to be lower than that of the Great Rat. After vanquishing these 300 monsters, experience points surged by an additional 44 million. Currently, Luo Chen and his companion have successfully navigated 4 special Zhuma chambers: the Great Rat, the Zhuma Archer, the Zhuma Statue, and the Zhuma Guardian. Luo Chen harbored a strong premonition. It was highly probable that the next map would be the 6th level of Zhuma. Perhaps a room filled with elite monsters, such as the 800 health Zhuma Archers, the 900 health Zhuma Statues, and the 1,000 health Zhuma Guardians. If there are also 300 of them, we might be doomed, he mused. Luo Chen found some merit in Nie Xiaodai's caution. Yet, having come this far, the allure of elite Zhuma drops was too enticing to resist. Finally, Luo Chen steeled himself. We cannot retreat. Xiaodai, you go first. Nie Xiaodai, speechless, recognized that as a Taoist, it was indeed the most prudent choice to venture ahead. She cast a protective spell and approached the door indicated by Luo Chen. After a few seconds, Luo Chen followed suit. Upon entering the new Zhuma chamber, Luo Chen surveyed the surroundings, frowning in confusion. Is this it? From a cursory glance, the space contained only 30 scattered monsters. Do not underestimate them. They must all be elite creatures, with 10 of each type. I just took 2 arrows and lost 90 health. Luo Chen understood and contemplated for a moment before instructing Nie Xiaodai. First, poison those Zhuma archers, and then we will lure them one by one. The elite statues and the elite hammers possessed terrifying attack power. 2 strikes could fell a mage, and 3 could eliminate a Taoist, which was no exaggeration. Particularly, the elite hammer could enter a frenzied state, delivering multiple blows that could even slay a warrior. Take, for instance, the Zhuma Guardian before Luo Chen. After applying both red and green poisons, its defense remained formidable. It swung its weapon, dealing 80 damage, beyond the endurance of all but the most resilient. With a mere 397 health points at level 29, Luo Chen found himself at a severe disadvantage. Fortunately, with Nie Xiaodai's holy armor, healing spells, and sun water, he managed to hold his ground and engage the elite hammer in combat. After several tense moments, The first Zuma Guardian dropped its massive hammer, crashing to the ground, leaving behind a pile of gold coins, several potions, and a memory necklace. Nie Xiaodai stepped forward to collect the loot, simultaneously drawing over another elite Zuma statue before vanishing from sight. Luo Chen took on the statue in a duel. Just then, as he received healing from Nie Xiaodai, she suddenly darted towards the center of the map. Luo Chen felt a surge of anxiety. What the hell? Don't run around like a madwoman. I can't hold on. After dispatching the statue, Nie Xiaodai bubbled with excitement. I poisoned an archer and looted a ghostly armor. Luo Chen scoffed dismissively. What is there to get excited about? They continued battling until 2 Zuma Guardians remained, during which they managed to acquire 2 memory necklaces, a purple spiral shell, and a Knight S bracelet. The drop rate was indeed quite high, yet neither of them could make use of the items. After defeating yet another Zuma Guardian, they found no decent equipment to show for their efforts. As Luo Chen struck down the last exquisite giant hammer, he turned to Nie Xiaodai and inquired, if the path we tread leads to the 6th level of Zuma, surely no player could possibly traverse it now? Nie Xiaodai nodded in agreement. With Luo Chen's final blow, the exquisite hammer crashed to the ground, flung far from his grasp. Upon it, a dark, ominous staff materialized. Luo Chen was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The Guardian's hammer had dropped? The Staff of Judgment. Chapter 48. Fortuitous Overflow. Nie Xiaodai, equally exhilarated, spoke for once through voice chat. Does this fulfill my promise? Luo Chen's spirits soared, and he nodded generously. Moments later, he furrowed his brow. You can speak? Why still type? Nie Xiaodai bubbled up again. I feared you might tire from digesting another spirit crystal. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, filled with anticipation. He urged Nie Xiaodai onward. Hasten to the next level. We must reach level 30 today. At this moment, the allure of level 30 was overwhelming for Luo Chen, as he could not equip any weapons. Staff of Judgment, weight 80, durability 33, attack 030, requires level 30. The final Zuma chamber possessed only 2 exits. Thus, the next level was indeed the 6th level of Zuma. Following the usual protocol, Nie Xiaodai cloaked herself and led the way. Moments later, Luo Chen followed suit. Upon entering the 6th level of Zuma, Luo Chen gasped in astonishment. Goodness, this place is truly untouched. An abundance of monsters swarmed the area. Luo Chen even noted an unusual sight. Many monsters were overlapping. Nie Xiaodai remarked, we only need to carve a path. I've just tested it. And random teleportation is not possible here. Luo Chen understood. In a map where random teleportation is disabled, one would not reappear in the same spot after logging out. Thus, logging out in the 6th level of Zuma would result in reappearing in the 5th level upon logging back in. By clearing a path and advancing swiftly, even if other players entered later, they would not catch up with the two. Luo Chen ceased to covet experience points. With Nie Xiaodia's stealth assistance, they made rapid progress. He perceived Nie Xiaodia's intent, likely wishing to reach the residence of the Zuma Lord before 9 o'clock. After several minutes, they arrived at the next map, the 2nd level of Zuma. Once again, monsters littered the ground. Luo Chen pressed himself against the wall, focused on attacking, clearing the way with remarkable speed. At a corner, he encountered a formidable Zuma statue with 900 health, delivering steady damage. The statue fell quickly, finally yielding an exciting piece of equipment, a strength ring with an attack of 0.6. Though its attributes were standard, it was a superior accessory for warriors. It was said that possessing a pair of strength rings could unleash their maximum attack potential. Delighted, Luo Chen equipped the strength ring and continued to forge a path through the throng of monsters. After enduring several more minutes of battling, they finally reached the 2nd level of Zuma. During this time, they had vanquished numerous elite monsters, acquiring several ordinary memory necklaces. Though there was also a possibility of a blessing oil, the details were unclear. Upon arriving at this map, Luo Chen ceased his linear advance and began to eliminate monsters for experience. Even if players were to enter from behind, they would undoubtedly be unable to match their pace. Halfway through the clearing, an elite archer dropped a coveted Zuma-branded item, a green necklace with an attack power of 25. However, Luo Chen found it inferior to his own level 6 Phantom necklace. As for the potential hidden attributes, the green necklace provided a significant boost to attack limits. Yet it was of no use to Luo Chen. Nie Xiaodai successfully poisoned 2 elite archers, and surprisingly, one dropped a mind bracelet, although its magical power was merely 12. Its equip requirements surpassed that of the Zuma-branded 3-eyed bracelet, suggesting a high probability of hidden attributes. Nonetheless, as it was a piece of equipment for the Taoist class, Luo Chen paid it little heed. Having cleared this map, the duo ventured into the third layer of Zoomer Level 7. Luo Chen's experience bar was nearly full, greatly invigorating his enthusiasm for monster hunting. He charged forward like a tank. Nie Xiaodai followed closely behind, diligently performing her duties as a healer, while also acting as a collector of rare items. Though this little sprite could automatically filter out elite equipment, it often overlooked nearly all high-tier Taoist items. For instance, after Luo Chen had just slain an elite statue and obtained a soul necklace, it vanished in the blink of an eye. During this period, while battling Zoomer statues, the Zoomer archers dropped 2 bottles of blessing oil, which were indeed genuine drops, which Luo Chen promptly collected. As the experience bar reached its limit of visual deception, a lesson learned, Luo Chen's fighting spirit soared even higher. When they had nearly cleared half of Zoomer Level 7, Luo Chen finally reached Level 30. He immediately equipped the weapon he had longed for, the Staff of Judgment, and felt an overwhelming sense of emotion welling up within him. Zwazwawi. Now I understand how you endured those 5 years. I felt as though I had lived a lifetime in just a few hours. Luo Chen consumed a bottle of blessing oil, granting his weapon a luck rating of 1. Although he had a luck rating of 10, adding another attribute made the weapon even more formidable. Grasping the luck-enhanced staff, he could scarcely contain his excitement and eagerly charged towards an elite giant hammer, exclaiming, "Embrace the judgment of Uncle Gio." Nie Xiaodai watched with keen interest as Luo Chen engaged in single combat. However, without the support of a healer, even a level 30 warrior struggled against a Zoomer guardian with 1,000 health points. Nevertheless, the elite giant hammer ultimately succumbed beneath Luo Chen's staff. But then, Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai were immediately petrified, standing motionless in shock. After a moment, Luo Chen was the first to regain his composure and rushed to collect the weapon that had dropped to the ground. Yet another Staff of Judgment. Luo Chen was overwhelmed with disbelief, exclaiming, "No way. My luck is simply too incredible. Luck 10 is amazing. The drop rate is phenomenal." Upon glancing at the attributes of this weapon, Luo Chen was once again stunned. This weapon was astonishing. Staff of Judgment, weight 80, durability 30-35, attack 0-30. Attack speed 2, elite 2, required level 30. A weapon with increased attack speed? What is this? In the realm of judgments, enhancements in strength, precision, and even mystical attributes are commonplace. However, an increase in attack speed is exceedingly rare. If Luo Chen's memory serves him correctly in his past life, the legendary highest attack speed for a judgment was merely 2 points. A divine artifact. Does it possess invincible attributes? The epitome of supreme attributes. Such extraordinary fortune. Luo Chen promptly exchanged his exquisite judgment staff for the bull lady and applied another vial of blessing oil, achieving a weapon luck of 1. He was elated to the point of madness, an uncontrollable joy that he yearned to share with the silver-haired priestess. However, Nie Xiaodai did not exhibit excessive excitement upon witnessing this. Rather, she seemed somewhat pensive. Something felt amiss. Luo Chen, perplexed, inquired, "What is the matter, Xiaodai? Are you jealous?" After a moment of contemplation, Nie Xiaodai finally spoke, "It's nothing. I might be overthinking it. Let us hurry and clear the monsters. Before 9, we must establish our foothold in the ultimate map to confront the Night Lord of Zuma." Luo Chen understood her urgency. He utilized a moving warehouse scroll to organize his belongings, learned the level 30 warrior skill, Berserk Charge, and then gestured to Nie Xiaodai to set forth. With the 2-speed attack judgment staff in hand, Luo Chen felt invincible. Who could stand against him? Eventually, around 8:30, the duo successfully entered the abode of the Zuma Lord. This map was not overly expansive, comparable in size to the bird's nest water cube, with stealth at every 3rd step. They took nearly 10 minutes to reach the center of the hall. Luo Chen gazed at the Zuma Lord, who was crouched on a stone stele in a petrified state, and felt an exhilarating joy and excitement. "Xiaodai, surely this great being will drop a dragon slayer for us?" Nie Xiaodai appeared to harbor some unease and remained silent. She cast a stealth spell on Luo Chen, summoned a skeleton to shield him, and positioned a few bats strategically before advancing to provoke the living Zuma Lord. Upon breaking free from his petrification, the Zuma Lord leapt directly beside Nie Xiaodai and unleashed a fiery punch. Nie Xiaodai dashed behind Luo Chen and immediately became invisible. Confused, Luo Chen asked Xiaodai, "Why not poison him? Just attack directly. I want to validate a hypothesis," Nie Xiaodai replied. Luo Chen, at a loss for words, had no choice but to activate his crescent blade and strike at the skeleton before him. Throughout the encounter, Nie Xiaodai refrained from attacking the Zuma Lord, solely focusing on healing the summoned skeleton. Since the Zuma Lord could not reach Luo Chen, he remained quite safe after positioning himself correctly. Brother, Uncle Bird, darling. Please listen to me, keep attacking, she urged. What more could Luo Chen say? After an extensive struggle, they ultimately vanquished the Zuma Lord before 9 o'clock. Luo Chen swiftly surveyed the fallen loot. No Dragon Slayer. The only noteworthy items were a power ring, a rather uncommon Gale necklace, and a vial of blessing oil. Chapter 49. The Teleportation Ring. Nie Xiaodai approached to collect the items from the ground, scrutinizing them for several seconds before turning to hand them to Luo Chen. Indeed, something has gone terribly wrong. Luo Chen was taken aback, examining the two pieces of equipment, his expression one of disbelief and shock. What the heck? Xiaodai, have you lost your mind? How could this be a problem? This is unbelievably extraordinary. Where did you get this? Two pieces of equipment, both exceptionally exquisite. Luo Chen equipped them directly. Strength ring, weight 3, durability 47, attack 10, exceptional 4, requires attack power 46. Gale necklace, weight 1, durability 68. Attack speed 4, exceptional 2, attack 5, exceptional 4, requires level 19. Nie Xiaodai disregarded Luo Chen's contempt for her and initiated another trade, offering 3 bottles of blessing oil, 2 of which she had previously collected. Darling, drink this. Luo Chen felt somewhat perplexed. The weapon's luck one is quite straightforward, but the rest is rather challenging. Consequently, he consumed 3 bottles of blessing oil, and the judgment staff transformed into luck 4. Most likely, it is a luck overflow. Nie Xiaodai appeared somewhat anxious. Moments later, she unexpectedly spoke again. Darling, hold on. Let's battle the Zuma Master in the dark and verify it later. Luo Chen's good mood was slightly dampened by Nie Xiaodai's demeanor. Wait, sister, you're making me a bit nervous here. Isn't it a good thing that the equipment is extraordinary? Why so jittery? We are neither thieves nor hackers. We should be joyous. Nie Xiaodai typed. Luck overflow, misfortune increases. Luo Chen furrowed his brow. What does that imply? Just then, it was 9 o'clock. This time, Nie Xiaodai was evidently twice as cautious, moving stealthily. If the archers enhanced by the night attributes focused their fire, she would be in peril. The Zuma Master of the Night appeared before them, moving with such speed that it felt like teleportation, faster than Bolt himself. Luo Chen suddenly felt his assassinations were misaligned, so he simply closed his eyes and unleashed mindless attacks. With the weapon and necklace, the attack speed reached 6, and Luo Chen swung the judgment staff, striking as swiftly as a whirlwind. Regardless of how fast the Zuma Master was, it would still receive a blow upon reaching the assassination position. This is merely a game. Were it reality, wielding an 80-weight judgment staff in such a manner would create 2 craters in Ultraman. The Zuma Master, unable to strike Luo Chen, grew increasingly agitated, summoning Zuma minions that threatened to overwhelm him. Thankfully, the assassination position remained unobstructed by petrified monsters. Otherwise, Nie Xiaodai would have to risk attracting more foes. The Zuma Master's health dwindled, and its speed escalated into a frenzy. Without Nie Xiaodai's green poison, it took a full 10 minutes for the Zuma Master to finally collapse. 5 items dropped to the ground. Fate Crystal, Evil Repelling Bracelet, Clothing Mail, Skeleton Ring. In the blink of an eye, the Zuma Master's corpse twitched and dropped 2 more items. Fate Crystal, Teleportation Ring. Holy cow! Luo Chen was genuinely stunned, akin to someone who had just downed a bottle of 72-degree liquor, feeling dizzy. What just happened? Corpse desecration. Nie Xiaodai seemed mentally prepared. Though she remained silent, she swiftly collected all the items on the ground by stealthily moving 1 step at a time. Luo Chen, bewildered, inquired, did the drop rate just double? Seconds later, Nie Xiaodai traded Luo Chen a spirit crystal. Luo Chen numbly accepted it and used it. Spirit 1. After a while, Nie Xiaodai spoke up, her expression grave. I can now say with absolute certainty that this is a stroke of overwhelming fortune. The drop rate for the Apocalypse gear in the night has indeed increased tenfold. But what we just witnessed is a surge in the drop rate by more than 1,000 times. Moreover, it even resulted in a second drop. With that, Nie Xiaodai revealed the remaining 6 items from the previous drop. The Spirit Crystal had already been consumed by Luo Chen. Fate Crystal, Common Garment. This is a man's attire, appearing quite ordinary, yet is far from typical clothing. Skeleton Ring, crafted from the bones of a formidable creature. This ring possesses a fearsome exterior concealing a ferocious power. Exorcism Bracelet, weight 1, durability 10, agility 2, attack 4, excellent 4. Requires level 19. Teleportation Ring, weight 1, durability 5. Requires level 12. Nie Xiaodai stored the Fate Crystal and traded the others to Luo Chen. her tone tinged with complexity as she inquired, "What kind of luck do you think is required to acquire such precious equipment all at once? Even the teleportation ring." "The teleportation ring? A divine artifact? What immense fortune this entails." Luo Chen accepted the trade, shaking his head vigorously. The joy of obtaining equipment overshadowed by a hint of trepidation about the unknown. What exactly is this overflow of luck? After a moment of silence, Xiao Dai spoke softly. "Long ago, there was an immortal surnamed Zao, who tamed a yellow dragon by the Yellow River and refined it into an earring. This earring is said to possess the divine power of the yellow dragon, bestowing immense luck upon its bearer. The so-called overflow of luck represents a force that uncontrollably bestows endless fortune upon the beneficiary. But the cost, as our ancestor Laozi once remarked, is that misfortune lies at the base of fortune, and fortune is often hidden within misfortune. Who can truly know its extremes? There is no definitive answer." After pondering for a while, Luo Chen suddenly realized, "So, if my luck is at 10 and it brings me benefits beyond measure, does that also mean it will bring misfortune? However, if I am sufficiently fortunate, wouldn't disaster stay far away from me?" Nie Xiaodai was left speechless, eventually grinding her teeth in frustration. If you endlessly accrue benefits, then calamity will inevitably befall all those closely connected to you. Feeling indifferent, Luo Chen's mood brightened immediately. Hey, I am perpetually single, a solitary soul. Xiaodai, you are the closest to me, but you too are a wandering spirit. You've already passed on. So what is there to fear?" Nie Xiaodai was rendered momentarily speechless. Now in a better mood, Luo Chen countered, "We have only just arrived at the lair of the Zhima Lord. Let us fight a bit longer." Nie Xiaodai, flustered, took a moment before recalling a reason. "Last night, I prepared a fruit and vegetable feast for you, replenishing so much hydration. If you don't log off soon, your bladder might burst." Upon returning to Biqishing, Luo Chen immediately teleported to the private room of Warehouse 0222. Ignoring the nearby Jean Pongzi, he swiftly removed his helmet. After resolving his issues, he logged back in. Seeing Nie Xiaodai beside him, Luo Chen expressed his gratitude. "Haha, thank goodness you reminded me in time, or I would have surely wet myself." Nie Xiaodai inquired earnestly, "You didn't wet your hands, did you?" Nie Xiaodai exhaled in relief, remarking, "It seems that the overflow of luck has yet to reach its threshold." This statement left the rotund Jean in a state of bewilderment. What is the situation with Bird Uncle? Is he experiencing a decline in vitality, or has his prowess diminished? Of course, such thoughts could not be articulated openly. Instead, Jean offered a compliment. Bird Uncle is fortunate to have a wonderful wife. Nie Xiaodai smiled brightly, replying, "Indeed. Listening to one's wife brings great fortune and longevity. Defying her leads to peril at every turn." Jean was momentarily taken aback. "Has Auntie Bird resolved the leaks in her gaming chamber? I must say that sound is truly delightful. Could it be that the old man is now with a younger woman?" In Chapter 50, Jump Point, Nie Xiaodai requested numerous mobile storage scrolls from Jean, with the payment conveniently charged to Luo Chen. Subsequently, she traded Luo Chen a backpack filled with exquisite equipment. The exceptional items Luo Chen dealt with included, but were not limited to, the renowned Juma green necklace, knight's bracelet, strength ring, purple spiral, and dragon bracelet, as well as the illustrious Woma platinum ring, heavenly bead necklace, life necklace, and Sibel bracelet, among others, alongside various top-tier items rated 1, 2, or even 3. Luo Chen even sold his previously owned exceptional coral ring and the Death's Hand gloves, which boasted a defense of 2 and attack of 3. Jean laughed so hard that his jaw nearly dislocated. Had Luo Chen accepted only game currency for this venture, it is likely that Jean would have been utterly unable to pay. Fortunately, Luo Chen was also in need of funds, allowing for transaction of credit coins. With the ongoing surge of interest in the Apocalypse game, the prices of equipment skyrocketed. Thus, after dealing with these items, Luo Chen ascended to the status of a wealthy player. This was still contingent upon the fact that he had purchased 2 soul crystals from Jean. Otherwise, he would have transformed into a veritable gold tycoon. Nie Xiaodai further instructed Luo Chen to acquire 7 bottles of blessing oil, to which he generously complied. It's only 7 million gold coins. The secret regarding the tigers and red snakes being able to drop blessing oil had already spread, and it was said that the Poison Snake Valley was now teeming with players, all hoping to be the lucky one. Consequently, the price of blessing oil plummeted from 5 million gold coins per bottle just days prior to a mere 1 million per bottle now. This was due to the diminished demand. Consuming a bottle costs 2,000 coins, which is pricier than Matai. The underlying reason, however, was that the drop rate for blessing oil was significantly higher than that of quality weapons. ordinary players were reluctant to part with their basic weapons, while advanced players had already consumed most of their high-quality ones. After a period of rest, Luo Chen and Ye Xiaodai once again booked the 0404-hour room. Indeed, upgrading weapons requires a psychological boost. This is not merely science, but rather an arcane art. Luo Chen currently possessed an ordinary purgatory, a luck 1 judgment staff, and a luck 4, attack speed 2, superlative judgment staff. He inquired of Ye Xiaodai, which should I upgrade? After some contemplation, Ye Xiaodai decided to leave the choice to Luo Chen, asking, what do you feel? Well, it's certainly best to upgrade the exceptional one. Money isn't too tight at the moment, so I'll prioritize personal use. Ye Xiaodai agreed with Luo Chen's reasoning. Following her affirmation, he promptly purchased 35 pieces of pure black iron, or with a purity of 12, preparing to commence the upgrades. As for jewelry, he opted for the blue jade necklace, deeming it quite satisfactory. 3 hours later, Luo Chen, wielding the judgment staff with an attack power of 0.36, an attack speed of 2, and a luck rating of 4, began to hesitate. Why do I feel that advancing further might lead to calamity? Ye Xiaodai's eyes sparkled. Has the luck threshold been reached? Does it feel intense? Do you still want to proceed, or should we wait for the next upgrade? Luo Chen twirled the weapon in his hand, feeling somewhat indecisive. Yet I sense that if I do not upgrade it enough times, 7 times to be precise. As indicated in the game Apocalypse New Century, which states that a single weapon can only be upgraded 7 times, the outcome could be even worse. Ye Xiaodai pouted. Then what do you propose? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chen's expression brightened suddenly. I have it. Why not increase the dosage to avoid any issues? With that, he invested a substantial sum to purchase 8 pieces of pure 20-grade black iron ore and then inquired of Ye Xiaodai. I recall we acquired several memory necklaces during our adventures. We didn't sell them earlier. Do you still have them? Ye Xiaodai promptly traded 4 memory necklaces to him. These were meant for your weapon upgrade. But I never knew you were still using the blue jade. With 8 pieces of black iron, ore, and 4 memory necklaces at his disposal, Luo Chen felt a wave of confidence wash over him. This time, success is assured. Half an hour later, after striking Ye Xiaodai, he let out a triumphant roar. Is there anyone else? Ye Xiaodai looked astonished, murmuring to herself, why hasn't the threshold been reached? Has it become even more exaggerated? Or is it possible that my dear friend, Zhao Hua Xiang Weimin divulged a flawed secret? To Luo Chen's astonishment, not only did the judgment staff upgrade successfully, but it also experienced a remarkable enhancement. This was akin to winning a lottery in a low-probability event. The new attributes of this weapon were terrifying. Judgment staff, weight 80, durability 30-38, 3, attack 0-38-8, attack speed 22, luck 4, requires level 30. Witnessing Luo Chen's arrogance, Ye Xiaodai could not help but exclaim, Darling, continue consuming the blessing oil. She was determined to test the limits of Luo Chen's luck. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen complied. Upon consuming the first bottle of blessing oil, he felt a wave of confusion. His luck did not increase, but rather diminished, dropping to luck 3. Ye Xiaodai's eyes widened with excitement. Keep drinking. Luo Chen hesitated, then decided to take another bottle. His luck fell to 2. At this point, without further urging from Ye Xiaodai, he downed 2 more bottles in quick succession. Consequently, he entirely nullified his luck 4. Luo Chen was left in a state of disarray. What the hell? Reverse blessing? After consuming 4 bottles, I've accrued 4 curses? Ye Xiaodai finally burst into laughter. It seems the luck threshold has indeed been discovered. Seeing her amusement, Luo Chen's anger flared. What is so funny? Keep laughing, and I might just lose my temper. I swear, if you keep this up, I'll toss that silk lingerie into the toilet. Better to lose wealth than to face disaster. I am merely delighted for you. Ye Xiaodai declared with righteous conviction. Luo Chen was somewhat perplexed. Really? Absolutely no falsehoods. Heaven and earth bear witness. Luo Chen had no choice but to believe. Is this truly the luck threshold? Has my luck reached its critical point? Ye Xiaodai was also uncertain. All I can say is that luck overflow has likely vanished. By the way, you should refrain from enhancing weapons with luck in the future. Today's predicament arose precisely because you consumed that bottle of blessing oil. Didn't that lead to the explosion of numerous extraordinary items? Not only does it feature an extraordinary talismanic bracelet, an impressive tempest necklace, but also a magnificent staff of judgment, and the most remarkable teleportation ring. Ye Xiaodai felt a twinge of insecurity, hesitantly remarking, Perhaps, just perhaps, your gift of luck truly exceeds my expectations? Is it even more formidable than the Huanglong earrings from the Zhao family? Upon hearing this, Luo Chen puffed out his chest. Absolutely. Just watch as I imbibe this luck. He then consumed another bottle of the remaining 3 vials of blessing oil, declaring, "After all, I've purchased them, and I'm financially secure now." To his dismay, a curse was invoked. Luo Chen was taken aback. What the heck? Has my luck really been nullified? Nie Xiaodai began to worry. Why not try drinking again? This time, it was Luo Chen who hesitated, taking a long while before finally mustering the courage to drink another vial. Fortunately, this time the curse was lifted. Luo Chen, feeling a sense of relief, brandished the staff of judgment. "Let it be. I feel quite good." After pondering for a moment, Nie Xiaodai suggested, "Why not switch to the other staff of judgment and try another vial of blessing oil?" Upon hearing this, Luo Chen switched weapons and decisively drank the last vial. It proved ineffective. Luo Chen nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. By now, it was past 1 in the afternoon. Luo Chen logged off, removed his helmet, exhaling deeply as he made his way to the restroom. A minute later, he emerged, his face clouded with gloom. The silk lingerie of Nie Xiaodai drifted from the sofa, accompanied by a curious voice. "What's wrong? Did you really manage to urinate on your hands?" Luo Chen waved his hand incredulously. "Goodness, I didn't get on my hands, I got on my shoes." Nie Xiaodai instantly grew serious. "Listen to me. From now on, be extra cautious. Come on, put on the bulletproof vest. Safety first." Luo Chen, bewildered, responded, "But seriously, as long as one stands. Which man hasn't urinated on their hands? What does that have to do with a bulletproof vest?" Chapter 51. Unexpected Developments. In the end, Luo Chen donned the bulletproof undershirt that transformed into a t-shirt. He had no choice. Originally, Nie Xiaodai had intended to hone her culinary skills. Yet the kitchen of Xiang's rice noodle shop was not akin to the refrigerator at Luo Chen's home. It felt rather embarrassing to frequently source free supplies from there. Indeed, it was certainly not because the proprietress stored most of her meat supplies in a chest freezer, leaving Nie Xiaodai with only vegetables. To make amends with the proprietress, Luo Chen resolved to dine at her establishment for lunch. As he stepped out of the building, Luo Chen felt a sudden weakness in his legs. Looking down, he exclaimed, "Wow, I just stepped out and stumbled upon good fortune." Nie Xiaodai giggled. "It seems the issue isn't significant. Luck is still on your side." Luo Chen, feeling disgruntled, rubbed the soles of his shoes on the nearby greenery. He then noticed someone had dropped 50 yuan. Glancing around, he picked it up to safeguard it. Nie Xiaodai queried, "Is this really good fortune?" Upon reaching the entrance of Xiang's rice noodle shop, the landlady from the adjacent entertainment and gaming room spotted Luo Chen. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly rose. Abandoning her winning hand of tiles, east, south, west, north, along with a white tile and a 1 bamboo, and hastened towards Luo Chen, beaming, "Oh my dear Luo, you have become quite famous now." Luo Chen surveyed his surroundings, noting there was no apparent risk, and curiously inquired, "What happened?" "I do good deeds without seeking recognition." The landlady chuckled heartily. "Officer Li mentioned that you acted courageously, a model citizen. The banner is proudly displayed in the game room, and you've even been awarded 500 yuan. Luo Chen's eyes sparkled. "You keep the banner, but transfer the prize to me." The landlady's smile suddenly froze. "Well, the award must be claimed by you in person." Luo Chen shrugged. "All right, I'll make a trip later." Suddenly, Luo Chen watched in astonishment as a large droplet of bird droppings landed atop the landlady's head, resembling a delicate white flower, quite picturesque. Luo Chen pondered. "Xiaodai, is this all influenced by me?" Nie Xiaodai expressed a relief. "It should be. Luckily, I lack a physical form. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly share the misfortune." After her moment of glee, she continued, "Are you truly going to claim the prize?" Luo Chen was taken aback. "It's 500 yuan. Why would I claim it?" Nie Xiaodai scoffed. "You're already a millionaire. Do you really care about 500 yuan? Playing a game, you could easily spend more on just one piece of equipment." Luo Chen retorted with a frown. "How absurd. One should not underestimate small evils. One should not dismiss something simply because it's of little value." Entering the Xiang rice noodle shop, Luo Chen called out to the charming proprietress, the signature set meal, with double portions of chicken legs and braised eggs. After inspecting the tables and chairs, he carefully sat down. 10 minutes later, as he savored his noodles, he discovered a slender gold necklace hidden within. Judging by its design, it likely belonged to the proprietress. Luo Chen was speechless, placing it on the table, then took another bite, only to unexpectedly find a gold ring. Nie Xiaodai could no longer contain her amusement. Was this rice noodle dish personally prepared by the proprietress? "Huh, you're almost collecting all 3 pieces of gold." Luo Chen felt a moment of vexation, but shrugged it off. "Let us just drink the soup." "Oh, but today's seaweed is strangely unchewable." Upon spitting it out, he was astonished to find a gold earring. All 3 pieces are complete now. He was utterly speechless. Xiaodai, is this the aftermath of overflowing luck? Is the unlucky one the proprietress? Nie Xiaodai stifled her laughter and replied seriously. If it's only at this level, it's entirely acceptable. Don't worry. It's not a big deal. Just then, the proprietress walked past Luo Chen, muttering to herself. How strange, my ring was just on my hand. How did it suddenly disappear? Luo Chen picked up a chicken leg and took a hearty bite. Surely, there can't be anything belonging to the proprietress in here? After chewing a few times, he sensed something was amiss. So many little fragments? Not believing it, he set down the chicken leg and tried a braised egg. Let us see if there are any bones within this egg. Crunch, crunch. Luo Chen was speechless. Goodness. It's a living pearl inside. The taste is surprisingly delightful. After an exhilarating meal, Luo Chen picked up a bottle of soda, scanned the code, and directly inputted 500 yuan. Yesterday, Xiaodai acquired quite a bit of ingredients, so he came to settle the bill. He greeted the proprietress, regardless of the total. This is what I'll pay for the meal. Then he placed the 3 pieces of gold in the proprietress's hand. My meal was personally prepared by you, right? The cost must be quite high. The proprietress was taken aback, then heard a melodious chime from the cash register. Cha-Cha Bao has credited your account, 520 yuan. The proprietress, puzzled, opened her palm, and a blush crept onto her face as she gazed at Luo Chen, affectionately blinking her striking azure eyes. Goodness gracious! As Luo Chen took a sip of soda, it erupted from his nose, causing tears to stream down his face. He now believed. Fortune overflows, and it is indeed terrifying. Nie Xiaodai consoled him, saying, it's not a big deal. The landlady has those peach blossom eyes, even gazing at a dog with affection. Upon exiting the restaurant, Luo Chen brushed past 2 slender figures, one tall and the other short, as he made his way to the local police station. Although Nie Xiaodai intended to remind Luo Chen, she ultimately refrained from speaking. Half an hour later, in the office of the police chief, Luo Chen stood in disbelief, staring at the individual before him, unable to comprehend the situation. No way. Floating Cloud, what are you doing here? Didn't you injure your leg? The Taoist Floating Cloud, equally astonished, exclaimed with excitement. Uncle Joe? You're not in delivery attire. You look so handsome. He then pondered, but wait, how can Uncle Joe appear so youthful? Moreover, why does he seem to carry an air of misfortune? No, that's not right. It seems more like good fortune? How peculiar. Luo Chen felt his persona teetering on the brink of collapse and quickly sought to remedy the situation, saying nonchalantly, isn't the youngest disciple of your Tian Shi Dao still quite young? At this, Taoist Floating Cloud perked up, momentarily forgetting his observations. Indeed. Young Master Sun is our second master's most favored disciple from the mortal realm. By the way, he is here today, communicating with junior sister Yunqi in the car outside. Luo Chen paused, casually inquiring, is that the car parked in the courtyard, the one with the sporty design? Your junior master seems quite affluent. Taoist Floating Cloud looked at him with admiration. Absolutely. Young Master Sun is the eldest grandson of the Sun Group, an only child, and the sole heir, with a fortune exceeding hundreds of billions. Our Tian Shi Dao's second master lineage has flourished thanks to his financial prowess. His wealth, companions, methods, and territory. Luo Chen was left utterly astonished. What? Young Master Sun? How can the world be so small? The junior master of Tian Shi Dao, whom I whimsically conjured, not only exists, but is also a former major client of mine. Surely, young Master Sun must have purchased quite a few of your large packages. By the way, where's Warner? A knowing smile spread across Luo Chen's face. Taoist Floating Cloud, somewhat taken aback, responded, Uncle Gio, I just mentioned. Junior sister Yunqi is down below. He then added shyly, it's not much. Aside from the large package, I just sold 800 of those. Delivered that apocalyptic wood sword. Luo Chen was nearly overwhelmed. What? Yunqi is young Master Sun's one sister? Vanya? One Yunqi. The transformation from a 20-year-old's appearance could indeed completely alter one's image. However, recalling his own rough-and-tumble appearance in the game, he felt a sense of understanding. Even Nez's crafted face was unrecognizable to his own mother. Chapter 52. The Crystal Ball Steeping in Vinegar. Uncle Gio, since young Master Sun has always held a deep admiration for the practitioners of the Central Plains, shall I invite him up to meet you? Floating Cloud, ever polite, sought permission first. Would it lead to an embarrassing revelation? But Luo Chen swiftly dismissed this notion. The rough-and-tumble Neza had no bearing on his splendid Uncle Gio. After all, he had also successfully altered his own appearance. Luo Chen nodded in agreement with Fu Yun's request. Indeed, spending 800,000 on a wooden sword seems rather extravagant. Or rather, for a discerning patron, a meeting would not be amiss. While waiting for Sun to ascend the stairs, Luo Chen recalled the initial question. By the way, how did you end up here? And has your injury from yesterday truly healed? Fu Yun's expression grew serious. The cultivation community in Binhai is abuzz with rumors that an apostle of the Dark Sanctuary has been confirmed in the vicinity, seemingly in search of someone. Furthermore, there appears to be a connection with the infamous female assassin, the Black Widow. The Dongda Federation's Bureau 249 is preparing to convene a gathering of practitioners in Binhai to discuss how to capture, or rather, invite the apostle of the Dark Sanctuary. Thus, the Celestial Master has dispatched me to scout the area. As for my leg injury, would you care for some of the Celestial Master's healing elixirs? Their efficacy is beyond compare. Just look at my leg. What the hell? Luo Chen was taken aback in waves. Wasn't the Black Widow captured? And what about the apostle of the Dark Sanctuary, Nie Xiaodai? Come forth and speak. Moments later, Luo Chen was momentarily stunned. I didn't utter a sound. Can you hear my thoughts? Panic surged within him. What the hell? Nie Xiaodai can read minds. How careless of me. Such a petty skill. Daring to display it here, great celestial dragon. Great lost spell. Tang Sung, I feast on jackfruit, while you indulge in the vastness of the sky. Nie Xiaodai was completely flustered and hurriedly whispered an explanation. I can only hear your thoughts when they resonate at the level of ventriloquism. The chaotic musings in your mind are beyond my perception. So please, refrain from overthinking. And Uncle Gio, stop reciting. It hurts. Only then did Luo Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully this silly girl cannot hear my thoughts. Otherwise, she would discover that I have long desired to see her dance in black silk, the kind that a foolish emperor would enjoy in his court. With her figure, she would look exquisite no matter how she moves. I wonder if the pressure on her chest is overwhelming. Would it sway uncomfortably? After a moment, Luo Chen finally felt reassured. No reaction? It seems she truly cannot hear me. Sooner or later, I shall have you kneeling before me, singing in conquest, clad only in black silk. Huh? Truly cannot hear? He called out, hello, temptress wife? At that moment, a bright young man entered the room, his face lighting up upon seeing Luo Chen. You are the renowned Luo Gio from the Central Plains? It is an honor. My master has spoken highly of you, claiming you are a rare talent in the art of cultivation at the Baiyun Temple of the Luo God, a sight seldom seen in a century. Luo Chen, caught off guard by the mention of Luo Gio, felt a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. Is there truly someone named Luo Gio? Bewildered, he exclaimed, Sun Sun Shitty, you have truly heard of me? Sun proudly replied, of course, although my own cultivation is still in its infancy, not particularly profound. My master has introduced me to many esteemed individuals, and numerous have spoken of you with great admiration, declaring you a banner for the cultivators of the Central Plains. Then, with an expression of eager anticipation, Sun Dada inquired, by the way, I have heard that the Central Plains Laotian capital is replete with various magical artifacts and treasures. I wonder if you, my esteemed ninth senior brother, have anything to share? Rest assured, my sincerity is beyond question. Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback by Sun Dada's exuberance. Did I not hear from Floating Cloud that you recently formed a bond with the Tianqi artifact, the wooden sword? Sun Dada nodded, adding, as long as it is Tianqi equipment, I assure you my sincerity will not be less than 500. He continued, moreover, I possess Tianqi qualifications and am willing to accept the top-tier equipment from the new era of Tianqi. Luo Chen was moved by Sun Dada's financial prowess. No, his overwhelming sincerity. I do have Tianqi equipment, but I lack the Taoist class. As for the Taoist gear in the Tianqi game, I am open to reservations. Sun Dada was astonished. How did ninth senior brother know of my Tianqi class? Luo Chen furrowed his brow. As a junior master of the Heavenly Master, Dao, what else would you choose if not the Taoist class? Oh, that makes sense. I wish to reserve a Wujigan, a long one, the Zhuma set, and the Woma set. Oh, and a magic wand and a bone jade staff, along with the mage Zhuma and Woma. Luo Chen readily agreed. If this order is fulfilled, I shall drive down to that. What was it called? Duzi Nan, and bring one back. Then let us exchange contact information. By the way, ninth senior brother, you are also from the Binhai novice area, correct? What is your name in the game? This question caused Luo Chen some discomfort. I am in the Central Plains area. It seems for now not to worry. It's just a matter of a couple of days. Sun Dada appeared quite knowledgeable about the intricacies of the Tianqi game. At that moment, Officer Chun, or rather, Detective Chun, knocked and entered. Master Sun of the Heavenly Master, Dao. The vehicle from Bureau 249 has just exited the elevated road and will arrive here in 10 minutes. Additionally, representatives from Zhongguang Dao the Diamond Sect, the Blazing Flame Sect, the Celestial Mechanism Sect, the Chaobang, and the Wong family have already arrived at the venue. My master has instructed me to inform you to make haste. Sun Dada and Taoist Floating Cloud rose, only to notice Luo Chen's stillness, prompting confusion from Sun Dada. Is ninth uncle not attending the meeting? Luo Chen smiled lightly. At this level, where'd you have me sit? The podium? Taoist Floating Cloud glanced cautiously at his senior uncle and suddenly understood. Officer Chun will oldly repay me the 500 he owes. Fate. The mere mention of this word caused Sun Dada to cover his face and retreat. Detective Chun, looking somewhat embarrassed, replied, My master is currently unable to leave. His appointment was altered this morning, and Bureau 249 insists on him being the person in charge here. Luo Chen shrugged, deciding it was best to come back another day. As he descended the stairs, a sudden explosion echoed from above, and a fireball erupted from the kitchen window of room 404, quickly dissipating. Luo Chen was startled. Xiaodai, did you not turn off the gas in the kitchen? He hurried back upstairs. Just around the corner, two coal workers, one tall and one short, were hastily prying open a van, visibly shaken. Brother-in-law, how could a cigarette cause the kitchen to explode? The shorter one touched his singed brow, a look of dread on his face. The taller one, expertly lighting a cigarette, scolded, You fool! Who told you to smoke in the kitchen? You have no sense of safety at all. As thieves, we must be cautious at every turn. The shorter one retorted, But you said so. Allow me to find a cool place to stay, and do not interfere. The tall figure shifted into gear, partially releasing the clutch, and pressed the accelerator to start the vehicle. How did I end up with you as my brother-in-law? Following your lead, this is only our second visit, yet I rummaged through that second bedroom for ages and found not a single hair. Building 4, room 404. Luo Chen gazed at the wide-open door, alarmed. Has a thief entered? Nie Xiaodai urgently urged Luo Chen to check the canister on the shelf of condiments in the kitchen. Hurry, examine that can. Luo Chen surveyed the kitchen, which had erupted in chaos, and replied irately, As long as the kitchen is fine, your perspective is all wrong. Nie Xiaodia's voice escalated in urgency. Quickly, I'm not in the mood for this. Luo Chen, infuriated, retorted, Are you rebelling? Understand your place in this family. Moments later, Luo Chen pleaded for mercy. Damn it, you've inhaled it again. Haven to you? I see no issue with that. What is so interesting about the canister? It's filled with vinegar. Nie Xiaodai's voice held an edge of tension. Is everything still inside? Luo Chen frowned, scooping inside with a spoon. What is this? A crystal ball? Wait, isn't this the special soul crystal from the dung beetle? Why haven't you consumed it yet? Chapter 53. Embrace a positive attitude in life. I'll soak it before eating. Who are you to dictate? Upon confirming that the contents remained, Nie Xiaodai's tone regained its haughtiness. Luo Chen nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the scent of that dung beetle, exquisite. Damn, woman, stop inhaling it at every opportunity. I'm not just sampling jelly. Subsequently, under Nie Xiaodai's guidance, Luo Chen inspected the second bedroom, finding no issues. However, the master bedroom was in utter disarray, with several pairs of long-forgotten, foul socks strewn about. Luo Chen frowned and locked the master bedroom. How could such a handsome young man neglect washing his socks? Rising to open the door, he discovered the landlord and several community defense members standing outside. Hey, why aren't you playing mahjong? Got time for a visit? The landlord peered curiously into the room. Xiao Luo, we heard a loud bang just now. Was it from here? Luo Chen stepped aside to welcome them in. Yes, but there is nothing to worry about. Just a ghost in the kitchen that knocked over a vinegar jar. The landlord stumbled back, unable to contain her laughter. Haha. Xiao Luo, you're joking again. As long as everything is fine, we'll continue our game. Off we go. Luo Chen observed the new additions of bird droppings atop the landlord's head, and oddly enough, it looked even more charming. He closed the door, locked it, and reclined on the sofa, yawning. Remarkably, after consuming a few spirit crystals, I'm still wide awake. After a while, the blanket on the sofa floated up and covered Luo Chen. In the living room, things gradually organized themselves. After about 10 minutes, a mop drifted in through the window and began cleaning the floor. The sky darkened slowly. Luo Chen stretched and awoke from his slumber. He sniffed the air. What is that delightful aroma? Then he beheld a table laden with a sumptuous feast, utterly astonished. Wait a moment. Did you prepare all this? Xiaodai, no way. Have you truly learned to cook in such a short time? Nie Xiaodai's melodious voice echoed, as she shyly remarked, Yes. I accidentally cooked too much. I'm not sure how it tastes. Luo Chen gazed at the simple meal before him, filled with enthusiasm. The dishes prepared by my wife must surely be delightful. Bring me the bowls and chopsticks. I shall savor them. After taking a bite of the stir-fried chicken, Luo Chen's eyes sparkled with surprise, and he inwardly marveled. Goodness, it's actually delicious. The flavor is quite pleasant. He sampled a piece of fish. I must say, it's tender and delectable, without a hint of fishiness. His anticipation soared. Indeed, this stir-fried preserved meat matches the skill of the landlady downstairs. Wow, this Westlake beef soup is simply exquisite. Is this truly the Nie Xiaodai I know? After indulging, Luo Chen felt entirely satisfied. Nie Xiaodai has officially transformed into the Lady of the Snails. She urged him to freshen up and make use of the restroom. Tonight, we shall level up and secure our first place. Luo Chen complied. Shortly after he closed the bathroom door, a middle-aged, plump chef in a cook-esque attire awoke in the kitchen, perplexed. Where am I? Wasn't I just cooking in the back kitchen? How'd I end up here? Moments later, realization dawned upon him. He remembered he had taken on a job cooking at someone's home. Feeling the crisp bills in his pocket, he rejoiced internally. A part-time gig can be quite lucrative. A horse doesn't grow fat without a night's grass. Yes, now I have money for cigarettes this month. And I won't have to mind my wife's expressions anymore. He swiftly tidied up the kitchen waste, naturally opened the door, and descended the stairs, oblivious to any irregularities. The door closed and locked again. Once Luo Chen finished washing up, feeling refreshed, he glanced at the time, 8:30. After logging back in and taking a moment to prepare, he pondered and conferred with Nie Xiaodai. Where shall we level up? Finally free to express herself in the game. Nie Xiaodai replied, Didn't you accept a commission from Sun Dada? And you have a teleportation ring. Let us go and fight. Recalling the information shared by the floating cloud Taoist, Luo Chen inquired, Xiaodai, what's the situation with the apostles of the Dark Sanctuary? Is the person there searching for you? As they walked towards Mengzhong province, Nie Xiaodai elaborated. The Dark Sanctuary is a mysterious organization that has emerged in the last few decades within the Eastern Federation's cultivation community. Both righteous and evil factions, as well as the Eastern Federation's officials, know very little about its history. However, the power of the Dark Sanctuary is beyond doubt. An old evil faction once clashed with them, and to everyone's astonishment, soon after, the entire evil faction vanished without a trace. Other factions couldn't achieve what even the Eastern officials could not. There are numerous such cases. Just months ago, the Dark Sanctuary dispatched 12 apostles to the upper echelons of the cultivation and political business realms, revealing a bizarre game called Apocalypse, New Century, urging all three realms, political, business, and cultivation, to remain vigilant and take it seriously. This operation left nearly all factions perplexed. Although the Dark Temple had not committed any truly heinous acts, it had always been shrouded in an aura of darkness. Were they attempting to cleanse their image? Later, a valiant heroine from Mount Shu, driven by a sense of justice, risked her life to obtain a confidential document, which ultimately revealed details about the Apocalypse equipment, the qualifications for the Apocalypse Knights, and aspects of the Apocalypse game to the upper echelons of the political and commercial realms. Tragically, this brave woman fell victim to treachery. Not only was she pursued by the apostles of the Dark Temple, but she was also branded a traitor by the political and commercial sectors. Luo Chen, tell me, is it not the duty of a true hero to serve the nation and its people? Did she truly err? The atmosphere grew tense, and the scene became somewhat awkward. After a moment, Nie Xiaodai gritted her teeth and asked, Are you doing this on purpose? Luo Chen was taken aback. What do you mean on purpose? I am merely stating objective facts. Nie Xiaodai paused before asking, somewhat disheartened, Did this heroine truly make a mistake? As Luo Chen continued to teleport deeper into the map, he chuckled softly and replied earnestly, I only said she was foolish. I never claimed she was wrong. In matters such as these, it is not about right or wrong, but rather success or failure. Clearly, she was framed and collectively hunted by both the forces of light and darkness, resulting in a complete failure. Hence, she is not wrong, merely foolish. Nie Xiaodai looked puzzled. When did you become so philosophical? Luo Chen sighed. Though I am merely a delivery person, this is but a means to provide for my family. Every individual, regardless of their profession, possesses their own invaluable worldview, perspective, and values. Professions may differ in stature, and lives may vary in wealth, but the soul is beyond such distinctions. Nie Xiaodai pondered over his words. As Luo Chen traversed the dark terrain and reached the legendary tribe, he asserted with unwavering conviction, every soul is unique. You may look down upon another's profession, income, or way of life, but please never belittle another's soul. Nie Xiaodai was momentarily taken aback. It was only when Luo Chen crossed the forces of evil and arrived at the platform in the coffin of death, preparing to engage in combat, that she murmured, "What if another's soul is tainted, fallen? One should not judge another's faults without experiencing their struggles. Having endured another's suffering does not guarantee one's virtue." For a fleeting moment, Nie Xiaodai felt as though Luo Chen radiated a brilliant light. Such individuals exist among the ordinary. They live with clarity, devoid of self-pity, embodying wisdom that appears to be folly, embracing life with a smile. "Fool, what are you dawdling for? Let's eliminate these monsters. It's nearly 9 o'clock, and we must be wary of others trying to steal our kills." Awakened from her reverie, Nie Xiaodai began to assist. Moments later, she suddenly exclaimed in anger, "What did you just call me? You are the fool." Luo Chen swiftly dispatched a clawed insect with a blade, nonchalantly retorting, "Yes, yes. I'm the fool. You are the fool. We are both fools." At that moment, the clock struck 9. The entire platform was instantly swarmed with ordinary attribute monsters. Chapter 54. Refreshing Issues. Luo Chen's current equipment was approximately as follows: weight, durability, level, and premium points omitted. Level 30 Judgment Staff, Attack 038, Attack Speed 2. War God Armor, Defense 510, Magic Defense 35, Attack 04. The Enchanted Helmet provides a defense of 01, Magical Defense of 11, and an attack of 04. The Whirlwind Necklace enhances attack speed by 4 and grants an attack of 05. The Exorcism Bracelet contributes 2 to agility and an attack of 04. The Iron Bracelet offers 2 in accuracy and an attack of 04. The Strength Ring boasts an attack of 010, while another Strength Ring provides an attack of 08. The Deerskin Boots yield a defense of 02 and a weight capacity of 4, complemented by the Deerskin Belt, which adds a weight capacity of 2. At level 30, the warrior possesses 419 health points, a base attack of 711, a defense of 06, and a magical defense of 01. The panel displays an attack of 788, a defense of 519, and a magical defense of 47. Hence, Luo Chen currently inflicts 96 damage per strike, coupled with an attack speed of 6, effortlessly dispatching small foes, with the Judgment Staff creating afterimages. Furthermore, the healer's prowess has seen a remarkable improvement, providing ample support. Moments later, hundreds of minor adversaries have mostly been vanquished, leaving only a few lingering at the platform's edge. After clearing the battlefield and ensuring safety, Luo Chen prepares to confront the Dragon God. Nie Xiaodai refrains from applying poison this time, instead casting the Phantom Shield and Holy Armor. She suggests that in future encounters, she should avoid direct engagement for the potential of better loot. Luo Chen nods in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of her words. With the Judgment Staff in hand, he feels adequately equipped to challenge the Dragon God without reservation. Stepping forward, Luo Chen calls out, "Come forth for tea." A massive, grotesque centipede bursts forth from the ground, launching a furious assault on him. Luo Chen strategically positions himself to reduce the chance of paralysis, and with the enhancement of attack speed 6, he defeats the Dragon God within a mere minute, experiencing paralysis only once during the encounter. Though slightly unsatisfied, he muses, "Is that all?" As his strength has increased, the thrill has diminished. The battle felt unremarkable, illustrating the simplicity of advanced players. However, Nie Xiaodai expresses no dissent, happily collecting gold and potions. The silver-haired beauty is a delightful sight. Among the spoils, the valuable items include a wand, a silver serpent, a celestial bead necklace, and a bottle of blessing oil. With the moving warehouse scroll, Nie Xiaodai transforms into a nimble collector, ensuring not a single item on the ground escapes her grasp. Just as they finish their cleanup, an abundance of monsters respawns around the platform. Though the black evil maggots, centipedes, bouncing bees, giant worms, and pincers offer less experience than those in the Zuma Temple, the respawn rate here is at least twice as fast. Especially in the Western Hollow, waves of creatures continuously emerge. The efficiency of leveling up here is remarkable. In less than an hour, Luo Chen has amassed several 100,000 experience points. To ascend from level 30 to 31 requires 2 million experience, and, at this current pace, he anticipates achieving this in approximately 3 hours. With Nie Xiaodai joyfully luring monsters around the platform, Luo Chen merely needs to remain stationary, swinging his blade. The exhilaration of slaying foes surpasses even the act of fighting. Witnessing throngs of monsters collapse beneath his mighty staff, yielding abundant gold, potions, and gear, brings immense satisfaction. At that moment, the nimble monster-luring sprite, Nie Xiaodai, suddenly exclaims, "How is it that another one has spawned?" Upon hearing this, Luo Chen was taken aback. He swiftly eliminated the minor creatures and approached Nie Xiaodai. At her gesture, He made his way to the edge of the platform. Indeed, a touched dragon emerged from the ground. Luo Chen immediately engaged, but soon realized something was amiss. Why did this creature only have 1,000 health points? Was it a counterfeit or a fraud? Nie Xiaodai had just healed Luo Chen a few times when the touched dragon fell to the ground. Despite its low health, it dropped a moon in the well. The other equipment was rather ordinary, along with some gold coins, potions, and blessed oil. Moon in the well, weight 58, duration 30. Attack 722, required level 28. Luo Chen exclaimed in surprise. What is going on? Isn't the drop rate for equipment better with higher health? And it respawns every hour? Nie Xiaodai also appeared puzzled. My friend's information did not mention the situation. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. A friend, you say? Nie Xiaodai blushed. I truly have such a friend. A friend. Luo Chen scoffed. Your tongue is slipping. After collecting the items, they continued to defeat monsters. This time, every 5 minutes, Nie Xiaodai would circle the edge of the platform. Luo Chen could no longer bear it. Healer, focus on attracting monsters. There's nothing in front of me. Half an hour later, she again went to the far edge of the platform. Luo Chen, unable to tolerate it any longer, exclaimed, Healer, why are you wandering about? Doesn't the respawn depend on time? Not your wandering? Nie Xiaodai's voice rang out in delight. You were right. Come quickly. What the heck? Luo Chen rushed over, gazing at the touched dragon attacking a level 7 skeleton. Unable to conceal his astonishment. It respawns every half hour. That's outrageous. Nie Xiaodai then proudly smiled. My friend's information mentioned a situation. All open maps will have their respawn times shortened with an increase in the number of players on the current map. It will also increase health based on the number of players within the attack range. Luo Chen was taken aback, promptly beginning to attack the creature before him. Its health still stood at 1,000 points. Luo Chen swiftly dispatched it, this time obtaining a Daoist Zoomer nameplate and a Titan ring. Once Nie Xiaodai had collected all the items, Luo Chen furrowed his brow and said, Xiaodai, if it respawns every half hour, how many players are likely on the current map? Luo Chen surveyed his surroundings, puzzled. If your friend is not mistaken, where are they? Nie Xiaodai pondered for a moment before her expression shifted. They might be fighting the underworld. Luo Chen was astonished. Underworld? Is that the type of special monster we encounter before that can become invisible and attack with ground spikes? How can we defeat it? Nie Xiaodai's face darkened. We should use the most primitive method. The human wave tactic? Luo Chen nodded. The human wave tactic may be primitive, but it is indeed effective. As long as there are enough people, there's nothing that cannot be defeated. Luo Chen then questioned. Isn't the cost a bit too high? Why? Nie Xiaodai remained silent for a moment before expressing her concern. High-level fate crystals. The Book of Destiny, high-tier apocalypse gear, apocalypse invisibility talismans, and various wondrous items. Among all the special monsters, Underworld is particularly unique. Let us say this, its status is quite comparable to that of the Crimson Moon Demon. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen earnestly inquired about the origins of these individuals. In simple terms, are they good or evil? Nie Xiaodai replied without hesitation, declaring them to be unequivocally malevolent, most likely members of the Dark Sanctuary. In response, Luo Chen smirked coldly, stating, Your enemies are my enemies. Chapter 55, The Soul Sorcerer. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Nie Xiaodai felt an inexplicable sense of emotion. Wait a moment. The Underworld is a magical attack. I shall equip you with some high magic defensive gear. She began rummaging through her storage. Luo Chen also adjusted the contents of his backpack, ensuring that the potent sun water was easily accessible. After some contemplation, he exchanged the power ring of attack 08 for a teleportation ring, prioritizing survival above all. At that moment, Nie Xiaodai approached him, initiating a trade for some equipment. Defense 011, Magic Resistance 051, and a Demon Slaying Ring with attack 2. Defense 022, Magic Resistance 04, and a Demon Slaying Ring with attack 2. Magic Resistance 26, 3, and a Gold Bracelet with attack 1. Magic Resistance 25, 2, and a Gold Bracelet with attack 2. A Sorcerer's Helmet with defense 12 and Magic Resistance 27, exceptional 4. A War God Armor with defense 59 and Magic Resistance 310, 5. Luo Chen was utterly astonished. Does Nie Xiaodai possess such an extensive inventory? Some of these items were even part of her previous survival gear. But if you give me all this equipment, what will you use? He asked. Nie Xiaodai smiled radiantly. I shall manage just fine. Luo Chen was moved and inadvertently opened her equipment tab. The Boundless Staff with Sorcery 312-7 was unsurprising. 2 Titan rings with sorcery 26 were expected. 2 mind bracelets with sorcery 13, 1, were a bit of a surprise. When did she acquire these? A green hat with defense 34 and magic resistance 16, 4, was, well, quite attractive. However, why is she not wearing a soul necklace? What is this nonsense? How casual can one be? White tiger tooth necklace, weight 1, durability 8, magic evasion 70, 5, sorcery 11, requires mental power 11. Luo Chen was puzzled. I remember, but what's the matter? Do special monsters not relocate? Nie Xiaodai nodded, affirming, indeed, these special monsters, even within the context of the game Apocalypse New Century, are considered enigmatic entities. Moreover, they will vanish permanently after the server merge. Luo Chen chose not to dwell on this further and succinctly conveyed the approximate location of the underworld he had encountered last time. Nie Xiaodai opened the large map, studying it meticulously for a while before formulating a plan. First this way, then that way, and finally this way. Luo Chen nodded repeatedly. Yes, that sounds good. I have not been listening. Once Nie Xiaodai finished her explanation, Luo Chen declared, You wait here. I will take a quick tour. With that, he vanished in a flash of teleportation. Nie Xiaodai was momentarily stunned, intending to follow suit, but after a brief hesitation, she sighed deeply. At home, one must listen to the wife. Outside, one must heed the husband. Nie Xiaodai was suddenly taken aback. So many people? This should not be the case. The combined total of the Dark Sanctuary's Templar warriors and knights should not even reach 100. Moreover, they were not recruiting externally. At that moment, 3 players, randomly teleported to this platform, suddenly appeared on the map. Each of them wielded weapons reminiscent of the Inferno, known by the aliases Assassin Code 39, Assassin Code 47, and Assassin Code 51. Fortunately, the minor creatures on the platform had not yet been cleared, so the 2 parties did not engage immediately. Nie Xiaodai was somewhat astonished. Are these individuals not from the Dark Sanctuary? Luo Chen frowned. You are asking me? I suspect they hail from an assassin company, which seems rather small scale. There haven't been any codes beyond 99, have there? The 3 warriors wasted no time, swiftly maneuvering through the gaps in the monster horde, launching a trio of lethal strikes towards Luo Chen. Stepping back in surprise, Luo Chen exclaimed, Whose subordinates are you? So audacious. Without further ado, Nie Xiaodai marked the 3 with a green hue. Unaware of the grave implications of the poison, the assassins continued their relentless pursuit of Luo Chen. Enraged, Luo Chen targeted one of them and charged forward, colliding with the warrior named Assassin Code 39, sending him staggering back. Luo Chen followed up with a flurry of strikes, knocking him to the ground, resulting in the drop of several bottles of potent sun water. System prompt. Your weapon has been cursed. Luo Chen, feeling frustrated, muttered, Why am I cursed? They barely grazed my cloak. Cursing under his breath, Assassin Code 47 and Assassin Code 51 finally realized the severity of the green poison. It prevented healing. Even their backpacks filled with potent sun water proved ineffective. Consequently, the 2 warriors shifted their focus to the silver-haired female Taoist. Observing this, Luo Chen swiftly delivered 2 precise strikes to one of the warriors, then halted. His damage timing was impeccable. Assassin Code 51 took a few steps before collapsing before Nie Xiaodai, dropping not only several bottles of potent sun water, but also his weapon, Inferno, which seemed unusually heavy. Sensing the imminent danger, Assassin Code 47 made a hasty retreat. Luo Chen chuckled awkwardly. I wonder where he will meet his demise. Otherwise, I would teleport to collect his remains. He then began to clear the nearby minor creatures. Nie Xiaodai picked up the Inferno and sun water dropped by Assassin Code 51 and earnestly advised Luo Chen, You should collect more sun water. Did you not notice that these assassins carry such potions? Luo Chen heeded her counsel, diligently gathering sun water while dispatching the minor creatures. After a minute, Nie Xiaodai frowned, stating, Strange, I have not received a kill notification for Assassin Code 47. Luo Chen, puzzled, replied, With a loss of 10 health points per second and no potions to heal, he should have perished by now. By the way, why is your poison so formidable? Nie Xiaodai furrowed her brow. I utilized the soul poisoning technique. It is certainly different. This group of Assassin Code players is undoubtedly linked to the Dark Sanctuary. Moreover, it is highly probable that they are all Apocalypse Knights. Luo Chen gasped in astonishment. All of them? What about the 2 who just perished? Now it makes sense. No wonder they brought so much sun water. They were afraid of dying. Before the echoes of her words faded, another player materialized at the edge of the nearby platform. The assassin codenamed 07. Upon his arrival, the player refrained from immediate action, instead retreating a few steps. Luo Chen shrugged, remarking, It seems I was correct. They all fear perishing in this game. Yet, one must not impose upon others what they themselves do not desire. A killer shall invariably be met with death. Nie Xiaodai, deep in thought, advanced and enveloped the distant assassin 07 in a layer of green poison. Moments later, the player was launched into the air. After a pause, Luo Chen noticed Nie Xiaodai's silence and inquired, "Did that not poison him either?" With wide eyes, he exclaimed, "What is a soul Taoist? Is it indeed a ghost?" Nie Xiaodai slowly nodded. Luo Chen felt a wave of confusion wash over him. "Wait, are you implying that you intentionally chose to die, merely to transform into this so-called soul Taoist?" "No, that can't be right. If it were intentional, the pitfalls are numerous." Nie Xiaodai hesitated, her expression tinged with sadness. "Who wishes to die if they can live? I was left with no options and resorted to transformation. Had it not been for the inexplicable moment when you glimpsed my spirit, allowing me to, siphon a bit of your vitality, I would have already been lost." Luo Chen raised an eyebrow at her words. "Your ghostly attempts seem lacking. Other spirits appear far more formidable." Immediately, Nie Xiaodai felt aggrieved. "My spirit has struggled for over 3 months, unable to establish a connection with your soul." Suddenly, Luo Chen understood. No wonder Nie Xiaodai was absent from the memories of the original owner. Had he not appeared, she would have surely perished. "When do you think that Spectre will meet its end?" He shifted the topic. After pondering, Nie Xiaodai hesitated before responding. "If it's entirely Taoist attacking, conservatively speaking, it would take about an hour." Chapter 56, Allies. A white jade with slight blemishes. No one is perfect. Each individual harbors imperfections, akin to an apple bitten by God. God, in his desire, bites whichever fruit he sees. However, he deprives ordinary people of certain things, only to compensate in other aspects. Just as Luo Chen, a mere food delivery worker, can often deliver parcels to clients in the shortest time possible. Thus, he possesses a keen sensitivity to the coordinates of a game map. Having randomly teleported several times, he noted a few crucial locations. The area where the special creature, the Spectre, resides, which is where the throng of Taoists congregates. The position of the leading group, the members of the Dark Sanctuary, and the perimeter where the vigilant warriors, including the Assassin Company, are stationed. Henceforth, Luo Chen's objective was clear: to disrupt the enemy's plans. However, given that Nie Xiaodai indicated it would take approximately an hour for the masked Taoists to eliminate the Spectre, he resolved to remain inactive for the time being. The adversary ceased their pursuit, likely aware that there were also soul Taoists present here. Nie Xiaodai appeared increasingly anxious. The method of transformation into a soul Taoist originates from the Dark Sanctuary. They will likely deduce that my friend, well, that is me, must be aware of my true identity. Luo Chen pondered thoughtfully before offering words of comfort. What does it matter if they know? Why be afraid? In reality, aren't their dark apostles seeking your whereabouts? If you wish to conceal a secret, there are indeed more effective methods. Just watch my technique shortly. Nie Xiaodai smiled brightly, feeling an inexplicable trust towards Luo Chen. He transferred the judgment staff into her possession. "Come, help me absorb this curse." How absurd. Does killing someone truly warrant a curse? Is this a form of fortune? Must such unlikely events inevitably occur? Luo Chen received the weapon and the sacred oil, perplexed. "Didn't you just absorb the curse? Why then give me this Indian sacred oil?" Nie Xiaodai explained earnestly. "It's nearly midnight. Give it a try and see if your luck has returned." Luo Chen suddenly understood. The effect resembled that of a certain test paper. He swiftly consumed 2 bottles of blessing oil, his luck now at level 2. It appeared to have returned to normal. "Let's have a few more. I desire 7 times in one night." No, I want to reach luck level 7. Luo Chen declared with confidence. Nie Xiaodai giggled. "Excess is as bad as deficiency. This is just right." In the following moments, Luo Chen continued to defeat minor monsters. Though only 2 points of luck had been added, both of them could distinctly perceive a significant increase in the drop rate of loot. Almost every minor creature yielded a small pile of gold coins and several potions. The probability of equipment drops also rose considerably. Luo Chen could not contain his excitement. It seems the overflow of luck has transformed into an increase in drop rates. If I reach luck level 7, wouldn't that be exhilarating? Nie Xiaodai hesitated, but ultimately steeled herself. If misfortune is to befall me, so be it. Let's give it a try. She tossed 3 bottles of blessing oil, likely all her remaining stock. Luo Chen promptly picked them up and drank them. This time, the 3 bottles only contributed 1 point of luck. However, fortunately, no curse manifested. Luo Chen gazed at the judgment staff with a luck level of 3, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. He resumed his monster slaying. And to his astonishment, the results were immediate. Most notably, the piles of gold coins dropped by the monsters were now larger, with almost half reaching the maximum of 2,000 coins, the maximum for a single monster drop. Just then, a player suddenly appeared from the north side of a large stone pillar on the platform map. Luo Chen frowned. A member of the Dark Sanctuary, or perhaps an assassin. Do they dare approach? He swiftly dashed towards the stone pillar, the dense crowd of monsters failing to impede his progress. Nie Xiaodai followed calmly, collecting gold coins and equipment. A few minutes later, Luo Chen recognized the player wielding a silver serpent. Survival in the wilderness egg. This player, who had been cloaked, relying on summoning skeletons to battle, appeared visibly excited upon spotting Luo Chen. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted. Which side are you on? Luo Chen inquired first. Luo Chen was taken aback. Huaihai province? Oh, I assumed you were referring to the novice district server. However, Huaihai should have no ties to the Dark Sanctuary. I hail from the Central Plains. He introduced himself. I am Luo Gio. You may call me Uncle Gio. Egg remained bewildered. Wait, are you speaking your real name? I meant to say, novice uncle. In the game, avoid revealing personal details, lest you fall victim to scams. After a round of communication, Luo Chen finally discerned the origins of this player. The Salted Egg is one of the cores of the Wilderness Survival Guild, an unofficial guild without a horn. Behind them lies the Wilderness Survival Club, a well-known gaming team in Huaihai Province. This time, 5 fully staffed teams came to Death Valley. And while competing for the evil claw insect in the narrow passage, they severely injured 2 teams. As for the remaining 3 teams, they all entered the final layer of the map, the Death Coffin, an hour ago. They came here to execute a peculiar task assigned by the club's owner, to sabotage others' efforts. Although the core players like the Salted Egg were baffled by their boss's odd penchant for such self-defeating hobbies. The task's reward was not only substantial, but also paid in full upon completion. When has the club owner ever been this generous? Hence, after being attacked by special monsters and causing chaos among the enemies, only a handful of them remained. Fortunately, the Salted Egg managed to reach this place. Where's your boss? Didn't he come here to farm monsters? Luo Chen sought clarification. The Salted Egg could not help but sneer. Don't even mention it. I don't know what got into our boss this time. When he first entered the game, he was ridiculously sneaky, hunting deer and straw men every day. Now he is already at level 22, still dragging a bunch of club employees around the skeleton cave to grind monsters. The people following him are all grumbling. Thankfully we are the core forces, responsible for exploring and treasure hunting. Luo Chen began to understand. They were allies. Their club owner must be the Apocalypse Knight. The task assigned to the Salted Egg was evidently aimed at the Dark Sanctuary. However, if this club owner was so averse to danger, why would he issue such a task that would provoke others? Could it be that the opposition against the Dark Sanctuary was also a formidable force? Salted Egg, who are you targeting? I have no idea. Our boss said the goal this time is to pick the biggest leader, the one with the most members to attack. So how was the battle earlier? We didn't kill many of them, but our guild, alongside another guild beginning with Oasis, managed to lure 2 special monsters over to them. Their leader must be furious. Wow. Luo Chen immediately expressed his admiration. You even know about special monsters? Did your boss tell you about them? How did you lure those monsters? Aren't they invisible and immobile? What? The Taoist skill, Psychic Revelation, can see them? They can move? Oh my goodness. Luo Chen turned to Nie Xiaodai behind him and asked, how many Yin spirits are there in the entire Death Coffin? Chapter 57. Maximum Hatred Value. The Salted Egg was taken aback. Are you trying to betray me? Luo Chen shrugged. So what do you say? The Salted Egg was astonished. What does this mean, Uncle Nine? Luo Chen smirked. Consider it a gift. Luo Chen turned to Nie Xiaodai and said, let us go. We'll lure the last Yin spirit over to the people of the Dark Sanctuary. Recovering from Luo Chen's earlier mysterious actions, Nie Xiaodai replied, wait a moment. The dragon touching God should have respawned. Let us defeat it first. About 10 minutes later, Luo Chen looked at the creature he had effortlessly defeated. A mix of surprise and delight surfacing within him. Wow, the drop rate has doubled again? Nie Xiaodai felt a twinge of anxiety, pondering how many unsightly droppings the landlady might have acquired on her head today. Luo Chen, with a dismissive smirk, retorted, what does it matter to me? This time, Nie Xiaodai refrained from hastily collecting the gear, allowing Luo Chen to step forward and gather it instead. Prayer Necklace, Weight 1, Durability 5, Taoism 04, Required Level 15. Prayer Ring, Weight 1, Durability 5, Magic 15, Required Level 15. Indeed, The recently defeated dragon spirit had unexpectedly yielded 2 pieces of prayer gear, leaving Nie Xiaodai too startled to approach. After Luo Chen stored the gear in his mobile warehouse, he picked up the large sun water from the ground. Nie Xiaodai nodded, albeit with a hint of nervousness. Moments later, a silver-haired priestess appeared beside him. Use your mind revelation to locate the monsters, Luo Chen exclaimed with excitement, for he had yet to witness this unique creature with his own eyes. Nie Xiaodai nodded, surveying the surroundings before casting her level 26 priestess skill, Mind Revelation, toward a location nearing the attack limit. A beautiful lotus-shaped light flashed, revealing a transparent creature materializing before them. Yomi. Unlike the Soul Reapers encountered in the Poison Snake Valley, this Yomi did not resemble a viscous, tar-like monstrosity. Rather, it appeared akin to a large blob of, well, gelatin, or perhaps like a mound of Tai Sui. After revealing itself, this Tai Sui remained still, not attacking the two, as they were beyond its maximum attack range, yet it did not move for quite some time. Luo Chen furrowed his brow. How do we provoke it? After a moment's contemplation, Nie Xiaodai suggested, let us retreat. You clear the monsters in our path. Luo Chen paused, but soon grasped Nie Xiaodai's intent. The two retreated beyond the aggro range of the Tai Sui. Suddenly, Luo Chen's vision brightened. The previously immobile Yomi had now appeared directly before him. Without hesitation, Nie Xiaodai dashed back to the spot where the Yomi had lingered. Luo Chen, a beat behind, was struck twice by the gelatinous spikes of a Yomi, causing a significant loss of health, even with magical defense. What the heck? Luo Chen exclaimed, scrambling to follow Nie Xiaodai. You could at least have warned me before you took off. Fortunately, while on the move, he managed to evade the ground spikes. Upon exiting the Yomi's attack range, he had only been hit 8 or 9 times. Reaching Nie Xiaodai's side, he observed her casting healing spells upon herself. Aren't you wearing the high-dodge, white tiger tooth necklace? Why the panic? Luo Chen inquired, perplexed. Nie Xiaodai, casting several healing spells, replied indignantly. The accuracy of special monsters is far too high. Besides, I only have 239 health points. My margin for error is exceedingly low. Luo Chen suddenly realized, Nie Xiaodai has reached level 30. She then healed Luo Chen twice before pausing. From here on, you clear the path while I draw the monsters. Luo Chen nodded in agreement. All right, just be careful. If you fall, you'll lose your qualification for the apocalypse. Unexpectedly, Nie Xiaodai fell silent for a moment before softly responding. If I were to perish in the game, I would vanish completely. What the actual heck? Luo Chen gasped in shock, exclaiming, no way. Upon dying in the game, is it truly the end? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Gome, adorn yourself with all that high magic defensive gear. Nie Xiaodai cast a sideways glance at Luo Chen, halting his actions of removing his equipment. It's fine, just be cautious. Luo Chen felt a twinge of guilt, suddenly comprehending why Nie Xiaodai was so fearful of dying in the game. Indeed, if she perished, it would be irrevocable. From that moment on, Luo Chen began to exercise utmost caution. No reckless actions. He meticulously cleared all the monsters obstructing the path toward the throngs of tactical players, ensuring Nie Xiaodai could escape the attack zone of the ghostly shadows while attempting to reserve the potent sun water drops for her. After cautiously maneuvering through a dozen encounters, the duo finally reached the outermost area of the Dark Sanctuary's monster hunting grounds. Previously, over 1,000 Taoists besieging the ghostly shadows had dwindled to just over 300. A small fraction had fallen, and many have been lost to hold back the two special monsters. Luo Chen felt a surge of admiration for the wilderness survival and Oasis players. Just then, the perimeter guards of the Dark Sanctuary finally noticed the pair and began their assault, observing the ghostly shadows he had led. Now only 2 displacements away from breaching their encirclement, Luo Chen urgently instructed Nie Xiaodai, if you encounter danger, fly away immediately. You could trust me to handle this. Nie Xiaodai nodded, refraining from bravado. It was wise to heed the man's advice in such circumstances. As the guards of the Dark Sanctuary approached the aggro range of the ghostly shadows, they all came to a halt. Among them were warriors bearing the code name 0199, alongside several Dark Sanctuary knights and light cavalry players. The over 300 Taoist players bore the prefix Sakura Dao. Nie Xiaodai swiftly began to apply green paint on these warriors. These players, clearly aware of the Soul Taoist information, began to retreat. Suddenly, several Taoists appear behind the warriors coated in green poison, commencing their healing spells. Luo Chen jolted in shock, gazing at the female Taoists with the prefix, Dark Priest, Xiaodai. Are they all female ghosts? Nie Xiaodai's voice grew serious. Most likely. Moreover, they must have undergone voluntary transformation. Beware their poison. At that moment, a tumult erupted behind the guard line. Moments later, as they exchanged glances, Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai were taken aback by the flurry of commands in the regional chat box. Just moments ago, over 1,000 players had surged in from One Line Sky, the second to last level of Death Valley, fearlessly launching a frenzied assault on the forces at the Dark Sanctuary. Some players even fortuitously flew right in front of Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai, quickly surveying their surroundings before charging boldly towards the opposing players. Haha, I am Wang Taiju, the melee mage from the Northeast Novice Zone. The little devils of Sakura Dao shall meet their doom. The player from the Central Plains Novice Zone, climbing the wall for red apricots, has arrived. I'll put an end to you, you wretched spawn. And I, from a Northwest Novice Zone, taking a SHT with a knife but no paper, demand a bounty of 8,000 for each head. The 40-meter-long saber is here. That little head is mine. You can only receive a mere 1,000 yuan as a death compensation. Haha, my weapon is cursed. I captured the screenshot. A windfall of 10,000 is mine. You mercenaries. I slay the enemies and demand a reward. Their heads are for me. Luo Chen exclaimed in astonishment. What a bold move. Just then, Nie Xiaodai sprang into action. After applying a layer of green paint to the shadowy jelly behind her, she charged directly into the defensive perimeter of the Dark Sanctuary. Chapter 58, 2 Candles. Luo Chen was taken aback and shouted, You fierce woman. War is a man's affair. Women should remain at home, tending to the children. However, as more and more people gathered around him, his voice was drowned out. Fortunately, the defenders of the Dark Sanctuary were clearly caught off guard, floundering and occasionally yielding their heads, completely oblivious to Nie Xiaodai. Gritting his teeth, Luo Chen followed suit. Damn, if you die, I will never see you again. What shall I do if I miss you? When I return, I shall spank you. As Luo Chen plunged into the chaos of a defensive circle, he was suddenly astonished to discover that the rate of health depletion had significantly decreased. He glanced around at the thousands of players present, and a conjecture arose in his mind. Is the group attack of Shadow Realm also limited? With more players arriving at the scene, the members of Sakura Path began to falter, gradually retreating inward. Under the joint assaults of the players on the outskirts and the Shadow Realm, numerous Taoists from Sakura Path began to perish. The players had gone wild. Each head was worth 10,000. One warrior wielding an infernal weapon had already felled 3 Taoists in a row, turning red with infamy. Nie Xiaodai had surged into the very heart of the Dark Sanctuary. The Shadow Jelly had also repositioned itself within the circle of Dark Knights and Light Knights. Seeing this, the leading warrior's expression changed drastically. He immediately commanded his dark priests to inflict poison upon Nie Xiaodai, while several Taoists from Sakura Path focused their soul fire talismans on her. In an instant, Nie Xiaodai was besieged by a myriad of red and green toxins. Yet most of the soul fire talismans were successfully evaded. Meanwhile, the newly arrived Shadow Jelly began to show its formidable prowess. Nie Xiaodai randomly vanished from her original spot. The leader of the Dark Sanctuary, gazing at the fresh and potent threat before him, had no choice but to concede defeat in this operation. With an icy voice, he issued the command, All Apocalyptic Knights, retreat. Everyone from Sakura Path is to cover the rear. Inform the Assassin Company in Red Alert to locate this silver-haired spirit Taoist in the real world. I want her to be eternally unable to reincarnate. Within the encircled area, Luo Chen continued to run about, shouting, Park Jinju, where have you run off to? Before long, Nie Xiaodai suddenly appeared at Luo Chen's side. Seemingly restored to full health, Luo Chen immediately erupted with excitement, shouting, Park Jinju, has your brain lost a screw? Aish! Nie Xiaodai was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. Appa, I'm truly sorry. A warrior known as Assassin Code 18 perked up. This player is allied with the silver-haired spirit Taoist. Silver-haired spirit Taoist, Park Jinju. As Nie Xiaodai diligently cast her healing spells, she whispered, Appa, what shall we do next? Luo Chen surveyed the surroundings, his eyes suddenly alight with excitement. Look at that spectral jelly. This group has been poisoned for so long. They must be on the brink of death. Nie Xiaodai turned her gaze toward the center of the fray, where players clashed violently, and some cunning warriors were attempting to opportunistically stab the special spectral creature amidst the chaos, likely harboring the hope of snatching the kill. That looks incredibly formidable. What if I manage to seize it? She pondered, her brow furrowing. I can't see its health bar. Luo Chen, noticing that the few players attacking the spectral jelly had endured thus far, could no longer contain himself. Let us join in. I have a feeling it's about to explode. Nie Xiaodai gasped, Is that your lucky intuition? Quickly, she followed suit. The path was a flurry of blades and spells. A true chaotic brawl reminiscent of the legendary rift. In Luo Chen's hands, the Staff of Judgment acted like a lightning rod, absorbing the electric spells and soul fire raining down from all directions. Thankfully, the presence of enemies from the Cherry Blossom Path kept the attack frequency within his limits. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaodai faced continuous assaults from their fire spells, but her exceptional evasion skills gradually diminished their desire to attack. Occasionally, a few reckless warriors attempted to strike her, but before Luo Chen could intervene, one green poison from Nie Xiaodai taught them a lesson. Luo Chen successfully reached the spectral creature that had been besieged by the sea of players. Its condition was evidently precarious, resembling a trembling, nearly bursting jelly, with its ground spikes attacking at significantly longer intervals. This instability was the primary reason several warriors dared to attempt a risky steal. As he joined the opportunistic strikes, he greeted the nearby players enthusiastically. Annyeonghaseyo, let us slay this creature together. The players nearby were momentarily taken aback. Is this player Korean? They wondered, only to be further astonished. This player truly is Korean. One player, quick on the draw, opened his equipment menu and discovered a genuine Korean weapon with an attack of 38 and a speed of 2. His eyes gleamed with insatiable greed as he abandoned the spectral jelly to launch an attack on Luo Chen. Anticipating this, Luo Chen executed a barbaric charge, pinning him to the ground. Nie Xiaodai, no longer holding back, unleashed her green poison on the group. The other warriors protested. We didn't even attack. With Nie Xiaodai's poison combined with the feeble attacks from the spectral creature, the players fell one by one. Korean. We'll remember you in the red name village of Liangshan. The god of novices, you're finished. You're done for. A nearby fallen player corrected him, bro. Koreans don't say you redone for. They should say, you re-cursed. Damn it. You're the only one who knows. Minutes later, as the last batch of players succumbed to the spectral jelly, Nie Xiaodai felt a heavy weight in her heart. Although the creature before her resembled a nearly melted jelly, who knew how much health it had left? With only 2 players remaining, the spectral jelly regained its ability to deal 50 points of area damage per second. In Nie Xiaodai's backpack, there remained over 20 bottles of potent sun water. Even if she could evade 1 out of 2 attacks from the Phantom, she could not endure for more than a minute. Appa, can we manage this? Nie Xiaodai was quite anxious. Luo Chen, fiercely attacking. Down a bottle of potent sun water every second, confidently assuring, absolutely. Just hold on a little longer. We're about to reach the climax. The explosion. Luo Chen's instincts were remarkably accurate. Mere seconds later, the ghostly jelly emitted a dazzling light, bursting spectacularly and scattering everywhere. On the ground, for items fell. Unexpectedly, a large piece of jelly erupted again, dropping 2 additional items. A second round of looting. This time, Nie Xiaodai refrained from collecting the items, instead continuously casting healing spells on the 2. Luo Chen stepped forward to gather the 6 items. Nie Xiaodai replenished their health completely. Luo Chen quickly assessed the spoils in his backpack, unable to contain his elation. Destiny Crystal of Power, Destiny Crystal of Spirits, Blade of Prayer, Phantom Gloves, Heart Candle. Wait, what? 2 candles dropped? With 2 crystals, Luo Chen used one for power and handed the other crystal of spirits to Nie Xiaodai. He then meticulously examined the remaining 4 pieces of equipment. Blade of Prayer, weight 10, durability 20, attack 820, accuracy 3, attack speed 1, required level 20. Splendid. Just a moment ago, I obtained a prayer necklace and a prayer ring. With Nie Xiaodai wearing a green hat, if I manage to find a prayer bracelet, I'll have a complete set. He tossed the weapon to Nie Xiaodai for safekeeping, knowing her storage was bottomless. Next, Phantom Gloves, originating from the abyss. They provide formidable protection and allow you to catch blades with bare hands. Luo Chen was astounded. Apocalypse gear. Though it doesn't enhance attack power, in reality, being able to catch blades with bare hands? That sounds like 100,000 cold jokes. Then he inspected the 2 peculiar candles. Heart Candle, weight 1, durability 1212, magic defense 5, illumination range 5, required level 1. Heart Candle, a magical item that illuminates special darkness. One was a game item, the other an apocalypse item. Luo Chen immediately equipped the Heart Candle with magic defense 5, retiring the torch. The illumination range instantly doubled. Beside him, Nie Xiaodai inquired, why suddenly so bright? What kind of gear did you just drop? Impressive. Luo Chen beamed with pride. He then glanced at the remaining candle and traded it directly to Nie Xiaodai, asking, what is this for? Another apocalypse item? Wow. Chapter 59, Astonishing Drop Rates. After tidying up, Luo Chen donned his high-attack gear once again. Nie Xiaodai surveyed their surroundings, realizing that small monsters had respawned. As the ultimate map of the Death Valley dungeon, the monster respawn rate in the Death Coffin was rather terrifying. They swiftly engaged the monsters. Truthfully, it was Luo Chen battling while Nie Xiaodai collected items, luring scattered foes, and healing him in the process. With an attack speed of 6 and maximum damage with each strike, defeating the weaker monsters felt akin to harvesting chives. Not to mention the fragile foes like the black evil maggot, jumping bee, giant worm, and centipede, even the previously troublesome clampworm, known for its thick skin, high health, and formidable attack, was dispatched with ease. The exhilaration of obliterating monsters is an experience that resonates deeply with every gamer. I ask you, is it not thrilling? As for Nie Xiaodai, she was utterly entranced by the thrill of collecting loot. One wonders how many tens of thousands of gold coins she has amassed, sufficient for a dowry. Perhaps. Regardless, while the sensation remains delightful, the manner in which it is experienced differs. Soon enough, the monsters in this area had been completely eradicated. The absurd respawn rate could hardly keep pace with Luo Chen's slaying speed. The duo pressed onward into the eastern region. The Death Coffin map is elongated, extending towards the east and south, only to encounter the spectral jelly once more after several minutes. Nie Xiaodai hesitated, inquiring, "You don't feel the urge to farm it, do you?" Luo Chen chuckled awkwardly. "Me farm it? It's more likely to farm my rear." Nie Xiaodai sighed in relief. "It seems your luck is still intact." Luo Chen, feeling slightly irked, retorted, "What nonsense! My fortune is ever by my side. Even in misfortune, it's your fault." Nie Xiaodai chose silence in response. Once again, she felt sympathy for the landlord ant for 3 seconds. Luo Chen switched directions to hunt monsters for a while, suddenly recalling, "Oh no, I forgot about the respawn. Let us go hunt the touching dragon god." With that, he vanished in an instant. Nie Xiaodai facepalmed with a teleportation ring. He has become a wild stallion. She quickly gathered the gold coins, healing potions, and equipment scattered on the ground before following suit. To her surprise, upon reappearing, she was met with an enthusiastic welcome, a sea of firewalls. 3 warriors were engaged in a static assault on the touching dragon god, while 3 priests continuously cast healing spells on the warriors. The remaining 2 mages unleashed lightning attacks against Luo Chen. Nie Xiaodai exhaled in relief. Fortunately, there aren't many. She promptly raised her hand to cast a spell, turning the 3 mages green in succession, followed by the 3 priests. Moments later, the mage wielding a magic staff suddenly gasped in horror. "What the heck? This poison is lethal. Kill the female priest." The 3 warriors obediently abandoned their assault on the dragon and turned to rush towards Nie Xiaodai. Luo Chen gave up on pursuing the leading mage and boldly challenged the warriors, "Come, let us duel. I'm level 13. Meanwhile, the 3 mages and 3 priests were in a frenzy, trying to eliminate the silver-haired, purple-eyed priestess, with soul fire talismans and lightning spells raining down upon Nie Xiaodai. Yet, they soon found themselves dumbfounded, cursing, "Damn it, why isn't she losing health? She is definitely hacking. Report her." Moments later, the 3 mages succumbed to the poison, followed by the 3 priests, and finally, the 3 warriors were also dispatched. Luo Chen was impressed that not a single one attempted to flee. Ignoring the fallen foes, he approached to challenge the touching dragon god directly. This beast boasted a staggering 2,000 health points. It was neither the type of transient laborer summoned by the number of players on the map, nor the fixed worker with 5,000 health points appearing every 6 hours. A small annotation appeared on its health bar. Current area, player count, 10. Dragon God's health increase, 1,000, 11010. In that moment, Luo Chen comprehended. For each additional player, the laborer's health increased by 10. It became clear. No wonder the 9 players lay still, merely to add a modicum of challenge for me. Yet, wait, weren't there 11 individuals present? Indeed. Nie Xiaodai was a spirit, not a human. In the incredulous black and white television frame depicting the 9 fallen players, Luo Chen, within a mere 20 seconds, vanquished the dragon god. He even endured a paralysis during the encounter. Among the spoils, there lay a prayer bracelet and a soul necklace. The 9 players, cursing as they logged off to resurrect, uttered ungracious words. Luo Chen chose to ignore their rants, handing the prayer bracelet and soul necklace to Nie Xiaodai, somewhat resigned. He remarked, "I've gathered a complete set of prayer gear. Is this intended to incite me?" Nie Xiaodai promptly quashed his thoughts. "No way. I still intend to wear this prayer helmet, so don't even think about it." "Very well, since she relished wearing such a green hat. He could simply pursue another ordinary set later. Subsequently, Luo Chen conferred with Nie Xiaodai. What shall we do now? This map is devoid of players, and if we continue to grind, we may have to wait until 3 in the morning. Shall we explore other maps? Nie Xiaodai's interest was piqued. Good idea. Should we try our luck at Zoomer Pavilion or venture into the Stone Tombs? Luo Chen's mood soured. That's my forte. Let us proceed to the 7th level of the Stone Tombs. I miss Xiaobai. A few dozen minutes later, Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai traversed through one stone tomb after another. Yet they failed to locate the path to the 6th level. Nie Xiaodai frowned. This is unacceptable. You were able to stumble upon Zoomer Pavilion, so why not here? Luo Chen harbored a tempest of frustration, striking fiercely at a 500 health point red wild boar. Have I exhausted my luck already? I'll take you down. The red wild boar emitted a wail before collapsing. On the ground, a skill book appeared. Summon Divine Beast. Luo Chen was taken aback. Nie Xiaodai, elated, swiftly picked up the level 35 Shaman skill book and gleefully exclaimed, I told you, your luck is certainly still intact. Luo Chen, feeling disheartened, turned to strike another 500 health point black wild boar. I still don't believe it. Let it drop a flame sword technique for me. Moments later, the pair exchanged glances at the skill book on the ground, astonished. Flamme sword technique. Once Luo Chen picked up the skill book, Nie Xiaodai hesitated before cautiously suggesting, how about we forego searching for the 7th level of the Stone Tombs and instead grind here for experience? Luo Chen, slightly bemused, nodded in agreement. I think that sounds reasonable. To have 2 exceedingly rare drops in a row is indeed peculiar. They found an unoccupied stone tomb and commenced diligently hunting monsters to level up. Swarms of red wild boars, black wild boars, scorpion snakes, spike moths, and black evil maggots fell beneath Luo Chen's mighty club and their experience point soared. Aside from attracting monsters and collecting items, Nie Xiaodai is also tasked with eliminating the immobile hornflies. Essentially, nearly every monster drops a plethora of gold coins, with the exception of the wedge moth. As for equipment, in the face of notably abnormal drop rates, Nie Xiaodai has finally ceased her indiscriminate collection. She no longer even glances at the blue crystal ring, black crystal ring, pearl ring, serpent eye ring, yellow crystal necklace, ebony necklace, amber necklace, devil necklace, and phoenix pearl. Regardless of their quality, their worth is minimal. However, she does take a moment to examine items such as the moral ring, charm ring, skull ring, coral ring, exorcism ring, gold ring, cast iron ring, gold bracelet, sturdy gloves, ebony bracelet, Taoist bracelet, grim reaper gloves, magic bracelet, bamboo flute, magnifying glass, and blue jade necklace, discarding them if they're not exceptional. Weapons, with the exception of the horse-cutting saber, Shura, frost, demon subduing blade, and crescent moon, are also disregarded. Clothing, however, is always worth a glance, as the chances of finding something extraordinary are quite high. Thus, Luo Chen has already surpassed level 31, amassing a considerable amount of experience. It seems that Nie Xiaodai is leveling up even more swiftly than Luo Chen. As for the equipment dropped, Nie Xiaodai has stored several items, which include many minor treasures of levels 1, 2, 3, and even 4, as well as a level 33 Taoist skill, group healing spell, and mage skills, Health Thunder, Magic Shield, and Holy Word. Nie Xiaodai exclaimed, "Birt ankel, shalve establisha guild." These items are sufficient. Chapter 60, Opportunity and Fortune. At 8 o'clock in the morning, having just attracted the last wave of monsters for this refresh, Nie Xiaodai was suddenly approached by 3 individuals clad in professional attire, comprising a warrior, mage, and Taoist. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the various items strewn across the ground by Nie Xiaodai. The female Taoist immediately stepped forward, clearly intent on collecting equipment. However, the warrior holding the Shura quickly intervened, exclaiming, "We're just passing through." Luo Chen chose to ignore them. Nie Xiaodai, observing that both the Taoist and mage were women, could not resist asking the male warrior, "Are you a scoundrel? A man with 2 women?" The male warrior, astonished, hastily clarified, "They are both my sisters, biological sisters. I swear on the lamp." Upon hearing this, Luo Chen discreetly removed the heart candle from his possession, causing the stone tomb formation to darken by half, as it is equipped with column lights. The young warrior was immediately startled, his anxiety palpable. What the heck? Why did the lights go out? Could it be am I not biologically related? Nie Xiaodai was amused and gestured for them to collect the items on the ground if they wished. They had provided emotional value, and Nie Xiaodai felt compelled to reciprocate, prompting great joy among the trio, with both sisters expressing their gratitude profusely. Luo Chen dispatched the final black wild boar, which dropped a magical robe. He approached to pick it up and examined it, exclaiming, "Oh, it's a magic 03." At that moment, he casually opened the equipment panel of the three siblings and glanced over it briefly. The warrior brothers' equipment. A level 20 Shura with heavy armor. A skull helmet, a blue emerald necklace, a pair of death gloves, and a pair of skull rings, all of which are merely standard gear. The elder sister, a mage, possesses a magic level 3 crescent blade, an ordinary magical robe, a magic level 1 bronze helmet, a magnifying glass, a defense level 1 and magic level 1 black sandalwood bracelet, and a power level 1 and magic level 2 black sandalwood bracelet, alongside a pair of charm rings. The second sister, a Taoist, wields a demon-slaying level 3 sword, a level 3 soul warrior attire, a Taoist helmet, a level 4 bamboo flute, a level 2 Taoist bracelet, a level 2 small bracelet, and a pair of level 3 pearl rings. Aside from the Taoist equipment, the warrior's gear is utterly pedestrian. Yet, it cannot be denied that the equipment of these three players represents the true average standard. They are indeed far superior to those still toiling away in the skeleton and zombie caves. In a moment of whimsy, Luo Chen decided to grant them an opportunity. Fate has brought us together. Which novice zone do you hail from? If you're from the same zone as I, then you are indeed fortunate. The trio, who had just finished collecting merchandise from the ground, were instantly filled with astonishment. They immediately examined the gear of the god of novices and the unnamed female Taoist, their hearts brimming with unparalleled shock that had yet to subside. Two superiors. Thus, this younger brother hastily intervened with his second sister. Now that the esteemed one had spoken, they must seize this chance. Otherwise, it would be a lifelong regret. How many great opportunities does an ordinary person encounter in a lifetime? To grasp even one is sufficient. Moments later, the elder sister gently inquired, "Esteemed god of novices, Brother Bird, where are you? We can relocate." "What? I am Luo Chen from Luo Shendu, in Central Plains, and I'm somewhat eager for your forthcoming response." Luo Chen was taken aback. Could it be that this seemingly reckless second sister is also a master? Unexpectedly, the younger brother was thrilled. "Brother, our uncle is at Baiyin Temple. Our uncle has a bit of a reputation there. I wonder if you know him. His name is Luo Jio." Luo Jio? Wow. At this moment, Luo Chen was genuinely astonished. What a coincidence. The world is truly wondrous, inexplicably marvelous. There seems to be an issue with this alias. After a moment of fanciful pondering, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "So tell me, could it be possible that I am your esteemed Uncle Jio?" This time, the trio was collectively astounded. The elder sister exclaimed, "Is it truly you, uncle?" The second sister added, "Although we haven't seen uncle in nearly a year, he wouldn't have turned into a bandit, would he?" The younger brother exclaimed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Uncle would be utterly annihilated in a single-player game. How could he possibly be so formidable? With an attack of 38 and an attack speed of 2 on the Judgment Staff, attack 4 on the War God armor, attack speed 4, and attack 5 on the Gale necklace. If I had an uncle like you, it would truly be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate." Luo Chen nodded. It must be said that the youngest is indeed clever. An opportunity has arisen. The ability to seize it is what truly counts. The elder sister is somewhat perceptive, the second sister a bit impetuous, but the youngest is truly sharp. Thus, instead of casually bestowing 2 exceptional pieces of equipment, Luo Chen bestowed upon them 3 complete sets of gear. Nie Xiaodai did not utter a word. Once emotions are in place, anything is possible. Eldest sister Luo, you wielded a level 4 demon scythe, adorned herself in a level 3 mage robe, donned a level 1 priest helmet, held a level 4 magnifying glass, equipped a level 2 and level 2 sturdy gloves, and wore a level 1 and level 2 blackwood bracelet, alongside a level 3 charm ring and a level 4 serpent eye ring. Second sister Luo Yin carried a level 4 demon slayer, dressed in a level 3 soul armor, wore a level 1 priest helmet, played a level 4 bamboo flute, and adorned herself with a level 1 and level 2 priest bracelet, a level 1 and level 2 grand bracelet, as well as a pair of level 4 pearl rings. Third brother Luo Feng wielded an attack 22 precision 1 Shura, donned attack 1 heavy armor, wore an attack 1 skeleton helmet, adorned himself with an attack 3 blue emerald necklace, equipped a level 2 attack 2 Grim Reaper hand, a level 3 Grim Reaper hand, and a level 4 skeleton ring, alongside a level 3 demon slaying ring. Although Luo Chen did not bestow upon them the prestigious Zoomer Woma gear, these exquisite items had already surpassed the capabilities of 99% of players. As for greater fortunes, that would depend on their luck. For Luo Chen, this was merely a whimsical impulse, a fleeting interest, yet for the trio of siblings, It undoubtedly marked a transformative encounter in their gaming lives. Having added them as friends, Luo Chen considered himself the guardian of 3 nieces and nephews. Luo Jiao. I have indeed paid for this account. At 8:30, the guild creation proposition put forth by Nie Xiaodai resonated with Luo Chen. He was well aware of the direction of the Shabak Palace's grand entrance. As for any potential troubles, he could simply adopt a hands-off approach. The teleportation rings, within the new century of Revelation, held an even more prominent status as artifacts. Especially after the merging of regions, public maps would proliferate, making the teleportation rings a national treasure. The entrance to the Woma Temple had transformed into a bustling marketplace, rivaling the grand fairs of Yinchuan in the Central Plains. Upon entering the temple, the area near the entrance alone boasted at least 1,000 players battling bats. Furthermore, they operated in a well-organized manner, each allocated specific sections. Do not underestimate the investment of 100,000 coins for a helmet, for you have yet to witness the heaps of gold coins dropped by cave bats. The entrance area of the temple had expanded dozens of times. Once the merger officially occurred, the scale would be astonishing. The ability for thousands to engage in monster hunting here was due to the remarkable respawn rate of every 5 minutes, without even mentioning the cave worms. The cave bats alone would swarm the entire entrance of the Woma Temple upon each refresh. Approximately 1/10 of the bats would yield significant drops. A return scroll could fetch at least 5,000 coins, translating to $10, with numerous merchants outside the Woma Temple's marketplace readily purchasing them, allowing immediate cash flow. With a pile of gold coins totaling 2,000, averaging a drop of 5,000 coins each time, that equates to another $10. In other words, a single bat that drops significantly guarantees a minimum income of 20 yuan, with the potential to exceed 80 yuan, with a respawn every 5 minutes. There would be 12 occurrences in an hour. Thus, while some small businesses may appear inconspicuous, they indeed prove quite lucrative. As Luo Chen entered, he coincidentally encountered a major refresh. The players battling monsters instinctively left a passageway, and those passing through adhered to a certain decorum, maintaining ecological balance, save for a few individuals who carelessly struck at a couple of cave bats. Indeed, Luo Chen is not one to act recklessly. It was merely a few unwitting bats obstructing his path that prompted him to effortlessly execute a crescent sword technique, resulting in an explosive demise for 2 of them. Instantly, the players nearby, who had claimed their own territory, exhibited expressions of both annoyance and reverence. Yet, none dared to voice their thoughts. Although their strength was not particularly formidable, they were well aware of the judgment staff's reputation. Nie Xiaodai, with a playful bounce, collected 8 piles of gold coins. Chapter 61, The Woma Temple. Upon entering the first level of the Woma Temple, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, given the temple's proximity to Biku City. It not only yielded equipment of level 22 and above, but also the coveted Woma-branded gear, making it a fiercely contested battleground. The reason Luo Chen had refrained from visiting the Woma Temple until now was due to the solitary wolf's inability to thrive in such a hostile environment. The first level of the Woma Temple is particularly unique. The map's area is magnified by at least 200 times, transforming it into an authentic colossal labyrinth. After the initial bloodshed, thousands of players now steadfastly guard their respective territories, maintaining a precarious equilibrium. Consequently, there is no vacant market here to establish oneself. One must seize opportunities. Without the means of teleportation, Luo Chen would still be reluctant to consider this place. Moreover, there is another distinctive feature of the first level. In addition to the usual Woma warriors, Woma champions, Woma generals, flame Woma, dung beetles, and dark warriors, 3 entirely new monsters also spawn: dark warriors, dark champions, and dark dung beetles. Do not mistake them for the ordinary dark warriors, which resemble the common rat-like creatures. The dark warriors and dark champions bear a striking resemblance to typical monsters, albeit with a size increase of 1/3 and a jet black hue. Their unique trait is that the more players present within their vicinity, the greater their health and loot drop rates become. It is rumored that players have even obtained infernal-level weapons and Woma-branded equipment from their vanquished foes. In stark contrast, the dark dung beetles are wholly different. These creatures possess 4 legs and can inflict both red and green poison. However, the most sought-after entity among players is the newly introduced dark dung beetle. Its rapid spawn rate and the plethora of items it unearths are simply overwhelming. Various potions appear with abundance, while gold coins are guaranteed with each encounter. As for weapons and equipment, the quantity is unparalleled throughout the entire Woma Temple. Even more enticing is the minuscule chance of unearthing belts and boots. Upon reaching the hall at the first level's exit, Luo Chen did not linger for a moment and promptly teleported to the entrance of the second level. The second level of the Woma Temple presents a different scenario. Although the map remains astonishingly vast, it is nearly impossible for anyone to secure a territory to farm peacefully. This is due to the rapid spawn rate of the little Woma Guardians, alongside a new variant known as the Woma Sentinels, which possess thick skin, abundant health, high attack power, and the ability to teleport away. Thus, the fierce struggle for territory here rivals the legendary scenes from the peak days of the underworld. Of course, Luo Chen's objective this time is the third level of the Woma Temple, specifically the Grand Hall of the Woma Lord. As of now, no player faction has managed to claim dominion over the Woma Lord's Grand Hall. As for the reasons, Luo Chen is quite aware. Without the Taoist's invisibility, both warriors and mages would scarcely survive 3 minutes within the hall of the Woma Lord. Inside the hall, not only are there the Dark Warriors, Dark Generals, Dark Insects, and Woma Guards, but also a new type of elite enemy exclusive to this location, the Dark Warrior Commander. This newly emerged elite monster, although possessing the same health as the Woma Guards at 1,000 points, has exceptionally high defenses, and its ranged attacks are truly terrifying. The Dark Warrior Commander's ranged assault is not only extensive in range, but also remarkably swift and devastatingly powerful. It does not generate aggro, and specifically targets players with low health, often darting about unpredictably. Recently, it has earned a notorious nickname, Super Old 6, abbreviated to Super 6. Therefore, upon reaching the Hall of the Woma Lord, Luo Chen immediately used a random teleport. Without a doubt, there must be players luring the Dark Warrior Commander to the entrance. Luo Chen randomly appeared amidst a cluster of monsters on the upper west side of the hall. But fortunately, he found himself surrounded by ordinary Woma creatures. He began to swiftly clear the area, and shortly thereafter, Nia Xiaodai arrived, promptly activating her invisibility. Nearby, many other players, also concealed, silently engaged with the monsters in their respective zones, showing no inclination to disrupt others. Unfortunately, this was a lesson learned through blood. Within the Hall of the Woma Lord, it is common for players to perish en masse during battles. Once Luo Chen cleared the immediate vicinity, the monsters quickly respawned. If not for the Dark Warrior Commander, this spot would indeed offer exceptional farming efficiency. As Luo Chen fought and maneuvered, he seamlessly brushed past several teams, primarily consisting of Taoists. The remaining players were scattered throughout the hall, laboriously tackling lesser monsters. Meanwhile, the tougher foes, such as the Woma Guards, Woma Guardians, and the Dark Warrior Commander, all boasting health exceeding 1,000, were left unchallenged. For instance, the Woma Guards, under the effects of night doubling, possessed 2,000 health, 4484 attack, 16 defense and magic defense, 40 agility, 34 accuracy, 400 movement speed, and an attack speed of 750. Not to mention the formidable Dark Woma Lord. One must ask, how could they be defeated? Yet, Luo Chen's objective was precisely these monsters and the Woma Lord. Finally, it was Nia Xiaodie's turn to play the laboring role. Her strategy involved casting a green poison spell, swiftly moving to Luo Chen's side, and then becoming invisible. 3.5 minutes later, she would return to collect the loot from the fallen monsters. As for why other Taoists did not adopt this method, even a level 3 poison spell would cause a maximum of 4 points of damage every 3 seconds, necessitating over half an hour of poisoning. Maintaining such an endeavor in the Hall of the Woma Lord for half an hour is exceedingly challenging. Thus, many of the remaining players, witnessing Nia Xiaodie's process of poisoning monsters, were left utterly astonished. It was not that no one considered attacking the duo, but upon inspecting their gear, they thought better of it. The 38 attack Judgment Staff and the 70 magic evasion Tiger Tooth Necklace suggested that these two were formidable adversaries indeed. Everyone harbors a desire for wealth, yearning to attain riches overnight, and while it is common knowledge that the mint possesses abundant currency, one must ponder why no one attempts to rob it. The obstacles are formidable indeed. Half an hour later, the number of players in the Grand Hall of the Woma Lord had dwindled significantly. The struggle against monsters proved excruciating, compounded by the constant need to guard against the treacherous Super Old 6. Even Luo Chen and his companion fell victim to a cunning ambush. Fortunately, Nia Xiaodai's white tiger tooth necklace proved invaluable, allowing her to poison Old 6 and become invisible, while Luo Chen teleported to a previously secured location. Within 4 minutes, Old 6 was vanquished. After a brief respite, Luo Chen expressed his frustration. "Xiaodai, your drop rate is abysmally low. After poisoning a dozen monsters, I only obtained 2 ruby rings. Nie Xiaodai rolled her eyes in exasperation. If you think you can do better, by all means. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, challenging her. Doubt my prowess? Let us wager. I shall slay a monster at random, and my spoils will surpass yours. Nie Xiaodai hesitated, recalling her vow to never engage in gambling. Oh, come now. That was a promise made in reality. It holds no relevance in the game. If I lose, you may have your way. If I win, I shall determine your fate. Is that agreeable? Ultimately, she succumbed to temptation and nodded. But just so we're clear, I've already secured 2 Woma brand items. Luo Chen shrugged nonchalantly, confidence brimming within him. 10 minutes later, with Nie Xiaodai's assistance, he struggled, yet succeeded in using his assassination skill to defeat a Woma guardian. The ground yielded 2 cyber bracelets and a life necklace. Nie Xiaodai was beside herself with disbelief. How is it possible to obtain 3 Woma brand items from a single monster? Luo Chen logged gertili. Abet. I had a feeling this Woma guardian would drop big, and lo and behold, in a state of despondence, Nie Xiaodai vented her frustrations on a Dark Warrior commander. I shall ensure you do not drop anything. The Dark Warrior commander fell, spilling its treasures. A dragon ring, a memory necklace. Nie Xiaodai gasped in astonishment, proudly showcasing her loot. Behold my drop rate. Luo Chen gazed in her direction, his expression betraying surprise. Suddenly, Nie Xiaodai felt a rush of shyness, sensing an impulsive attraction from him. To her astonishment, Luo Chen indeed lunged forward, drooling. Woma Lord. Chapter 62. The Candle's Heartfelt Farewell. Suddenly appearing behind Nie Xiaodai was the Woma Lord, exhibiting an unusual state. Its body was coated in green paint, evidently having been struck by other teams before it instantaneously teleported to their vicinity. Luo Chen lunged with his dagger, only to discover its health was merely 2,101 points. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Xiaodai, are there many soul warlocks like you in this realm? In a Woma temple's Grand Hall, the ultimate Woma Lord can be categorized into 3 types. One is a temporary Lord, randomly spawned based on the number of players, with health that varies according to the crowd. The second, a steadfast Woma Lord, refreshes at fixed intervals and possesses 2,200 health points, making it the most fiercely contested. The final adversary is the Night-Enhanced Woma Lord, boasting a health value of 4,400 points and doubled attributes. Currently, the Woma Lord that Luo Chen confronts should indeed possess 4,400 health points. Yet, its remaining health is less than half, indicating it has been attacked. And the assailant is certainly no ordinary player. The Night Woma Lord, with its attributes doubled, has an attack power of 70,120, defense values of 34, agility of 60, and accuracy of 40. To diminish its health by half in a short span suggests that the opponent is likely another soul warlock akin to Nie Xiaodai. As for whether it could be the poison of an ordinary player, that is a futile consideration, not to mention the time required to inflict such significant damage. Let me pose a question. The Woma Lord can teleport right beside you and unleash a barrage of blows. Nie Xiaodai turned to look, instantly grasping Luo Chen's intent. Her tone serious. Aside from the priests of the Dark Sanctuary, there should be very few other soul warlocks. This transformation method is exceedingly demanding and perilous. I merely succeeded by a stroke of luck. Well, I almost thought you were omnipotent. Luo Chen pondered briefly before proceeding to cleanse the area in one direction of the hall. Even the night-enhanced minions are relatively easy for him to handle at this moment. Within a few minutes, he cleared a long, runway-like space, preparing for the assassination strike. At this moment, the Woma Lord's green poison had long since dissipated, and its health had fully regenerated. Nie Xiaodai refrained from applying poison. Considering Luo Chen's high drop rate, it was best for her not to intervene. This was a matter of esoteric knowledge. Having completed his preparations, Luo Chen scanned his surroundings. Within his line of sight, apart from the dense concentration of monsters, no players were detected. After calculating his position, he struck at the Woma Lord with a decisive blow. If undisturbed, he was confident he could conclude the battle within 2 minutes, provided the Woma Lord did not teleport away. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaodai diligently applied poison to the minor creatures that strayed onto the runway, keeping a close watch on Luo Chen's health. Although his current health could withstand several attacks from the Woma Lord, the somewhat obsessive Luo Chen aimed for 0 errors, even if it meant missing an attack or 2. No players had appeared in the vicinity. Just as the Woma Lord's health dropped to around half, it suddenly teleported, vanishing from before Luo Chen's eyes. Behind you. Nie Xiaodai exclaimed in alarm. Luo Chen swiftly turned and retreated, unleashing a strike with his assassination technique. His level 3 assassination skill struck the Woma Lord, which had stealthily appeared behind him. Yet he was met with the Lord's thunderous fist, causing his health to plummet by 100 points. 2 healing spells from Nie Xiaodai restored his vitality. After delivering a series of tenacious strikes, the Woma Lord's health fell below 900 points, and it suddenly entered a state of rage, its attack and movement speeds skyrocketing by more than double. Luo Chen immediately adopted a serpentine maneuver. The Woma Lord teleported once more, but instead of retreating, it chose to strike from behind, launching 3 thunderous fists in rapid succession. The 3 punches from the Lord were indeed perilous, bringing Luo Chen's health to below 100 points. Luo Chen reacted swiftly, immediately diving into a nearby swarm of minions while incessantly consuming potent sun water. The Woma Lord pursued relentlessly, yet the obstruction caused by its minions hindered its previously unmatched speed. Nie Xiaodai, in a state of urgency, intended to inflict poison upon the Lord, but, upon witnessing Luo Chen's escape, cast several healing spells upon him instead. The still enraged Woma Lord became agitated by its cumbersome minions, yet found no alternative but to maneuver rapidly in search of an opening to strike at Luo Chen, who wielded a hefty club. Observing the precarious situation, Nie Xiaodai opted for invisibility, concentrating fully on providing uninterrupted healing to Luo Chen. With heightened focus, Luo Chen calculated his route while seizing opportunities to launch attacks. Moments later, the Woma Lord emitted a reluctant wail, collapsing amidst the throng of creatures. A plethora of items scattered, unlike the previous encounter with the Night-Touch Dragon God, yet lay obscured beneath the dense mass of monsters, rendering them momentarily indistinguishable. Luo Chen's tense mental state finally relaxed as he commenced clearing the surrounding minions. Item collection. Little sprite, let us begin. Nie Xiaodai took the initiative to draw the monsters, gathering the items. While battling, Luo Chen inquired, did the Woma Horn drop? The Woma Horn is an essential core item for establishing a formal guild in the apocalyptic new century. Nie Xiaodai quickly surveyed her surroundings, perplexed. It seems not. Luo Chen was taken aback. What is happening? Where'd my drop rate? Just then, Nie Xiaodai emitted a startled cry, racing towards a cluster of Woma warriors and flame Womas, seizing an inconspicuous small object before becoming momentarily frozen in place. While clearing the monsters, Luo Chen wondered aloud, Xiaodai, what's wrong? Did you disconnect? Nie Xiaodai's speed had been so remarkable that he had failed to discern what that unremarkable object was. At that moment, peculiar figures suddenly emerged from the distant opposite side of the hall. Their movement was exceedingly strange, almost stuttering, yet they swiftly approached. Luo Chen's heart surged with apprehension. These figures resembled players, yet they were undeniably not. It was not only their bizarre manner of movement, but also the bone-like weapons they wielded, rendering them more akin to monsters. Regaining her composure, Nie Xiaodai also spotted these peculiar beings. One elderly figure, clutching a bone staff, cackled. It seems the apostle was correct. The apocalyptic mirror can indeed track its target. Another elderly woman voiced a shrill insistence. Hurry up and act. Our time is limited. We cannot linger in the mirror for long. Luo Chen was momentarily stunned. In the fleeting moment of bright light, his peripheral vision caught sight of these bizarre entities closing in on the two, releasing several somewhat familiar apparitions. Red phantoms? Luo Chen promptly complied, removing his helmet. He was instantly taken aback by the spectacle before him. In a lounge of 404, above the sofa, 3 visibly tangible red phantoms swirled like smoke from a cigarette, frantically attempting to penetrate Luo Chen's body. At this moment, Luo Chen's body was enveloped in a faint white glow, valiantly resisting the invasion of the red phantoms. However, it was evident that the red phantoms held the advantage. Luo Chen suddenly realized the undead curse of the vengeful spirits. How could they manifest here? The white light gradually contracted, seemingly emitting a mournful cry. Meanwhile, the 3 red phantoms grew increasingly frantic, relentlessly crashing into Luo Chen's body. The anguished voice of Nie Xiaodai finally broke through, struggling to speak. Husband, use the candle. Luo Chen immediately understood, promptly conjuring the celestial artifact, the heart candle, a wondrous item capable of illuminating profound darkness. Instantly, the entire living room was enveloped in a warm glow. Moments later, the 3 red phantoms began to melt away like wax figures trapped in a prison, emitting silent, grotesque wails. The white light surrounding Luo Chen also gradually dimmed and dissipated. Luo Chen gasped in shock. Xiaodai, Xiaodai, wife. The living room, save for the half-melted red phantoms and the fading white light, fell into an eerie silence. In a panic, Luo Chen resolved to retract the artifact, the heart candle. Just then, a frail voice, seemingly on the brink of vanishing, echoed in his ear. The red phantoms are terrifying. If you extinguish the candle, everyone in the neighborhood will perish, and so will you if I were not a ghost. Would you love me? With tears streaming down his face, Luo Chen clutched the candle. I would love you. Moments later, the 3 red phantoms completely melted away, leaving behind 3 red crystals on the ground. The white light vanished entirely, leaving only the flickering candle flame. Chapter 63. I have a brother. Luo Chen sat in a daze on the sofa, engulfed in despair. He had exhausted every possibility, yet failed to find even a trace of Nie Xiaodai. Even logging back into the game yielded no sign of the silver-haired, violet-eyed female Taoist. It was as if she had never existed at all. Aside from the silk undergarment he wore, imbued with a faint fragrance, there was nothing of her left. Xiaodai sometimes, loss occurs so abruptly that it leaves one utterly unprepared. In the past, when watching Stephen Chow's films, he had scoffed at the lines, "Once a sincere love was laid before me, yet I did not cherish it. Only after losing it did I feel regret." What nonsensical drivel about love. With no woman in his heart, he wielded his sword effortlessly. But now, he understood. He was merely Fa high, unversed in love. All told, he had known Nie Xiaodai for no more than 7 days. Yet sometimes, love indeed blossoms in an instant. And it is only after such affection is lost that one realizes its profound significance. In the latest version of the love between humans and spirits, perhaps Luo Chen would never again see that lively, vibrant little sword woman, nor that silver-haired girl Shushan. But he could not accept the reality. How could it be that while enjoying hot pot and singing, amidst the thrill of battling monsters, his beloved ghost had vanished? The undead curse, the dark sanctuary, apostles, I demand that you all descend into hell. Luo Chen has rediscovered a purpose for living. He gathered the 3 crimson crystals from the ground and stowed them in his pocket, nestled alongside his silk undergarments. The curse of immortality, the dark sanctuary, one and all. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. With an expressionless demeanor, Luo Chen answered the call, his fearlessness now unwavering. Even if it were someone from the dark sanctuary. So what? Hello, are you Mr. Lu Xiang's, wayward son? Sorry. That is how his contact is saved. Luo Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Who are you? He recalled a previous call that had urged him to go to Cherry Blossom Park. The voice on the line became frantic, and after a brief pause, a steady voice emerged. Hello. Mr. Lu Xiang has had an accident at the 4th Orthopedic Hospital in Binhai City. If you're a family member or a friend, please come quickly. The call ended abruptly. Stunned for a few seconds, Luo Chen hastily retrieved a backpack, stuffing in his gaming helmet and other belongings, and grabbed the keys to Nie Xiaodai's Aston Martin. A mere 10 minutes later, he arrived at the 4th Orthopedic Hospital, where he confronted the entrance. The guard did not impede his entry. Having seen many vehicles, he did not mistake the Aston Martin for a Ford. Sometimes, luxury cars indeed enjoy privileges. Luo Chen rushed to the main service desk. Room 707. Take me up immediately. Minutes later, he found himself in a 3-person ward, facing his dear friend. Lu Xiang lay there with a fresh cast on his lower leg, his clothes in tatters, and his face marred by dried blood. Upon seeing Luo Chen, a male doctor promptly composed himself and inquired, "Are you a relative of the patient? He was in a car accident, suffered head trauma, and has a fractured leg. The vehicle responsible fled the scene, and we brought him here via 120. Luo Chen nodded. The doctor continued, "He possesses 2 mobile phones. From one, we found only your contact in the directory. Moreover, this is a private federal hospital, so we kindly request that you settle the related expenses." Luo Chen nodded again and approached Lu Xiang. "How is he now?" He seated himself beside Lu Xiang and coldly demanded, "You've only treated his leg? What about the other injuries?" A nearby female nurse couldn't help but interject, "Sir, please attend to the payment window to settle the expenses. Otherwise, we can only provide basic treatment." A surge of anger welled up within Luo Chen, but he quelled it. "Have someone come over to collect the fees." The nurse and doctor exchanged glances. Surprisingly, the service at the private federal hospital was commendable. Within 10 minutes, Lu Xiang received superior care and treatment. It was then that Lu Xiang finally regained consciousness from his concussion. He stared blankly at Luo Chen, and after a while, tears streamed down his face. "Lao Luo, living is exhausting." Luo Chen was taken aback. Lu Xiang, with his cracked lips, hoarsely remarked, "I could really use a smoke right now." Luo Chen immediately rummaged through his pockets, locating a pack of the cheapest cigarettes, a brand favored by the lower class. The withered pack contained only a single crushed cigarette. Lu Xiang remained silent, tears streaming down his face. Luo Chen, feeling a surge of anger, approached and lightly slapped his face. "Come on, old Lu. Can't you muster some spirit? What good is crying? Unable to contain himself, Lu Xiang sobbed, I've been dumped. Luo Chen froze for a moment, finally understanding why he had not seen Lu Xiang's girlfriend. When did this happen? This morning. Through Lu Xiang's intermittent sobs, Luo Chen learned the full story. Lu Xiang had met his girlfriend 2 years prior, when he was already a prominent figure in the delivery business, earning a monthly income exceeding 10,000 yuan. He was generous and often covered the cost during gatherings with friends, insisting, no need to argue, I earn more. His girlfriend had just arrived in Binhai City to seek employment, feeling lost and unfamiliar with her surroundings. However, shortly after, Lu Xiang developed bronchitis, and his finances dwindled. Even his cigarettes switched from Likun to Tashan, under the pretense of sticking to a familiar brand. Over the last 2 years, Lu Xiang worked diligently to increase his earnings, while his girlfriend advanced in her career at a foreign trade company, eventually becoming a junior supervisor. Now, it was just Luo Chen and Lu Xiang left. A few days ago, Lu Xiang sheepishly asked for over 60,000 yuan, intending to contribute to the bride price. Yet, 3 nights ago, his girlfriend made it clear that the bride price had doubled, or there would be no discussion of marriage. Lu Xiang, flustered, was not the most eloquent person, so he spent the last few days frantically taking orders to earn more money. However, there was a ceiling to the delivery business that he could only approach but never surpass. This morning, his girlfriend laid everything bare. Let's break up. It's for the best. After a long night of driving, Lu Xiang, exhausted and in despair, failed to notice a van that unexpectedly emerged from the side, leading to the current tragic situation. Luo Chen contemplated offering comfort but struggled to find the right words. Honestly, your girlfriend isn't as wonderful as you think. Lu Xiang began to look sorrowful again. Luo Chen quickly clarified, really, I heard from the site manager that second-hand BMW she drives wasn't purchased. It was a gift from her superior. This only deepened Lu Xiang's anguish. Frustrated, Luo Chen snapped, why are you so upset? My wife is missing, and I'm still holding it together. Just then, a courier interrupted. Excuse me, who ordered a pack of soft zhonghua? Luo Chen took the cigarette, and under the astonished gaze of the 2 patients in the other beds and the female nurse, he opened the pack and placed one in Lu Xiang's mouth. The female nurse immediately reprimanded. Smoking is prohibited in the hospital. The other patients looked on with disdain and warnings. Luo Chen, unable to bear it any longer, retorted, didn't you just mention a nursing room that costs 50,000 a day? Activate it immediately. The nurse's eyes brightened, and the other 2 patients fell silent. 10 minutes later, a nurse produced 2 ashtrays and placed them upon the luxurious bedside table. Another nurse kindly lit a cigarette for Lu Xiang. Chapter 64. The Artifact, Resurrection Ring. Luo Chen also lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, only to be seized by a fit of coughing. Lu Xiang finally chuckled. You rascal. Didn't you say you would never smoke, even if it killed you? Luo Chen flicked the ash and replied, now you shall call me foster father. From now on, I shall protect you. He took another puff and declared, as long as it doesn't kill me, I shall smoke. Lu Xiang, with a mixture of laughter and tears, asked, is that truly the case, dear father? By the way, you really have hitched your fortunes to a wealthy woman. Haven to you? You seem quite affluent now. Luo Chen paused, then sighed. Do you harbor some prejudice against wealthy women? The 2 dedicated nurses brought in a fruit platter. Sometimes, monetary power proves more useful than superhuman abilities. However, Luo Chen frowned at one of the nurses. What kind of ridiculous room is this? Aren't the heaters on? I feel as if I'm freezing. The nurses quickly checked the air conditioning and ventilation system. Lu Xiang, taken aback, remarked, Old Luo, you're not coming down with a cold, are you? I'm wearing just a thin hospital gown and feeling hot, yet you're still in your coat. Luo Chen immediately sensed something was amiss, and his face lit up with surprise. He then realized that the silk undergarment he wore was emitting a continuous chill. Moreover, Luo Chen discovered that on his left-hand's ring finger, there appeared an unfamiliar ring. This ring, crafted from an unknown silver-white metal, bore a small blue butterfly on its face, radiating a subtle, enchanting glow. Good heavens! Luo Chen was overwhelmed with joy. Little butterfly, is that you? Are you drawing my life force? Don't hold back, draw deeply. Suck me dry. At once, he leaped up, startling both Lu Xiang and the nurses. Without pausing for explanation, he fiercely warned the nurses, take good care of my brother, or I shall break the legs of your director. Then, turning to Lu Xiang, he urged, you rascal, you better stay alive, for I will take you soaring in the future. With that, he burst out laughing and exited. A faint voice echoed, eat it. What? Luo Chen hesitated for a moment, but resolutely stuffed the peculiar soul crystal into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Oh my, how sour! A few minutes later, Luo Chen felt a sudden, profound pain in his finger from the ring, which then swiftly vanished. He exhaled deeply and cautiously called out, "Little butterfly?" No response. Growing anxious, he urged, "Wife, speak." A melodious, bell-like voice giggled, "Husband, I am here." Astonished, Luo Chen exclaimed, "Little butterfly, you're back. I thought you were gone." Nie Xiaodai was equally joyful. Minutes later, Luo Chen finally grasped what had transpired. The item he had acquired from the unique monster underworld during the revelation, the heart candle, possessed a power rivaling that of the heavenly treasures in the path of cultivation. Thus, at the moment when Luo Chen materialized, both the Crimson Spectre and Nie Xiaodai, as true form, suffered grievous wounds, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Yet in the final moments, Nie Xiaodai discovered that the equipment she had retrieved, the resurrection ring, dropped by the Night Warlock, suddenly enveloped her soul core. Subsequently, she felt the essence of Luo Chen once more, establishing an inexplicable and profound connection. With a mix of greed and caution, she began to draw in Luo Chen's yang energy. Eventually, she found her voice, prompting Luo Chen to swallow that unique soul crystal. Now, Nie Xiaodai sensed the transformation within her soul form, although she could not precisely articulate the differences. It was undeniably a significant improvement over her previous state. She even encouraged Luo Chen to cautiously retrieve the heart candle, noting that although she still harbored an innate fear of the artifact, the overwhelming despair of death had dissipated. Particularly, the candlelight no longer inflicted harm upon her. Was this all due to the resurrection ring? But where had the ring gone? Was it a one-time use? Nie Xiaodai paused, and then, amidst Luo Chen's incredulous gaze, her body gradually materialized. Goodness, a stunning beauty with silver hair and violet eyes. No, did you enhance her looks? How could you be this beautiful? Absolutely not a mere mortal. Luo Chen gaped, his jaw dropping in astonishment. The silver-haired beauty, Nie Xiaodai, shot him a glance. This is a soul form. If I possessed the ability to enhance my appearance, I would certainly adjust my bosom. It's quite a hindrance. Oh dear, thank goodness you lack that ability. Hee hee. Luo Chen chuckled mischievously. Nie Xiaodai raised her right hand, puzzled by the appearance of the resurrection ring on her ring finger. How did it end up on my finger? And why the ring finger? To her surprise, Nie Xiaodai felt a tinge of shyness, yet she nodded earnestly. Luo Chen shrugged, his face alight with anticipation. So, does your soul form have any sensation? Saying this, he extended a hand, attempting to employ a legendary Shaolin technique. Nie Xiaodai swiftly swatted his hand away. Sensation is under my control. The soul form is essentially formless and intangible. Only when our spirits resonate can we perceive it. Luo Chen, incensed, retorted, "We are already like an old married couple. You want tea, even let me touch you?" Experts say that if a wife denies her husband affection, she must be unfaithful. Are you not wearing the green hat? Nie Xiaodai sighed in exasperation. Luo Chen persisted, grasping Nie Xiaodai's arm. "Hey, would you look at that? The sensation feels completely real. However, it's a bit chilly. Would cuddling lead to a cold?" Nie Xiaodai found herself at a loss for words, and after a moment, she withdrew her sensation. Maintaining this state is somewhat tiring. Luo Chen felt a wave of disappointment wash over him as he mumbled, "Is there a way to maintain a solidified soul form indefinitely?" Nie Xiaodai pouted. "There is. Using another 10 or 8 soul crystals should suffice." Luo Chen's eyes brightened, excitement bubbling within him. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us log into the game. We're going to seize the Night Warlock." Nie Xiaodai looked somewhat astounded. "But your friend is still in the hospital. Are you not concerned for him?" Luo Chen waved his hand dismissively. "It's of no consequence. Brothers are like limbs. Once severed, they can be rejoined. A wife is akin to clothing. When lost, one must run bare." Nie Xiaodai was rendered speechless. Luo Chen continued, "Furthermore, I have just ordered a gaming headset for that fool Lu Xiang. It should arrive before 8 this evening. We shall seek him out then." With that, he retrieved the gaming headset from his backpack, urging, "Come on." I can hardly contain my excitement. Nie Xiaodai, unable to endure any longer, exclaimed, "Luo Chen, have you lost your senses? This place has been compromised. It is no longer safe. Our immediate priority is to find a secure refuge." Luo Chen's expression grew serious. "You cannot control this 404 anymore? It makes sense. After all, you were unable to deal with those cursed red phantoms. And it appears that they have likely pinpointed our real-world location with the assistance of the Apostles of the Dark Sanctuary through the Apocalypse Mirror, presumably referring to the game." Nie Xiaodai hesitated before explaining, "Darling, do not fret too much. Red phantoms are exceedingly rare. Even within the cursed realm, They are entities of the Earth level. If you were to eliminate 3 of their red phantoms at once, it would undoubtedly deal them a severe blow. Your artifact is far too terrifying for the Cursed Realm. Luo Chen inquired, what if they were the holy warriors or knights of the Dark Sanctuary? Would the artifact be effective against them? Nie Xiaodai shook her head. Holy warriors and radiant knights are genuine masters in reality. You may equate them to elite mercenaries or super assassins in films. While the candle artifact may not be particularly effective against them, your apocalypse equipment and assassination techniques would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. Luo Chen immediately brightened. Indeed, I feel quite formidable now. Just wait until I can manifest judgment and obliterate those wretched knights. Nie Xiaodai chuckled softly. Yes, darling, you're the most formidable. She then became serious. On a more serious note, now that we possess the teleportation and resurrection rings, I have conceived an exceptionally beneficial map. A place I once dared not even dream of. The potential rewards are maximized. Luo Chen, filled with excitement, asked, where is it? Nie Xiaodai smiled lightly. The time is not yet ripe. Let us first restore our spirits today, and tomorrow morning at 9, on the last day before the merger, we shall undertake a grand venture. Luo Chen rubbed his nose. All right then, I'm hungry. Will you prepare a meal? Nie Xiaodai was taken aback. Chapter 65, A Lesson Learned. Nie Xiaodai furrowed her brow and then hesitantly replied, Darling, I will prepare the meal. You should rest for a while. Luo Chen felt gratified. Sounds good, my dear. Call me when the meal is ready. Nie Xiaodai smiled warmly. Luo Chen reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. I shall pretend to be asleep and enjoy my wife's culinary skills. It must be said, her culinary talent was indeed remarkable. Nie Xiaodai gazed at Luo Chen's ruggedly handsome visage, smiling genuinely as she leaned forward to kiss his forehead. Luo Chen immediately felt a wave of warmth and relaxation wash over him, his spirit soothing completely. After a while, he drifted into a deep slumber. Time passed unmeasured, and Luo Chen felt a cool, refreshing sensation upon his lips before he opened his eyes. Goodness, how did I fall asleep? Luo Chen rose from his seat, utterly astounded by the sumptuous feast laid out before him. Goodness, Xiaodai, have you really prepared all this? Surely, I cannot finish it all. Before him was a beautifully presented squirrel fish, its glistening surface drenched in rich sauce, a plate of garlic pork, the delicately sliced meat a testament to exquisite knife skills, a pot of braised beef, slow-cooked from prime short ribs, the meat tender and fragrant, a crispy roast chicken, its golden skin sizzling enticingly, a serving of hand-pulled lamb, sourced from the sandy pastures, cooked to perfection, a dish of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, vibrant and fresh, and a bowl of cabbage and tofu soup. Luo Chen could hardly believe his eyes. Did you truly make all this, Nie Xiaodai? 6 dishes and a soup? He sought confirmation. With a cheerful tone, Nie Xiaodai replied, It's 3 in the afternoon. I just finished cooking, and you've finally woken up. Here are your chopsticks. Do give it a taste. What could Luo Chen say? He was utterly captivated. The culinary skills displayed were on par with those of a high-end restaurant chef. He savored every bite, his mouth watering with delight. Half an hour later, every morsel had vanished, leaving him satiated beyond measure. He could rival a glutton. This wife of mine, who wouldn't be fortunate to have her? Once he had eaten his fill and tidied up, Luo Chen packed his belongings into his backpack and, as per Nie Xiaodai's instructions, organized items from the guest room into a box. With everything in order, he descended the stairs and sought out the landlady in the game room. Excuse me, I need to go out of town for a while. Please hold room 404 for me. I'll transfer you 10,000 yuan on WeChat, covering a year's rent. And remember, do send me the living expenses each month on time. The landlady, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered, Xiao Luo, you want to rent for a year with just 10,000 yuan? Furrowing his brow, Luo Chen replied, Is there a problem with the amount? Oh, right, it is a haunted house. The landlady quickly regained her composure. Xiao Luo, rest assured, I'll accept the 10,000 yuan, and the living expenses will be sent promptly. Nodding in agreement, Luo Chen remarked, Very well. I suppose I'll accept a slight loss. He then drove his Aston Martin to the bank, parking in the exclusive area designated for clients. Approaching the lobby manager, he requested a withdrawal of 200,000 yuan in cash. Upon recognizing him as a valuable client, the manager promptly led him to a private area. However, the bank staff at the counter wore a stern expression. May I ask what you intend to do with such a large sum of cash? Luo Chen's frustration bubbled over. It's my money. I intend to spend it. The staff member refused. I'm sorry, but large cash transactions are not permitted. Your stated reason does not allow us to process this request. Luo Chen fumed. Fine. I'll withdraw it and deposit it at the bank across the street. Seeing the situation escalate, the lobby manager hurried over to mediate. A few minutes later, Luo Chen secured his 200,000 yuan and, with a flourish, drove away. 2 streets over, in a high-end restaurant kitchen, Chef Wang was being reprimanded. How could you leave during the busiest time to take on private work? And take so many ingredients with you? What if the owner finds out? Will you still have a job? Chef, please let me explain. It's not what you think. Binhai 4th Orthopedic Hospital, Intensive Care Unit, Private Room. Luo Chen sat with his legs crossed, enjoying a massage from the nurse behind him while smiling at Lu Xiang, who lay on the nursing bed. My wayward son, isn't the service here? Oh, I mean, the care. Quite commendable. Lu Xiang, seemingly recovering from his earlier turmoil, gave a thumbs up in response. Aside from being a bit expensive, everything is splendid. Luo Chen, with a swagger, replied, just a trivial sum. Make sure to repay me later. Lu Xiang instantly felt he had been too generous with his praise. Wait, you expect me to pay you back? Luo Chen, astonished, retorted, a brother must keep accounts clear. You don't intend to be a deadbeat, do you? Lu Xiang frowned. Adoptive father. We aren't even blood brothers, are we? Luo Chen stared in disbelief. Is that even permissible? Though they bickered, they never joked about their feelings. So, my wayward son, what do you plan to do next? Lu Xiang sighed deeply. What else can I do? I might as well continue delivering takeout. Living is exhausting. Luo Chen lamented his misfortune and chastised his lack of ambition. What nonsense. Better to live poorly than to die, even if you're destitute. You won't perish without eventually finding your way. He then smirked and added, my wayward son, your leg is injured. What are you doing delivering takeout? I have a connection in Binhai. The risks are substantial, but the profits are immense. As the saying goes, one must seek wealth amidst peril. Are you willing to join me? Luo Chen was astonished. What? She didn't return the betrothal gift? Brother, she's breaking the law. Should we do something about her? Lu Xiang, however, took it in stride. Forget it. After all, she was with me for 2 years, and I took the most beautiful years of her youth. What the heck? You're being a bit of a saint. No way, I can't tolerate this. Adoptive father, don't act rashly. Fear not, my wayward son. I shall vent your frustrations. With that, Luo Chen took out his phone, retrieved the contact information left by Sun Dada, and dialed Lu Xiang's phone. Hello? Sun Dada? Who am I? I am his 9th uncle, 9th brother. What do you mean by delivery? Who are you? Hello? What the heck? Luo Chen fumed. How dare you hang up on me? Lu Xiang quietly reminded him. You're using my work phone. It's for deliveries. After some time, Sun Dada finally answered the call. 9th brother. Earlier Shao, Jim mentioned a delivery. I've been confused since then. How could it be you? Haha. Enough of the chit-chat. Listen, help me investigate the department manager of a foreign trade company. Let us deal with him in a reasonable and lawful manner. What do you mean I have too many conditions? I'm saying, however we handle it, we have the moral high ground. P.S. a scoundrel. It turned out this so-called foreign trade company manager, a graduate of a dubious overseas university, was also a high-stakes gambler drowning in debt, having accrued tens of millions in loans. However, he lived extravagantly, reportedly dating a dozen women simultaneously, each utterly devoted to him, with even the least of them gifting him hundreds of thousands. Naturally, with the heir of the Sun family involved, his secrets were quickly exposed. Rumor has it he was stripped bare by professional debt collectors and displayed on the glass wall of the Wang Group building in Binhai. Luo Chen couldn't help but exclaim, wait, why the Wang Group building? Sun, with a mischievous grin, remarked, of course. It's because that foreign trade company is an asset under the Wang family's 3 young masters. Haha, I've heard that the 3 young masters of the Wang family have smashed their office again. Hee hee. Luo Chen hung up the phone, shaking his head in disbelief at Sun's mischief. At that moment, Lu Xiang's phone rang. Luo Chen glanced at it, but chose not to return the call. Instead, he switched to speaker mode. On the other end, a voice filled with tears sobbed. Darling, where have you been? Why said we should break up this morning? It was just in anger. Now I miss you. Let us reconcile, shall we? Luo Chen shot a fierce glare at Lu Xiang, who hesitated, then handed the phone to a nearby nurse. He pulled out 10,000 yuan in cash from his bag and playfully tapped her on the backside, urging her to answer the call. The nurse, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, promptly took the phone. After a moment of silence, a hysterical soprano voice erupted from the other end. Who are you? Lu Xiang is my husband. With that, the nurse hung up the phone and turned to Luo Chen with an expectant expression. So, what do you think, big brother? Is that what you meant? Luo Chen was utterly astonished. Wow, are you really a nurse? The nurse blushed and replied, well, I could also play the role of the green tea. Luo Chen, impressed, pulled out another 10,000 yuan from his bag. You did well. Here, go spend it. The nurse gleefully accepted the 20,000 yuan, her sweet voice capable of charming anyone, Thank you, brother. Chapter 66. A limping leg does not diminish the game. Under the therapeutic massage of the nurse, Luo Chen slept soundly until 8 o'clock. To his surprise, the woman's head massage technique was exceptional. It was incredibly soothing. Unbeknownst to him, during the massage, the nurse had considered offering additional services for free multiple times. However, every time she reached a sensitive area, she felt a chilling aura emanating from her fingertips. Ultimately, she abandoned her shortcuts and proceeded with the regular service. Luo Chen was awakened by the commotion of a gold medal courier from Jingxi Mall, delivering the gaming helmet he had ordered. Upon seeing the helmet, Lu Xiang was once again moved to tears. Throughout his life, apart from his parents, he had encountered two pivotal individuals. One shattered his world, while the other used strong adhesive to piece his spirit back together. A good brother for life. However, Luo Chen's subsequent actions left Lu Xiang bewildered. What? You're discharging now? You just paid for the private room for 5 days. Without further ado, Luo Chen instructed 2 nurses to lift him onto a wheelchair. You two, go negotiate with the hospital. The remaining money will serve as a tip. The previously reserved nurse's eyes lit up at the mention of the remaining 40,000 yuan. Upon reaching the lobby of the inpatient department, Luo Chen opened the side door of his Aston Martin, preparing to lift Lu Xiang into the passenger seat, when 2 security guards hurried over to assist. Meanwhile, the 2 nurses who insisted on escorting them downstairs couldn't help but feel regretful. If only we had known, we would have taken Lu Xiang ourselves. A roundabout way to achieve our goals. Luo Chen tossed 2 boxes of soft Zhonghua cigarettes to each of the security guards who assisted him, then accelerated away, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Lu Xiang, puzzled, remarked, "Isn't this route not leading to my home?" To which Luo Chen replied nonchalantly, "Is there anything worth clinging to in that home of yours?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xiang conceded that he had a point. A mere 15 minutes later, Luo Chen arrived at an understated residential complex. However, the entrance was anything but discreet, as 2 security personnel promptly halted his vehicle, stating, "Unauthorized vehicles are prohibited from entering." Just as Luo Chen was about to call Sun Dada, a professional-looking woman approached him swiftly. "Are you boss Luo Jio? I'm a manager of Sun Group's real estate company. Please follow me." Indeed, Luo Chen and Sun Dada had successfully closed another deal. This particular complex was a development project by Sun Group's real estate division, serving as the residential quarters for the special police unit of Binhai City. Here, Sun Dada happened to have 2 vacant properties, so Luo Chen, no, Luo Jio, reluctantly chose a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room unit to establish a base in Binhai City. Once everything was settled, the clock struck 8:40. Luo Chen placed Lu Xiang in a fully encompassing massage chair, explaining the crucial rules of the game. The foremost being, under no circumstances should one die in the game. Lu Xiang winced at the pain radiating from his legs and, with a self-deprecating smile, queried, "In my condition, will I be able to manage?" Luo Chen scoffed, "A limp 1T affect your gameplay. Besides, in the game, you won't feel any physical pain. It's an exhilarating experience." Lu Xiang ceased his complaints, donned the helmet, and began creating his character to enter the game. Luo Chen did not log in immediately. Instead, he placed Nie Xiaodai's box in one of the guest bedrooms and arranged several items as per her instructions. Subsequently, he too donned a helmet and reclined in another chair, asking, "Dear, how many treatments will Lu Xiang's leg require?" Nie Xiaodai's ethereal form materialized, and after a brief examination, she confirmed 3 days, 9 healing spells will suffice for complete recovery. With that, she closed her eyes in concentration, and soon a melodious sound resonated as shimmering, dreamlike particles entered Lu Xiang's body, converging on his calves. Soul Healing Technique. After casting the healing spell 3 times, Nie Xiaodai's form appeared slightly ethereal. Luo Chen expressed his concern, "Dear, if this causes you any harm, you need not push yourself. His mere fracture can be healed with a few extra days of rest." He then added generously, "Rest assured, my love, use as much energy as you need. I fear not." Once in the game, Luo Chen proactively added God of Takeout legend Lu as a friend, discovering that the character was born in Border Village. He immediately teleported there. With the teleportation ring, traversing the map was no longer a worry. Legendary quality, indeed trustworthy. Upon locating Lu Xiang's character, Luo Chen transferred him 1 million gold coins, instructing him to purchase potions and random teleportation scrolls. Lu Xiang exclaimed, "Wow, I willingly call you Father above." Luo Chen, adorned with supreme artifacts, left Lu Xiang in a state of awe. Although Lu Xiang had never purchased a helmet for gaming before, he was now inundated with news and information about the new era of apocalypse, especially on short video platforms where game introductions, equipment showcases, and item valuations were rampant, transforming him into a cloud player. Luo Chen casually remarked, "Just fly to a location with monsters and share the coordinates with me." Lu Xiang understood and promptly took off. Moments later, the two found themselves in a western forest. In real time, it was 8:55, and only a few players clad in light armor were battling the nocturnal creatures. Without further adu, Luo Chen instructed Lu Xiang to attack a nearby forest snowman, advising him to consume potions when his health dwindled, showing no concern for waste. As long as Lu Xiang acquired the monster's ownership, Luo Chen would swiftly dispatch it with a single strike. Each forest snowman provided 30 experience points. And within a mere 5 minutes, Lu Xiang successfully ascended to level 7. Just then, the game world transitioned to daylight. Almost instantaneously, a plethora of players emerged around Luo Chen and Lu Xiang, as if sprouting like mushrooms after rain, all taking their positions in what seemed to be a pre-established monster hunting area. A player with a bronze axe and light armor, closest to them, hesitated before speaking. "Excuse me. Esteemed player, are you here to help a friend level up? We can wait." Lu Xiang, intrigued, inquired, "You all seem to be at a decent level. Why are you still here?" The bronze axe warrior paused, then sighed. "We are few and weak, unable to claim territory in the skeleton cave, constantly hunted in the worm of forest, and unable to conquer the zombie cave. Fortunately, the novice monsters in the bitch map respawn every minute, especially in this area, where forest snowmen respawn frequently." Another player behind him added, "Typically, each respawn yields 4 to 5 forest snowmen dropping small bottles of sun water, bronze swords, daggers, and if luck permits, a darkwood sword. Well, it's better than working." These players, having noticed the super player Luo Chen behind them, revealed everything without reservation. Would a top-tier special forces soldier venture into a kindergarten's territory to level up? Lu Xiang understood and then said to Luo Chen, "Father, let us move on and not disturb them." With that, he casually tossed something onto the ground, unperturbed by the possibility of it being snatched away. The nearby players exchanged glances. One player, gathering courage, asked, "Excuse me, esteemed player, are you still accepting sons?" Indeed, Jin Pongzi was present. Upon seeing Luo Chen, he stood up excitedly, exclaiming, "Ah, Uncle Bird, you finally arrived. I was restless all morning without seeing you, unable to eat or drink, wondering if I did something wrong that displeased you. And who is this god of takeout legend, Lu?" Luo Chen casually introduced, "This is my wayward son." Jin Pongzi's eyes brightened. "Your young master is indeed exceptionally talented." After a few pleasantries, Jin Pongzi could no longer contain himself and cautiously inquired, "Uncle Bird, someone has commissioned all the professional merchants in the coastal novice zone to purchase your 38 attack judgment at a high price." Luo Chen, puzzled, responded, "Who possesses such significant resources? Can they truly afford it?" Jin Pongzi felt a wave of embarrassment. Surely no one can afford to offer $1 billion in cash. Luo Chen was taken aback. Even Lu Xiang, who had remained silent behind him, couldn't help but change his expression dramatically. No wonder Luo Chen was wealthy. His equipment was worth over $1 billion. It seemed that Luo Chen had not merely attached himself to a wealthy patron. Luo Chen pondered for a moment and, with a grave tone, inquired, "Is this matter authentic?" Jin Pongzi nodded, then hesitated before adding, "However, the other party has one condition, a direct transaction with you." At that moment, Luo Chen was certain that something was amiss with this individual. Was it the Dark Apostle? The Undying Curse? Just then, Nie Xiaodai suddenly appeared beside Luo Chen. She directly asked Jin Pongzi, "Do you have any equipment that increases movement speed? We are willing to pay a high price." Jin Pongzi was momentarily taken aback, but decisively nodded after a brief pause. "Aunt Bird, indeed there is. The Utopian leader possesses a divine movement talisman that grants a movement speed of 5. It's a 4-slot item." Luo Chen was somewhat astonished. "Where does one even obtain such a thing? I've never even seen it." Nie Xiaodai promptly suggested. "Ask him if he is willing to sell or trade it." Chapter 67. The Transaction. Luo Chen discreetly contacted the friend of the novice god ghost Nie Xiaodai, sending her a private message. "Is your interest in the movement speed equipment related to our big plan tomorrow?" After a moment's consideration, Nie Xiaodai managed to find a way to reply. Yes. It was her first time using private messaging. Luo Chen understood, observing Jin Pongzi engaging with his subordinates. Luo Chen directly instructed Lu Xiang, "Please send a private message to Sun Dada, stating that you are a friend of Luo Jiao and inquire about his location." Lu Xiang promptly complied. This brother had a commendable trait. He never asked unnecessary questions and placed full trust in Luo Chen. Luo Chen traded Lu Xiang a set of Taoist Wormagear and a set of Mage Wormagear, instructing Lu Xiang, Have him come to room 0222 in the warehouse and directly exchange these two sets of equipment, stating that it is a transfer from Luo Jiao. Do not mention anything else. Lu Xiang acknowledged his understanding. These two sets of equipment were, in fact, the agreement Luo Chen had reached with Sun Dada, the usage rights to their 4-room, 2-hall arrangement. One must be cautious with so many disguises. 2 minutes later, Lu Xiang privately messaged Luo Chen. It's done. Luo Chen returned to room 0222 in the warehouse, where he and Nie Xiaodai began to organize the chaotic equipment. Before Luo Chen could speak, Nie Xiaodai couldn't help but exclaim, "He really dares to dream." Luo Chen remained relatively composed, smiling as he encouraged Nie Xiaodai. Lack of self-awareness is a common human trait. This is akin to how everyone fantasizes about winning a 5 million jackpot with a $2 lottery ticket. What if they happen to stumble upon a fool? Nie Xiaodai glanced at Luo Chen with concern. The movement speed of 5 is not a necessity. Do not act impulsively. Then she turned to the fat man. Do you have any other equipment that increases movement speed? Luo Chen nodded. It is understandable that players have found the map to be quite expansive, and thus the prices for movement speed equipment remain high. Just then, 2 individuals teleported into room 0222. Ignoring them, Nie Xiaodai boldly declared, "Jin Pongzi, I can offer 5 million gold coins for the movement speed 2 deer skin boots." The supreme leader of Utopia, upon hearing this, smiled and halted the Grand Chancellor. Extending a cordial greeting to Luo Chen, it is indeed a privilege to finally meet the illustrious embodiment of the novice deity adorned in splendid attire. The value of your equipment must surely exceed 100 million. Luo Chen, disinterested in engaging with trivial individuals, promptly inquired, "Very well. I shall grant you one more opportunity to make an offer." The supreme leader of Utopia was momentarily taken aback, chuckling in surprise. "Well, it is impossible to exchange for your super artifact, the Staff of Judgment, but I am uncertain as to what other equipment you possess. How could one even begin to negotiate? Perhaps with credit coins? Yet, I believe none of us is lacking in those." "Very well, allow me to propose a price. But this shall be a singular chance," Luo Chen replied with remarkable composure. The 2 Utopian leaders exhibited signs of tension, just as the Grand Chancellor was about to speak. The Supreme Leader interrupted once more. "Come now, novice deity boss, speak plainly. I trust your valuation will be most reasonable." Internally, Luo Chen commended the Utopian Supreme Leader for his integrity. "I shall offer 100 pieces of exquisite equipment in exchange for your swift talisman." Luo Chen's tone was as nonchalant as if trading wheat for watermelons in a rural marketplace. The Grand Chancellor could no longer contain himself. "This is utterly absurd. That singular special creature caused our thousands of brothers in Utopia to perish an average of 3 times before we finally subdued it. It ultimately yielded this artifact." Luo Chen raised his right hand, gesturing towards the items displayed by Nie Xiaodai. "Shouldn't you first examine what they are?" The Grand Chancellor attempted to retort, only to be silenced yet again by the Supreme Leader. "Let us take a look before we continue." The Grand Chancellor, in a fit of disbelief, exclaimed, "I refuse to believe that all 100 items are of exceptional quality." However, a mere minute later, he regretted his skepticism. "Goodness. This. All of them are extraordinary profession gear. How can this be?" The Supreme Leader, surveying the collection of items rated 1, 2, and even a few rated 4, including some renowned pieces from the Worma and Juma brands, could no longer suppress his astonishment. Our entire Utopia does not boast such an abundance of exceptional equipment. Even the lowest rated items are high-value treasures, such as the Attack 2 golden bracelets, the Dao 2 priest bracelets, and the Magic 2 black sand bracelets. Luo Chen shrugged. Thus, often it is human obstinacy that prevents belief without first-hand evidence. Furthermore, as you just mentioned, this swift talisman was obtained through the collective efforts of all our brothers. To maintain fairness among the ranks, you must expedite the monetization of this so-called artifact to benefit each brother. Conversely, I find myself with an excess of lesser treasures that I cannot utilize. Therefore, by exchanging one artifact for such a plethora of exquisite items, you can enhance the capabilities of each brother and elevate the overall strength of Utopia significantly, while I can simultaneously bolster my own power. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, one that should not be dismissed. The Supreme Leader was indeed swayed. Yet, the avaricious Grand Chancellor pressed further. In order to establish a firm foothold post-merger, we require not only overall strength, but also several formidable Hall of Fame masters. Thus, dear boss, add 6 Worma brand weapons or a singular Juma brand weapon. Nie Xiaodai and Jin Pongzi could no longer tolerate the situation, particularly Jin Pongzi, who, although Utopia was also his client, had to admit that the profits brought by Bird Uncle alone surpassed those of the entire Utopia. Luo Chen raised his hand to halt them, then calmly shook his head. I have stated, I will only make an offer once. If it is unfeasible, then so be it. He chuckled and added, how can you utter such words? If you were to enhance your offer with gems of strength, constitution, soul, agility, or spirit, I might consider it. The commander suddenly appeared abashed. In truth, the ghost gems hold considerable value. Gritting his teeth, he declared, very well. We shall add another item. With that, he presented an object for Luo Chen to inspect. This was dropped by a special monster. Although its utility remains unknown, it is indeed a 4-slot equipment. Luo Chen glanced at it, his brow furrowing. Mysterious gem, weight 1, requires level 0. Indeed, mysterious, devoid of any attributes. Unexpectedly, Nie Xiaodai sent a private message to Luo Chen. Darling, we must secure this. Adding even a regular judgment would be worthwhile. Luo Chen was taken aback. Why was his wife so excited? Could this mysterious gem truly be a treasure? Yet, Luo Chen maintained his composure. Although this item is 4-slot equipment, I presume you have already attempted various methods and found no hidden attributes, correct? Nonetheless, this does demonstrate your sincerity. I shall add a purgatory, a wand, and a silver serpent. If the deal is to be made, so be it. If not, let it be. Speak another word, and the transaction is off. The two from Utopia fell silent for a moment. Even the chief steward refrained from speaking. After a full minute, the commander, with a somewhat grim expression, reiterated, let us confirm our trading terms. We shall offer 1 swift talisman, 2 ghost crystals, and 1 mysterious gem in exchange for your 100 pieces of exquisite equipment and 3 prestigious weapons from various classes. Correct? Luo Chen nodded. Upon hearing this, the commander decisively stated, very well, then we shall proceed as per your original proposal. 1 swift talisman for 100 pieces of exquisite equipment. Luo Chen nodded in agreement. Nie Xiaodai, anxious, quickly messaged, darling, the value of this mysterious gem surpasses that of the swift talisman. Luo Chen replied privately, urging her to remain calm. What's the rush? Have you not studied psychology? Observe my approach. Nie Xiaodai fell silent, still placing her trust in her husband. Once the swift talisman transaction was complete, both parties felt a lingering desire for more. Luo Chen then produced Purgatory, the silver serpent, the wand, along with a boundless staff and a well moon. Jean Pongzi, please help me dispose of these 5 useless weapons. They can be exchanged for various fate crystals. Strictly for exchange, not for sale. The eyes of the two from Utopia widened in astonishment. Ultimately, they exchanged 2 ghost crystals and 1 soul crystal for the 5 pieces of equipment. Of course, had it been crystals of constitution, strength, or spirit, the Utopia members would never have traded. These types could greatly enhance the power of the Apocalypse Knights, and they would never part with them lightly. Once the transaction concluded, both sides felt satisfied. After the two from Utopia departed, Luo Chen turned to Jean Pongzi with a smile. Your choice this time was quite astute. Jean Pongzi chuckled. Although he may be a shrewd merchant, the distinction between a feast and mere sustenance is something even the tigers in the zoo understand. Subsequently, Luo Chen summoned Lu Xiang to stand before Jean Pongzi. He is a level 7 mage. I possess a pair of ruby rings, a pair of Cybele bracelets, and a life necklace. Please assist me in equipping him. The ruby rings require a magical power of 17 points to wear. Assisting clients with their gear is also a merchant's duty. Jean Pongzi organized his wares and promptly traded 7 exquisite novice items. A pair of hexagonal rings with magical power 03, requiring level 7. A pair of iron bracelets with magical power 02, requiring level 3. A traditional necklace with magical power 03, requiring level 3. A robe with magical power 03, requiring level 1. And an ebony sword with magical power 03, requiring level 1. This ensemble boasts a maximum magical power of 19 points, allowing the wearing of the ruby rings. Nie Xiaodai curiously inquired, Jean Pongzi, do you charge for such services? Jean Pongzi erupted into hearty laughter. You are my esteemed clients, so there is no need. For ordinary customers, a single use costs around 100,000 gold coins, with a deposit of 5 million gold coins or 10,000 credit points. Lu Xiang donned the ruby rings, elevating his magical power to 22 points. The Cybele bracelets require a magical power of 24, while the life necklace requires 25 points. Jean Pongzi then produced a vial of magical power potion, smiling as he stated, Uncle Bird, this one does incur a fee, although scarecrows also drop it. The drop rate is quite low, hence our cost price is 500,000 gold coins per bottle. Luo Chen did not linger on this matter and instructed Lu Xiang to use it directly. Moments later, a brand new level 7 mage emerged, gleaming with potential. His weapon was an ebony sword with magical power 03, exquisite 2. His clothing was a mail robe with magical power 03, exquisite 3. The rings were a pair of ruby rings with weight 1 and magical power 04. The bracelets were a pair of Cybele bracelets with weight 1 and magical power 02. And the necklace was a life necklace with weight 1, magical power 15, and an accuracy of 1. If Luo Chen were to level up on his own, he would undoubtedly be pursued relentlessly. Defeating him yields even greater rewards than defeating a boss. Luo Chen chuckled, appreciating Jin Pengzi's ability to discern client needs. In truth, Luo Chen's original intention was to find a training partner for Luo Chen. It was inconvenient for him to personally guide Luo Chen through the leveling process. Low-level maps would be a waste of his time, while high-level maps would be beyond Luo Chen's capabilities. Thus, he entrusted all the leftover stock in his warehouse to Jin Pengzi for handling, seeking the most reputable service, with fees deducted from the transaction. Jin Pengzi confidently assured, "Uncle Bird, rest assured, our gold medal training service is absolutely secure. Moreover, we are insured. Anyone who harms our clients would be opposing the entire merchant community." Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the brilliance of the service's founder. After briefing Luo Chen, Luo Chen felt at ease, allowing him to depart with a professional team. As trainers particularly favored mage clients who could effortlessly cast fireballs to claim monsters. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 10 o'clock. Contemplating, he asked Jin Pengzi, "Are there any guides available for navigating the stone tomb and the Zimasi temple?" Jin Pengzi paused, then suddenly understood, "Uncle Bird, haven't you seen the news? It's a sensational event." A few minutes later, Luo Chen was left astounded. How outrageous. It turned out that earlier that afternoon, a sensational news story broke in the Eastern Federation. The venerable gaming guild, Evil Eye, which boasts a nationwide membership, employed a strategy of sheer numbers to explore the stone tomb array, ultimately deducing that the submap consists of approximately 10-24 segments. They also mastered the pathway leading to the 6th layer of the stone tomb. This information is undoubtedly a strategic asset if their higher-ups can maintain secrecy. They could monopolize the profits from the 7th layer of the stone tomb in no time. Conversely, another established guild, Reaper Pirates, adopted a similar tactic to uncover the path to the Zuma Pavilion. However, it was reported that they encountered some setbacks and have yet to fully unlock the passage. The sensational news was that the pathways to both the Stone Tomb and the Zuma Pavilion had been leaked onto a short video platform. Shortly thereafter, the police in the Eastern Mountain Rivers province discovered several bodies in an old van by the Yellow River. Upon identification, they turned out to be high-ranking members of the Evil Eye Guild and the short video platform host who leaked the pathway information. This has instigated panic among the general populace and gaming community. The Apocalypse New Century vendettas are no longer confined to the realm of the game. After hearing this news, Luo Chen was not surprised. Instead, he felt a deep resentment. Hadn't he himself been the target of an assassination attempt just days before? Fortunately, his formidable strength had thwarted the malevolent plot. After acquiring the path to the Zuma Pavilion, Luo Chen chose to head directly to the Zuma Temple, with the 7th layer of the Stone Tomb completely exposed. It was likely a battleground akin to the Battle of Stalingrad. Even Wolverine would be brought to his knees there, so he decided against joining the fray. One must say, you get what you pay for. With the teleportation ring and the movement speed-enhancing swift charm, Luo Chen felt as if he were soaring through the air. As for the 4-piece equipment that excited Nia Xiaodai, the mysterious gem, Luo Chen finally understood its hidden attributes. This gem was part of a set that included the mysterious ring, mysterious belt, and mysterious helmet. When equipped with the highest tier of the Warrior's mysterious gear, the hidden properties of the mysterious gem would activate, increasing health recovery speed by 30. Given that the high-tier mysterious set already provided a health recovery speed of 15, the total increase would amount to 45. Even more astonishingly, this mysterious gem had a certain chance to absorb the properties of mysterious equipment. Hence, Nia Xiaodai was so eager for Luo Chen to acquire this piece of gear. Upon arriving at the Zuma Pavilion, Luo Chen began to navigate through the map according to the leaked pathways. Unsurprisingly, on these correct routes, numerous players were already occupying the area, blocking entrances, as commonplace as eating and drinking. Luo Chen paid them no mind, simply continuing to traverse. As long as he did not become embroiled in a prolonged battle, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to eliminate him. After navigating through several special areas of the Zuma Pavilion, filled with large rats, archers, statues, and formidable foes, Luo Chen finally understood why the Reaper Pirates had not fully unlocked the passage. On the path through the 7th level of Zuma, 3 millennial tree demons appeared, forming a blockade at the entrance. This perplexed Luo Chen. Why weren't they here the last time we visited? Nie Xiaodai, however, had some insight. It seems we have triggered a quest. Dodging a few players' ambushes, Luo Chen teleported directly to the vicinity of the innermost tree demon. Yet he realized he must defeat the one at this coordinate before he could proceed. Chapter 69. Xiaodie's Objective. Even Nie Xiaodai was taken aback. This is not a millennial tree demon at all. This possesses the attributes of a demon dragon tree demon. With 32,000 health points and an attack power of 50 per second, Luo Chen felt a surge of danger. Had he hesitated for even a moment, he would have faced peril. Within merely 2 seconds, his health plummeted by over 300 points. Standing in the safety zone, he was left shaken. A monstrous millennial tree demon? The crowd tactics are useless. No wonder the Reaper pirates were at a loss. It's impossible for anyone to handle this, and the apocalypse clearly intends to prevent players from descending into the map. Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaodai suddenly paused. Then her expression shifted to one of realization. No. I understand now. This must be the handiwork of the Dark Sanctuary. They have a team infiltrating Zuma's 7th level and are deliberately reversing the task at the Locking Dragon Pass in the Mengshong Desert, thereby monopolizing the map of the Zuma Master's residence. Is there a hidden secret regarding the Zuma Master before and after the merger? The Locking Dragon Pass, located at the upper right corner of the Mengshong province map, near the colossal dragon bones, a formidable demon dragon tree demon spawns. It bears a striking resemblance to the millennial tree demon, but possesses 32,000 health points. Upon vanquishing it, one can enter the Locking Dragon Pass through a tree hollow. Upon hearing this explanation, Luo Chen asked in confusion, isn't the demon dragon map only accessible after the merger? How could there be demon dragon tree demons now? Nie Xiaodai furrowed her brow. It must be a special maneuver by the Dark Sanctuary. Luo Chen shrugged. So what should we do now? Cause some disruption? Or should we elevate another judgment to attack 37 for a small target? Nie Xiaodai pondered for a moment, then smiled lightly. Let's log off. I'll accompany you to sleep. What? Seriously? If you say that, I might just lose my drowsiness. Luo Chen exclaimed, removing his helmet and looking around with eager anticipation. Wife, you better keep your word. Nie Xiaodai's spirit appeared beside him, with silvery hair and violet eyes, dressed in a light blue nightgown, causing Luo Chen to feel a sudden swell of excitement. How did I never notice how alluring she is before? Luo Chen, unable to contain himself, remarked, well, it's getting late. Let us hurry and go to sleep. Nie Xiaodai giggled, glancing at Lu Xiang, who was still engrossed in the game. Please arrange for those 2 maids. We'll be sleeping for quite a while this time. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen was perplexed. Wait, while I'm quite confident, it should take more than 1 or 2 hours. Nie Xiaodai paused, then seemed to understand something. Her crystalline face suddenly flushed. What are you thinking? It's really just sleeping. Luo Chen blinked, nearly drooling. You've seen countless scenes. Why be shy about it? A few minutes later, after instructing the 2 Filipino maids to take good care of Lu Xiang, Luo Chen casually grabbed a bite to eat before joining Nie Xiaodai in another bedroom. He dashed into the bathroom for a quick wash and, donning a bathrobe, leaped onto the bed, exclaiming, Haha, my dear, come a bed. With a resigned sigh, Nie Xiaodai approached the bedside. Just as she was about to speak, Luo Chen seized her, pinning her gently onto the bed. After consuming 2 ghostly crystals and 1 soul crystal, Nie Xiaodai's ethereal form felt as tangible as a human's, albeit slightly frigid. As Luo Chen embraced her tightly, he was struck by the realization that this sensation was entirely different from what he had experienced while watching films. He could distinctly sense that although Nie Xiaodai did not resist, she was markedly anxious. Even Luo Chen himself felt a slight tremor of excitement coursing through him. 2 novice drivers, well-versed in theory yet inexperienced behind the wheel, found themselves at a loss for how to navigate this new terrain. Should he reach for the headlights first or press the accelerator? Indeed, Luo Chen felt that merely holding her close was enough to send his excitement soaring. Ultimately, it was Nie Xiaodai who initiated a kiss, and in that moment, Luo Chen was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of happiness, his entire being relaxed, shedding all defenses as he savored the exquisite pleasure. This state of utter relaxation was an ineffable experience of bliss, akin to lying in the warm winter sun, nestled in a mother's embrace, relishing the gentle comfort of her caring touch. Luo Chen became entranced in this profound happiness, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Nie Xiaodai, relieved, thought to herself, men are such clumsy creatures. After barely getting a feel for the steering wheel, They think they can drive without a license. Watching Luo Chen sleep soundly, she smiled tenderly, snuggling into his arms, adjusting to a comfortable position before closing her eyes to sleep as well. She needed Luo Chen to regain his strength, to amass good fortune for the grand endeavor they planned for the following day. Around 8 the next morning, Luo Chen awoke, stretching languidly with satisfaction, feeling invigorated. "Where's my wife?" he wondered, glancing around to find a neatly arranged set of new clothes by the bedside, with a delicate silk lingerie atop the pile. With a carefree demeanor, he threw off the covers and quickly donned the garments. What was this leisure suit? Throughout his life, Luo Chen had hardly worn formal attire on more than a few occasions. Holding up the jacket, he examined the label inside. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Armani, right? Endorsed by Hu Xiaoyao. Clad in this ensemble, Luo Chen stepped out of the bedroom in search of Nie Xiaodai. The two reasonably attractive maids were bustling about when they caught sight of Luo Chen, their expressions reflecting shock before they hurriedly resumed their tasks. Upon entering the living room, Luo Chen discovered a sumptuous spread awaiting him on the dining table. Suddenly, a familiar chill enveloped him, accompanied by a voice brimming with delight. "Darling, you look so handsome." Luo Chen couldn't help but bask in the compliment, responding with a grin. "You're just speaking the truth. By the way, did you prepare today's meal as well?" The voice of Nie Xiaodai echoed softly. "There are maids present, and it would be inconvenient for me to show myself. Hasten to eat, for we must be online before 9 o'clock to execute a grand scheme." Luo Chen immediately began to eat. Once satiated and refreshed, he donned his gaming headset and entered the game. The time was 8:30 in the morning. Under Nie Xiaodai's guidance, Luo Chen expended 2,000 gold coins to teleport to the Demon Ceiling Valley. The map of the Demon Ceiling Valley essentially amalgamates the characteristics of both the Bitch Province and the Alliance Province within its expansive wilderness. One can encounter skeletal creatures in natural caves, orc tombs, as well as novice monsters like scarecrows, man-eating flowers, rake cats, and multi-hook cats. There are also half-orcs, half-orc warriors, and half-orc champions, alongside the zombie-like creatures found in zombie caves, creating a veritable medley of adversaries. Then there's the Demon Ceiling Mine. Though merely a single layer, it offers both mining opportunities and the chance to battle zombies. In essence, the entire map of the Demon Ceiling Valley blends the skeleton caves, zombie caves, stone tombs, and monsters of the Zuma realm. This has rendered the Demon Ceiling Valley the most fiercely contested map in the current Apocalypse New era. Particularly, the connection channel for the Corpse King is renowned as the Game S version of the Verdun meat grinder. Indeed, those with Apocalypse qualifications are reluctant to venture here. The local guilds exhibit a remarkable lack of courtesy, as one can be slain without warning while battling monsters. However, Nie Xiaodai's intention in bringing Luo Chen here was not to explore the mine, but rather to delve into the wild expanse of the Demon Ceiling Valley. Presently, aside from the areas surrounding Demon Ceiling City, which are teeming with players due to the frequent spawn points of scarecrow, skeleton, and zombie series monsters, many other regions, such as the southwest, southeast, and northeast, remain largely unoccupied by players. The reason being, these areas are known for spawning elite half-orc warriors. These exceptional creatures, often referred to as abnormal warriors or great warriors, appear outwardly identical to ordinary half-orc warriors with 300 health. Yet those who have faced them know the stark difference. One is a modest vehicle, and the other a luxury car. Abnormal warriors boast a health pool of 900 points, along with dramatically increased speed, and attack power, as well as maximum defense. Essentially an enhanced version of the half-orc warrior. Naturally, one gets what one pays for. Although the drop rates from these abnormal warriors are meager, yielding only 1 or 2 items at a time. What they drop is typically of high quality, with many exquisite items. This includes valuable jewelry, professional attire, healing potions, mystical gear, and more, aside from the Woma and Zuma sets. Luo Chen observed a sorcerer unleashing lightning and a priest employing poison and fire symbols as they engaged in a life and death chase with the abnormal warriors, leaving him somewhat dumbfounded. These players must have lost their Apocalypse qualifications. Nie Xiaodai chuckled. Who among the Apocalypse Knights would venture here? A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. They would cherish their lives. So what shall we do now? Luo Chen inquired. We wait for the night to fall in the game. Wait, what? The abnormal warriors at night? Is it truly that exhilarating? The apostles had previously mentioned that this was one of the prime locations for dropping fake crystals and elite equipment. However, they had neglected to disclose that on this final night before the merging of the realms, the abnormal warriors would become even more formidable. Chapter 70, Speed and Passion. Nie Xiaodai initiated a transaction. My dear, put this on in a moment. Luo Chen accepted the trade, gazing at the silver-white metallic ring adorned with a fantastical orchid butterfly. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this game equipment? A piece of apocalypse gear? How does it differ from the others? Is it truly a remarkable treasure?" It activates immediately upon being placed in a backpack. Revival Ring, Weight 1, Durability 55, Defense 01, Magic Defense 01, Attack 066, requires level 16. This is a legendary treasure of the apocalypse, possessing the power of eternal life. Nie Xiaodai explained, "This is a divine artifact among the apocalypse gear. It is far more precious than your artifact, the heart candle. Whether the female hero of Shushan can truly be resurrected and regain her physical form depends on this and another rebirth ring. Go for it, my husband." Luo Chen was immediately invigorated. "For my own fortune, I must not falter. Success is my only option." Nie Xiaodai giggled, as she adored Luo Chen's spirited and manly demeanor. A capable man is always a bit lustful. Dare to disagree. Next, Nie Xiaodai tossed a few bottles of blessing oil. "Darling, fill your weapon with luck. This time, we must maximize our drop rate." Luo Chen raised an eyebrow, picking up the blessing oil. "Aren't you worried about bad luck?" Nie Xiaodai waved her small fist. "Wealth and glory are found in risk. Let us go for it." As expected, Luo Chen imbued his staff of judgment with luck, achieving a luck level of 7. "If only I had a luck 3 necklace, it would be perfect," Luo Chen mused, feeling slightly unsatisfied. Nie Xiaodai shot him a glare. "If it were truly the case, your dear son would probably choke on water or break a leg while walking." Luo Chen was taken aback. "That's a minor issue. I believe he can handle it." Nie Xiaodai was speechless, glancing at the time. With some moments left before nightfall in the game, Luo Chen chose a formidable warrior to hone his skills. Nie Xiaodai quickly intervened. "Don't waste your luck. Oh, and darling, I will observe you throughout. I won't intervene unless there is a life or death crisis. So be cautious." Luo Chen questioned, "Not even healing?" Nie Xiaodai pouted. "The knight's monstrous warrior only doubles other attributes, but its attack power is at least 10-fold. It's even more formidable than the Soul Reaper in the Venomous Snake Valley. Encountering it means certain death. I will only step in to draw aggro if you trigger the revival." "All right then." As the time approached, Luo Chen conducted a final check of his equipment. Attack 38. Attack Speed 2 for the Judgment Staff. Attack 4 for the War God Armor. Attack 4 for the Magical Helmet. Attack 5. Attack Speed 4 for the Gale Necklace. Attack 4. Agility 2 for the Exorcism Bracelet. Attack 4. Precision 2 for the Iron Bracelet. Attack 10 for the Strength Ring. Attack 8 for another Strength Ring. Magic Defense 5 for the Heart Candle. Movement Speed 5 for the Swift Talisman, Deerskin Belt, and Deerskin Boots. According to Nie Xiaodai, the core strategy was to move and strike swiftly. At precisely 9 o'clock in real time, the entirety of the Demon Ceiling Valley transformed into night. Players who had just been engaged in a life and death race, with a warrior boasting 900 health, now seamlessly shifted into a rapid pursuit mode. Within seconds, all players had either perished or fled, leaving only Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai behind. Luo Chen gaped in astonishment. What the hell? The monsters moved with a swiftness that surpassed that of the players, making it a daunting challenge, even for 2 mages attempting to kite them. Nie Xiaodai began to exercise caution, for it was only after acquiring the Resurrection Ring and the Swift Travel Talisman that she dared to bring him to this perilous place. Luo Chen steadied his mindset, calculated his route, and prepared to engage. Nie Xiaodai earnestly advised, "Remember, survival comes first." Luo Chen nodded in agreement, fully focused as he charged toward the grotesque half-beast warrior of the night. With a swift thrust of his blade, the night beast warrior immediately reacted, swinging its massive iron axe towards him. Luo Chen quickly retreated and then struck again. Fortunately, his movement speed of 5 allowed him to outpace the beast, albeit marginally. As Nie Xiaodai maintained vigilance over their surroundings, her expression reflected an intensity even greater than his own. Thankfully, no mistakes occurred, and Luo Chen successfully vanquished the monstrous foe. With a piercing scream, the beast dropped its axe and yielded 3 items, a substantial amount of gold, a healing potion, and a mysterious ring. Luo Chen paused to regain his composure, while Nie Xiaodai stepped forward to collect the gold, potion, and equipment. After a brief moment, she discarded the mysterious ring, stating, "I have absorbed the curse from this ring, but I cannot wear it. You should don it and check its attributes." Mysterious equipment initially revealed blank attributes upon drop, only displaying specific details once equipped. Some bore hidden curses that rendered them unremovable without the aid of divine water, or through the risk of permanent loss or death. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen equipped the ring, and its properties immediately became visible. Intrigued, Nie Xiaodai inquired. This must be a premier piece of equipment. What are its attributes? The attributes of mysterious equipment could only be seen by the player who equipped it, while others would only see question marks. Luo Chen hesitated for a moment before returning the ring to Nie Xiaodai, saying, "You can look for yourself. It seems to be a solitary gem." Upon inspection, Nie Xiaodai was taken aback, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is exceptional. However, it is not useful for my husband." Mysterious ring, weight, 1 durability, 8 defense, 0, 6 magical defense, 0, 6 attack, 0, 6 magic, 0, 6 Taoism, 0, 6 required attack power, 42. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen set his sights on another beast. Armed with his previous experience and with the surrounding monsters drawn away by Nie Xiaodai, his assassination techniques flowed seamlessly, allowing him to dispatch the second creature within a minute. This time, the loot consisted of 3 items once again: a heap of gold, a healing potion, and a demon-slaying ring. Alas, no mysterious equipment. Luo Chen promptly picked up the potion and the ring. Demon-slaying ring, weight, 1 durability, 7 magical defense, 0, 4 attack, 15-3 magic, 12 Taoism, 15-3 required level, 25. All were exceptional, yet none were of use to him. Before Nie Xiaodai could inquire further, Luo Chen tossed the ring to her and began his assault on the third monster. Once more, he collected 3 items: a pile of gold, a healing potion, and a golden bracelet. Luo Chen, disinterested, gestured for Nie Xiaodai to gather them, and she accepted without hesitation. Golden bracelet, weight 1, durability 9, magic defense 26-3, attack 0-3-2, Taoist skill 0-3-3, required level 23. Nie Xiaodai gasped in astonishment. The base luck overflowed by 7 points. After weapon luck reached 7, it occupied the base luck. Combined with the extraordinary bravery of the special knight, is the drop rate truly this terrifying? Luo Chen had already begun to engage the 4th monster. I have a feeling that the extraordinary bravery yields exceptional attributes, distributed quite evenly. Nie Xiaodai gazed at the mysterious ring, the demon-slaying ring, and the golden bracelet in her bag, falling into silence. Indeed. Moreover, not a single fate crystal has dropped so far. Soon, the 4th extraordinary bravery was slain, but this time, only one piece of equipment dropped. The mysterious belt. Though named a belt, it is actually a bracelet. Nie Xiaodai immediately rushed forward to pick it up. After absorbing the curse, she eagerly handed it to Luo Chen. "I still can't wear it. It must be super extraordinary." Luo Chen casually equipped it, but was immediately rendered motionless. Nie Xiaodai felt a twinge of anxiety. "Darling, what is going on? Is it a blank or extraordinary?" Luo Chen was stunned for a full 10 seconds before trading it to Nie Xiaodai with an expression of disbelief. "My dear, could you check again? Am I seeing things?" Moments later, a soprano voice erupted like a startled groundhog, and even Lu Huan couldn't suppress it. "Ah! Mysterious belt, weight 1, durability 8, defense 0-10, magic defense 0-10, attack 0-31, magic 0-29, Taoist skill 0-30, required attack power 46. Chapter 71, Never Be Complacent. After venting her emotions, Nie Xiaodai decisively returned the bracelet to Luo Chen. "Darling, put this on quickly. This bracelet is equivalent to the attributes of the Judgment Staff and the War God armor." Luo Chen did not hesitate and immediately swapped it for a plain 2 attack, 4 iron bracelet. The attack damage soared to 126 points. "Darling, keep going." Nie Xiaodai's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, the subsequent extraordinary bravities left both of them feeling quite frustrated. Each only dropped a healing potion. Not even a coin remained. Luo Chen pondered. Did that bracelet consume so much luck? Nie Xiaodai furrowed her brows but soon broke into a smile. That piece of equipment can overshadow the apocalypse. Contentment brings joy. Luo Chen glared at the 9th extraordinary bravery in the distance, indignantly saying, "But it shouldn't drop just a potion. That is utterly disrespectful." Nie Xiaodai suddenly had a whimsical idea. All equipment relies on drops. "Let us change our luck. How about I log off and do some makeup for you?" Luo Chen scoffed. "Stop spouting nonsense. Go on, just make sure I look good." Luo Chen was surprised. So soon? However, he didn't dwell on it and turned to approach the extraordinary bravery. This time, let us see if luck favors us. Luck favors everything. The 9th extraordinary bravery finally dropped something other than a healing potion, revealing a commonplace piece of equipment: lantern necklace. Nie Xiaodai dashed forward to pick it up, and moments later, a startled scream erupted once more. Luo Chen was immediately elated. his face brimming with anticipation. Super extraordinary? Luck 5? Nie Xiaodai took a few deep breaths to suppress her excitement. It's not about luck, but is undoubtedly perfect for my husband. Luo Chen immediately lost interest. With an attack speed of 4 and an attack power of 5, the gale will certainly not lose its charm. Without further explanation, Nie Xiaodai directly initiated the trade. Luo Chen casually glanced over, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, this is my true love. I wouldn't trade the level 5 necklace for anything. Lantern necklace, weight 1, durability 11, magic evasion 76, attack 18, 8, requires level 18. Nie Xiaodai pouted. A man's words are deceitful. They're always so fickle. Now, tell me, which one do you truly prefer? Luo Chen was taken aback. What a joke. Only children make choices. I want both. He then cheerfully added, the Gale necklace for daily use and the Lantern necklace for nighttime. Perfect. After saying this, Luo Chen immediately equipped the Lantern necklace. For mobile attacks, high attack power is more useful than speed. A miraculous event unfolded. The illumination range of the Lantern necklace doubled, combined with the illumination range of the heart candle, creating an effect akin to daylight. From a distance, Luo Chen appeared as radiant as a small sun amidst the darkness. Luo Chen felt invigorated. It seems my luck has not diminished. Rather, it was merely building up for a grand reveal. Nie Xiaodai was not pleased. It was my makeup that enhanced your appearance. A fair face has a higher critical hit rate. Ah, yes, he affirmed, dismissing her claim. They continued to slay monsters. In the following moments, Luo Chen killed over a dozen half-beast warriors, yet only one was a mutant warrior. The rest were all ordinary half-beast warriors with 600 health. The mutant warrior only dropped a healing potion. Luo Chen began to feel puzzled. Something feels off. Why are there suddenly so many ordinary ones? Nie Xiaodai frowned as she observed the scattered half-beast warriors. Under normal circumstances, mutant warriors tend to cluster together. But we cannot attack them all at once. If two are genuine, we might suffer if we are slow. Suddenly, an idea struck Luo Chen, and he instructed Nie Xiaodai to hide while he charged into the aggro range of the half-beast warriors. In Nie Xiaodai's astonished gaze, Luo Chen dashed about, drawing in dozens of half-beast warriors. He then accelerated in a straight line, with a long line of half-beast warriors trailing behind him. After a while, only 4 remained in close pursuit, while the others could not keep up. It was then that Nie Xiaodai realized Luo Chen's intention. After running a bit further, Luo Chen teleported directly to Nie Xiaodai's side. Haha, this has filtered them out. Nie Xiaodai smiled with delight, giving her husband a thumbs up. Such maneuvers could only be executed by Luo Chen, given his possession of the teleportation ring and the swift talisman. After the filtering was complete, Luo Chen began to attack the 4 mutant warriors one by one. This time, the drop rate returned to its initial form, with each monster yielding a pile of gold, a healing potion, and a piece of equipment. Although the 4 pieces of equipment were exceptional, Luo Chen had no use for them and gifted them all to Nie Xiaodai. As for the remaining dozens of ordinary half-beast warriors who failed to keep pace with Luo Chen, he did not spare them. We shall eliminate them to avoid future hindrances. Nie Xiaodai sighed, conceding that it wouldn't take more than a few minutes. However, unforeseen events often unfold unexpectedly. Just as Luo Chen casually struck down the ordinary half-beast warriors, his health points plummeted from over 400 to 0 in an instant, only to be resurrected immediately. Luo Chen reacted with astonishing speed, swiftly retreating to evade a second lethal strike. He gazed at the half-beast warrior before him, his face contorted in horror. This is extraordinarily perverse. With that, he launched a decisive strike. 9,000 health points. Nie Xiaodai promptly cast a collective invisibility spell on him. The half-beast warrior with 9,000 health suddenly lost its target and appeared harmless once more. Luo Chen, still shaken, remarked, its movement speed is comparable to that of an ordinary half-beast warrior. Incredibly deceptive. If it weren't for the resurrection ring, I would have truly been done for. Wait, its health is 10 times that of a normal great warrior. What is going on? Nie Xiaodai's expression turned grave. The information I received contained no such details. Moreover, it explicitly warned that the half-beast warriors of the final day's bizarre, dark night possess unknown peculiarities. Had it not been for the resurrection ring and the teleportation talisman, I would never have come. Just then, the two of them noticed a group of players in the far-off wilderness map. This group numbered at least in the hundreds, their torches illuminating a vast area. Upon locating a cluster of half-beast warriors, they began attacking directly. Luo Chen could hardly contain himself. Are there still players competing for kills? And so brazenly? Nie Xiaodai, however, remained composed. Let them fight. Unless there are 3 or more soul priests positioned optimally, it will be utterly futile. Special monsters possess a characteristic of being highly sensitive to the poison of souls, prioritizing their wrath. Luo Chen gazed from a distance, observing numerous deaths among that group of players, which reassured him. Indeed, the speed of the perverse great warriors would not hold against a sea of bodies. Chapter 72. The Strategy of a Sea of Bodies. Once he regained his composure, Luo Chen shifted his focus away from the distance, directing his assault towards the super-perverse half-beast warrior with 9,000 health. During this time, Nie Xiaodai remained active, casting soul fire talismans at the ordinary half-beast warriors. After several seconds, Luo Chen noted that while the super-perverse great warrior had substantial health and high attack power, its speed was comparable to that of ordinary half-beast warriors, allowing him to strike with relative ease and minimal pressure. Nevertheless, Nie Xiaodai cautiously reminded him, "Do not be careless, my dear. Since those from the Dark Sanctuary have deemed it bizarre, we must remain vigilant." Luo Chen took heed, sharpening his focus. Indeed, when the health of the super-perverse great warrior dropped to half, it suddenly went berserk, its speed surging, surpassing even that of the 1800 speed perverse warrior by a slight margin. Luo Chen maintained his precision, striking every 3 seconds with mechanical accuracy, without a single error. 2 minutes later, the health of the super-perverse great warrior fell below 500. At that moment, Nie Xiaodai suddenly exclaimed in alarm, "A player is approaching." Luo Chen was startled and quickened his pace. Not far away, a Taoist who had just randomly appeared, wielding a silver snake, rushed over, exclaiming with unrestrained joy, "You can indeed defeat such monsters. 1 million in cash for strategies." Nie Xiaodai almost unleashed her green poison upon him, but upon hearing his words, she immediately commanded, "Halt." The silver snake Taoist promptly came to a stop and hastily explained, "We are from the Wuhu Sihai Company and mean no harm. Our CEO, you was concerned about misunderstandings, so he sent me alone to reach out to you." Meanwhile, Luo Chen had finally depleted the last bit of health from the super abnormal Daon. The monster emitted a thunderous wail before collapsing lifelessly. The system prompted, experience gained 720,000. Luo Chen was taken aback, exclaiming, "What the heck? This super abnormal creature with 9,000 health grants 900,000 experience for just one." After splitting 80 with Nie Xiaodai, to his astonishment, 3 fake crystals dropped on the ground. Just then, the corpse twitched slightly, dropping yet another item. Corpse whip. What a bountiful harvest. Without hesitation, Nie Xiaodai rushed to collect the equipment. Luo Chen, on the other hand, charged aggressively towards the silver snake Taoist, causing him to stagger back several steps and become momentarily immobilized. The silver snake Taoist did not retaliate but quickly stated, "I am here to discuss business. There is no need to harm me." Luo Chen stood before him, refraining from further attacks. By now, Nie Xiaodai had gathered all 3 crystals and 1 item, and she approached Luo Chen, saying, "This friend from Wuhu Sihai, our method of combat is not something you can replicate. You can take a look at my husband's gear." The silver snake Taoist paused for a moment before opening Luo Chen's equipment panel. Superb judgment, an extraordinary lantern necklace, and a mobility-enhancing divine movement talisman with a speed of 5. Wow! The silver snake Taoist finally comprehended the implication of Nie Xiaodai's words, asking, "Are there other methods, perhaps involving Taoists and mages? By the way, will you sell the fake crystals you just obtained? You can set any price." Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. "I'll start at 100 million. The silver snake Taoist was taken aback. "Brother, that seems a bit too casual." Luo Chen frowned. "If you're not buying, then leave." The silver snake Taoist, rather than becoming angry, wore a wry smile. "Brother, I know I'm an uninvited guest, but we truly mean no harm. Our CEO, well, he has federal connections. You might want to look into that." "Not interested. Now leave quickly." The silver snake Taoist, maintaining his good nature, politely excused himself. "Apologies for the disturbance." Nie Xiaodai expressed concern. "Well, what we did lead to?" Luo Chen interrupted her. "If they're good people, they won team mind. If they are bad, then what we did is justified." Nie Xiaodai suddenly felt that Luo Chen's reasoning held merit. Moments later, she became excited, trading Luo Chen 2 crystals and 1 piece of equipment. "I just obtained 2 constitution and 1 soul crystals. The drop rate is astonishing. And a piece of apocalypse gear." Luo Chen immediately used the 2 constitution crystals and then examined the apocalypse gear. Beastskin belt. This is crafted from the pelts and teeth of half-beast warriors, meticulously designed to possess a certain degree of defensive capability while enhancing carrying capacity. Quite commendable. Subsequently, Luo Chen accompanied by Nie Xiaodai, embarked on a quest to locate this extraordinary variant, rendering even the formidable Great Warrior less appealing. The half-beast warrior, with 9,000 health points, drops the fabled destiny crystals and even the apocalypse equipment. The experience gained is astonishing. Defeating 3 of them guarantees an upgrade. Yet, despite one's earnest efforts to cultivate blossoms, they may wilt unseen. After an exhaustive search, this super variant eluded them. Instead, they encountered the 1,800 health point Great Warrior, vanquishing 3 of them and acquiring 3 healing potions. At this juncture, Luo Chen noticed that the formidable group of several hundred from Wuhu Sihai was still engaged in battle. Driven by curiosity, he instructed Nie Xiaodai to remain in place while he donned the Judgment Staff, Lantern Necklace, and Heart Candle, teleporting to the periphery of their assembly. In the midst of chaos, the opposing team seemed oblivious to the presence of an outsider among them. The atmosphere within Wuhu Sihai grew palpably tense as 2 heavily armored commanders relentlessly issued orders. All Taoists from Team 3 are down. Team 4's Taoists take over. Good. Taoists, apply poison from maximum range. We must hold for over 5 seconds. Mage group, prepare for concentrated fire. Taoists who have died 4 times or more are temporarily out of the attack sequence. Strive to avoid level loss. 1 death incurs a 20 experience point penalty. Warriors, do not move. You must stand firm as our human wall. The 7th half-beast warrior has been dispatched. Support team, please document the drops. Secretary Wang, kindly collect the loot. The 8th half-beast warrior is down to 200 health. Mage and Taoist groups, concentrate fire. Luo Chen observed in awe. He was astonished by the remarkable organization and execution displayed by Wuhu Sihai. Their strategy was straightforward, an upgraded version of the human wave tactic. The largest contingent comprised Taoists, organized into 15 small teams, utilizing maximum range to apply poison. Each Dao is capable of maintaining it for approximately 5 seconds. The mages formed 7 battle groups, launching a concentrated thunderbolt attack once the mutated Great Warrior pursued the poisoned Taoists, only to immediately cease. The warrior group had little function on the front lines, thus assigned as a human wall to safeguard the Taoists and mages. Under this tactical framework, Wuhu Sihai demonstrated commendable monster hunting efficiency, averaging less than 2 minutes to slay an 1,800 health point mutated warrior. Of course, factoring in personnel deaths, repositioning, and aggro management, the efficiency would be halved. Yet, this method was only effective against the 1,800 health point half-beast warriors. It was utterly ineffectual against the 9,000 health point super mutated Great Warrior. For the current mage's magical power could not breach its defenses if one were to rely solely on the green poison to wear down the monster, inflicting a mere 1 point of damage per second. Do not be surprised. The Great Warrior has a poison recovery. Vanquishing an 1,800 health point Great Warrior would take half an hour. The super mutated variant would require an arduous 25 hours. This does not even consider the issue of whether one can withstand the casualty rate, and do not think that the Taoist will immediately vanish after poisoning. As long as the monstrous Knight Brave continues to lose health, its aggro will persistently refresh. As Luo Chen watched them relentlessly slay the Knight Brave, a blaze of fury ignited within him. They were brazenly stealing my kills. At that moment, he spotted in the distance a solitary half-beast warrior, entirely coated in green paint. Wandering alone, from time to time, a Taoist would resolutely rush toward it, delivering a green poison strike and gallantly meeting their demise. Most likely, it was a 9,000 health supermonster. It seemed that the command of Wuhu Sihai aimed to exhaust it over 2.5 hours with green poison. An idea sparked in Luo Chen's mind. Chapter 73. Weighing pros and cons, Nie Xiaodai could not help but remark, if you do this, the people of Wuhu Sihai will go mad. Oh, you're so bad, but I like it. Luo Chen was taken aback. I am reducing their casualty rate. Look at those Taoists and mages. Their deaths are so pitiful. With that, he teleported directly in front of the lone half-beast warrior and unleashed a stabbing sword technique. Indeed, it was a 9,000 health supermonster, now with 7,077 health remaining. One could only wonder how many Taoists from Wuhu Sihai had perished to whittle down its health. The supermonster, enraged by the attack, roared and charged after Luo Chen. However, since its health had not yet fallen below half, its speed was merely double that of a regular half-beast warrior, appearing sluggish in Luo Chen's eyes, completely within his expectations. He turned and sprinted toward the densely populated main battlefield. One of the 2 heavily armored commanders of Wuhu Sihai remained on high alert and quickly noticed the situation. To his credit, his abilities were not exaggerated. He instantly pieced together the cause and effect, as well as the enemy's intentions. Consequently, he swiftly left his command post and hurried toward Luo Chen. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain. Upon seeing this heavily armored commander without a weapon, Luo Chen felt a twinge of curiosity and decided to grant him the opportunity to speak. You are stealing my kills. The commander, upon hearing this, did not become angry, but rather offered a decisive apology. I am sorry. My fault. Would a compensation of 1 million credit coins suffice? What? The opponent's audacious approach left Luo Chen momentarily speechless. Wait, are you all this timid? I'm just one person. The commander, noticing Luo Chen circling the super monster, realized there was room for negotiation and immediately felt relieved. That Silver Snake Taoist was sent by me. We are aware that you are the #1 rookie on the leaderboard, and we are not enemies. Moreover, our leader Yi has stated that we should make many friends and have fewer enemies. A powerhouse like you can stand in for an entire faction. Do not be deceived by our numbers. If we truly opposed you, with you leading that terrifying creature into our ranks, we would crumble in an instant. Hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but admire. Brother, you have a keen eye. However, your tactics result in an exceedingly high casualty rate, which significantly undermines your overall strength. In light of this, I shall reluctantly accept the compensation of 1 million credit coins, and I shall assist you in vanquishing the remaining monsters. Should any equipment drop that I find unnecessary, I shall sell it to you at a favorable price. How's that sound? The commander appeared momentarily taken aback. Yet his mind swiftly calculated the gains and losses with remarkable acuity. Up to this point, they had slain 9 half-orc warriors, each possessing 1,800 health points. Yet none had yielded a fate crystal. Only 12 pieces of equipment had dropped, of which merely 3 were of exceptional quality. Furthermore, should this individual cause disruption during the battle against the super-strong half-orc warrior with 9,000 health points, it would likely result in an unsuccessful endeavor. More critically, their think tank, Wuhu Si-Hai, had been closely monitoring the player rankings, possessing thorough knowledge of the rookie god and his collection of top-tier equipment that dominated the equipment leaderboard. They had even conducted a character analysis of the rookie god. As for the notion of defeating the rookie god, setting aside the feasibility of overcoming the top-ranked player adorned with a 70 magic evasion necklace, even if they succeeded, the repercussions would invoke the wrath of an Apocalypse Knight. Even if Luo Chen's game character were to perish now, he would still be an Apocalypse Knight, albeit unable to continue utilizing fate crystals in the future. After a moment of contemplation, the commander made a decision. We shall relinquish all monsters. You will prioritize selling the equipment to us? Absolutely. The commander decisively confirmed. Add me as a friend, and I will arrange for the transfer of your compensation immediately. Luo Chen felt a surge of goodwill towards the professional commander known as Zhou Yuheng from Wuhu Si-Hai. Brother, you truly are a gem. I find you quite agreeable. Henceforth, I shall sell you more equipment. Zhou Yuheng sighed with relief upon hearing this. He had sensed a problem from the very beginning of today's strategy session. The drop rate of the 1,800 health half-orc warriors was not as high as the Dark Envoy had claimed. Their personnel losses had also exceeded expectations. More importantly, the absence of players from the Dark Sanctuary in this area suggested underlying issues. If the esteemed Yi knew that a mere 1 million had facilitated a substantial connection with the rookie god, he would likely have bestowed upon him a reward of 5 million. Yi, the young master, is never one to be stingy. As far as is known, the Night Corpse King remains one of the most efficient sources for fate crystals. Zhou Yuheng, leading a band of 50 warriors and 30 priests, addressed Luo Chen, who had distanced himself from the super-strong warriors' aggro. I will remain with some of my team to fully cooperate with you in thwarting other factions and assist you in clearing the monsters in the sealed Demon Valley. Luo Chen was greatly astonished. You are truly underappreciated at Wuhu Si-Hai. Why not join me? I assure you a complete set of esteemed Juma gear. Zhou Yuheng chuckled. I appreciate your offer, and when the day comes that Yi releases me, I shall seek your alliance. The two then exchanged friend requests, and Zhou Yuheng proceeded with the transfer. As Luo Chen noticed an additional 1 million credit coins in his account, his spirits soared. Old Zhou, the bird uncle is in a good mood today, so I shall gift you something. He then tossed a pair of death gloves with a defense of 2 and an attack of 4 onto the ground. These gloves had previously been acquired from defeating the formidable Great Courage with 1,800 health points. Zhou Yuheng promptly stepped forward to retrieve them, his eyes gleaming upon seeing the attributes. A superb item, worth at least 1 million. Rookie, thank you, bird uncle. He immediately commanded his think tank in private chat. Update the image of the rookie god. This individual exhibits a capricious nature, with at least a 75 probability of being swayed. Furthermore, confirmed that the other party's drop rate is extraordinarily high. It is speculated that they possess multiple apocalypse-grade equipment. After addressing these matters, he swiftly departed, instructing the warrior group to split up and guard the entrance to the Demon Ceiling City, while the priest group dispersed in the wilderness of the Demon Ceiling Valley to gather information on the location of the abnormal Great Courage. Once everyone had left, Nie Xiaoye appeared beside Luo Chen. His eyes lit up as he gazed at the 9,000 health points of the super abnormal Great Courage. Let us get to work. With the risk temporarily alleviated, Luo Chen donned the Gale necklace once more. Under Zhou Yuheng's meticulous arrangement, Luo Chen's monster hunting experience reached unprecedented heights. He merely needed to focus on defeating monsters, leaving everything else to others. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaodai could not help but express her sincere admiration for Zhou Yuheng. This individual is undoubtedly a genius in reality. Our 5 lakes and 4 seas is by no means an ordinary gaming force. She contemplated within herself. It seems I must seriously consider helping my husband cultivate a good relationship with them. Minutes later, the 9,000 health points of the super abnormal Great Courage fell. Experience points surged by 720,000. 3 fake crystals dropped. Regrettably, there was no successful looting this time. From a distance, Zhou Yuheng, witnessing Luo Chen's accomplishment, sent a private message. Bird Uncle, at coordinates XXXXXX, there are 4 abnormal Great Courage and 1 super Great Courage. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. It feels great to have a team. However, Nie Xiaodai felt slightly disheartened. My position is in jeopardy. It seems I truly need to find a great chef to learn cooking. She recalled having seen somewhere. To capture a man's heart, one must first seize his stomach. Chapter 74, A Fortune. Among the 3 fake crystals dropped, 2 revealed spirit attributes, and 1 revealed strength. Luo Chen boasted, My dear wife, I am not indifferent to you. I truly do not wish to cause your tears. Nie Xiaodai, caught between laughter and tears, replied, Husband, tonight, you shall wash up and sleep by yourself. Luo Chen was taken aback. What? In a bid to continue embracing his wife at night, Luo Chen hurriedly teleported to the coordinates mentioned by Zhou Yuheng. Nearby, caution ensures longevity. As soon as the plane landed, he was met with an onslaught from half-beast warriors wielding battle axes. Fortunately, Luo Chen reacted swiftly enough to narrowly evade this lethal attack. Unable to contain himself, Luo Chen exclaimed, What on earth, why are you 5 lakes and 4 seas, folks so straightforward? Can't you be a bit more cunning? Damn it, so sincere. I might just leave a bad review. Nie Xiaodai followed closely behind, startled, and immediately cloaked herself. Darling, have you been ambushed? Do they pose a threat? Watch me poison them to death. As Luo Chen battled the grotesque beasts of courage, he halted Nie Xiaodai, saying enough. It seems I have overestimated their intentions. They are not playing by the rules. Upon observing that the other 4 half-beast warriors remained unprovoked, Nie Xiaodai sighed in relief and shot Luo Chen a disgruntled glance. Subsequently, Luo Chen successfully eliminated the 4 nearby grotesque beasts of courage, reaping a bounty of gold coins, healing potions, and 4 pieces of unparalleled equipment. Among them was a ghostly battle garb, female, with an attack power of 6, a war god armor, male, with a magic power of 6, a demon robe, female, with a Taoist power of 6, and a mysterious ring requiring level 18, boasting stats of attack 06, magic 06, and Taoist 06. Luo Chen was at a loss. What is happening? Why have the attributes of all equipment, except the ring, gone awry? He glanced at the distant observer, Zhou Yuheng, and suddenly identified a potential patron, or rather, a valuable client. However, he decided to eliminate the remaining grotesque beasts of courage first. Minutes passed, and the last beast, with 9,000 health points, was sent to the realm of bliss. An impressive 720,000 experience points were gained. On the ground lay 3 fake crystals and a piece of apocalypse gear. Luo Chen rushed to collect the crystals and equipment, and moments later, he laughed exuberantly. My dear, you must grant me an extra hour tonight. Damn, all 3 are soul crystals. Your soul essence is nearly sufficient. Haha. He promptly initiated a trade with Nie Xiaodai, saying, See, life is full of surprises. Nie Xiaodai, with no hesitation and a gentle demeanor, replied, Tonight, I shall pamper you with a full service. You promised, so you cannot back out. Luo Chen nearly drooled at the thought. After confirming the transaction, he turned his attention to the apocalypse gear, iron bracelet. Do not be deceived by the name. It embodies a strong will. You will never miss the toilet seat while using the restroom. What the hell? Luo Chen already possessed an iron bracelet and a ghostly glove. Xiaodai, I have another apocalypse gear, the iron bracelet. Would you like it? He pondered, resting his chin in thought. In Building 4, Room 404, I suspect the landlady would sell it to us at a bargain. Nie Xiaodai could not suppress the urge to strike someone. Even as billionaires, you are still so stingy. Even disregarding the Tang, Chang, Yipin, we could comfortably afford a 4-bedroom apartment. After mulling it over, Luo Chen felt rather impoverished, so he teleported to Zhou Yuheng's side. By the way, Uncle Bird, I just acquired 3 superlative Juma branded garments with attack, magic, and Taoist powers of 6, along with an 18-level mysterious ring with attack, magic, and Taoist powers of 0.6. And an apocalypse gear, iron bracelet. You know what apocalypse gear is, right? Zhou Yuheng was utterly astonished. What is the situation with this newbie god? I had already instructed the think tank to overestimate his abilities, yet it appears I have gravely underestimated him. What further astounded Zhou Yuheng was the realization that this individual had merely defeated 4 grotesque beasts and 1 super beast, yet had obtained 4 pieces of superlative equipment and 1 apocalypse item. What is the drop rate? Zhou Yuheng suddenly conceived a breathtaking hypothesis, immediately elevating the significance of the god of novices to the highest tier. He decisively proclaimed, "Bird Uncle, the bundle price is 20 million. Luo Chen was taken aback, exclaiming, "What the heck? You start with 20 million. How am I supposed to negotiate? How about 21 million? Deal." Zhou Yuheng replied without the slightest hesitation. In truth, even for a single iron bracelet, Mr. Yi would not have dissuaded him from bidding 5 million. Furthermore, there were 4 pieces of the renowned Juma class gear for attack and magic path 6. Each one must be worth several million. Moreover, Zhou Yuheng had just witnessed Luo Chen effortlessly obtain 6 destiny crystals. If it were not for Zhou Yuheng's self-proclaimed integrity, he would have been tempted to leverage real-world power to coerce Luo Chen into submission. One should never underestimate the might of modern capabilities. No matter how profound one's martial arts, they still fear the might of artillery. After the transaction was completed, Luo Chen felt a sense of fulfillment. 20 million. In the past, it would have been a mere dream. With this, I can finally acquire a house. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuheng appeared somewhat dumbfounded. "Bird Uncle, isn't there something amiss with this outfit's attributes?" Luo Chen, eyes wide with indignation, retorted, "What is wrong with it? Did I not specify that the gear for attack and magic path is level 6? I ask you, did you enhance it or not?" Zhou Yuheng stammered, "Yes, it was enhanced, but you didn't mention that the armor with 6 points in magic is the war god armor. Which mage could possibly wear that?" Luo Chen shrugged. "I only guarantee top-tier quality." Zhou Yuheng paused for a moment, then awkwardly chuckled. "Well, certainly, Bird Uncle has no issues whatsoever. Next time you acquire something extraordinary, make sure to prioritize me, okay? By the way, at coordinates XXXX, there is at least one exceedingly formidable half-beast warrior. My entire team was wiped out." Upon hearing this, Luo Chen was momentarily stunned, then instantly teleported, simultaneously notifying Nie Xiaodai privately. Once he departed, Zhou Yuheng regained his composure and stated, "Secretary Wang, I have urgent matters to report to young Master Yi. Please help me schedule a meeting after 3 this afternoon." On the other side, after Luo Chen teleported to the designated location, he was astonished to find numerous potions and a weapon, Silver Serpent, lying on the ground. It seemed that Zhou Yuheng's subordinates had made considerable sacrifices. I should be a bit gentler with him later. Observing the dozens of half-beast warriors surrounding him, Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. From all corners of the world, they are trustworthy. Through his relentless pursuits and battles, Luo Chen filtered out 5 exceptionally strong warriors. After teleporting away, he began to systematically eliminate them. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaodai assessed the remaining half-beast warriors to determine if any were exceptionally formidable. After successfully dispatching 4 level 1,800 strong warriors, Nie Xiaodai suddenly exclaimed, "Darling, look!" Just as Luo Chen was about to approach the 5th creature, he turned to see what Nie Xiaodai was pointing at. There stood a creature, similar in size to the half-beast warriors, wielding a massive hammer. Striding toward a level 7 summon skeleton. In an instant, it annihilated the level 7 skeleton. Luo Chen's eyes widened in shock. Ancient Beast King? What on earth? However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided to first engage the 5th exceptionally strong warrior. The previous 4 had yielded only a healing potion, and Luo Chen had a strong premonition that this one would drop something valuable. Nie Xiaodai carefully circumnavigated the ancient Beast King, diligently dispatching the lesser monsters. After a little over a minute, Luo Chen was taken aback when he witnessed the sole item dropped by the final mutated monster. Mysterious boots? It seemed that such an item was not included in the mysterious gear. He picked them up and donned them immediately, exclaiming in astonishment, "What the heck?" Mysterious boots, weight 1, durability 10, defense 010, magic defense 010, attack 010, magic 010, Taoism 010, carrying capacity 10, required level 18. At that moment, Nie Xiaodai had also cleared the last of the minor foes, leaving only the ancient Beast King in their vicinity. Unable to contain his excitement, Luo Chen rushed over to Nie Xiaodai, babbling incoherently about his newfound boots. "I just acquired a pair of mysterious boots with full attributes of 010. Can you believe it? Why can't I take them off?" Nie Xiaodai, initially filled with joy, soon shot him a disapproving glance. "You put them on directly. You've been cursed." After a bit of struggle, Luo Chen had no choice but to relent. "All right, my dear, you must believe me. They truly have full attributes of 10. Nie Xiaodai laughed heartily. "I genuinely believe you." Moments later, Luo Chen turned his gaze toward the final monster. "What is the origin of this ultimate creature?" Nie Xiaodai shook her head. "I don't know. I've never seen it, and there is no record of it." Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen cautiously approached, unleashing a deadly strike before turning to flee. To his surprise, Nie Xiaodai's expression shifted dramatically, and she shouted in alarm, "Hurry, husband, teleport away." Chapter 75. The first place far ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen teleported away. Nie Xiaodai, still shaken, exclaimed, "You can't outrun it. The ancient Beast King is at least 1/5 faster than you, and it has 90,000 health." Luo Chen was instantly perplexed. 90,000 health. This is beyond comprehension. How much health did the Demon Dragon Lord have? He gazed at the ancient Beast King in the distance. Deep in thought, how on earth do we defeat this? After a brief pause, he made a decision. "Darling, we must coordinate our efforts. Let us not even consider the drop rates for now." Nie Xiaodai nodded. "Safety first. If we can slay it, that's already a gain." Subsequently, Luo Chen explained the strategy to Nie Xiaodai. "This time, we must rely on your green poison. If we solely depend on the soul poisoning technique, which drains health at a rate of 10 points per second, it would take at least 2.5 hours. Therefore, we must engage in extreme kiting. Since it moves at a tremendous speed, after I strike, you must immediately apply the poison, and I will follow up with more strikes. If its aggression remains fixed on you, I should be able to land 5 strikes in one kiting maneuver. When it approaches you, you must immediately take flight, and I will cease my attacks, retreating to the edge of its maximum aggro range. My dear, you must ensure absolute safety. Thus, you should carry the resurrection ring." Nie Xiaodai firmly declined. "Husband, your risk level is greater. I merely need to be cautious. If necessary, I will avoid extreme proximity and flee a second early. If I need to slow down, so be it." After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chen felt that Nie Xiaodai would not be in significant danger. "All right, you must be exceedingly careful." Nie Xiaodai smiled sweetly. "Rest assured, I will cherish my life." Indeed, that was true. Luo Chen gazed at the ancient Beast King, meticulously calculating the optimal route. After adjusting his position, he signaled Nie Xiaodai to prepare for the commencement. With unwavering focus, Nie Xiaodai concentrated her efforts. Luo Chen swiftly approached and executed a fatal strike with his swordsmanship. Almost simultaneously, Nie Xiaodai's green poison enveloped the ancient Beast King. As anticipated by Luo Chen, despite the dual onslaught, the beast's aggro was firmly locked onto the soul poison, and it roared, charging fiercely toward Nie Xiaodai with astonishing speed, easily surpassing that of an ordinary player by more than double. Without hesitation, Luo Chen pursued, unleashing a furious barrage of strikes. At this moment, his attack speed manifested its terrifying potential, although Luo Chen was 20 units slower than the creature. Having initiated his assault earlier allowed him to seize the opportunity and land 2 quick strikes. Despite the ancient Beast King's brief moment of rigidity from the attack, it still suffered a setback equivalent to Luo Chen's speed differential, enabling him to narrowly keep pace for another assassination attempt. In an exhilarating tug-of-war, the results exceeded Luo Chen's expectations considerably, as he managed to execute at least 10 assassination strikes, with each of his blows inflicting over 100 damage. Coupled with Nie Xiaodai's soul poison dealing 10 damage per second, they could inflict approximately 1,300 damage in a single engagement. Quite satisfactory. As the ancient Beast King approached within 3 units of Nie Xiaodai, she decisively took flight. Luo Chen immediately halted, preparing to disengage from the battle. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The ancient Beast King, which had seemingly come to a halt, suddenly displayed a damage value of 10 from the soul poison above its head. With a furious roar, it vanished from sight. Luo Chen was astounded, exclaiming, "What the heck? This monster can track us." Almost collapsing under the weight of anxiety, he sighed with relief. He had almost believed Nie Xiaodai would be doomed. 30 seconds later, Nie Xiaodai reappeared beside Luo Chen, still trembling with fright as she recounted, "Darling, that nearly scared me to death. The ancient Beast King actually pursued me. Thankfully, I was clutching the beaky teleportation stone, and my reflexes saved me." Luo Chen quickly reassured her. "That was far too perilous. My dear, we must devise a different strategy." He was equally startled, realizing indeed, even if its teleportation cooldown is akin to that of the teleportation ring, it remains dangerous. Nie Xiaodai, calculating the time, spoke rapidly. "No worries." After it appeared, there was a half-second of rigidity. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have escaped." Just then, a figure suddenly materialized behind Nie Xiaodai. Luo Chen exhaled in relief, his eyes brightening as he exclaimed, "Wife, wait. I've figured out how to tackle this beast. Do not approach just yet. Wait for my signal." Nie Xiaodai nodded in agreement. After approximately 3 minutes, the green poison on the Beast King dissipated. Nie Xiaodai reappeared beside Luo Chen, immediately grasping his intentions. Her current soul poison, due to her high-tier magical equipment, lasted around 5 minutes. Without hesitation, she switched to a set of high magic resistance gear and removed the Wujin staff, reducing the poison's duration to approximately 2 minutes. Resuming their positions, the two commenced a new round of engagement. Nie Xiaodai was taken aback and quickly messaged Luo Chen to dispel this terrifying notion. "Darling, surely you wouldn't want your wife to be hunted down by the elite of the political and business realms in reality, would you?" Luo Chen, puzzled, replied. "Players can't see your name, so who would know it was you?" Nie Xiaodai responded with a hint of melancholy. "Your understanding of the Dark Sanctuary is evidently lacking. The only ones who possess the soul poison, aside from the Dark Sanctuary and a few other factions, are likely just me among the scattered cultivators. However, if the situation you described were to arise, they would undoubtedly expose me at the first opportunity. The wrath of the enlightened knights from the Demon Sealing Valley in reality could obliterate any faction." Luo Chen grimaced and reluctantly abandoned this enticing idea. "All right then, with the green poison gone, let's proceed." Thus, the two of them engaged in the strategy nearly 30 times, spending almost an hour and a half, ultimately reducing the ancient Beast King's health to below 900. The ancient Beast King was evidently enraged, but unable to find a target for its fury, merely spun in place, manifesting a shadowy image, in a fit of impotent rage. During this time, a few unforeseen events occurred, but they navigated through them without peril. Even Zhou Yuheng from 5 Lakes and 4 Seas, utilizing his influence in reality, managed to dissuade the unexpected interventions from guilds such as Dragon's Domination, Utopia, and God of War Hall. Meanwhile, the Dark Sanctuary, which Nie Xiaodai was concerned about, had yet to make an appearance. Luo Chen had an instinct that the members of the Dark Sanctuary were surely concentrated at the home of the Zuma Master. By the time the last green poison dissipated, the ancient Beast King's health had dropped to around 200. Nie Xiaodai furrowed her brows and bit her lip. "Darling, I will no longer use poison. You go and take it down, but do be exceedingly careful." Luo Chen understood and nodded. "Rest assured, at worst I will just revive again." Nie Xiaodai winked at him. "If you manage to clear it without taking damage, I'll add an extra hour for you tonight." "What?" Luo Chen was instantly exhilarated and promptly advanced, stabbing the ancient Beast King with a swift strike before decisively going berserk. Luo Chen stood firm, delivering 2 quick strikes, after which the ancient Beast King's colossal hammer could no longer descend and shattered into 2 pieces. The ancient Beast King was vanquished. 720,000 experience points gained. His level surged, leaping 2 ranks to break through to level 34. First place, far ahead of others. On the ground lay a crystal twice the usual size and 2 pieces of equipment. Just as Luo Chen reached to collect them, the remnants of the ancient Beast King trembled, dropping yet another crystal, successfully executing a corpse whip. This time, Nie Xiaodai did not snatch the items, but remained vigilant of their surroundings. Luo Chen picked up 2 crystals and 2 pieces of equipment. Enlightened Crystal, X2, Lantern Necklace, X1, Mysterious Helmet, X1. Luo Chen, seeing this unusually large crystal for the first time, recognized its stark difference from the Fate Crystal. When he inquired with Nie Xiaodai, he was surprised to find her equally bewildered. Chapter 76. Successfully reaping the benefits of the Enlightened. The two examined the Enlightened Crystal for a while, discovering it was unusable and could only be temporarily set aside. As for the dropped equipment, the lantern necklace, one must not be deceived by its name. Fire holds profound significance for human civilization. While lanterns not only illuminate and provide warmth, but also greatly enhance survival capabilities. Luo Chen realized this was an artifact of divine revelation. It perfectly complements his heartfelt candle, forming a pair in the game, just as they do in reality. Even Ye Xiaodai was astounded. If this truly is a treasure strongly associated with the heartfelt candle, it should possess terrifying power in the real world. As for the other piece of equipment, wife, come help me take a hit. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen's spirit soared, and he decisively adorned himself with it. Mysterious helmet, weight 10, durability 10, defense 010, magic defense 010, attack 010, magic 010, Taoism 010, requires attack power 46. Wow. Wife, look, another item with full attributes of 10. Luo Chen was overjoyed and eagerly shared his excitement with his wife. After re-equipping himself, he felt invigorated. Let us continue, striving to grow stronger and achieve greatness once more. Nie Xiaodai was equally confident. This time, we aim to thoroughly reap the rewards of the Demon Sealing Valley, regardless of what the Dark Holy Temple is up to at the home of the Zhuma Lord. We shall not fear them once the merger occurs. In the ensuing hours, the two continued their endeavors in the wilds of the Demon Sealing Valley. Originally, Nie Xiaodai intended to remind Luo Chen to eat lunch on time. However, considering her desire to learn and not wishing to jeopardize the chef's livelihood, she remained silent. Moreover, with only half a day remaining before the merger, they must dedicate themselves wholeheartedly. After all, her husband would not perish from a single missed meal. The members of Wahai began to double their efforts under the leadership of Zhou Yuheng, deploying all available players to search for special monsters. Players from Longxing Tianxia and War God Hall had entirely withdrawn, rumored to be heading to the Worma Temple to sound the horn. Curiously, there was not a single formal guild in the entire Divine Revelation. As for the rabble from Utopia, they had all flocked to the Daytime Gate, reportedly hired by the top 10 players on the leaderboard, Yi Shanggu, to complete some task. In any case, Luo Chen found the monster hunting experience utterly delightful. Bird Uncle, coordinates at XXXX. I've discovered a super mutant with 9,000 health. Zhou Yuheng dedicated the day to being a dispatcher. He had initially intended to meet with President Yi, only to receive a private message from her in-game, to fully cooperate with God of Novices. Upon receiving the coordinates sent by Zhou Yuheng, Luo Chen teleported directly. Now adept at dealing with such super mutants, he expertly navigated through the frenzy. A few minutes later, he successfully vanquished the beast. An impressive 720,000 experience points were gained. Uniquely, this super mutant unusually dropped a rare bounty. Luo Chen quickly scanned his surroundings and found that, in addition to 3 fate crystals, there were 3 pieces of equipment. He surmised, based on previous experiences, the drops from half-beast warriors are often lackluster. It might be better to receive 1 piece of equipment at a time. Wife, you pick it up. Yes. If the attributes are poor, I'll blame it on you. He chuckled. Nie Xiaodai was unceremonious as she swiftly collected the items. Her speed in gathering was akin to a tempest sweeping through, captivating to behold. Moments later, she reported, "Darling, I found 2 spirit crystals and 1 hardened crystal. 3 exquisite pieces of level 4 equipment." Upon saying this, she traded the 2 spirit crystals to Luo Chen. He promptly utilized both, then queried, "Wife, do you find the hardened crystal useful? Is there any part of you that requires hardening?" Nie Xiaodai shot him a glance of exasperation. "Only you would." Luo Chen, with an air of confidence, replied, "Of course, a man must be tough." Nie Xiaodai couldn't help but laugh and cry at his naivety, fool. The hardened crystal is a rather rare and niche item. Its primary function is to significantly enhance the toughness of the user's skin. However, its side effects are quite pronounced, notably reducing skin sensitivity. I refrained from giving it to you, fearing you might foolishly use it. Luo Chen paused, awkwardly scratching his nose. "All right then, this crystal is not for consumption. I suppose I could sell it at a premium to a gullible client. We can't let the people of Wuhai toil in vain." As for the 3 exquisite pieces of level 4 equipment Nie Xiaodai mentioned, the descriptions were as follows: a blue emerald necklace with attack 26/4, a bamboo flute with Taoism 17/4, and a magnifying glass with magic 17/4. Admittedly, at first glance, they rivaled the renowned Zhuma jewelry. However, considering the hidden attributes, the Zhuma pieces held greater value. The green necklace, with attack 25, enhances the attack speed of allies and prolongs the stagger time of foes. The soul necklace, with a precise 2 Taoism 16, increases the attack speed of the Soul Fire Talisman by 10, and the Demon Bell, with a precise 2 magic 06, boasts even more formidable hidden attributes. It not only extends the duration a mage can hold on to pets, but also amplifies the power of skills, such as Flashlight and Ice Howl, while enhancing the mage's casting speed. Luo Chen nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, these are exceptional. They must be allocated to esteemed clients. He considered the possibility of a row house in Binhai International, chuckling to himself. The status of Wuhai was rapidly ascending in his mind. After finishing this endeavor, Zhou Yuheng continued to provide intel on De Yong. Bird Uncle, coordinates XX, 8 mutant De Yong discovered. Approximately 10 minutes later, these mutant De Yong, each with 1800 health, fell, leaving behind a plethora of gold coins, a healing potion, and a piece of equipment each. The 8 pieces of equipment yielded were somewhat disappointing: a magic 5 golden ring, an attack 6 coral ring, a magic 4 in Taoism 4 demon slaying ring, an attack 3 in Taoism 3 ebony bracelet, a defense 2, magic defense 2, attack 3, and magic 3 reaper's gloves, a Taoism 15 white tiger tooth necklace, a dual defense 2, magic 16 demon robe, and a defense 3, Taoism 06 soul battle garb. Luo Chen mused that a 3-story standalone villa in Binhai International also seemed quite appealing. Bird Uncle, coordinates XX, a super mutant De Yong with 9,000 health. Luo Chen had already been transported to his location with remarkable composure and accepted the behavior of Zhou Yuheng, drawing closer to observe. As a valued client, he must be afforded special treatment. A few minutes later, Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai accrued an impressive 720,000 experience points. However, the formidable super variant monster yielded only a single item, the mysterious belt. Nie Xiaodai promptly rushed forward to collect it, and after a brief moment of suppressing her astonishment, she handed it to Luo Chen, exclaiming, "Darling, this is part of the same set as your mysterious boots." Luo Chen, initially perplexed, instantly grasped Nie Xiaodai's implication upon examining the attributes of the mysterious belt. Mysterious belt, weight 1, durability 10, defense 010, magic defense 010, attack 010, magic 010, Taoist skill 010, load 10, required level 18. Its attributes were identical to those of the mysterious boots adorning Luo Chen's feet. Indeed, it was a complete set of divine artifacts. Nie Xiaodai struggled to contain her excitement, but ultimately could not restrain herself, shouting, "Darling, we must hurry." Chapter 77. Fortunes 10 operating at super frequency. Luo Chen, taken aback, replied, "Why the urgency during daylight? We have ample time this evening." Infuriated, Nie Xiaodai nearly hurled a sanitary napkin at Luo Chen's face, exclaiming, "Haven't you realized yet? The special monsters in the Sealing Demon Valley can yield extraordinarily powerful mysterious sets. There must still be formidable individual items yet to be discovered." Luo Chen paused, reflecting. Indeed, the mysterious helmet with all attributes at 10, the mysterious bracelet with an attack of 31, the mysterious boots and belt, both with all attributes at 10. Is it possible that we are still missing a ring? Upon this thought, Luo Chen raised a question. Did we not previously acquire a mysterious ring with all attributes at 6? That level is insufficient. Nie Xiaodai unceremoniously interrupted Luo Chen and directly inquired of Zhou Yuheng, "Could you please have your disciples, or rather, your subordinates, conduct a thorough search? How many super variant monsters and variant monsters remain in the entire Sealing Demon Valley?" Zhou Yuheng, upon hearing this, ceased his evasiveness and stepped forward before the two. "I was just about to report to you both. There are a total of 19 variant monsters and 3 super variant monsters remaining in the wild map of the Sealing Demon Valley. Additionally, there is one very special creature, the Ancient Beast King, boasting 90,000 health. The Ancient Beast King, of the same caliber as the Primeval Beast King." Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock and elation mirrored in the depths of the other's eyes. "Old Zhou, please send me that information. Once we finish, I will absolutely sell you the equipment," Luo Chen stated directly. Zhou Yuheng nodded and transmitted the coordinates of all 22 special monsters, as well as the location of the Ancient Beast King, to Luo Chen. After reviewing the map, Luo Chen chose to confront the 3 super variant monsters with 9,000 health first. Upon defeating these 3 creatures, he would surpass level 35, thereby securing the top position. Luo Chen immediately sprang into action. The surrounding area of the 3 super variant monsters had already been cleared by players from Wuhu High. Luo Chen needed only to concentrate on eliminating the isolated monsters, without any further concerns. Such teamwork and service compelled Luo Chen to consider leaving a 5-star review. Subsequently, without any unforeseen events, the 3 colossal beasts transformed entirely into experience points. Luo Chen's level ascended first, breaking through to level 35, galloping ahead with an impressive lead. He was ahead of his peers by over 50, or at least 3 levels. He promptly acquired the iconic skill of a level 35 warrior, Fiery Sword Technique. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaodai summoned a level 7 divine beast. However, she appeared to be anxious, swiftly logging off only to log back in, transforming the divine beast into shards of talisman paper. As for the items dropped by the 3 colossal beasts, they were rather standard. Initially, they yielded 33 fate crystals, 2 for constitution, 2 for strength, 2 for spirit, 1 for soul, 1 for phantom, and 1 for focus. Constitution, strength, and spirit were consumed by Luo Chen. Soul, phantom, and focus were divided among Nie Xiaodai. In addition to the fate crystals, the 3 colossal beasts also dropped 3 pieces of apocalyptic gear. 1. Beast skin belt, crafted from the pelt and teeth of half-beast warriors. This item possesses a degree of defensive capability and enhances carrying capacity. 2. Beast skin boots, enchanted and woven from the resilient hide and natural fur of half-beast warriors. They are tough, yet lightweight, making traversing rugged terrain feel effortless. 3. Warrior's skull helmet, made from the cranium of the mightiest warrior of the half-orc tribe. Its unsightly exterior conceals formidable defense and ferocious power. Luo Chen already possessed a beast skin belt, and since Nie Xiaodai had no need for it, he intended to sell it at a high price to Wuhu Si Hai. As for whether to reserve it for Lu Xiang until he reaches level 30, that remains to be seen. Next came the 19 mutated beasts. With Luo Chen's current equipment, defeating the 1800 health beasts had become quite straightforward. Thus, under the astonished gaze of Zhou Yuheng, Luo Chen effortlessly dispatched these monsters, in addition to a heap of gold coins and healing potions. They also yielded 19 pieces of equipment evenly. Among these, 14 pieces, although exceptional, were of no use to either Luo Chen or Nie Xiaodai. Leaving them aside for the moment, the remaining 5 pieces were so astonishing that they nearly left Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai in shock. Did the small monsters also drop ultimate items? In comparison to the colossal beasts and beast kings. Sharper bracelet, weight 1, durability 7, accuracy 7, 5, attack 0. 9, requires level 16. Gale ring, weight 1, durability 6, attack speed 4, 3, attack 0. 6, 5, requires level 16. Golden bracelet, weight 1, durability 8, magic resistance 28, 5, attack 0. 1, Taoism 0. 5, requires level 23. Phantom battle garb, female, weight 26, durability 37, defense 410, 3, magic resistance 310, 6, Taoism 16, 2. Requires spirit 27. War god armor, female, weight 40, durability 38, defense 59, magic resistance 35, attack 0. 4, requires attack power 46. Upon the emergence of these 5 pieces of equipment, Nie Xiaodai felt a shiver run down her spine. Luo Chen's fortuitous talent had become terrifyingly extreme. She had a strong premonition that misfortune awaited her. As for Lu Xiang, he would have to rely on his own luck. Thus, Nie Xiaodai unabashedly donned the spectral battle attire, considering misfortune a concern for the future. For now, she relished the thrill. Moreover, she adorned herself with a magical bracelet of the 8th path, which uplifted her spirits. Misfortune? What misfortune? One can only be unfortunate without exquisite gear. Luo Chen also equipped the Sharple bracelet and the Gale ring, raising his attack speed to a remarkable 10. Accompanied by an ancient beast king, he gazed at the target, a sly grin forming. My dear wife, shall we adhere to the previous strategy, or shall we simply mimic the method? Nie Xiaodai vigorously shook her head, casting aside her chaotic thoughts, and focused intently. No problem. I am prepared, my husband. Without hesitation, Luo Chen lunged forward, executing a deadly stab, while Nie Xiaodai immediately unleashed her poison. The ancient Beast King possessed a health pool of 90,000, its attributes almost identical to those of the primordial Beast King. Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai flawlessly replicated their previous tactics, and after an intense hour of effort, they finally reduced the ancient Beast King's health to triple digits. During this time, nearly the entire elite faction of 5 Lakes and 4 Seas had congregated in the wilderness of Demon Ceiling Valley, particularly around the ancient Beast King. Over 1,000 primary players formed a tight encirclement, leading Luo Chen to momentarily suspect that Zhou Yuheng had orchestrated such a grand display to engage in underhanded tactics. As the ancient Beast King fell, a staggering 7.2 million experience points surged forth, propelling Luo Chen to level 36, with his experience gauge already past the halfway mark. The god of novices. All present are novices, and I am your deity. His position atop the player leaderboard was now unassailable. In second place was the god of novices, Nie Xiaodai, also at level 36, while the third was Yi Shangge at merely 32. Moreover, the spoils from the ancient Beast King were notably more generous than those of the primordial Beast King. 3 egg-sized crystals of enlightenment, a mysterious object, a mystical ring, and an enlightenment weapon. The purpose of enlightenment crystals remained a mystery, so Nie Xiaodai tucked them away. The enigmatic object, labeled as the ancient steel, bore only its name, with everything else left blank. Luo Chen was unsure of its utility and entrusted it to Nie Xiaodai for safekeeping. After absorbing the curse from the mysterious ring, Nie Xiaodai handed it to Luo Chen. My husband, try this. I have a feeling it's the one. Luo Chen nonchalantly accepted it, affixed it to his finger, and calmly remarked, Ah, all attributes at 10. This is splendid. Hearing this, Nie Xiaodai instantly felt a wave of relief and promptly produced the ring with all attributes at 6. Try this. Can the mysterious gem now merge with this ring? Luo Chen, somewhat puzzled, took it. What? Now that the mysterious set is complete, can it merge with this? How does one go about it? Nie Xiaodai hesitated. Testing the waters. What do you think? Luo Chen shrugged. If I were to suggest, simply place the ring atop the gem, and it should merge. Could it truly work? Nie Xiaodai quickly opened Luo Chen's equipment menu and discovered that the attributes of the mysterious gem were no longer blank, but filled with a series of question marks. With anticipation etched on her face, she inquired, what attributes were merged? Luo Chen could not help but exclaim in astonishment. All of them. The mysterious gem now boasts 6 attributes. Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaodai immediately declared, Today, your fortune is undoubtedly operating at peak capacity. In Chapter 78, Achieving a Modest Goal, the last item dropped by the ancient Beast King was an apocalyptic weapon. This weapon was visually stunning, an essential companion for both domestic and travel needs. An efficient tool for both combat and chaos. Blade of Prayer, crafted from a special cold iron and imbued with the power of the soul. This lightweight blade harbors terrifying lethality within its slender form. This divine weapon has an extraordinary origin, concealing profound secrets beneath its surface. As Luo Chen toyed with it, he felt an exhilarating thrill. The disparity between his previous short sword and the Blade of Prayer was akin to that between a common fruit and an exquisite delicacy. Moreover, it weighed a mere 10 pounds, with its sleek, cold glow and a hilt of green gold, adorned at the base with a blood-red gemstone. In the real world, it would undoubtedly turn heads. After securing the Blade of Prayer, Luo Chen surveyed his current ensemble, filled with spirited confidence. He was truly in a league of his own. His equipment was as follows. Weapon Staff of Judgment. Weight 80, Durability 38, Attack 38-8, Attack Speed 22, Luck 7, Level Requirement 30. Armor War God Armor. Male Weight 40, Durability 39, Defense 510, 1, Magic Resistance 35, Attack 4, Attack Power Requirement 46. Helmet Mysterious Helmet. Weight 10, Durability 10, Defense 10, Magic Resistance 10, Attack 10, Magic 10, Tower Skill 10, Attack Power Requirement 46. Necklace Gale Necklace. Weight 1, Durability 8, Attack Speed 42, Attack 5-4, Level Requirement 19. Left Hand Sharple Bracelet. Weight 1, Durability 7, Accuracy 7, 5, Attack 9-9, Level Requirement 16. Left Ring Gale Ring. Weight 1, Durability 6, Attack Speed 4, 3, Attack 6, 5, Level Requirement 16. Right Hand Mysterious Bracelet. Weight 1, Durability 8, Defense 10, Magic Resistance 10, Attack 31, Magic 29, Tower Skill 30. Attack Power Requirement 46. Right Ring Mysterious Ring. Weight 1, Durability 8, Defense 10, Magic Resistance 10, Attack 10, Magic 10, Tower Skill 10, Attack Power Requirement 46. 4 equipment slots from left to right. Swift Talisman. Weight 1, Durability 7, Movement Speed 5, Level Requirement 16. Mysterious Belt. Weight 1, Durability 10, Defense 10, Magic Resistance 10, Attack 10, Magic 10, Tower Skill 10, Carrying Capacity 10, Level Requirement 18. Mysterious Boots. Weight 1, Durability 10, Defense 10, Magic Resistance 10, Attack 10, Magic 10. Tower Skill 10, Carrying Capacity 10, Level Requirement 18. Mysterious Gem. Weight 1, Durability 8, Defense 6, Magic Resistance 6, Attack 6, Magic 6, Tao skill 6, level requirement 0. Mysterious helmet, mysterious bracelet, mysterious ring, mysterious belt, mysterious boots, mysterious gem. After the merger of the districts, everyone gazed at the top-ranked items adorned with question marks, bewildered and inquiring if they were as astonished as they were. Thus, the strongest enigmatic figure was born. Backpack's special ring. The teleportation ring, weighing 1, with a durability of 5, requires level 12. It must be switched temporarily for use, but will be resolved post-merger. The resurrection ring, weighing 1, with a durability of 55, offers 0-1 defense, 0-1 magical defense, and 0-6 attack. 6, requiring level 16, a divine artifact simultaneously in Apocalypse equipment. Spare, lantern necklace, weighing 1, with a durability of 11, provides 70 magical evasion, 6, 18 attack, 8, requiring level 18. A level 36 warrior possesses 565 health points, a base attack of 812, 0-7 defense, and 0-1 magical defense. The panel displays an attack of 8,151, defense of 574, and magical defense of 368, with a weapon's luck at 7. Once the occupied base luck is released, both defense and magical defense will approach their maximum values, should all 10 levels of luck be released. It is highly probable that defense and magical defense will also reach their peak. Luo Chen's current final battle attributes are 166 attack per strike, 75 magic, 76 Tao skills, an attack speed of 10, a movement speed of 5, and a stamina recovery of 45. Should he don a lantern necklace? It is no exaggeration to declare that Luo Chen could single-handedly confront the entire guild. Even considering the current level of players, the number of enemies would prove inconsequential. Luo Chen could not help but exclaim. No wonder the ancients spoke of the lofty palaces and jade towers. The heights are indeed chilling. To be invincible is to be profoundly lonely. To be invincible is to be overwhelmingly empty. Nie Xiaodai, observing nearby, felt chills run down her spine, wishing to kick him twice. After a moment of bravado, Luo Chen led Nie Xiaodai before Zhou Yuheng. At this time, the members of Wuhu Si Hai had begun to disperse. Zhou Yuheng wore a sincere smile. Bird uncle, there are no more extraordinary warriors in the entire Demon Ceiling Valley. Moreover, these unique monsters will not respawn. Luo Chen acknowledged this, then looked at Zhou Yuheng and laughed heartily. You speak true. We shall sell you the equipment we do not require at a reasonable price. How about a 20 discount? Fair enough. Zhou Yuheng pondered for a moment and directly suggested. Let us transact at the Beiqing 0222 warehouse private room. Yes, Hainao Baichuan has officially merged with Wuhu Si Hai, becoming our subordinate commercial division. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Has the golden fatty pledged allegiance? A few minutes later, Luo Chen filled the entire transaction interface, a warehouse private room's exclusive trading function, akin to an infinite warehouse with exhilarating top-tier items, a blue emerald necklace with an attack of 26, a bamboo flute with a Tao skill of 17, a magnifying glass with a magic of 17, a gold ring with magic 5, a coral ring with attack 6, a monster-slaying ring with magic 4 and Tao skill 4, an ebony bracelet with attack 3 and Tao skill 3, a pair of death's gloves with defense 2, magic defense 2, attack 3, and magic 3. A white tiger tooth necklace with a Tao skill of 15, a demon robe with dual defense 2 and magic 16, a soul battle attire with defense 3 and Tao skill 06, and a war god armor, female, with an attack of 4, as well as a dispelling bracelet with agility 2 and attack 4, a pair of attack 2, defense 4 iron bracelets, a magical helmet with attack 4, a strength ring with attack 8, another strength ring with attack 10, Apocalypse equipment, a gold necklace, a short sword, a leather belt, fake crystal, a hardening crystal. The pudgy man was utterly astounded. Bird uncle, if this were ancient times, I would surely call you Father Bird. Moreover, with such an abundance of superlative equipment, there's simply no way to appraise it accurately. Fortunately, I, Jean Duo, now have an organization backing me. When faced with uncertainty, I can consult my superiors. As for the leader, that would be Zhou Yuheng, who is equally taken aback. His astonishing hypothesis must be genuine. This bird uncle undoubtedly possesses an incredible rate of drop enhancement. He succinctly compiled the information and sent it to General Yi of Wuhu Si Hai, the think tank, and a certain mysterious figure, then decisively stated to Luo Chen, the bundle price is 100 million. If you're dissatisfied, I can increase it. Luo Chen was momentarily stunned. Your appraisal speed is astonishingly rapid. You can gauge its worth with just a glance? Wait, I need to calculate. I can't be tricked. Zhou Yuheng smiled silently. Luo Chen brazenly began a tally. Hardened crystal, 5 million, no, 8 million. Apocalypse equipment, short sword, 10 million. Totaling 20 million. Attack 10 strength, 200. 5 million. Attack 8 strength, 2 million. He quickly calculated what? Fine deal. Luo Chen did not haggle this time and agreed decisively. After considerable time, several professionals entered room 0222 and collected all the equipment. Meanwhile, Luo Chen repeatedly checked the substantial transfer in his bank account. One followed by 8 zeros. Indeed, a small goal had been achieved. This was the first time he had seen so much money. He felt a bit anxious. Wow, with so much money in the bank, is it really safe? Zhou Yuheng, however, remained nonchalant. Sometimes, for people like us, money is merely a string of numbers. Chapter 79. This is a formal organization. Nie Xiaodai had already begun to contemplate whether to purchase a standalone villa with a sea view in Binhai World outright, or to take out a loan for a duplex in Tangchungyiping. By the time the transaction was fully concluded, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Luo Chen was somewhat surprised. Old Zhou, why haven't you left yet? Zhou Yuheng smiled. Bird uncle, I have another business proposition I wish to discuss with you. Luo Chen was astonished. What? I'm not selling my equipment. The apocalypse equipment is not for sale. The fake crystal is gone. Zhou Yuheng gently shook his head. It's about mutual empowerment and a win-win collaboration. Luo Chen frowned. I haven't read much. Don't deceive me. Just say it plainly. No need for strange terms. Zhou Yuheng chuckled in surprise and nodded. He then dismissed Jin Duo and the others, leaving only Luo Chen, Nie Xiaodai, and himself before speaking plainly. Since the two of you have achieved such remarkable success in the game, you must possess a profound understanding of the peculiar and distinctive nature of the apocalypse. New era. Our team, through continuous testing and evaluation over the past week, has unearthed further secrets. For instance, today, the drop rate for apocalypse gear across major game maps has significantly increased, which may very well indicate that the game's impact on reality is poised to surpass our previous estimations, that is, those of the Eastern University Federation. I must reveal that the 4Cs is indeed an official force. Luo Chen appeared somewhat perplexed. If you truly represent the official authority, why engage in such counterproductive endeavors? My point is, isn't this apocalypse game developed and operated by the Eastern University Panga Network Company? Couldn't you simply sever their connection in reality? They must be aware of the inner workings. Zhou Yuheng's expression grew grave. This game has, in its early stages, nearly deceived the authorities. It wasn't until 3 days ago that we comprehensively grasped the core information. The Eastern University Panga Group is merely an impeccably crafted puppet company. All personnel associated with this organization have now been apprehended. However, what baffles us is that after the underground Pangu supercomputing center was entirely seized, we did not uncover the core system of the apocalypse. New era. Following the most advanced technological investigations by the Federation, it has become evident that this game system does not rely on a supercomputer's mainframe for its operation. It seems to exist simultaneously within the game's mainframe, all connected quantum supercomputers and personal intelligent devices. Moreover, the forces behind this puppet company are exceedingly enigmatic. We have failed to acquire any useful leads. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen felt a sudden chill. This sounds oddly familiar. Could it be akin to what was known in a past life as the Skynet, the Matrix, or a Genesis? He raised an eyebrow. Is it the Dark Sanctuary? And what about those forces like the Undying Curse and the Cherry Blossom Path? Zhou Yuheng earnestly explained. The Dark Sanctuary has always been our organization's primary adversary, but we do not believe that they control this apocalypse. New era. Otherwise, their behavior would be entirely different. Luo Chen began to take the matter seriously. So, what is your intention in leveraging the 4Cs? Are you seeking answers within the game? Zhou Yuheng displayed an unmistakable expression of admiration. Your performance within the game has astonished our entire official hierarchy. The god of novices, heir. Perhaps I shall refer to you as Uncle Bird. More importantly, our data analysis suggests that your monster drop rate significantly exceeds the norm. This must be a unique talent, correct? Luo Chen nodded. Indeed, my drop rate is abnormal. Denying it would be futile. He then furrowed his brow and inquired. Old Zhou, since you mentioned unique talents, does this imply that other players in the game possess similar attributes? Luo Chen waved his hand dismissively. Let us set that aside and discuss business instead. Zhou Yuheng nodded and solemnly extended an invitation. After days of research, we can tentatively ascertain that the information relayed by the apostles of the Dark Sanctuary is indeed authentic. Furthermore, across the vast expanse of the Eastern Federation, peculiar occurrences have been increasingly surfacing, what they refer to as the advent of the copy. Thus, we shall harness the power of all corners of the world to consolidate the legitimate forces of the Eastern Federation within the game to unite against our adversaries. We now formally extend an invitation to Mr. God of Novices and the unnamed lady to join our ranks. Luo Chen furrowed his brow and questioned, "What benefits are there in joining your group?" Zhou Yuheng hesitated for a moment, seemingly engaged in a private conversation with someone, before suddenly adopting a serious demeanor, departing from his earlier fawning attitude. "Mr. Luo Chen, please do not be alarmed." Luo Chen gasped in shock, nearly feeling as if a fiery blow had struck him. "What? How do you know my real name? And do not tell me not to be surprised. It's a miracle I Haven T struck you down." Zhou Yuheng maintained a calm expression, as if granted authority. Luo Chen, male, original address. Happiness Community 4404, current residence. Special Police Force Family Quarters, Binhai City. Aside from astonishment, Luo Chen felt a surge of panic. Is this the extent of official power? How terrifying. After articulating this, Zhou Yuheng concluded, "Bird uncle, we harbor no ill intentions." Luo Chen felt as though he had been stripped bare in fury. "What do you mean by this? Knowing my personal information, what of it? Orcs shall never be enslaved." Zhou Yuheng continued calmly. "This is a formal establishment sanctioned by the Federal Research Bureau and the 249 Bureau. Should you agree, you will be granted an appointment equivalent to a deputy position at the county level, with a basic salary of 4,000, plus allowances and bonuses calculated separately. Moreover, the 249 Bureau will provide you with a formal career establishment, the deputy director of the Binhai Apocalypse Special Operations Department, with no specific work requirements. A monthly salary of 10,000, along with 6 insurances and 2 funds. Should your assistance be required, fees will be accounted for separately, with subsidies also following the deputy position treatment. Will you consider?" Luo Chen, dumbfounded by this proposition, declared with newfound resolve, "What is there to consider? I, Luo Chen, relish the role of a public servant." Zhou Yuheng chuckled. "Then, Director Luo, shall we arrange a meeting in reality to complete the paperwork?" Luo Chen quickly replied with humility, "Just a deputy, merely a deputy director. So where to next?" Zhou Yuheng continued to smile. "No need, if Director Luo has no objections. Your dedicated subordinate will be waiting for you downstairs in half an hour." "Ah, and I apologize, but we could not retrieve any information on this lady." Upon hearing this, Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. "You should be able to find it. You simply excluded the correct answer." Chapter 80, Testing the Waters. Luo Chen logged off, removed his helmet, and exhaled deeply. "Finally, a billionaire. Xiao Dai, from now on, please prepare simple meals for me, and take note of the menu. Braised chicken with white truffles, century eggs with cold cordyceps, spicy French foie gras, garlic Kobe beef, fermented black bean bluefin tuna, caviar egg drop soup. Wealth indeed breeds a certain audacity." Luo Chen mused about the future, only to suddenly realize something was amiss. The lounge chair beside him was empty. Where was old Lu? At that moment, a Filipina maid entered, peeking at Luo Chen, suppressing a laugh as she began to tidy up. Luo Chen furrowed his brow. "What is so amusing? Is there something on my face?" Her professionalism leaves much to be desired. Upon entering the living room, Luo Chen discovered old Lu half reclining on the sofa, his face battered and bruised. A physician specializing in trauma was attending to his feet. "Wait, what on earth happened?" Moments later, Luo Chen learned that old Lu had injured his leg while walking awkwardly and, in a stroke of misfortune, had fallen into a flower pot. Fortunately, the maid had noticed in time and called for medical assistance. Luo Chen rubbed his nose. "This surely has nothing to do with me." Just then, he felt an odd sensation on his fingertips. What was this powder cascading down? The melodious voice of Nie Xiaodai chimed in his ear. "Your face is as white as snow. This is the powder I applied to you. It feels somewhat inferior." "What brand is this?" "A prestigious one. Wodley." "Wodley? You can't be serious. Do you have no proper cosmetics?" "Well, as a female ghost, I lack conventional options, but how can flour suffice?" Nie Xiaodai retorted boldly. "I simply ask you, is your face not pale?" After a brief moment, Luo Chen tidied himself up, greeted old Lu and the visiting physician, donned an Armani jacket akin to Hu Xiaoyao's, and prepared to step out. In the elevator, as he glanced in the mirror, he had to admit, attire does make the man. He looked incredibly handsome. Once outside, Xiaodai reiterated her instructions. "Darling, if things go awry, manifest your full set of Armageddon gear and charge forth. Rest assured, small caliber weapons are ineffective against you. And with a warrior skull helmet, even snipers can't take you down. As long as you don't confront a tank head-on, armored vehicles will pose no threat. Luo Chen nodded in agreement. His Armageddon gear was now complete. With a blade of prayer, along with the robe, warrior skull helmet, lantern necklace, heart candle, ghostly gloves, iron bracelets, skull ring, brass ring, beast hide belt, and beast hide boots. This ensemble would not only shine in reality, but would also stand out in any game. Coupled with the Armageddon relic, the resurrection ring, it granted Luo Chen the confidence to meet Zhou Yuheng in the real world. Luo Chen meticulously sensed the enhancements of his Armageddon gear in reality, brimming with confidence. Even if he fell into a trap, he was assured he could fight his way out. Before long, the elevator reached the ground floor. As he stepped out, Luo Chen spotted two striking women clad in tactical suits waiting nearby. Upon seeing him, their eyes brightened, and they greeted him warmly. Director Luo? Director Luo. Indeed, Zhou Yuheng had clearly grasped Luo Chen's preferences, orchestrating a more agreeable arrangement. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. Present your credentials for me to examine. The two women handed over their identification, one by Xin of the Fabul Agency, and the other, Lana, an agent from the W Agency. Upon observing the exquisite credentials, which bore an authentic likeness without the aid of any beautification, Luo Chen expressed his approval with a 5-star rating. He returned the documents to the two individuals and proceeded towards a special operations vehicle parked at the entrance. The convoy set in motion, flanked by police cars at both the front and rear, presenting a formidable display. Two female operatives reported that the convoy was en route to the headquarters of Binhai Fabul. Nye Xiaodai's voice resonated. I have conducted a thorough check and found no issues. The journey is expected to take 30 minutes. My dear, you should rest your eyes and refrain from conversing with these two ladies to maintain an air of mystery. Very well. Luo Chen reclined in his seat, closing his eyes to rejuvenate himself, as he planned to continue his gaming later that night. A cool sensation enveloped his head, akin to gentle hands providing a massage, and he soon drifted into slumber. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt. Awakening, Luo Chen was guided by the two attractive women into a grand, imposing building before him. Inside a high-end conference room, he encountered several officials clad in administrative jackets, exuding a commanding presence. One middle-aged man, sporting glasses and reminiscent of a university professor, approached with a beaming smile. Welcome, Deputy Director Luo. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Zhou Yuheng, a first-level advisor at the Special Affairs Office of the Federal Security Department, an esteemed consultant for Bureau 249, an expert in social crisis response, a strategic support specialist, and a doctor of mysticism. Luo Chen was taken aback. With so many titles, I fear your business card would not suffice. Zhou Yuheng chuckled and proceeded to introduce the others. This is Lei Teng, the director of the Binhai branch. This is Wang Jun, the director of Bureau 249, South Binhai branch. And this is Yi Guqing, the director of the Apocalypse New Century Special Strategy Office and the chief engineer of the Wuhai project. Luo Chen greeted each in turn with a handshake. After the introductions, he boldly inquired, So, who is responsible for my salary? Zhou Yuheng paused momentarily before responding with a grin. Deputy Director Luo's salary is disbursed directly by the Federal Security Department. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, so they're all colleagues? Well, Lei Wang Yi, feel free to reach out should you require my services. My fees are entirely reasonable. The group responded with laughter and nods of agreement. A knock at the door heralded the arrival of several staff members, equipped with various advanced devices. Deputy Director Luo, we kindly ask you to complete your onboarding. Luo Chen willingly complied. 10 minutes later, he gazed at the two freshly minted official documents in his hands. Deputy Director of the Apocalypse Division at Binhai Fabul and Deputy Director of the Special Operations Section at Debo Luo Binhai. He felt a swell of satisfaction. At last, I too am affiliated with an organization. At that moment, the conference room door swung open once more, and a youth clad in humble attire, wielding an ancient iron sword, strode in with a grim expression directed at Luo Chen. Why should my position be given to him? I refuse to accept this. Luo Chen felt an inexplicable sense of delight. This scenario feels oddly familiar. Are you testing my mettle? Who do you think you are? State your name. He responded without hesitation. The youth, with a challenging gaze, declared, I am Lin Fei, Chief of Special Operations at the Apocalypse New Century Special Strategy Office and the foremost warrior of the Wuhai project. I challenge you. Luo Chen turned to Zhou Yuheng and inquired, if I were to inadvertently cause his demise, I trust there would be no financial repercussions? Zhou Yuheng and the others were momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, the young man Lin Fei appeared visibly pale, clearly incensed. After a brief hesitation, Zhou Yuheng cautiously remarked, Director Luo, let us keep things within bounds. We are all on the same side. With that, Luo Chen manifested the prayer blade and, with a swift motion, struck the solid wooden podium of the conference room. In an instant, a chilling gleam flashed as the robust podium split apart effortlessly, akin to tofu. Luo Chen shrugged, saying, Behold, this is a divine weapon. The prayer blade with an attack power of 820. With a mere strike, are you certain Lin Fei could withstand it? All present were rendered speechless, their gazes fixed on the weapon in Luo Chen's hand, which radiated a terrifying aura. The most elite apocalypse weapon they had ever acquired. A mere short sword from Luo Chen paled in comparison to this formidable artifact. Lin Fei, after offering a hasty apology, turned to leave, muttering under his breath, Which fool sent me to test this esteemed individual? Surely, they do not wish for my demise. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Luo Chen pondered for a moment, then swiftly seized the sidearm of Bureau Chief Lei Tong from the Bureau of Fall. Amidst the astonished stares of the crowd, he removed the magazine, loaded a bullet into the chamber, and disengaged the safety, declaring, in the realm of martial prowess, nothing is invulnerable. Only speed triumphs. Zhou Yuheng quickly intervened, exasperated yet amused, saying, Uncle Bird, there is no need for such tests. Even Lin Fei can dodge bullets. You are far more capable. Regretfully, Luo Chen set the weapon aside and re-engaged the safety, lamenting, You do not even grant me the opportunity to fire. Suddenly, a thought struck him. By the way, am I not a director as well? Is there no sidearm designated for me? After a brief training session and familiarizing himself with his private office, he collected various supplies and equipment, then enjoyed a work meal before departing from the Bureau of Fall to begin his journey home. On the way, Luo Chen excitedly handled the Glock 17, a standard issue from the East Federation Bureau of Fall, utterly enamored. Nie Xiaodai's voice echoed softly. This ordinary round lacks the lethality of the Dark Warriors from the Worma Temple. I fail to see the cause for your excitement. Luo Chen sighed, woman. You do not comprehend what a handgun signifies for a man. Lu Xiang had re-entered the game, and Nie Xiaodai cast 3 consecutive enhancement healing spells upon him. Luo Chen too felt a surge of excitement. After the Apocalypse New Century merger, a massive update is imminent. All maps will be fully accessible. Monsters will undergo extensive updates. Mirror maps will be introduced, the Apocalypse equipment bar will appear, jewelry box quests will be available, and the ultimate prize draw awaits in the guild battles. Luo Chen could hardly contain his anticipation. Chapter 81, Apocalypse Update. At 8:55 p.m., the merger was set to conclude at 9 p.m., officially launching the server. Luo Chen logged into the game at the earliest opportunity, yet instead of rushing to battle, he first perused the update details. To be precise, it was not merely an update. Rather, the complete version of Apocalypse New Century had finally arrived in its entirety. In summary, there were 3 major changes. The first alteration, all maps are now fully accessible. The notion of openness here does not imply that all maps are readily available to players. Rather, it suggests that, in theory, every map can be discovered. For instance, 1. In Dragon City, without completing the main city quests or utilizing a teleportation service. Who truly knows how to reach it? 2. How does one journey to Tsangyue Island without any means of teleportation? 3. What are the locations of maps such as Ant Cave, Ghost Ship, Savage Tribe, Fire Dragon Cave, and Thunderflame Cave? Some of the more elusive maps provide no hints whatsoever, relying solely on chance for discovery. In the farthest reaches of the southwestern corner of the vast wilderness in Bitch Province, one can find a patch of man-eating flowers that grants access to Underwater World. By completing tasks given by Miss Lin in Mengzhong Province, one can venture into Slave Valley. Upon completing the main city map of the King's Tomb and surpassing the first gate of the world, one can access the Forsaken areas, leading to Stonefield, or Tribe, Ruins of Neil Kingdom, Beast King Tomb, Hell's Rift, among others. The second change involves a significant update of monsters. This aligns with the increase in maps. More accurately, it signifies that these previously existing monsters have now been fully unleashed. Even within the wilderness of Bitch Province, various mutated creatures have emerged, such as the Dark Scarecrow, Mad Half-Orc, Elite Half-Orc Warrior, Venomous Spider, Rake Cat King, Hook Cat King, and Snowman King. This will undoubtedly present players with greater surprises and gameplay opportunities, offering even casual players a chance to engage in combat. The third transformation introduces mirror maps. Following the merger, due to a surge in players, all minor monsters and popular maps have a chance to drop a special item known as Mirror Scroll. Upon using these scrolls, Players will randomly enter different numbered mirror spaces. For instance, the lowest tier skeleton sprite mirror scroll, numbered 0199. Within these mirrored maps, although the experience and drop rates of monsters will diminish by approximately 20, the advantage lies in the fact that, with a stroke of luck, players need not compete for kills. Thus, these mirror maps will become a strategic resource that all factions in the new era of Apocalypse will fiercely vie for. And the randomness of their drops offers every player the tantalizing possibility of sudden wealth. Beyond these three changes, the most significant enhancement for Luo Chen is the introduction of the Apocalypse equipment slot. This slot is not universally available. It comes with three essential prerequisites. First, one must be an Apocalypse Knight, having survived at least once in-game and utilized a minimum of one Fate Crystal. Second, the number of accessible equipment slots varies depending on the strength of the Apocalypse Knight. For example, the weakest Apocalypse Knight has only one available slot. Third, one must possess corresponding levels of Apocalypse equipment. The requirements for Apocalypse equipment correlate with the quantity and attributes of Fate Crystals used. For Luo Chen, these requirements pose no challenge. The quantities of Fate Crystals he has consumed, pertaining to physique, strength, spirit, and more, far exceed the stipulated criteria. As Luo Chen placed all the Apocalypse gear into the designated slots, he finally beheld the attributes of these formidable items that could transcend into reality for the very first time. The Apocalypse gear inventory, with attributes applicable in reality indicated in parentheses, where attack 1 signifies an attack power of 11. Blade of Prayer, attack 820, accuracy 3. Divine 10. Crafted from a rare cold iron and forged with the essence of the soul, this featherlight blade harbors terrifying lethality. The origins of this divine weapon are extraordinary, concealing immense secrets within its history. Common Garb, defense 2, magic resistance 1, attack 1. This seemingly ordinary garment for men is anything but typical attire. Warrior Skull Helmet, defense 3, attack 3. Fashioned from the cranium of the mightiest warrior of the half-orc lineage. Beneath its grotesque exterior lies formidable defense and ferocious power. Lantern Necklace, Magic Evasion 10, Attack 1, Luck 3. Do not be deceived by its name. Fire holds significant importance in human civilization, and this lantern not only brings light and warmth, but also substantially enhances survival capabilities. Heart Candle, Magic Resistance 5. Illumination Range 5. A wondrous item that illuminates the peculiar darkness. Iron Bracelet, Accuracy 1. Do not be misled by its name. It embodies a strong will. You shall never miss the toilet seat when nature calls. Ghostly Gloves, Defense 3, Agility 3. Originating from the realm of spirits. These gloves provide robust protection and allow one to catch blades with bare hands. Bronze Ring, Attack 1, Critical Hit 10. Refined from ancient mystical bronze. It possesses a remarkable attacking prowess capable of harming the soul. Skull Ring, Attack 3. Carved from the bones of powerful beings after their demise. It conceals a wild strength beneath its fearsome facade. Beast Skin Belt, Defense 2, Load Capacity 2. Made from the hides and teeth of half-orc warriors. This specially crafted item boasts a degree of defensive capability while enhancing load capacity. Beast Skin Boots, Movement Speed 5. Woven from the tough hide and natural hair of half-orc warriors. Enchanted for durability and lightness, allowing one to traverse rugged terrain with ease. Even with mental preparation, Luo Chen was left astounded, nearly forgetting to breathe. It is important to note that these items could indeed be brought into reality. Their extraordinary value is incalculable, akin to the Blade of Prayer with Divine 10, the Lantern Necklace with Magic Evasion 10 and Luck 3, the Bronze Ring with Critical Hit 10, the Beast Skin Boots with Movement Speed 5. What do these remarkable items signify? To begin with, the Blade of Prayer boasting Divine 10. The original owner ascended to prominence through this foundational Divine 10, according to the original owner's memories. For each increment of 1 in Divine, damage to dark attribute monsters would increase by an additional 10 points, and all Daoist skills would have their damage multiplied. The original owner's rapid ascension in their previous life was due to the discovery of the ideal map for harnessing the power of the divine attribute, the Slave Valley. The monsters of Slave Valley, resembling diminutive creatures known as Zuma minions, possess a minimum of 500 health points and yield 3,000 experience points even at their weakest. This remarkable feat has enabled the original owner to become the first summoner of divine beasts within the entire server, the first to wield the dragon pattern sword, and the first to ascend to level 40 as a Taoist. Moreover, consider the Lantern Necklace with a magical evasion of 10 and luck of 3. should Luo Chen don the lantern necklace with a magical evasion of 70. In conjunction with this apocalypse necklace, his magical evasion would become a nightmare for all mages and Taoists, while the luck attribute would fully unleash his foundational luck of 10. Also noteworthy is the ancient bronze ring with a critical strike of 10. This ring, dropped by the Soul Reaper in the Serpent Valley, boasts such attributes. It is no wonder that Luo Chen was able to vanquish the White Spectre in the Ghostly Cave with a single blow. With a critical strike of 10, Luo Chen should realistically achieve a 100 probability. As for the Beast-Hide Boots with a movement speed of 5, when combined with the Swift Talisman, should he face the ancient Beast King, he is confident he could execute a flawless assassination without sustaining damage. Of course, whether he can kill it without poison remains uncertain. In summary, the activation of the Apocalypse equipment slot has remarkably enhanced Luo Chen's prowess within the game. Even his attack panel has seen an increase of 29 points. Chapter 82. The Treasures of Apocalypse. In the wake of this astonishment, Luo Chen continued to examine the newly updated jewelry box quest. This task, in essence, is rather straightforward. Upon acquiring a special ring, players must seek out assistant Xiao Min in the novice village to activate it immediately. A few minutes later, Luo Chen found himself beneath the grand ginkgo tree in Ginkgo Valley, filled with delight. Jewelry box, 9-slot grid. Resurrection ring, defense 1, magic defense 1, attack 6. This is a legendary treasure of Apocalypse, endowed with the power of perpetual renewal. Teleportation ring, spirit 1, agility 1. This is a legendary treasure of Apocalypse, possessing the power to shatter the void. Remarkably, the teleportation ring, akin to the resurrection ring, is also an artifact existing simultaneously in both the game and reality. However, how to utilize it in the real world remains unclear. Even Ye Xiaodai, who has been following him, is oblivious. She has never encountered such an artifact before. For the moment, Luo Chen set aside thoughts of the teleportation ring and furrowed his brow as he gazed at the remaining 7 vacant slots in the jewelry box, having equipped only 2 out of 9. What might the other 7 be? The third, the paralysis ring. This is undoubtedly a jewelry box item. Its basic attack attribute is 0, 1, and its hidden attribute grants a 1/15th chance to petrify the opponent for 5 seconds. Though the probability is low, once activated, who could withstand 5 seconds against a warrior with high burst damage? As for where one might obtain the paralysis ring, Zuma Lord, Crimson Moon Demon, or Dark Touch Dragon God. There are also persistent rumors suggesting that dung beetles, contract moths, and moon magic spiders might drop it. The truth of these claims remains to be seen. The fourth, the invisibility ring. This is certainly another jewelry box item. Its hidden attribute allows the wearer to remain in a state of invisibility, far superior to the invisibility technique employed by Taoists. The invisibility ring drops from the Zuma Lord, Crimson Moon Demon, and Dark Touch Dragon God. The fifth, the Guardian Ring. Undoubtedly an artifact for mages, it certainly belongs within the jewelry box. The Fallen Guardian Ring from the Zuma Lord and the Crimson Moon Demon. The sixth item, the Rebirth Ring, undoubtedly holds a prominent place within the jewelry box's 9-grid arrangement. This was previously mentioned by Nie Xiaodai, whose attributes allow players to resurrect at full health and mana, boasting an efficacy superior to that of the Resurrection Ring, which does not restore mana. Yet, its exact location of acquisition remains a mystery. As for the remaining 3, my certainty wanes. The Flame Ring holds significant potential. Donning it grants the wielder the ability to cast the Fireball spell. When worn by a warrior, it enhances fire damage by 20. For a mage, it amplifies all fire-based magical damage by 10, including both large and small fireballs, hellfire, explosive flame, firewall, cataclysm, meteor shower, etc., allowing the skills of large and small fireballs to be strengthened to level 4. When worn by a Taoist, the damage of summoned beasts increases by 15, and the damage of the Soulfire Talisman is augmented by 20. The Defense Ring is also a possibility. Its hidden attribute enhances the healing and group healing spells of a Taoist to level 4. If worn by a warrior or mage, it provides an additional healing spell. The Overload Ring, as a unique item, serves its greatest purpose when combined with boots and belts that increase carrying capacity, enabling advanced mages to don a magic 0/4 black iron helmet or allowing Taoists to wield the well-known moon in the well against foes. There are also the legendary Ring of Divine Power and Ring of Fury. As for the Engagement Ring, Memory Ring, and Prayer Ring, while they're indeed special, they should not fall within the purview of the jewelry box's 9-grid arrangement. Currently, the safety zone in Bitch City is entirely populated by players. However, after the merge, the entirety of Bitch City has become a safety zone. Within this area, collision is disabled, effectively shielding other players. This implies that the player population in Bitch City has no upper limit. Luo Chen glanced at the time, noting that there remained over half an hour until 10 o'clock in the evening. At 10:10 p.m., the player rankings for the new era of Apocalypse will be finalized. Among these, the top 3 players in the level rankings will each have an opportunity to draw for a divine artifact, with the distinction that the player ranked first will have the chance to draw for all artifacts. Luo Chen, alongside Nie Xiaodai, began to eagerly scrutinize the level rankings. Unsurprisingly, the rookie god, at level 36, leads by a considerable margin, firmly securing first place. The rookie god, the demon Nie Xiaodai, also at level 36, ranks second. Astonishingly, the third position is held by Knight Serenade, who seems to have encountered some unique creatures in the White Day Gate, having surpassed level 34. Those ranked around 410 are predominantly at level 32, representing the leaders of various factions, such as Dragon Rides the World, Utopia, Temple of War Gods, Evil, Death Pirates, and former allies. Curiously, factions like Wanderers, Dark Sanctuary, and Cherry Blossom Path have no representatives among the ranks. Further down, Luo Chen recognizes several players, including Lin Jiangxian, Laughing Handsome, and Killing You Gently. There are additional leaderboards, though they bear no rewards, proving to be quite significant. Kill rankings. Surprisingly, the top rank is still held by Knight Serenade. Moreover, his value has surpassed the remarkable threshold of 10,000 points. Luo Chen was taken aback. This individual undoubtedly harbors some issues. It is confirmed. He suddenly recalled that the enigmatic Dr. Zhou Yuheng had recently mentioned that within the new century of Apocalypse, certain players possess extraordinary talents. Could it be that Yi Shangge is among them? Furthermore, is his talent somehow related to curses? Indeed, the next time I encounter him, I shall feign ignorance. The equipment rankings have become significantly more intriguing. The foremost item on the list, the mysterious bracelet, bears attributes shrouded in enigma. Items ranked 2nd through 6th are similarly part of the mysterious series. This leaderboard is merely for casual perusal. As Luo Chen scrolled down several pages, he suddenly stumbled upon a piece of equipment that caused his gaze to fixate in astonishment. Paralysis Ring, Strength 1, Destruction 1, Attack 10. This is a legendary treasure of the Apocalypse, possessing the power to petrify all things. Luo Chen suddenly comprehended why the individuals from the Dark Sanctuary had chosen to seal off the 6th level of Zoomer on the last day of the merger, concentrating all their strength to conquer the lair of the Zoomer Lord. A foreboding feeling washed over him as he continued to flip through the pages. The good news was that he did not encounter the divine weapon, Dragon Slayer. However, the bad news was that he discovered another extraordinary Apocalypse item, Detection Necklace, Spirit 1. Perception 1. This is a legendary treasure of the Apocalypse, endowed with the power to probe all things. Luo Chen's heart sank. The Paralysis Ring and the Detection Necklace. These two treasures of the Apocalypse were likely in the possession of the Dark Sanctuary. If this were merely a game, everything would be manageable. However, should these two treasures be brought into reality, both he and Nie Xiaodai would be in grave danger, particularly the Detection Necklace, which had previously seemed rather inconsequential, now appeared terrifying in retrospect. With this in mind, after confiding with Nie Xiaodai, Luo Chen promptly reached out to Zhou Yuheng. Old Zhou, have you seen that item on the equipment leaderboard? Zhou Yuheng politely interrupted Luo Chen. Director Luo, you must be referring to the Paralysis Ring and the Detection Necklace, correct? Our think tank has been deliberating for over an hour, and our conclusion is clear. We must acquire several Apocalypse artifacts as soon as possible. Luo Chen furrowed his brow. What equipment are you referring to? Just then, the entire game interface of a new century of Apocalypse began to display a colorful, warm reminder. Various reward activities are about to commence. Chapter 83, Lottery. As the system's vibrant announcement floated by, the countdown for the merger rewards began, a golden countdown. 10 minutes. The system prompted, players, please clear your inventory, otherwise, you will be responsible for any losses incurred. Luo Chen could not suppress his excitement and anxiety. Who could resist such an event? Lottery, gambling, playing mahjong. All these activities release a surge of dopamine, inducing pleasure. They are highly addictive. Hence, everyone should maintain a fierce distance from vice. However, the Apocalypse Lottery, relying on skill and luck without monetary expenditure, does not count. Of course, this merger reward encompasses an exceptionally broad scope, the player-level leaderboard rewards. In the top 100,000, a reward of 1 gold bar will be granted, equivalent to 1 million gold coins, valued at 2,000 credit coins. In the top 10,000, a reward of 1 gold brick will be given, which is equivalent to 5 million gold coins, valued at 10,000 credit coins. In the top 1,000, each participant will receive a level 26 weapon for their respective class and a skill book, assassination swordsmanship, holy armor technique, or swift shadow film. The top 100 will have a chance to draw from a copper treasure chest, with rewards including Zuma jewelry, Warma weapons, or force-slot equipment. The third place winner will draw from a gold treasure chest, excluding the celestial treasure and special artifacts. The second place winner will draw from a diamond treasure chest, excluding the celestial treasure. The first place winner will draw from a King's treasure chest, all equipment. At this moment, Luo Chen received a private message from Zhou Yuheng, requesting him to come to the VIP room of Warehouse 0222. Shortly after, Luo Chen and Nie Xiaodai teleported to the room, where only Zhou Yuheng and Jin Pongzi were present. Zhou Yuheng nodded in greeting. "Bird uncle, I've dispatched a special task force downstairs." Luo Chen felt reassured. Having an organization is indeed beneficial. Jin Pongzi beside him appeared equally excited. "Bird uncle has arrived. When it's time to open the treasure chests, please showcase it publicly. Let us feast our eyes." Luo Chen shrugged. "I do enjoy that eager expression of yours." Jin Pongzi fell silent. At precisely 10 o'clock in the evening, the countdown concluded. Without any hesitation, Luo Chen opened the copper treasure chest. Inside were 9 items, 5 ordinary pieces of jewelry, a silver snake, a heavy armor piece, a random teleportation stone, and a 4-slot equipment piece. Bronze gem, weight 1. Defense 0-1. Defense 0-1 requires level 0. Luo Chen chose the bronze gem and tossed it to Nie Xiaodai. Unexpectedly, she declined. "Items that extend lighting range are of no use to me." Well then, Luo Chen's eyes brightened. Deal. Jin Pongzi wept tears of joy. Next was the gold treasure chest, which contained the most valuable item, a blood drink. I shall leave this for Lu Xiang. At that moment, Nie Xiaodai had also completed her opening of the gold treasure chest, looking somewhat dejected. "Why are all these just junk equipment? Is my luck this poor?" Luo Chen confidently asserted that this had nothing to do with him. Clenching her teeth, Nie Xiaodai opened the diamond treasure chest. Gold bracelet, gold ring, bamboo flute, demon robe, blessing oil, repairing water, super protective amulet, page, eternal frost. Nie Xiaodai was on the verge of tears. "Luo Chen, I never expected my bad luck. Curses and misfortune are 2 different matters to manifest here." Luo Chen shrugged. "If you're unlucky, should I be blamed? Why not choose a blessing oil? Drink it and turn your luck around." He. Saying this, he too opened the diamond treasure chest. Judgment staff, dragon pattern sword, bone jade scepter, blade of the overlord, holy war helmet, thunder bracelet, war god ring, technique necklace, mysterious veil. "Oh wow, look at that. This is definitely a matter of luck. Which one to choose?" Zhou Yuheng, feeling a bit anxious, immediately suggested, "Bird uncle, choose mysterious veil." According to the analysis conducted by our think tank based on the information at our disposal, this equipment is most likely an apocalyptic artifact, capable of thwarting detection by the probe necklace. We believe that special gear such as veils, masks, and hats can effectively disrupt detection functionalities. Furthermore, we must strive to acquire teleportation rings and resurrection rings, which are invaluable treasures from the apocalypse, to counter the threats posed by the Dark Sanctuary. Luo Chen momentarily paused, exclaiming, "The 2 rings you mentioned, I happen to possess both. The apocalypse equipment section and my jewelry box are inaccessible to others." He chuckled, "Since you cannot see them, do not blame me for my silence." Without further hesitation, he chose the special equipment. Mysterious Veil, Soul 1, Mystery 1. This is a divine artifact. Wearing it will conceal all of one's attributes. "Wow, old Joe, our think tank is quite impressive. Order them some chicken legs for supper." "Put on my tab," Luo Chen generously declared. Zhou Yuheng sighed in relief, nodding with a smile. "Fine, I will deduct it from your salary." Luo Chen immediately expressed his discontent. "No, I am the director. Invoice it to me for reimbursement." Zhou Yuheng blinked in surprise, but eventually nodded in agreement. Luo Chen politely inquired about the equipment. "Wife, do you want it?" Nie Xiaodai eagerly accepted the mysterious veil, her face glowing with joy. "Moi, you're the best, darling." Luo Chen was taken aback. "Wait a minute, didn't you say you wouldn't need the apocalyptic gear?" Nie Xiaodai rolled her eyes. "I merely stated that I wouldn't need it in reality. I never said I couldn't wear it. My apocalypse equipment section is entirely accessible." "All right, there remains the final King's treasure chest." Luo Chen felt a surge of anticipation. What might it yield? Nie Xiaodai was even more anxious, perhaps a paralysis. Dragon Slayer. Heavenly Sword. Fire Dragon Divine Sword. A rebirth ring would suffice. The corpulent fellow had grown silent, fearing to tempt fate with his words. Zhou Yuheng appeared composed, though his inner thoughts remained a mystery. Meanwhile, in the suburbs of Seoul on the Korean peninsula, within a lavish villa, numerous armed guards lay sprawled about the hall, evidently rendered unconscious without a single shot fired. A few tall Western men enter the bedroom. On a spacious bed, a stunning beauty named Park Jinju was bound with ribbons, her face filled with terror. A gentleman clad in a black trench coat, wearing gloves and holding a baton, approached her with a gentle inquiry. "Are you Park Jinju?" The beauty nodded in fright. The gentleman glanced toward a corner of the bedroom, where a gaming pod adorned with kawaii design stood, and asked again, "What is the name of your character in the apocalyptic game?" "Miss Pearl." After several minutes, the gentleman sighed deeply and smiled at Park Jinju, explaining, "Fair lady, this is a misunderstanding." With that, he turned to leave. One of his subordinates approached cautiously. "Boss, what should we do?" The gentleman frowned, his voice tinged with displeasure. "We are the Knights of Light. Even while traversing darkness, we must keep our hearts oriented toward the light." The subordinate immediately stepped back. In the Eastern Federation, Huaihai Province, known as the medicine capital, having just completed a profound-level dungeon, Luo Chen, who had not yet had the chance to sip water, was suddenly besieged by an unknown force. Fortunately, the local Big Pineapple branch had a team of armed operatives to assist, effortlessly subduing the assailants. However, what was truly chilling was that, upon realizing their imminent defeat, these individuals all exhibited signs of madness and chose to commit suicide by poison. What does this signify? They were death warriors. Luo Chen was both enraged and astonished. What merit had he possessed to warrant such treatment? In Binhai City, within a specialized care ward at a hospital affiliated with the Flame Sect, 5 individuals occupied the accompanying sofa. The third young master of the Wang family gazed at his elder brother, Wang Lei, who lay pallid and devoid of blood, yet wore a strange smile. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged within him, but he maintained a facade of calm as he addressed the chairman of the Wang group, his father, saying, "Father, the remarks made by the Lu family's third sister regarding Luo Chen are clearly misleading. It would be better to leave her to me. I guarantee that within an hour, I will uncover Luo Chen's true background." Silence. The elder interrupted brusquely. "These past few days, you have been quite the spectacle. You have even lost your qualification as a Knight of Revelation. You have no right to speak here." He then turned to the 3 individuals beside him, stating, "Lord Apostle, Sect Leader Lai, Protector Qin, the head of the Lu family has gone mad, bringing along the Tianshi sect, the Vajra sect, and the Tianji sect to create chaos at the Wang group headquarters. What do you think? Should we release the third sister of the Lu family?" A man, entirely shrouded in a black cloak and wearing a ram mask, spoke slowly. "None of this is of consequence. The imminent Binhai City underworld dungeon is of paramount importance." Chapter 84. The Horn of Worma Luo Chen, with an air of arrogance, held the king's treasure chest and surveyed the crowd. "Shall we place a bet? I believe a dragon slayer will emerge." The plump Jin's eyes brightened. "I'm in. I think it will yield a paralysis." Zhou Yuheng joined in. "Memory ring." Nie Xiaodai hesitantly interjected. I cannot associate with gambling." Jin, puzzled, inquired, "Do you have a dear friend with the surname Wang?" To everyone's surprise, Nie Xiaodai nodded. "Indeed. A good girlfriend." Luo Chen exclaimed. "How was I unaware of this?" After teasing their curiosity, Luo Chen finally opened the king's treasure chest amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd. 9 gleaming items materialized before them. A dragon slayer, a soul-devouring staff, a carefree fan, a teleportation ring, a resurrection ring, a flame ring, a detection necklace, a 7-color necklace, and a ground nail. A chorus of exclamations echoed throughout the private room. Nie Xiaodai's eyes sparkled with excitement, her shimmering purple irises nearly overflowing. So many treasures. I want them all. Jin trembled with exhilaration, his facial muscles practically dancing. Zhou Yuheng's persona is shattered entirely. Damn it, what the hell, how do we choose? Luo Chen was left in a daze by his words. Quick, everyone, share your opinions. I want them all too. Regrettably, the Celestial Revelation does not consent. With merely 30 seconds remaining, it defaults to selecting the first option. Zhou Yuheng, Celestial Revelation Teleportation Ring. The detection necklace will suffice as well. Jin Pongzi, Celestial Resurrection. We must choose the Resurrection Ring. The rainbow necklace with a luck of 3. Nie Xiaodai ground spike. Luo Chen nodded in satisfaction. My wife is indeed reliable. Ultimately, he opted for the skill book. Upon viewing the detailed description of the skill book within his inventory, Luo Chen erupted into joyous laughter. Who else could it be? Without hesitation, Luo Chen commenced his learning. Let us go. Time to slay some monsters. Luo Chen was brimming with anticipation. Zhou Yuheng promptly inquired, Uncle Bird, what is the effect of the skill you chose? Luo Chen glanced at the skill description and succinctly conveyed to Zhou Yuheng. Ground Spike, a god-tier skill for warriors, requires level 0. It can initiate an attack on all enemies within the visual range, inflicting physical damage equivalent to the attack power, supplemented by 0. 5 times magical damage. At level 0, the cooldown is 4 seconds, at level 1, 3 seconds, at level 2, 2 seconds, at level 3, 1 second, and the enhanced level has no cooldown. Zhou Yuheng, Jin Pongzi, and even Nie Xiaodai collectively gasped in astonishment. How savage! Then Zhou Yuheng's eyes brightened. Uncle Bird, head to the 3rd level of Woma. Our team is grinding in the Woma Lord's Hall. We must be the first to sound the Woma horn. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. Does this count as an external mission? Without hesitation, Zhou Yuheng affirmed, absolutely. All expenses will be reimbursed at the highest standard, and rewards for sounding the horn will be calculated separately. 20 minutes later, Luo Chen, armed only with his skills, stepped into the 3rd level of Woma. Nie Xiaodai would wait for Luo Chen to clear the safe zone before approaching, and Zhou Yuheng had already relinquished on-site command authority. The battlefield commander was Lin Fei, the chief warrior of Wonders of the World. As Luo Chen entered the entrance of the Woma Lord's Hall, he was warmly welcomed by 3 Dark Warrior commanders. However, as the attributes of the Celestial Revelation equipment activated, the Celestial Lantern Necklace with a luck of 3 released its full base luck, and Luo Chen's formidable defense and magic resistance, soaring to 70 or 80 points, exhibited terrifying effects. Furthermore, with Luo Chen donning the Magic Evasion Lantern Necklace, Ground Spike skill at level 0, rendering attack speed ineffective against it, complemented by the 10 from the Celestial Necklace. The ranged attacks from the Dark Forest commanders became a mere joke. Filled with anticipation, Luo Chen unleashed his first ground spike. A small fireball wobbled through the air, soaring into the distance. Almost instantaneously, the ground within the entire visual range was beset by dense spikes, afflicting all monsters present. The monsters collectively erupted in chaos, surging towards Luo Chen. 4 seconds later, another ground spike was unleashed. Hundreds of ordinary monsters screamed in agony, transforming into a sea of corpses. Luo Chen's ordinary attacks inflicted just over 200 points of damage, and with the addition of 0.5 times magical damage, he dealt nearly 500 points of damage in 2 strikes. The damage output was monumental. Luo Chen's experience points surged dramatically. With only a few special monsters remaining, Luo Chen couldn't be bothered to switch to the Gale Necklace. He advanced effortlessly at twice the speed of an ordinary player, reaping their experience with ease. Wife, come and help with the cleanup. Luo Chen sent a private message. In less than a second, Nie Xiaodai appeared beside Luo Chen, only to be startled by the sight of countless corpses strewn across the ground. Did my husband kill all these monsters? How utterly brutal, she exclaimed. With an air of enthusiasm, she scurried off to collect items, as industrious as a little girl gathering honey. Moments later, having filled her backpack with exquisite equipment, a group of heavily armored warriors arrived. The leader, a male warrior named Lin Feek, chief of the 4 Seas, was taken aback by the scene before him. Boss, didn't Dr. Zhou inform you? We shouldn't clear the monsters at the entrance. It's meant to block the way. Luo Chen raised the sword of judgment in his hand and arrogantly proclaimed, do we still need to block the door? Let those who fear not for their lives come forth, and I shall clear them all. Lin Fei glanced at the corpses littering the ground, hesitating to speak. This is ridiculous. The big boss doesn't play by the rules at all. Shaolin, report to me. Has the Worm King been slain? Luo Chen, dissatisfied with Lin Fei's silence, inquired. Nodding in satisfaction, he said, good. Your subordinates have done well. Give me the coordinates. Lin Fei promptly reported, then hesitated as he eyed the equipment still left on the ground. Bird uncle, about those items. With a wave of his hand, Luo Chen generously replied, all of it is yours. Just remember to report the spoils and include it in my expenses. Understood, Bird uncle, no problem. Lin Fei responded, growing more generous. For Zhou Yuheng had clearly told Lin Fei and the core members that the God of Novices could have as much as he desired. What Zhou Yuheng did not explicitly say was the higher-up's original words, as long as Luo Chen did not spend abroad or transfer assets. The credit on his card was merely a string of numbers in the bank. They could create a separate account for him. As long as he didn't purchase an aircraft carrier, he could spend freely. Upon teleporting to the designated coordinates, Luo Chen found himself face-to-face with a solitary Worm King. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively instructed Nie Xiaodai, who had accompanied him, to find a safe corner to cool off. He then executed a sudden lunge, drawing the Worm King towards a vast array of monsters. As he ran, he shouted in yellow text to the surrounding players, "Everyone, I am about to commence indiscriminate attacks. To avoid collateral damage, please vacate the vicinity of the designated coordinates immediately." Thousands of members of 4Cs were left dumbfounded. Has Dongfeng Express entered the game? Is truth only found within the range of artillery? Of course, 4Cs maintained their organization and discipline, promptly retreating. However, some factions not yet allied with the 4Cs, emboldened by the departure of their persistent enemies, attempted to launch an attack on the Worm King. These factions were diverse, and some even initiated attacks on Luo Chen directly. As a result, 5 seconds later, hundreds of players, along with countless monsters, became mere corpses on the ground. Luo Chen's name turned red in an instant. Cursed by his weapon with a level 10 curse. Yet undaunted, Luo Chen pressed on. Nie Xiaodai mentioned that she can now not only absorb the weapon's curse, but also draw from my vitality. Luo Chen's notoriety and curse became the sustenance for Nie Xiaodai. After a few more seconds, aside from the Worm King and the Dark Worm King, all elite monsters had met their demise. Luo Chen ceased releasing the earth nails, allowing Nie Xiaodai to smoothly enter the arena. After absorbing Luo Chen's curse and restoring his white name, she joyfully set about collecting equipment. The once fortunate judgment staff had now reverted to a blank slate. However, neither Luo Chen nor Nie Xiaodai paid it much heed, with a quarter drop rate for the Worm Horn. A mere 3 points of luck overflow was ample for Luo Chen. The last time he failed to acquire the horn was due to the fact that the apocalypse had not yet merged. The Worm Lord, including the Dark Worm Lord that had previously posed a challenge to Luo Chen, no longer represented any threat, having fallen one after another beneath the might of Luo Chen's judgment staff. With her keen senses attuned to her surroundings, Nie Xiaodai swiftly lunged forward. "Darling, the Worm Horn. Oh my, a memory ring." Luo Chen's posture instantly stiffened as he opened a private voice chat, exclaiming, "What? It's me, Bird Uncle. Pay up."